circular by definition, by how Gleason himself used the North Pole to determine what is true north.
Yeah, I'm going to once again reiterate what I said, and that is my experience on this earth is not any curvature at all. It's horizontal, linear, straight path flights. And I don't look to the stars to it. Yes, it's measured. Yeah, of course. This is from the in-flight telemetry data. So from point A to point B, there should be a certain amount of curvature. For example, from to London Heathrow is 6,000 miles, and there should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature during the 9 to 10 hour flight. And that curved trajectory is not recorded in the plane. It's a leveled horizontal flight all the way, and that would be impossible.
Did you know it doesn't need to be?
Hang on, please let me finish. Please let me finish, because I didn't interrupt you once.
You have to be concise.
And I'm trying to be concise.
Problem.
I am being concise. I'm nearly there. I'm almost there. So please allow me to speak for at least 45 seconds minimum. Here we go. Now, this is the curvature of your ball is nearly 4,000. Sorry, 6,000 is almost a quarter of the ball. Okay, traveling from London to Japan is almost a quarter of your globe ball. That's almost 90 degrees of curvature. That's not being experienced. So looking to the sun doesn't help you. Thanks.
What do you mean by experience? Like, I don't understand. Whenever you say this argument, it's almost like I'm thinking, like, if I'm going to experience this in your words, that when I'm flying in a plane,
You didn't eat anything.
The plane should eventually start curving down, like down the curvature. Is that what you're trying to say when you say your experience curve?
Okay. Let me give you a simple explanation. When I'm on a roller coaster ride, and we're going to do the loop, and then the corkscrew, and then another loop, the loop.
Okay, go down in order.
That motion. Hang on, please allow me to. Who's interrupting now? You see, as soon as I start to speak, I say a few words, I get interruptions.
Be concise, please. Go. Because it sounds like you're about to repeat yourself. So go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned, let me tell you something here. I'm going to be repeating myself forever and ever and ever whenever you hear my voice. Repetition is key, okay? Your life is one big repetition. Your life that you're leading today is repetition. There's a lot of repetition in it. And if you don't like repetition, go away then, okay? Here we go again. So let me explain what I was trying to say.
Question of you, Jimbo.
So before you interrupted me, let me finish. When you ride on a roller coaster ride, and you do the loop, the corkscrew, and the loop, your senses pick up all that motion. So if you're traveling from Japan to London on a curved trajectory, you're not going to fly horizontal. The plane is going to fly in a curved trajectory, which means the pitch angle is going to be changing through that flight. Okay?
Incorrect.
It's not
incorrect. It is not.
Incorrect.
I can explain how. Would you like me to explain how?
I don't think he's not gonna. Yeah.
So,
how do you find painful?
So, Jim, let's say you've got a beach ball and you're running the bottom of your hand around the surface, does the top of your hand feel the curvature?
I love the analogy.
Yeah, because there's a height difference from the bottom of your hand to the top, right? And that would be the altitude of your hand. So if you are measuring the pitch data, you're measuring like how much the top of your hand pitches down to keep up with the curve. So as you slide your hand along the ball, like, is there an altitude change between the bottom of your hand and the top of your hand?
Do you follow an
It's not analogous. You got it wrong. It's malformed. But let me explain. When I put my hand at the top of the ball, I close my eyes. So I don't see my hand and the ball, but when I rotate my hand across the surface of that ball, I notice my hand is now changing position. I'm not seeing it happen, I'm feeling it through my senses. Okay, so I know that the orientation of my hand has changed from the top of the ball, halfway at the equator, and then at the bottom of the ball. I've noticed my hand. That's my senses working there. So your altitude thing is a nonsense, okay? I do notice the difference from the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball, and my hand is now antipodal from the top.
All right,
so
Jen,
you're wrong again, sir.
Jen, I want to see if you understand it from our point of view, right? Why do you think we say you wouldn't experience that? Can you still man our position?
The reason you say that is because you have to keep your globe ball alive. So you evoke this fantasy. Pay attention. You evoke this fantasy that you will not be able to experience living on the globe ball. It's there, but it's so big you can't see it. It's spinning, but you can't feel it. It's fantasy, clearly.
That's not a steel man. So why is it that we say you won't feel it? Just try and steel man it real quick. Don't say, oh, because we got to keep the ball alive. Or we're not talking about the spin. We're talking about this. Why you won't feel curvature?
The experience of curvature. Well, what I often hear is that the Earth is so big. That's what I hear. The Earth is so big. That's what I hear. That's it.
What other reason why? Why if you fly 1,000 miles, you won't start going down the side of the ball? Why do we say that?
Well, you tell me. You tell me why, because I don't understand why. You tell me why.
Able to understand it. Which way is gravity pulling? In our model, which way is gravity pulling?
Well, yeah, you're talking about gravity now, and gravity has nothing to do with flight. But you're saying that gravity pulls the aeroplane to the central core of the Earth. Gravity pulls everything to the central core of the Earth.
Exactly.
So everything that's not what we experience, though.
Yeah,
we don't experience that, though.
Do things not fall down?
That's a fantasy.
Okay, do things fall down, Jen?
Not due to gravity, they don't.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. Okay, great. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Things fall to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So the airplane
things fall to the ground, and aeroplanes fly horizontal. They don't fly in a trajectory. You've got
gravity is pulling it, or whatever you want to call it, towards the ground.
If you have a circumference, it means you must follow the circle. Follow that circumference. That's a circular trajectory. No aeroplane does that. Nothing to do with gravity.
Boats don't have captains that point their nose down to keep up with the curve. Like, maintaining altitude that results in pitch data doesn't mean there's a pitch lever that the pilot must push down 6 degrees over 7 hours. That's not what the pilot has to do, because what he does is maintain altitude about the same level as the boat has to push down a lever to keep up with the curve of the water.
Like, Jen's been explained this over and over and over about how planes have to trim, and if they start getting too high, the air gets thinner and they drop back down. If they get too low, the air gets thicker and it pushes them back up. Once you trim yourself to a certain altitude, Jen, you will follow the curve naturally. That's just how it works.
No, that's impossible. That is a lie, and that is a misrepresentation of aviation. For when an aeroplane gets to its
altitude,
I'm trying to explain now. I'm trying to explain, and you're interrupting me. Okay.
You don't have to explain. We know your position. You don't have to explain anything, Jen. We know your position. We know exactly.
I'm going to explain it because I want to explain it. I'm going to explain it, and it's this: when an aeroplane is flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet, it remains there and it's flying horizontally. If it wants to increase altitude, it noses upwards. If it wants to decrease altitude, it noses downwards. That's it changing its altitude, but it's flying horizontal and linear. That's what the pitch angle data shows us, that there is no curved trajectory, and it would have to be if you're living on a globe.
So
Thank
so
you.
then the aeroplane
It's
is
saying a
trimmed
boat.
to follow. Hold on, the aeroplane is trimmed to follow the level horizon. You using the argument that if you go around a circular, around a roundabout, if you using a car, you're turning it to the right. You're saying you have to correct every meter, for instance, to correct your turn around the roundabout. That's incorrect. You put your steering wheel at an angle, it'll go around the roundabout just fine without corrections. Your argument is
You
very
have to
silly.
turn. You
Oh
have
my
to
God.
turn the car. You have to turn the car for it to go round that roundabout. To round
You
that
turn the
roundabout,
car
you've got to
steering wheel,
turn.
yes.
Because hang on, previously
That's what trimming
before-
is, Jen.
You're not fucking listening again. Before arriving at the roundabout, you were traveling horizontally straight towards the roundabout. Now you've got to go round. You've got to input to go round. To round.
Welcome
it.
to
It's a
flying to the
different
moon.
motion
That's how
that
they
is
would fly
different
to the
from.
moon.
No, you're not letting me speak again. You're not letting me speak. Thank you. And it's different from driving straight. You're driving straight, you're approaching a roundabout, you check your right, you check your left, you go onto the roundabout, and now you round that roundabout. You are no longer driving straight. Just don't be silly. You're being silly
Correct.
here.
The airplane is not flying straight. The airplane is flying to a destination. So if you had to fly to a moon, you're not going
No,
to
the
trim
aeroplane is flying level.
If you're going to fly an
Sorry,
aeroplane,
that's wrong.
you're gonna have to trim
I'm
it.
sorry,
So
the
same thing,
aeroplane
if
is
you wanna
flying
trim
level
around
all the time.
yeah,
It is not flying a curved trajectory. The instruments
is
and the black
you
box,
cannot
which is the
not
orange box that
understand this. I
records
mean,
it.
really,
I want
No,
to get
you
in
don't
next.
understand. You don't understand. You're arguing against the technology now. You're arguing against the in-flight
not
telemetry
at all.
data is what you're doing.
I'm
You're arguing
having a
against that.
discussion about
Your
logic,
globe
about
doesn't
reality.
exist. We don't measure the curvature. The curvature cannot be measured anywhere. Sorry, you're wrong.
Incorrect.
Get out.
Literally
Jeez,
incorrect.
just never become a pilot, please, Jen. Just never ever pursue that. You can pursue to be a flat earther, just never pursue to be a pilot.
And the reason why I'm using the
Unfortunately, I
analogy
have
of a
flown
boat
many
staying
simulators,
level, and the
actually.
reason
So I
why
have
I'm
flown in
using the
simulators,
reason
actually,
why I'm
and I
using the
understand the
interrupting
principle of
motherfucker,
flight,
the
and I do
reason
that from
why
elementary
I'm
school
mentioning
age.
a
So
boat,
unfortunately for
motherfucker,
you, I
listen, you
do
interrupting
have
motherfucker,
piloting
open your
experience. So
fucking
don't
ears,
worry. And I
motherfucker,
understand the
open your
principle
fucking
of
ears. I
flight,
was
and we
speaking
know
first
that
and you're interrupting
aeroplanes
me, you're
fly
talking over me,
level.
motherfucker,
It
you
don't take a
inconsiderate
curved
fuck, you
trajectory.
Why
just
does he
won't shut
do
your
this all the
fucking mouth,
time?
open your fucking ears for once, you stupid fucking cunt. The reason why we're using boats, the reason why we're
Shut
using
up, you
planes is because
fucking
they both
dumbass
stay
cunt
level, you
Australian,
stupid
you
fucking
sentiment
cunt.
criminals.
Open your
Shut your
fucking ears
fucking
and just
mouth.
fucking listen for once in your fucking life, because someone was speaking first and you're
Lemon,
interrupting
you
them.
desperate
Because what we're
retards.
talking about is when a
Globe
boat is
tards in here,
going level and
desperate.
when a plane is going
Desperate
level,
you are.
not different on a
Being the
globe Earth.
principle
You
of
don't want
flight.
to
All right,
And
understand
if
that.
an
both of you
aeroplane took a
stop.
curved trajectory
You
for
are
9
not
hours,
listening.
Oh, I'm
then it
listening
is
now.
projected
You
to a
continue
3-hour.
to over talk to me. You continue to talk over me, and you don't listen because I'm talking about when we're talking about.
Okay, so be really
Thank
quick.
God for that.
I will talk over you if you talk over me, Jim. That's what's going to happen.
Be quick. That wasn't quick. All right, I'm gonna unmute Jen. Jen, I have a question. I have a question I'd like you to answer. You there, Jen? Can you?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you provide us with any source for your claim about how the airplane works?
Yes, I did. Okay, give me a few minutes and I'll post it in your server, okay?
Okay.
It's called it's from Quantum Erasers, Globetards Flatline, and it talks about the in-flight telemetry data.
Quantum Eraser is not a source. So you go to a real source that talks about
hang on. It's a PDF. It's a PDF.
Matter. It doesn't matter.
It's a PDF.
Quantum Eraser is not a source.
Word.
That's authority on
It's a
how.
PDF.
Wait, hold on. He's not an authority on how airplanes work.
Yeah, but what about the incident that's recorded? The incident that's recorded in 2015. That's the source we're talking about. That's the PDF.
So I'm going to answer that. So I looked into how pitch data is collected. It's collected quite in a complicated fashion. There are multiple parts to it. You should look into this. You might find it interesting. However, It reports the information and records it. And the people who record it, the way that it records the data is recorded by people who understand level the way the globe model understands level, which is to say, not the way you understand level. So that entire argument has a problem in that you are assuming you understand how it works, but it does not
I'm not
work.
assuming at all. Omnivore, please don't use the word I'm assuming, because I'm objecting to that. And that I see that as an insult, okay? So if you're going to start insulting me, I'm just going to leave the server, okay?
Okay,
So stop
well, you're
fucking
being,
insulting.
okay, I'll say
And don't
this, you're being
imply-
stupid
Please
about
do
it.
not imply that I don't understand, okay? Because I'm now going to destroy you, okay? So have you finished? Let me know. Thanks.
Well, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some pictures of how, I'm going to post them in the chat, of how pitch data is recorded.
But also, would any of us really be that savagely
What I want you to do, Mr. Understander, is explain to me how that what those different pieces of elements are. So I'm posting it in OmniChat. So here's a picture of pitch data tracking. So I want you to explain what all of the symbols mean there. Can you do that, Jen, since you understand this so well? I'm waiting to be destroyed, Jen. I expect a full explanation of how those systems work. Or if Quantum Eraser has... Wait, I was almost finished, Jen. If Quantum Eraser has... Wait, no. I was almost finished. You waited and I started talking. If Quantum Eraser has a mighty PDF that explains how those systems work, you could also post that. But yeah, of course we know he doesn't. So go ahead.
Yeah. So where did you post your image first and foremost, Omni?
I posted it in Omnipresence text chat.
Okay, thank you very much. Omnipresence text chat. Thank you very much. Is this the image that's got 1.4 on it? Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the image, Omni?
Yeah, I expect you
to. Yeah, right. Well, what am I
that,
looking at here?
Since you understand.
Well, yeah. Well, basically, what I'm looking at, you've got me an image of an aeroplane that's nosing upwards. I think it's the United Airlines or American Airlines. Sorry. Okay, that's what you've got there. And of course, the equipment inside is recording the motion of the plane. And in this case, it looks like it's climbing in altitude. So it would just be a record. What do
all of the symbols? What do all the symbols?
So why can't I speak now? Why can't I speak?
You're not explaining the artifact.
Why are you interrupting me? You're interrupting me. Please allow me to speak. Yeah? Can you shut up? Thank you. Don't interrupt me. I'm looking at it, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at an image. The aeroplane is nosing upwards, okay? So clearly, as the aeroplane is nosing upwards, instruments that record the distance from the plane to the surface of the earth is recording that as the plane is moving in real time as it climbs in altitude. Yeah. Then what will happen is when it reaches its allotted altitude of, let's say, 40,000 feet.
Oh, Jen.
Level off, and all that is being recorded by the black box, which is actually an orange box.
Oh my God!
That's what's going on there. Okay. And
then
it will fly level. Not, oh my God,
you're failing terribly, Jen.
Flies level, ladies and gentlemen. It's it's keeping the altitude as it's flying, and then the actual pitch angle. No, you're not letting me finish. Changed, and all that's been recorded.
He can't answer. He doesn't understand. He doesn't have any idea.
Interrupting.
So yeah, no, sure, Jen, I told you didn't have any idea what you were talking about.
No, you're interrupting.
I posted a picture, and
all the
you are
time.
not able.
Because I'm destroying you. That's what you're doing.
What you're talking about. Yes, that's exactly right.
I am able to describe it. You're not letting me.
I'm not asking you to describe it. I'm asking you to explain it.
You're not letting me because you keep interrupting.
What is the integral control? Explain the integral control.
It's simple.
Explain
You are asking me, and I'm telling you how to describe the black box and the pitch data as I understand it, okay? And
Yes,
it's not
you don't
following a
understand.
curved
That's
trajectory. I
Yes.
repeat, it is not following a curved trajectory.
You don't
That's
have
what
any
I'm
idea
telling
what
you.
you're talking
And
about,
that's
do
what
you?
the black box data shows us.
So you said that it would be insulting to
And-
imply that you did not understand.
The
I will say
PDF
this.
that I
If you
referred to
think you
was from
understand
an
this,
incident
can't
in
explain it,
2015
then you're not
over
just making an
Honolulu,
assumption,
Hawaii,
you're being stupid.
where an aeroplane's turbine blade snapped off and destroyed the engine, and the pilot had to return. That's the PDF, an actual event that happened. It's not a fantasy. So sorry, you lose every time. You've got no circumference. No
Can I ask a
circumference,
question for the
no curvature.
aviator?
No curvature, no circumference. Simple as that.
When we're talking about the pitch data, does that mean the
Yes,
data
you may
that the
ask.
pilot
You may
inputs?
ask. Yes, go ahead.
The pilot inputs, not necessarily what the plane
Go
is
ahead.
doing.
Ask.
Am I correct in saying that the pitch data records what the pilot is doing to the controls, not what the plane is actually doing?
Please come out with another analogy.
Right.
Well, I've asked my question.
Can you give us a steelman analogy?
I was asking the pilot whether the pitch data records the pitch control input of the pilot, not necessarily what the plane is doing.
Who's the pilot?
The person who was just
yes.
I don't know if
The
he's a
answer
pilot.
is yes. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think
Yes.
Tim's a pilot.
The pilot's going to. Hang on a minute. Please allow me to speak. Thank you. The pilot will input, but to nose up to climb in altitude or to nose down to drop in altitude, that's all going to be recorded by the in-flight telemetry data. It's going to record that.
When was the last time you saw a plane land with its nose down? Tell me the last time you saw a plane
I didn't say that the plane was going to land with its nose down. That's what you said. I never said that.
You said to lower altitude.
I said raise in altitude and drop in altitude. That's all I said.
So
Didn't say anything about landing. So don't be an arsehole, don't be ahead of the dick, okay?
That's what dropping altitude
drop in altitude because you may be experiencing turbulence through the flight. So you may want to raise in altitude to avoid it, or drop in altitude to avoid the turbulence.
Or you could be landing.
You're not landing though. You're not landing with your nose down. 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 No plane lands with its nose down. Okay?
Did you know you don't land it with your nose down? You don't land with your nose down. You don't land with your nose down.
To Agna, I am going to recommend that Jen not be responded to until he can explain all of the nomenclature in that picture.
Get out of here.
He was very intent that he understood it all, and that telling him he didn't understand it would be an insult. So I'm sure he does. I'm sure he understands it. I'm sure.
So Omnivore, your attempt to try and stop me from destroying your globe, it's futile. You're not going to win, Omnivore. You can't win, Omnivore. I'm destroying you. This is why you're behaving the way you behave. I'm destroying you. You have no circumference, no curvature. Simple as that.
Why don't you just
I want to ask Jen a question. Hold on. I want to ask Jen a question. Jen, if you start in a roundabout when you drive a car and you had the argument that you entered the roundabout coming straight. Cool. Let's say you start in the roundabout and you want to remain circling around the roundabout. You would have to turn your steering wheel and that is what you call trimming.
Bad analogy.
To remain circling around that roundabout, to remain the same equidistant to the center of that circle. That is trimming. The same thing happens with flights when they fly around the globe.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's about as... Right. Unfortunately, again, that's a bad analogy, as my esteemed colleagues just blurted out towards you there. It's a bad analogy because when we're on the Earth, we have to calibrate all our instruments, and then the aeroplane flies on the runway, which is level, and then noses upwards. So now we're moving from horizontal to go up to climb up. You're forgetting that, yeah? So we have to climb up. And allotted altitude, and then hang on, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me
monologue.
here at the moment.
I'll be no
You're
monologue.
still interrupting. You're
Jane,
still
you just keep
interrupting me at the
rambling,
moment.
dude.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't
No
interrupt
monologue.
you. I can't hear you because you're interrupting me, because
Remember,
I
no
cannot hear
monologues.
you because you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Thank you. Let me finish what I'm telling you first. And it's this.
Just keeps
That the plane
monologuing.
is
It's
on the
taking like
runway.
15 minutes,
It's on the
Jim.
runway. It reaches 200 miles an hour.
And now
It
he's just
noses
repeating
up.
himself.
Now that nosing up is away from the horizontal. We notice it because my body weight shifts in my
Monologue.
seat. The nose of the plane is up and it starts to climb up in altitude and then it levels off. Okay, so we know that the
Monologue.
plane's orientation is noticeable through flight, through our senses. We notice it. You're losing here. You're a
Monologue.
loser.
It's
Sorry.
so funny.
That was a great monologue.
So if you were going closer to the roundabout and further away and stayed further away, what would the distance change from the surface of that roundabout to your car wheels if you're maintaining that curvature?
He can't answer that.
Thank you for using the roundabout as an example because it just gives the little puny brain a little bit something to think about. So thank you for using the roundabout again.
So yeah, I would agree with you. Like if you're always on that roundabout and you have a certain, like your wheels are close and then your wheels are further away and you're still around the roundabout and you maintain that same distance, that's the same as maintaining altitude as you go over curves. So
Yeah, altitude conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
It is
It's a very
not
simple
analogous
concept.
to
He just
flying
doesn't
an
know.
aeroplane. It is
It
not
is.
analogous to flying an aeroplane anyway.
It is.
Okay, it's a bad analogy. It's of no
Just
use here. You're losing still
Okay.
losing. You're
still
still
monologuing.
inputting your steering wheel. You're turning the steering wheel and you're bringing the steering wheel back. You are controlling your car.
The radius
as far
remains
as I'm
constant.
concerned,
What you do with the
and all
aeroplane?
those
You
inputs will be noticed. Hang on, all those inputs would be noticed by the passengers in the car. The passengers would notice the inputs you're putting in whilst you're going around that
Oh,
roundabout.
fuck you,
So
funny
it's
Jim.
analogous. You've got no circumference, no curvature. Simple as that. You lost.
incorrect. That's incorrect. As we were talking about earlier, the Gleason's map is based on true north, which is based on Polaris. The center of that math is using circles of latitude. Circles are measured in degrees. We know how many degrees the Earth has, 360 degrees. We have been measuring curved since we were sailing. Like ancient Samoans and New Zealanders were using the stars to navigate. The people in the north used Polaris. Like
I
using these circles of latitude are
I
measuring
thought they
curves.
just stuck to the coast. They only followed the coastline. Why would they need
Incorrect.
to? Oh,
The Samoans and the New Zealanders have their own kind of celestial
you
navigation.
got any
That wasn't
proof of
the
that?
thing.
You got any proof
Actually,
of that?
we do. Most of the archaeological evidence from the Samoans show that they have a type of stone that they use to point to the stars and say, Samoa is that way, New Zealand is that way, Fiji is this way. They were navigating huge amounts of water using a different system that us in the north weren't using. The people in the north were using Polaris. The New Zealanders and the Samoans didn't have access to that because once you get to the equator, Polaris is on the horizon, and that's why the equator is 0 degrees. We look up 0 degrees to Polaris. Polaris is on the horizon. Anything south of that, you have the Earth blocking Polaris.
Can you see? Did you say that you can see it from where you are?
At the equator, I said you can see it at the equator because it's on the horizon. And once you go south of the horizon, you can no longer see it and need other stars. This is what the Samoan, the Fijian, and the New Zealand nations were using with their navigation tools because they didn't have Polaris.
Well, I
And
only
they still don't.
You finished?
So can we all agree that altitude is maintained over the curvature of the Earth or the curvature of a curved object?
I did want to ask
Right.
a question, yeah.
No, we can never
After he's
ever
finished.
agree to. It's an absolute outrageous, ridiculous statement. No, we cannot agree to that at all.
Well,
Yes, we
No
can agree
flat
to
earther
that.
will
It
ever
is
agree to that.
reality.
No pilot worth his money would ever agree to that. And if you watch the
Every
documentary,
pilot agrees to that.
Flatten the Curve, pilots are telling you that they don't fly over a ball Earth and they don't go antipodal when they go to New Zealand or the Antarctic. Okay, they don't go antipodal.
And that is why we
So
don't have
no
any
pilots.
flat Earth
I'm not
pilots,
going to agree.
because they
No
cannot be
pilots
pilots.
agree. Thank
Can I
you.
ask my question now? Can I ask my question?
Ask your question, boy. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's just like the guy just jumped in there. So he was telling me about these ancient Samoans and these Fijians, these like sailors. What kind of maths did they do then? Did they do maths, or were they just looking at the stars and following the stars?
Yeah, they were following different stars to go to different places.
So they didn't need to keep. Just to verify, they didn't need to keep to the coastlines because that fails them to follow the stars.
Distances between these islands are often like 60 nautical miles or more.
So you was in the chat the other day, weren't you? When they were saying that, oh no, before the almanac and before sextants, you know, they had to stick to the coast. So why didn't you come up with this then? Because I don't understand why you didn't do that.
Oh, they're probably unaware of it because they're not surrounded by New Zealand cultures, Fijian cultures, and Samoan
No, but
cultures.
you was in the chat. You was in the chat. You was listening to them telling. I said, like, it's impossible that they followed the coast. I goes, how did they find the islands in the middle of the Mediterranean? You know, because there's like the Phoenicians, and the guy was going, no, they just follow the coast. I was going,
well, he was wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah, people are just wrong. That's fine.
But you was in the chat, so you didn't even stick up.
Was I?
And say like that's not true. That's
I've been that way. I didn't lie anyone, dude.
It's just a point.
I went.
It's no big deal. It's just a point that I wanted to point out. Point. I wanted to point out.
I do go to the kitchen. I do go to the bathroom and have a shit. If I was away from, if I was in Discord, like I may not have been here. Like just because my avatar here doesn't mean my ass is down the hallway sitting on a toilet, right? So you can say I was here, but like that's just your imagination. Like if I really heard this person say they only keep to the coastlines, I say no, buddy, they don't. Ancient Norse people also had a sort of curved stone that they would navigate by individual stars, and likewise in New Zealand they had crafted local stars. Like if I'm in Tonga and I'm under the star at midnight, I give that a name and I put that on my rock. I sail for like days and I look at the stars at night and I go, oh, look, the Tongan star is now in that direction. I'm going to draw on my rock and say, this is my Samoan star that's directly above me. And they create a sort of celestial map on the stone and navigate at sea to go, I'm looking at the stars and there's a line that will go from one star to the other. I'm going to sail that way and I'll get to Tonga.
I would imagine before they even started sailing, they would have most probably tracked these stars by sitting there looking up at the sky, because there was obviously no TV in those days, so they must have got bored and thought, like, let's go out for a bit of stargazing. So they most probably tracked those stars and knew what they were doing.
I would say like different pieces of population have been traveling from island to island for many years before like it was historically recorded. So how the different peoples got to those islands is unknown to me at the moment, but what I can say with confidence is that like once the populations had been established in Tonga, Samoa, New Zealand, Fiji, and even all the way up to Honolulu, we have a huge expanse of sea that different sailors wanted to go to different other places, either for conquest or for trade.
Get yourself a wife, even.
Yes.
I studied the Maori culture a little bit, and they made maps of the stars and wove them into their baskets that they brought with them on trips.
Jin, so why do you think altitude over a curved surface would not, conform to that curved surface? What a shame. It's gone. Any other flat earthers want to answer that question?
Don't know. You have to find a flat earther, won't you?
There are a few in here.
I don't know.
I think they're all scared of me. They're very shy. If there's an SC Montreal in the chat, they don't like it when I talk. They don't
Why?
talk if there isn't it, because he's the only flat earth mod here. So like, if they can't get the mod,
Yeah,
on
I'm
their
here,
side,
Jin
then we'll
CBR1.
talk.
I'm back here. What's the question, please? What's the question? Quickly, what's the question?
Share
Why
your.
wouldn't-
I want to carry on with
What
the
up,
flat
cuz?
things. If you can carry on digging your hole, because I think we got like 12 miles down or something. If you can carry on digging, that would be great, because we might
You
get
didn't
further
get no,
down.
you didn't. You didn't go
Yeah,
12 miles.
so
You went
Jin,
seven
Yeah.
point. Hold on, people. Hold on. We're trying to get some real, actual, non-lies, some truth. 7.6 miles, and it took them 20 years to do it. It took the Globers 20 years to dig 7.6 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
So where's
So
the
They're
Jin,
helping us dig further, though.
And
Jesus,
what
keep
made
going.
you choose to dig where you dug, Globers? Which
Okay,
part
so
of Earth would be the smartest part to see where you're going to dig the deepest? Go ahead.
Jin, so why do you think altitude over a curved surface wouldn't conform to the curved surface?
What's that got to do with what we're talking about? We're
I asked
talking
you the
about
question.
when you can dig, digging down. Why does it take you 20 years to only dig 7 miles? And is that your Earth? And why did you start where you started? Why aren't you digging in caverns? Why aren't you digging in the holest hole on Earth, the deepest hole? Start there. Why would you start digging in ice somewhere? Oh, I dug
Told-
down 7 miles into ice but didn't hit no dirt. Well, you did a good job, stupid.
I've been told by the mods I'm allowed to ignore people, and I should do that over being a dick. So D-Mock, I'm just ignoring you right now, and I'm asking you
Yeah,
the
well,
question.
you're ignoring the whole
Jin,
conversation.
why
Yeah, we
wouldn't
know how that goes.
altitude over
Why
a
are
curved
you
surface
involved in the
conform to the
conversation
curved
when we're
surface?
asking about digging a hole?
So Jin, why wouldn't altitude above
We're
a
not
curved
talking
surface
about
conform to the
altitude.
curved surface? D-Mock, I'd really appreciate if you didn't interrupt me.
I'd really appreciate if you shut the fuck up and join the conversation.
I've been told I'm allowed to ignore people, and I should do that over being
Yeah,
a
I've been
dick to
told
them.
you're allowed to shut up
Yeah, I am allowed to
and
do
not
that.
even join the conversation.
Right. Let's
I've been told by the mods I'm
do the
allowed to
whole
ignore
thing.
people, and
We'll
I'm
do
doing
the
that.
whole
by the
thing, then we
mods
can
to
come back
shut
to
up.
the plane. How about that?
No, it's okay. I asked the
Plane
question
is
first
7
before
miles
D-Mock
deep,
did.
and the Glober was trying to make fun of Jen, saying, "Why don't we keep digging after 12?" Well, I'm gonna make fun of the Glober because he hasn't even made it to 12 yet. Why not?
Jin, why would altitude above a curved surface not conform to that curved surface? Why would that not be the case, Jin?
Because you haven't proven that, stupid.
Jin, why would it not be the case that altitude causes
you
altitude
haven't
above the
proven
curved
that.
surface? I'd really
Oh,
appreciate if you didn't interrupt me, D-Mock.
I really appreciate if you show us what the fuck you're talking about. Show us equidistant to something, to a horizontal line. How is your globe center point equidistant to the left and right of a fucking ruler and not the center? You tell us.
So Jin, why would altitude above a curved surface?
Stop asking questions about nothingville. Jen doesn't know what kind of imagination you're talking about.
Yeah.
Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Yeah, which way did the curve go? Where's it at?
Yeah.
What
Do you know
curve?
Which way did it go? Which way did it go?
What curve? What
Jen,
curve
what do you,
stuff?
Jen, what
Where
do you think
did the
altitude
curve
is?
go?
What curve stuff?
Where
Dude?
did the curve go?
I'm asking for Jen. Jen told me
Yeah.
I can answer for him. For right now,
Where
for
did the
this one
curve go?
time,
Where
Jen
did
said
it
I'm
go,
gonna
George?
answer
Where did it go?
because you don't want to answer.
Where did it actually go?
Where did what go? We're looking for the equipotential horizontal curve
Where did
line.
your brain go?
Yeah, it's looking for the equipotential.
Where did your
It doesn't
brain
exist in
go?
Physics class. What's equipotential on a horizontal line? Left, middle, and right. The end, the beginning, and the center, please.
What
Do it
did
with
you
an R
do
two.
to remove your brain and
Yeah,
take it out?
Equipotential from where
I'm
Where
to
did your
listening.
what?
brain
What
go?
does that mean? What does equipotential and equidistant mean, Glober? What's that mean? Which
So, Jin,
material?
Jin, what do you think altitude is, and why would an altitude
It's
conform
supposed
to a
to be
curved surface?
equipotential that you don't have.
Yeah, look, you're asking me questions. You're asking me questions. You are actually asking me questions that are rather basic here. Don't do
I
this.
agree. You don't know what the definition of weight
Altitude.
is.
Come on, man. Come
I
on,
know
man.
you
You're
don't know
gonna
the
do this?
definition of yeah.
You're gonna
You can't
operate?
weigh things on a spinning ball.
Well,
The
I'm not gonna answer
definition
this.
of weight
I'm
is
just
not
not.
gravity
I'm
center.
just not gonna answer these questions. If you can't make these questions a little bit more realistic to what we're actually living on, and you're going to be silly and ask what is altitude and this, you're being silly now. Okay, I'm not going to walk through that hoop. Okay,
You should
please.
demonstrate everything for
Stop
me and
this.
Jim. That way we stop being silly and we
Yeah.
can learn what your globe altitude and your globe equidistant is by showing it in physics. Stop trying to guess and hope somebody knows your magic. Show your
Now,
magic.
I'm going to go out and do my exercises now, as I usually do. I'll be back in about an hour and a half. I'll catch you guys later. Exercise
Run off,
time.
Jin.
It
Bye,
is now
Jin. Run off. Bye.
Get an
4:30
exorcism while you're at it.
4:30 a.m.
Bye,
Japan
Jin.
time.
So
I'm out
Jim's
to
Jim's
exercise.
left. Shall we
That's
talk
how
about
we
the
Jin.
hole?
flat earthers roll, okay? That's how we
Bye,
roll.
Jin.
Shall we talk
Bye.
about the
Equidistant
hole?
doesn't exist on a ball.
Bye,
You
Jin.
have a good time, Jin. We'll be here waiting for you. Equidistant, can we get a picture of that? Can you show us what that looks like from a ruler? Hello, Globers. Hello. Are you home?
Hello, hello, hello. Are you
Equidistant,
listening to
equidistant.
me?
I'm tired of you retards saying words without showing us what that means.
Demon, you sound
Bunch of dumb
so
fucking words.
miserably
Stop
stupid.
saying my
I'm sorry
name.
to call you that.
My
I'm
name's
sorry to
not
call you that.
equipotential, is it?
I think he's schizophrenic, like legitimately. I say
No,
this
I
every
think
time we talk.
equipotential's fucking schizophrenic like all you fucktards.
Dude, you want to talk to me about making like poop and pee rockets?
We're asking about the hole. You can't stay on a topic, you schizophrenic motherfucker invalids.
What kind of hole?
Fucks. Bunch of fucking meth head retards.
So when you're talking about the hole,
Can you guys
when you're
stay on
talking about
topic?
the hole, when you're talking about the hole, that's a different topic from the gravitational equidistant surface, which is defined by mean sea level. So when you've got a center of mass, you can have a whole bunch of molten rock and a whole bunch of soil and water on top of that. So what we notice with the oceans, it can't go below the seabed. And in other parts of the land, you've got underwater tables. So what we have globally is a center of gravity. Yeah. So what we have is a water level that changes depending on like how much mass is near it. So if you've got something as large as the Himalayas, the water level will rise slightly more because the center of mass is more towards the Himalayas. Whereas you go to south of India, there aren't mountains, there's a great big ocean and there isn't as much gravity there, so the water level will be lower there. The gravitational equipotential is all due to the center of mass, and that can, as you go further away, that can be wavy and lumpy to become the geoid. That's the equipotential, which we usually define as mean sea level. It's not a perfect sphere.
I ain't got a clue what you're going on about, but it sounded good.
Yeah, so what you can do
I mean,
is...
that's a perfect explanation.
Someone muted DMOC, thank God.
So when people provide you with the measurements of that equipotential gravity, they used gravitometers. They're all around the world, and they map it. And because the globe is relatively smooth, we exaggerate those heights to scale. Like if you draw a tiny Mount Everest, it's different from a large Mount Everest. So the graph of the geoid is on a sort of logarithmic or 7,000 times scale. So when you see a picture of the geoid, the equipotential differences are highlighted, so it looks kind of like a lumpy potato, but that's an exaggeration because it's a diagram. The differences between the equipotential surface are often within like yards of each other. Like if you went the like for the oblate spheroid, the difference between like the North Pole water level and the equator water level to the oblate spheroid would be in a matter of feet. Like, this is the kind of precision they're talking about with the equipotential surface that, like, for the layman like me, it's basically the same as the oblate spheroid. But for the technical people, they're looking at like how huge bodies of dense rock, like the Himalayas, through gravity, make water attract to that particular section, and other areas like south of India, there's less attraction of the water, so it lowers to its gravitational equipotential. So water rises, like water seeks its own level, even if that level is higher towards the Himalayas or lower south of India.
Do you want to rephrase that? Water
I think that
seeks
was
its own
fine.
curve, yeah? Surely.
It's undersigned.
My understanding is because the only way to be
Gravitational forces are the main reason why water seeks its own level. There's no particular
I mean, curve
agency.
level.
Yeah, because the center of mass is
I just wanted
attracting.
to make sure. Oh,
You keep interrupting him. You keep interrupting him, and I can't even hear him finish a sentence.
what?
I was listening. I was trying to understand what he was saying, and people kept interrupting him. And I
Who's
didn't.
interrupting him? The only person who's interrupting is you now. Because, like, he was talking to me, and I was just making a little comment when interrupting, and now you're interrupting for the sake of interrupting.
Yes. No, not for the sake of interrupting, but to say that I couldn't even hear his complete sentences because he kept. Well, it's true. I didn't hear him finish the sentences.
Well, you get your hearing aid in, yeah, for sure.
No, but you did interrupt though, so right? Is that
If
the issue?
Earth was hypothetically smooth everywhere, what we would measure is that because the Earth has been measured to be ovate, and we did that since 1799, I believe, with the French defining the kilometre. We used to have a stick. So when they were measuring the gravity of this oblate spheroid, what you noticed is that like the water levels in those different areas were slightly or higher or lower because of the amount of material. And we thought, why is it happening? So we had to figure out if or mass attracted other mass. And with experiments like Cavendish, we figured out you can dangle basically two masses from the ceiling and they'll attract to each other horizontally. So gravity is not always to the center of, that's just the main driving force. And so when we're talking about an equipotential water level, those water levels, if more land is more towards the Himalayas, that is like a balloon filled with random sized snooker balls, but the one near the Himalayas is larger, and that has a slight attraction to some of the water in that area. So as the geoid waters flow for those mass attracting factors, there's a sort of wobbly, wavy effect, mainly due to the masses. But the overall effect is towards the center of mass of Earth, which is what we would call down and central. And that's just a subjective down. It's not an objective down. It's just like we things going toward the direction that's below our feet, we call that down. And for a globe, everyone can stand on the surface and their feet will be standing inwards.
Sounds like my wife.
The gravitational center would have to be different than, or the true gravitational center would have to be different than just the perfectly, 3959 down or whatever it is from the geoid, whatever it would be. I would assume, right? There's mineral deposits, there's variations in the crust and stuff, and the mantle.
Negligible difference.
You can locate pockets of oil and other minerals simply by the change in gravitational attraction.
Yeah, the microgravity devices, absolutely.
Gravimeters.
I thought they made specific ones that were like, I guess, measured in microns, but I could be mistaken.
They're very sensitive, I would imagine. Yeah.
I love it how you've got a meter for everything.
Yes, because it's real, so you can measure it.
Yeah, gravimeter.
Yeah, gravity is real, so you can measure it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could go rent one, probably. I don't know how cheap it'd be, but you can definitely rent one.
Where'd you rent them from?
Do what?
Where would you rent?
Where would you rent one? Let me look it up real quick.
A
It'd be
graviton meter.
industrial supply place.
It's got to be like scientific though, surely, isn't it?
Let me see. Let me see if I can rent one around here.
You're going to get one. You're going to get one from Home Depot. I'm pretty certain of that.
Let's see. What shape do you think
Why
the
would
Earth
somebody
is?
need one in their yard?
I don't
Let's
know.
see.
Maybe they want to get a bit of gravity on the go.
Let's see. What
Pretty
shape do
sure
you think
they've
the Earth
already
is?
got it.
Pardon?
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh, it's a globe.
Huh.
Why? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure. I don't
Oh,
think
Not
about it
sure.
that much.
You're not
trust
sure?
me. Trust me. We're spinning at around 1,000 miles an hour. We're hurtling through space a little bit. You can't feel it because that's the way it is.
You want to do the calculations for how fast we're spinning?
I don't know.
Hey,
I think we're spinning
I
1,000
asked if
miles
you
an
want to do.
hour, but you can't
No, I
feel
didn't
it.
ask you how fast you think we're spinning. I asked if you want to do the calculations together.
Oh yeah, you can do. Come, let's go for it.
Do you guys ever seen them stabilizers on cameras and stuff, telescopes, and they lock the stabilizers so as the Earth is rotating, the camera stays in mid space, you know?
No, I
But do you ever notice? No?
gimbals?
An
Yeah,
equatorial
gimbals and
mount.
stuff like that. Yeah, but you know
Equatorial
what I
mount.
noticed? You know what I noticed is that although it's rigid in space, you don't see the stars move. And if you do see the stars move, it's because you're timing it in solar time and not sidereal time. So it's really, I thought it was quite interesting that over a time lapse, the stars don't move. Why would that be happening if you were traveling at a certain speed through the space while turning yourself?
Because they're far away, dude.
Also, the stars do
No, but
move.
but your perspective is turning, and you are turning at while you're traveling very, very fast. So I get that they're very, very far away, but
yeah,
no, but it's
Do move as
stupid, man.
well.
Stupid, huh?
they're far away, dude. They're really, really far away. In fact, they're
How
so
far
far
away?
away. They're so far away you can't even imagine it.
Did you measure them with
It's
your
really, really, really
graviton?
big.
Did you measure it with the graviton meter?
No, they're what?
Did
You
you
do
measure
some
it with the graviton meter?
Measure
No,
what?
you do
I don't
some
know, the
geometry.
distance of the stars.
Why would I use a gravimeter to measure distance to the stars?
I don't know. Is it got dual purpose?
Do you not know what
Not
it
sensitive
is?
No, I
in
don't know
English.
what it is. I wouldn't even know what if you whacked me on the head with one.
It's fucking
Take your
hilarious.
temperature with a yardstick.
Well,
I check my
in his
temperature
case,
with a yardstick all the
good.
time.
You ain't gonna measure the stars with a yardstick.
You can hire a gravimeter for $6,000 for a month.
Where?
Oh, that sounds like a good deal.
What, Home Depot?
Let's see. Let's see.
No, no.
Yeah, they're specialized. I was having a little trouble finding it. I found it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask an interesting question. You know,
Well, you
let's go
didn't.
back to the
You
digging
didn't
the
ask.
hole.
You didn't ask an interesting question.
I think it's possible that he can.
I said I asked the question, what did you use a graviton meter to measure the distance to the stars? And you said no, and I said, all right, no problem.
It's a stupid question.
Why is it stupid? I don't know what you. Yeah,
You don't know what it. You don't know why.
Okay, then. Hold on, let me think. How did you measure the distance to the stars?
Why do you think it's
Geometry.
not a stupid? Do you think?
No, I'm just asking you. How
What
did you do that? How did you do that?
Oh, I didn't.
You didn't. Okay, so how did you know how they measured the distance to the stars? That's my
Somebody
next
else.
question.
Somebody else did.
How did you find that information out? How did you find that out?
I read it.
Google it.
Read it?
Yeah, put Google.
Yeah.
You watch
So
it. You can do
So you read
every
it. So you read it.
So
and
let's see. When I
I'm
was
reading that, you just said like, "Oh yeah, I accept that."
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
that's cool.
Yes, I do. Yes. So when
Okay.
last time I was on the highway, it said 15 miles to the city that I was going to. Did I measure that? No. Somebody else did.
Okay.
Yeah.
man,
And
you
that
just
somebody else
trust it.
put it.
That's what I mean to say. If you really wanted to, you could check that was 100%. Going with the odometer.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic, I swear to God, bro. They're all
You could go
schizophrenic.
with the
Every one of
odometer,
them.
and you could
Would
drive
you like one of
city to
my
city to
fabulous
verify that. I don't think you
analogies?
can
Would you
go
like
from.
a fabulous analogy?
Can I finish speaking, or are you just going to speak over me?
Are you really
I'll
speaking
let you
now?
finish. I'm just going to ask to be next.
It's just going like that. You're all speaking at once, and I can't hear anything. It just sounds like it.
That's what you sound like, though.
Yeah, but I'm just
Okay, so
asking
go
questions.
ahead.
How can I sound like that if I'm asking questions?
But I can't tell you're
Okay.
asking questions because you sound like.
Can I volunteer to answer the question?
Yeah, let's do one at a time then. So, I said, how she. Well, I think it's well. Someone said they were driving down the motorway. They saw him like 50 miles to the city, and lo and behold, they arrived at the thing 50 miles later at the city. I said that's very easy because you could go, from one position A to position B. That's 50 miles. You can look on your car. You can travel that. You can verify that. But
Good
when you're
question. He's
saying
just
like
talking.
you're on Earth, on the ground, and there's a star 6 billion zillion miles away, you can't verify that. So you just have to take the leap of faith. That's what it is.
Okay.
Why do I have to verify it?
By analogy, I will answer Slipsy how they were doing parallax. So you're in a car. You're in a car, Slipsy, and there's a tree far away, and just behind it is another tree. So when you drive from one place to another, parallax will happen, and the tree will go from one side of the distant tree to another. And that's what we saw with the stars. The star behind the other one stayed still. The star in front of it moved a little bit, and we could tell that there was parallax. Just like in the forest, the tree in the far distance was obscured by the tree that was closer, and it moved left to right. That indicated to us
How do you know
we were moving. We were
How do
moving
you
in the
know
car.
the tree's not moving? How do you know the tree? How do you know you are moving or the tree's moving?
Well, we did that with planets, and we noticed that there was retrograde motion. So as the planet was going over our sky, it would do a little loop and then continue its direction again, and then it would do another loop. So that looked confusing if Earth was in the center. So we had a look at like how things worked, and we figured out that Earth wasn't in the center. And then later on, we figured out the sun wasn't in the center because
How did you do all this figuring out?
using that parallax method. Because if you've got a distant star and it looks really still, and you go, okay, and you see a planet go back and forth, not completely across the sky smoothly, the planet is doing something different than the star, and you compare those two and go, something like parallax is happening. It's similar to driving on a car and watching the trees go by. The trees close to you go faster, and the trees far away don't.
See, there's your problem, Alblate. There's your problem.
This is stellar parallax or a different kind of. I don't know. Is there lots of parallax?
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Do you know what
sometimes get parallaxed at the weekend?
Do you know what parallax is? Was it Schlitzie? Schlitzie is what.
Yeah.
Do you know what parallax is?
Yes, when you drink loads and you fall over.
See,
No,
there's your problem, Pablo.
I'm just going to ask you this. So let me just ask
you tried to explain.
something.
You tried to explain.
I want to ask you something.
Do you think my tree
at a
analogy
level
is
I don't need you
parallax?
to
That's
talk
the
to me.
question I'm
Try
asking
to
the
explain.
globals.
Dude,
Yeah,
Can I speak to
What?
the guy who was just told me about stellar rather than keep
interrupt. It
talking to
doesn't
different
work if he
people?
doesn't
Because I'm
interrupt.
getting
explain
What a
something
shame.
to
Stop
somebody who's
interrupting
in his
people.
cups, who doesn't understand. It was way above his ability to.
No, you don't understand.
Hey, buddy,
Because, I'm
stop
now about to
interrupting.
ask a question.
Switchy, stop interrupting. It's rude. Stop interrupting,
Yeah,
dude.
could you all stop talking to me then? Just one
Yeah.
person at
Yeah,
a time.
but you interrupted, buddy. So stop doing that.
Interrupted.
Yes, you absolutely interrupted Brenda.
I'm
You
speaking to a
interrupted.
guy, and
You still
someone keeps
interrupted.
talking,
Switchy,
and I don't know why.
Switchy, it's rude to interrupt. Don't do that, buddy.
Okay,
I was
so
just
can
going to
you
ask the globals in the
Brenda
chat.
to refrain from talking to me?
Switchy,
How about that?
Switchy, please stop interrupting. It's rude. Let Brenda
When I
finish.
was describing the distant tree going in front of the closer tree, was I describing parallax? I thought that I was describing parallax with the distant object not moving as fast as the close object. Is that parallax?
Right, Brenda. So you just said that you was using parallax, yeah. I thought there was stellar parallax, but I didn't know there was other different.
Yeah, and I talked about tree parallax, and there is also star parallax. The underlying principle of parallax is not dependent on whether it's a star or a tree or marathon runners. Parallax is the general thing. If I wanted to call one tree parallax and stellar parallax, it's just a reference to the thing that is doing the parallax.
Hey, let's see, 1 to 5. Just how drunk are you?
Why don't you fuck yourself? How about that?
It sounds like you're intoxicated, dude.
Right, so look.
It sounds like you're
Can you
intoxicated.
fuck off? I'm not talking to you, so I don't know what you're wasting your breath for.
It's not judging. I'm not judging. I'm just saying.
Shut the fuck up, please. I'm talking to the guy. And you
How drunk are you? How drunk? 1 to 5. How drunk?
Piss off, you fucking imbecile. Right,
So
so look, I'm speaking to Oblate Spirit, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oblate.
So when we say like Olympian, we don't always say they're a high jump Olympian or a marathon Olympian. There's like a general basis term. So when we talk about parallax, we can say it can be a stellar parallax, it can be a tree parallax, or photography parallax. It's just describing the subcategory, like we'd say this guy's a high jump Olympian or this person is a marathon Olympian. Both are Olympians. It's just referring to their specific what we're looking at.
So it's kind of, it relies on the assumption of like a shift in the object's apparent position, or
it's the difference. Like if I'm moving past something, I notice that the close thing moves more than the far away thing. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not an assumption either.
So it's
That's
from the
just literally what
observer's
it is.
position. It's truly. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I think
I just thought maybe this time this analogy was helpful. Yeah. You could call it stellar parallax because it's specifically about stars, but you can just use the general term parallax, just like we'd use a general term Olympian without saying he's got a specific sport.
I'm just trying to go through it within my head to understand it, so I can.
Yeah.
And that's the mistake there. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, why don't you fuck off, you weirdo? Please.
Let someone else do the thinking for you, buddy. It's okay. These are hard topics for you.
Yeah. Especially when I got fucking weirdos. Like, I don't know. You just why don't you fuck off in someone else's back garden or something?
Yeah, I think it might be more because you've had one too many, not because we're weird.
One too many. How am I? Is this your answer? You're fucking drunk.
Do you want him to stay in flat Earth, or would you like him to think about?
I know what. I'll tell you what, right? Look, how many flat earthers are here? Hardly anyone. You have to mute T-Mark, And now I'm trying
Right.
to talk to you like on a level, and you're saying I'm drunk. I'll tell you what, right? Sorry,
First off,
just a
Slipsy
fucking bunch of
he believes in the
pricks. You
globe.
know that. You're a bunch of pricks, and that's why you got fucking weirdos. What's the weirdo? I said, like, please don't engage with me. And every time the other guy stops, it's like, I've got to put a comment in because I can't fucking help myself. I'm like a little kid. Don't touch it. Oh, I've got to touch it.
Well, I think it's within Hawkins' capabilities to understand parallax, and to undermine that means, do you want to stop him from learning? Like, what's the goal of calling him drunk if he's willing
Because do
to
you know what it
listen to
is?
me talk about?
These people are fucking stupid.
Oh, he asked me a question. I thought I could answer. That's my bad. I thought like when I was
Yeah,
asking.
I was
I'm not
asking.
talking to anyone other than
So,
the
so
fucking guy.
to
Was the
answer,
object of my question. Tuwakna?
yeah, to answer your question, I think that there's certain points that you
I
actually
don't know what,
determine.
but
Yeah, so
I'm
I
going to
think that
just
there's
leave
certain
you.
points
All to
where
the
I think
chat with
people are
yourselves.
too
How
far
about that?
gone to be convinced. So I think that the modern flat Earth, with the amount of information we have,
Yeah,
how do you see this most
I'm gonna shoot
Also,
off.
just to be clear, Slitsy is also a self-proclaimed globe earther.
I'm
So I
gonna
don't know
shoot.
why we have to convince him for anything. He said he believes in the globe. So
Oh
it's
my
not like I'm
gosh!
making fun of
I
a
don't
flat
know.
earther.
Can we get on something, guys? This is ridiculous. Been going for like 10 minutes like this.
Slitsy was just
Obviously,
interrupting
like,
me though. I got asked a question and then I got interrupted when I was answering the question asked to me.
I feel that
this is just
Slipsy was
this is
on his
just
way to
insane.
undo parallax. Let his journey continue to educate himself on matters. If it takes some time, that's okay. Let's show a bit of patience. If you truly believe he's beyond hope, that's your personal opinion, and I appreciate that. But it sounded like Slipsy was willing to look at parallax, regardless if it's a tree or whether it's a star. So I think my goal isn't to convince him. It just allows Slitsy to think about parallax and see how real it is in the real world. And
Annabelle, let me ask you this: how old do you think Slitsy is? Just give like a rough estimate.
25.
How old do you think I am, Dim?
What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Oh, but just think about how
Yeah, well,
many things
this is
he's
what
gone
we're
through in life.
reduced to.
Think
Look,
about how many
I'm
things
going to
he's
play
gone
along
through
with the
in
game.
life, and
How
he's
old do you
had to
think
face
I
the
am,
fact
Dim?
that the Earth is very obviously a globe. I mean, he's had to have known this information. They even said it's programmed into us. So to think that he can honestly be questioning the globe at the age he is now is a ridiculous notion. That's so silly.
Why don't you blow your nose before you start talking? Because then you can be a little bit clearer.
I will recognise that sometimes there's flaws in
Are
how
wanting to have the
science.
conversation.
There are
This is
flaws when
distracting.
Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about the globe being pear-shaped. That's an interesting description, but at the end of the day, that gives the people who are not quite sure of the shape a different picture of like what it really is, and that's a failure on the scientific community of how they describe things. And if somebody listens to the pear-shaped description and takes that literally, unfortunately, like they question Neil deGrasse Tyson's intent rather than going, he just said it was pear-shaped, therefore it's literally like a pear, which we know he's not saying, but those are the words that he spoke.
Do you think
That's
that's
not a
kind of
failure.
ambiguous, though?
Yeah, there's no way that's a failure on the science communicators. To like, I don't even know how to. I don't even know what this would be like analogous to. But to think that if someone thought at the age that he is, and he thought
Then
the
can
Earth was
someone ask
pear-shaped.
this guy to blow his nose? Please blow your
Yeah,
nose.
so
It
if
sounds
someone
like
thinks,
you've got
I'm just going to
snot
mute him at
running
this point
down
and
the
talk
back of
over
your
him.
throat.
If someone thinks that the Earth is pear-shaped at the age that Slitsy is because Neil deGrasse Tyson made an offhand comment about it being more pear-shaped than perfectly circular, that's not a problem with Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's a problem with basic comprehension.
Left
And I don't
lane.
think people can
Left
honestly
lane.
have that problem at the age
Left
that
lane.
most people are with
To be fair, like I am one of those people who sometimes
Left
takes
lane.
people.
Can you tell this guy to stop, man? He's talking
And
about.
I had to
I don't know
learn
what
that
he's talking
people
about.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. Ask the moderators, and then when they do it, you cry about it.
But it's all
Yeah, but
over.
I'm asking like this guy. I don't know what he's
Parallax
going on
and-
about.
But Slincy was asked a question about parallax. He was explained it, and I think Slincy is fine to answer this. He's doing a great job, and Blake has asked him a very valid question, shared his thoughts. I would like to hear what Slinchy has to say about that. So can we carry on between Oblate and Slinchy? I think that was an awesome discussion that you guys
I
had.
don't think Slipsley's age or my age is a factor. I am one of those persons who was in my youth and I took some literally. And so
See,
when
this,
things were
do you know what
explained
it
to me,
is?
Yeah.
I asked
So
them to be
irrespective
explained
of that,
again
yes,
so
Slinchy.
I could understand what's literally happening instead of what's figuratively happening. That is something I had to learn, that when people are using the word pear-shaped, you know, I was going into a social situation and everything went pear-shaped. They just meant it was lumpy, awkward, poetic. It's a linguistic tool, not a description tool of literalism. So that is something I had to learn between literal facts and figurative, metaphorical
How old were you when you
language.
learned that? How old were you when you learned that? At what age did you learn that, Oblate? Oblate, what age did you learn that?
Right now?
I've been learning that
Dude, are you
slowly, probably
fucking
over the
kidding me? A
first
random
16
fucking
years of my
Sunday we're
life.
doing this shit?
I
Oh,
learned that
But-
over the first 16 years of my life.
Yeah, okay. So if you could
God.
learn that it was a turn of phrase over the 16 years, you would assume that Slitsy is older than 16, right? So it feels like that we have some ability to learn this information over
But
the
did you
years
say I'm
we've
16?
Yeah.
over the
But
years that we've existed, right?
if it takes 8 years for someone else and 16 years for me and 32 for someone else, I can't condemn them on how much they can process learning that same thing between a literal comment and a figurative comment. It may have taken me 16 years. It may have only taken you 6, but that doesn't dictate the speed at which Slitsy does his learning. And I wouldn't want to force his learning into my paradigm any less than his paradigm would go into mine.
But obviously you do. If he's being delusional, we do this all the time. What do you mean? If he's just being
We get
delusional,
on with the other
obviously.
let's don't have this convo. Let's don't have this convo. Let's go on with the other convo. How about that?
Oblate
You're
asked me a
interrupting it
question.
and you're insisting that we question it psychologically rather than getting on with the conversation.
Oblate asked me a question. You should have a problem with Oblate asking me the question instead of me responding to it. If you don't want me to respond to a question asked to me, tell the person to not ask me that question. That's ridiculous.
No, you're just dragging us down, man.
No, Oblate asked me a question. Left lane, you understand that, right?
Yeah, I'm quite willing to hear the answer.
You're dragging the
go
combo
on.
down.
Let him finish his answer.
No,
shut up and let him give his full answer. Thank you.
Right, listen, I've had enough, man.
Yeah. Okay. So
No.
that's fine if
I'm
you had
done,
enough.
man.
So the
Take
point
care.
is, obviously, we think that there are some
People
forms
like
of
that,
learning
you
that are
need to
better
be
than
running,
others.
otherwise
We don't
you just
allow,
don't
like, the
get
whole
it.
point of teaching is that we teach people information that we believe to
Everyone
be
move
correct.
fucking
Now,
team
since
up.
he doesn't believe the information to be correct, he can believe it to not be correct, but he also has to be denying a lot of other information he's been given throughout his life. That's what I think is hypocritical. It's fine to deny things that you don't know, but he's accepting some things he knows and some things he just wants to deny, and they can't cohere together.
Anyway, Slitsy, hopefully enjoyed the description of parallax using other objects. It isn't necessarily tied to stars. So enjoy learning more about parallax, Slitsy.
He laughed. Right? I
He
mean,
did.
I muted him, but I think he
So
did.
unfortunate.
How sad.
No, it
I
was
missed that,
brilliant.
dude.
I think Oblate was doing a great job with Slinchy there, and yeah, fuck, they were having such an awesome discussion about parallax. They actually got to a point, and yeah, unfortunately, you interrupted.
Again, I was asked a question by the dude that you're complimenting right now. If you have a problem with me answering a question I was directly asked, take it up to the person that asked the question.
He never asked you. They were having a discussion between.
He literally did. What the hell?
And you gave your answer, and I appreciate that answer.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll see you next week. Maybe it's because your mic sounds very muffled. It sounds like you're talking into a pillow. That's maybe why you were overspoken. I don't know.
Are you talking to me or?
Yeah, you. Your mic sounds terrible, man. The Slinchy was saying you need to blow your nose,
but it's not that. It's just that it sounds very, yeah, it sounds like you're talking to a pillow.
That's what's muted, so I don't really care that much.
Yeah, and likely when the other guy was saying it's measured flat over the many hundreds of years that we've been doing celestial navigation via the latitude circles, it's not been measured flat.
Yeah, they're just
So-
not a reality. It's kind of funny.
But you were finally trying to get parallax into that dude's head, and I was hoping to hear his response.
Yeah.
But
I think it's within his capacity if you use analogies that are doing a very similar thing, like the distance trees and the close trees. So maybe it was helpful, but I wouldn't want to have that helpfulness undermined by what's your age. It's inconducive.
I say that wasn't the point of asking his age. Wasn't to undermine it. It's to think, why do you think of the 20+ years he's lived his life, you'll be the special one to convince?
I don't need to be the special one. I just wanted to understand what he thought about parallax and have a discussion about what parallax actually is. And he went, oh, okay, I can deal with that, and just leave it with there.
Wait, so how are you on my case about pushing him away from the globe if you're not even trying to push him towards the globe?
Discussions about age aren't important to discussing like how parallax works. It's a non sequitur, and that's what you did.
Yeah, but I wasn't making any argument about it. I was giving the case, why would you ever think he's engaging honestly if he's 20+ years old and he still doesn't believe the Earth is a globe? Right? That's so much stronger evidence that he's not engaging honestly than him saying, oh, I've never heard of parallax.
Well, I'm not a flat earther who's needed to be convinced otherwise. I haven't been in the situation where I've surrounded myself with misinformation for decades where I think that misinformation is true versus like the things that people can measure in reality. So I don't think there's a conspiracy to give out false globe information, because I think with the equipment that's been given to us, that with that same equipment, I could perform a reciprocal zenith angle measurement with surveying and go, well, that lake that I thought was flat isn't, because my reciprocal zenith angles aren't 90 degrees. They're 88 degrees. And if I just think about it for a bit, that shows curvature.
Yeah, but they just,
So
I agree, that's the case, but they just not a reality. I absolutely agree with you. That's what I'm saying. He's gone through 20 years of hearing this information. Why do you think he'd engage honestly with you anymore on all the other information he's experienced?
the tone of his voice was changing. He was being less interruptive, and also he was considering parallax as like just a normal human being without putting up any psychological barriers or defense mechanisms.
Human beings don't deny the Earth is a globe, just to start there. But the second part of that is, I think that there's more evidence that he's engaging dishonestly by being the age he is and still not believing the Earth is a globe, based on all of the information that we have now, partially of what you've already brought up, but all of the other information that he just has to deny. Then the tone of his voice saying, well, actually, I've never thought about that before.
With the tools that we have today, you don't have to believe that the Earth is a globe. You can know that the Earth is a globe.
You know, you're just making my case stronger, right? You're agreeing with me, just so we're clear on that.
Yeah. I'm just saying, don't use the word belief. It's not a belief system. It's a known fact.
I know, so that just makes you seem more dishonest.
And to be fair, the people who study into like molecular science is like, what do you call the shape of a whole bunch of sand squished together? Like, if you're going to count the individual grains of sand, like what shape is anything? Like, it's a matter of like, okay, I'm looking at a certain resolution. What shape is that? I'm not diving through the molecules. I'm not diving through the atoms. I'm not diving through the subatomic fields to go, what is the shape of this 10 to the power 50 bunch of materials around me or near me? Like, in a sense, it's shapeless, but in another sense, it's very measurable shape, and it's down to the resolution.
Okay, so do you agree that it makes Lutzi seem dishonest by not acknowledging all of these phenomena that can absolutely prove the Earth is a globe at the age he is, or do you disagree with that statement?
Somewhat, yes. I think the issue is, for instance, the misunderstanding of parallax, and he was getting schooled on what parallax is, and he was unfortunately interrupted. And I was excited for him to actually learn about this because there was a really awesome discussion. But yeah, he was about to get schooled on that. But yeah, I think it's ignorance and the want for something different. That is where flat Earth, I believe, comes from.
And I would also say that with people like Dave Weiss and those other guys, they're promoting a certain thing and saying this is how it works, and they're believing this figure rather than going, oh, you know, do your own research. Except the research is looking into what only flat earthers do.
Correct.
Why do I'm kind of curious because I run into this with a lot of people, mostly on politics, when I talk about certain topics. But why do you guys think that it's ignorance over dishonesty?
Why it's what? Say again.
So I think Slitsy is being a dishonest person, and you guys attribute his belief as a result of ignorance. Why do you guys think it's ignorance over dishonesty?
For me personally, because I was personally not convinced, but I was intrigued by flat Earth, based on no knowledge, nothing, based on school. I just knew it was a globe because of school. So when I was introduced to the topic, I was like, "Oh my God, this makes so much sense." The way it's presented, until you go and do the test, do the research, do the understanding of what's actually happening. But if you ignore the tests, the science, yeah, you remain ignorant, and then yeah, it is flat. But
That's
if you
not.
actually go and do the work yourself, you can go measure. It's objective. You can do objective measurements, and unless you do that, you're going to be ignorant, and you're going to say it is flat. But it makes you feel special. I will be honest; it does make you feel special. But unfortunately, it is not that.
That's not what I asked. Slitsy has a view, and I think that his view is a result of dishonesty over ignorance. Why do you think his view is a result of ignorance over dishonesty? You yourself said the information tools we have now makes it not even a belief system; it's knowledge, 100% knowledge. So why do you think he's being ignorant over dishonest?
Because it doesn't go do it himself. Doesn't go take that scientific knowledge that is presented to us and go do it yourself. If you don't do it yourself, you'll never know for yourself. You can believe it from either side, but unless you do the actual thing yourself, you'll always be ignorant of it.
Can I answer that question?
You just don't understand that question, but it's fine.
Can I answer that, 50? I personally believe 1,000% that it's complete dishonesty. There's absolutely no way that Dave Weiss could have the belief that he have. It's complete dishonesty. It's complete scam. It's complete fraud. They want to take money from people or whatever they're trying to do.
Yeah,
There's no way someone could be that naive. It's to me, it's complete dishonesty.
Yeah, that's my point. You can't live that long and hold ignorance to the shape of the Earth, even by your own standards. Absurdity. You said that we have such great tools to determine the shape of what we're living on that it's a knowledge. It's not even a belief. So even by your own standard, the fact that he's lived so long, it should be unbelievable, incomprehensible to still be ignorant on such information.
That's from Dave White's side, though. I'm talking about the people that are introduced to the topic. So
why do you think it's
David
different for them?
Whiteside, yeah, that is fucking pure grifting. That is using that weak person as you can get money out of them. You can get power of them because you feel that you have more knowledge, and it's not easy to do these damn experiments.
You don't even. You don't even need to do an experiment. You just look up at the sky and you say, okay, the stars move counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. You don't even need to do an experiment. It's just simple stuff.
No,
you
I
can
get
see.
that. I get that.
Or
I get that.
Sunsets are even more basic.
Misinformation. Somebody spread their misinformation that the skies don't dictate the ground, and for some reason, people gulp up that lie. I don't know why they came up with that thing.
They're dishonest. That's why they're dishonest. That's our point. They are dishonest people.
And we show them that because even their own azimuthal map, starting at the central North Pole starts with Polaris. So yes, indeed, we do use the lights in the sky to dictate the ground, because that's how lines and circles of latitude work.
Yeah, but they're dishonest people, and they just say, no, you don't do that. That's their whole point. They're just being dishonest.
I'm giving you guys an honest perspective of someone that was almost caught out by this shit. So I'm
No, he
just giving you
wasn't. my
experience.
What makes you think he'd be called out by it? Again, what makes you think you're the special person to convince him after the 20+ years he's been alive?
I'm not trying to give you I'm not special. I'm just saying I was almost caught out by this. I'm trying to explain to you how I was almost caught out by someone like David Weiss. I'm not trying to sound special.
That's not what I'm talking about. I forget if it was you or Blade that gave the analogy for parallax, but you think for some reason the conversation we just had would change his mind over the 20+ years of information he's gained. Why?
100%.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay, cool. For me, it was refraction. Just understanding refraction changed my mind completely. It took me 6 years to understand it, and it changed my mind completely. But I was almost caught out by this whole damn discussion. But yeah, dude, if you ignorant in that way, say that's shame on you. I'm just giving you guys
Shame on me for not being delusional.
It's
But
cool.
what he's saying is, if he continued on his path of looking into flat Earth and only flat Earth and not doing comparisons to reality, he would have been caught up, and he would have been in this Discord being called delusional or lying to themselves. And what he's saying is, by his own testimony, I almost got caught up into this, and I didn't quite make it to the slitsy
He's not a
state of
dishonest
mind.
person. Yeah, because he's not a dishonest person. We agree. There's honest ways to be a flat earther, but since he doesn't have those. Like, there are things that he does that doesn't present that way, right? That's my whole point. The reason absurdity didn't go into the degree Slitsy did is because he's not a dishonest person. Because you can only truly be a flat earther if you're dishonest.
I was near to a
Can also
dishonest
be extremely lonely and like susceptible
say
to
that.
cult shit. No. You think that like people who there's plenty of people who are into flat Earth not because they're fucking dishonest, but because they are like incredibly suggestible and frankly like
lonely.
not all there, and this is a community to them. This is an identity. I don't know what you mean. You don't have to be
Nothing
dishonest.
to do with the shape of the Earth.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, no shit. That's why you
Zero.
can't, that's why a lot of these people you can't argue with them because they're either drifting or right. They genuinely like okay, whatever.
Are you saying like the people are like sort of feel like they fit in? They need a group to fit into?
I'm saying that identity is a huge part of why a lot of these people do this shit. Yes, it's the same as like religion or any other thing.
You might be right. It's sort of like a cult thing. Maybe you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, but no part of finding identity requires you to deny information done by millions of people for billions of hours over thousands of years.
Oh, I don't agree. I think a huge part of identity is denying reality. You have to choose between your identity, which shapes who you are and what you believe and why you believe it, which is hard for people to divorce from, and then facts, right? Like that, of course.
No part of finding a community requires that, though. If you're trying to say it's because they're finding a community, it still doesn't require you to be a dishonest person to find a community. And I think to deny all of the experiments that have been done, all of the information we have, and even just looking at a sunset, to say that they found this corner of the internet not because they're dishonest people, but because they want to find a community is absolutely ridiculous. That's a huge cop out.
Being a part of a community often 100% means having to deny reality if you want to stay by the scripture of that community. Yes, look at Christians.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
They're just talking about
this
things
is so
that are that
often,
way.
Like, extremely common
for
people to when they are part of an identity group to deny and refuse like reality because it does not comport with the way that they feel about their in-group. Yes, of course it does. What are you talking about?
Okay, how about let's think about all the communities that there are. Let's think about all of the fandoms. Let's think about all of the people that have different hobbies. Every single sport has its own community. Every single entertainment has its own community. Every single activity that there is has its own community. None of these things require you to deny reality. You can find a community in bird watching, and it doesn't require you to deny reality. To pretend,
right, and if we were to
hold on. I agree with you that there are some communities that require you to deny things, but these are unique communities that make you anti antisocial. Literally, what antisocial is. These would be things like being racist, being part of an incredibly racist community like the Ku Klux Klan, or this would be being something like if you're a religious extremist. These are communities that are required to be antisocial and dishonest, but you don't need to be a part of those communities if you're lonely.
I think that the antisocial side comes after not comporting with reality, right? Like again, look at Christians. Look at you said bird watching, right? If we were to find that bird watching has like some seriously negative effects on society, it doesn't. But let's say that it does, right? Like let's say that came out. And they were like, actually, we think bird watching might contribute to like, I don't know, children killing themselves, just random thing, right? Three things would happen. You'd have three different reactions. You'd have people who say, I don't care if children kill themselves. I know that bird watching is great and it's good for you. You'd have other people, right, who for grifting purposes would be like, well, I think bird watching is great. And then you'd have people who can't compatibilize that in their mind and have to come up with like stories and reasons why people who say that bird watching is bad for you are actually evil Satanists who want to fuck your kid. Okay, and then you have people who just accept it. Bird watching is bad for children.
Yeah, there you go.
So we don't do
Exactly.
it. But like you're denying anything other than they must be lying. I mean, many are lying. Most of them are grifting. But people like Jin are not grifting. Jin is not grifting. He's insane. This is an identity.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you either have to be a dishonest person, or you have to be antisocial, or you could be schizophrenic. But people don't like when I say that, which I think DMOC is legitimately schizophrenic. But I wouldn't say that Slitzy is actually schizophrenic. I think he's just dishonest. We agree here. It's just and it's
I don't
so
know what
weird.
I'm saying that's controversial.
I think that
I agree. I don't know what I'm saying that's controversial. It sounds like we agree here.
Well,
Me
what
too.
you're saying about the community, and it's like this. Why would someone want to go to a community that calls them stupid, dumb, and everything else? So it's I'm kind of talking. I'm not like talking like meanly to you, to Akna, but kind of about the conversation with Slitzy. If there is a community and he's seeking that community, and he's accepted there, and his thoughts can come out and he can be heard but you know, on this go around, he's called dumb, he's called whatever. I'm kind of paraphrasing. That's what they're talking about a bit, about like, yes, they're seeking these communities, and if this community is closed off because you're not smart enough to come in or some shit, people won't come in and listen to what people are hearing and potentially change their mind.
I'm just saying you can't argue. I'm not saying we need to be like super nice to people who are in a cult. I'm saying that you can't argue logic to someone who isn't there in the first place because of logic.
Yeah, they're dishonest. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't try to argue against
okay,
it.
what is
It is
dishonest mean?
dishonesty. It's to pretend to engage in and specifically in this scenario, dishonest is just lying, right? But in the case of what they're doing here, is that they're pretending to engage in a meaningful way when they're not. Because
You're
when
arguing
a flat
science and they're
earther-
arguing mythos.
I
They're
haven't argued
arguing a
science.
religion.
Hold on. I haven't argued for the globe a single time in this entire conversation. All I've said is Slitzy is a dishonest person, right? So I don't know why you're saying I'm arguing science. I didn't do that.
What I'm saying is when you're talking to someone like Jin, for instance, right? You like people will try to argue the facts. They'll be like, "What are the measurements?" That's like they'll try to use science. Jin is not a scientist. Jin is not here because he really fucking loves science. Jin is he's in a cult, bro. It's a mythos. It's not a science. You're like talking to a wall if you try to talk to him about
That's why I
facts
don't
and
talk
logic.
to them about that way. That's why I just ask questions. I don't try to make arguments with them. I just
Okay,
want
but
to
you're
see how
calling
long
it
they'll answer
dishonest. I
questions
don't. It's
Yeah.
just as dishonest as like someone who argues the Holy Trinity, bro. That's what I'm saying to you, right? Like it's if you want to call it dishonest, it's fine. But like I don't. We have to
Because
consider
they're denying
dishonest now.
information that's been collected for thousands of years over millions of people, and this information is easily accessible. No part
They
of
think
being
it's
part
true.
of a community, no part of because they're dishonest. That's actually not true. Some of them, I think a lot of them don't think it's true, and they just
Yeah,
do
the
it to get attention and
grifters.
all of that.
The grifters are different. The grifters aren't what we're talking about.
I think. Hold on. Now we might have different definitions of grifters. I don't think he's doing it for money. I think he's doing it for attention.
Do you have to know that something is not true to be a grifter?
I think so.
Yeah. Yes.
I agree. Right. Okay. Do you? If you don't know that something's not true and you push it anyway, are you being dishonest?
Yes.
I don't agree with that. I think that's I don't.
Are you being intellectually dishonest?
Yeah,
you might be
Are you being-
intellectually dishonest, but I don't think that you're knowingly lying to people. That's what dishonest
Yes,
means.
you are.
When
If you know
no.
something's not true and you push it anyway, that's
somebody
literally what
said-
lying is.
He said if you don't know it, if you do not know that it's not true and you're pushing it. That's what he said.
Whoa. No, I don't think that's. If you're ignorant and you push information that you don't know,
That's
then
the word
my
I
thing
would
there.
use.
Yeah, so then you can say you're ignorant, but I have no reason to think Slitsy is ignorant on this information. I have no reason to believe that. Right? I literally, we've all agreed that it's a lot easier to gain this information. Literally, Absurdity said it himself that this is common knowledge, it's easily accessible. I have a lot more reason to think that he's come across the information in his 20 years of life. That's why I brought the age into it, because he's had these experiences, and I think it's a lot more likely that he's being dishonest and saying nah, because that's what flat earthers do.
Okna.
See how it all like connects to each other?
It's very hard to think that there are grown adults that are really sincerely believing in flat Earth.
Exactly.
Now, when it comes to Jin, when it comes to Jin, Jin has an issue in his head. He has to be the center of attention. 1,000 experts and one crazy person. He's going to agree with a crazy person because that's bringing the truth. DMOC is a clown. DMOC is just performance art.
I think John honestly does think.
How do you
that
make
the
these
Earth-
determinations?
It's an opinion.
You think about the experiences you've had in your life. Think about all the information and knowledge you gained. Think about where you are, and then ask yourself: do you think I'm an honest person or a dishonest person? And then think about all the engagements that you've had with people you consider honest, and all the engagements that you've had with people you consider dishonest. And think about the behaviors those people take, and think about the places they are in life, and think about what they do and how they talk, and that's how you draw your conclusion.
Come on, listen to Jen's discussions. He honestly does believe that the Earth is flat. I mean, that man he's adamant. It is flat. He doesn't want to hear anything else. Even if you have evidence for a globe Earth, he does not want to hear it. It must be flat because that is what goes on in his head.
But he's got such a self appointed arbiter of knowledge.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's unfortunate. This man, it has to be flat. It has to be. It cannot be anything else. So it's so difficult to get through to someone like that. People like Dave Weiss knows it's not flat, but they grift off the people that can believe on the grift that he can go down. The little, the gotchas, the little things that they can
the
do.
sales pitch.
Yeah, 100%.
And what the Globe is doing isn't a sales pitch. It's more like, hey, here's a measurement. If you doubt me, do it yourself. And when other people that go, oh, mate, you're right. Let's do this navigation again and go to Australia. Let's go all around New Zealand and map it. Like this is 1770, 1779. They're doing amazing things. Like I don't even know if a group of flat earthers would even want to survey an island as large as New Zealand. But the people back then did want to because they wanted to know where things were in the world and how big they were.
It comes from you can't claim what you don't know. So they make the maps because that's the only way it can be a colony. That's why they mapped all of India. For I don't know what possessed them to do such a job of mapping India, but that was their cornerstone of ownership, is to have an accurate map to where they know the resources, they can utilize it, they can militarily manage it. Military is the big reason they make maps.
I think just to finish out the conversation with Alu, I think things like plane flights and like the final experiment are just immediate killers in a sense of honesty for flat earthers. The fact they can't acknowledge these things just in general, they simply can't. It just immediately destroys any sympathy I would have for them.
What do you mean? What's being dishonest?
They have to be like knowingly lying to be dishonest.
Yes,
denying reality that severely is dishonest.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, they don't even agree on sunsets.
Or shocker, ignorance.
No, it's not ignorance. People actually went to the South Pole. That's the thing that actually happened. It was live streamed, so that's just lying about it.
Yeah, they say, show me a video. You give them a video, they hate the video.
You know what cognitive dissonance is? You ever heard of that?
It's not cognitive dissonance because it's not about how they feel versus about the actions they take. It has nothing to do with the actions they take or how they feel.
What do you think happens when you provide someone with evidence against something that like makes them who they are? Well, hold on. No. I want to finish this out, right?
No, you interrupted me because you asked me a question. I was answering. You actually asked me a question. You use cognitive dissonance wrong. It's that the way you feel determines the behaviors that you take, and you have to conform to one of those if they're in disagreement with each other. That is not what's going on here. They are asked a question: did people go to the South Pole? And they answer either yes or no. And then you ask them, why do you think they did it? They say there's no video of it. You show them the video. They say the video is fake. This is just denial of reality. It was live streamed. Multiple people have done it. You can get a job there. Plane flights aren't cognitive dissonance. They are things you can do yourself, and they just don't acknowledge these things. It's not cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, the green.
If you deny the
for me-
thousands of people that go there every fucking year, the companies that
Not
are involved
cognitive
every fucking year, and you say, "Oh no, we have to go see for ourselves." Get out of here.
What do you think
not
happens
cognitive
in
dissonance.
someone's mind, right? When they have a dearly held belief that makes it's part of who they are. You've already like agreed with me that this, for many of these people, is an identity. This is part of what makes them them, right?
But they're recent. They're recent.
Let
They
me
say
finish.
they've only
Let me
become flat
finish.
earthers recently.
Yes, and new converts are always the most zealous. Now, when you take somebody's identity and you start throwing up, hey, this is why this doesn't work. This is why that doesn't work. It is genuinely painful to deal with when you intrinsically, you take a priest, right? Take a priest who has dedicated 60 years of his life to guiding people to Christianity, right? And then tell that man, prove to that man that God is not real, hypothetically, right? I don't know what you believe, I don't care, right? But hypothetically, you prove to that man that God is not real. It will destroy that man. He will have to restructure his entire purpose and self. So when you're dealing with people, right, who believe in this crazy fucking bullshit, and then you give them what, like, you're right, should be a fucking basic fact that they just need to say, like, oh, X plus X equals Y. Oh, yeah. They're not doing that because, again, it is tied into their identity, and you're not just dealing with logic, you are dealing with, like, an identity. This is like a cult. This is not any different than anything else.
Yeah, I'd agree because I didn't know much about what flat Earth was doing psychology-wise until like they tried the green screen debacle. Like it just showed like I saw something in a pocket, therefore the entire thing was fake. But the thing in the pocket wasn't the Antarctic background. So there was a defense mechanism to go, oh, green screen, and go, oh, that's a really powerful argument, but it really wasn't. I think there's a mental like defense mechanism, seeing something and saying, oh, I can use that to defend my current position.
And then they go,
to a
oh, look, the
psychological
shadows are the wrong direction. Well, although that's replicable, you can do that anywhere and see that same effect with the shadows. And they're saying, oh, look, these are fake because the shadows they don't really do that. Well, yeah, when you go out in a parking lot with light poles and walk around with a 360 camera or any camera, you're going to see that same effect. So they're denying some things that are tangible. Things that are tangible, they deny that looking straight at it. They look at a sunset and they say, it's not setting. Excuse
No, we
me?
look at a ball and we show that water.
There you
doesn't
go.
stick to
Performance
it.
art.
Okay,
That
so
it does, water doesn't
yeah,
stick
I'm
to
gonna mute
balls.
D-Mock. So I'll,
That's
just to be
tangible,
clear,
and we don't have balls
Alu,
that orbit
just so
other
we're clear,
balls.
See ya.
you have to. So
Don't
Alu,
speak over D-Mock, please.
So
okay,
in
you
reality, in a
interrupted our
lab,
conversation.
in reality, you guys are just talking to each other about nothing that didn't make any sense. So can you guys demonstrate, like I said, a real sphere with a horizontal ruler next to a real 3D ball and show us how it's tangent everywhere to it?
See?
And then
the
after you
reason
do that,
cognitive-
show us orbits and how stuff works and scales and little cat toys and pendulums on a real spinning ball.
Okay,
Because
so
you guys
Alu,
don't know what a
the
ball does with
reason
stuff.
just keeps
You have no
going.
idea what a spinning ball does. So please get a spinning ball out and show us.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Alu, the
it's like-
reason cognitive. Hold on. Ali, the reason cognitive dissonance exists is because it would be not cognitive dissonance, of the pain that exists of facing a reality is so you know that's to be the case. You know that's the reality, and it goes against what you
balls
believed
don't
before.
hold water.
So the reason that this doesn't work for your position is we're not talking about the actions those people are taking. We're talking about what they believe, and that pain would only exist if they truly believed they were wrong about the belief they held. That's still agreeing to my point. What matters is what they express to other people. If they believe the shape of the earth is to be a globe and it goes against their personality, if they continue to say that it's flat to fit their personality, that is called lying, even if
East
it is
is
to
the
leave the
globe.
pain.
The horizontal horizon is the only thing you see ever
I
in your
muted you,
life
Mark.
until
Just
you
let it
die.
fly.
I think you
It's
have a
perfectly
fatal.
horizontal. And when you go into the lab
Again,
with
I muted you,
balls,
Mark, if you just want to
you
respond.
guys
You can just
don't
talk.
have any balls doing anything in a lab.
I
So
can't mute him.
stop
I'm in a
saying
video
you
game.
have ball physics
Listen,
and you live on balls and you have air balls and water balls and dirt balls doing stuff
But one of the
when you
mods muted because
don't.
we're actually having a conversation.
Yeah, you're having an irrational conversation about
Oh,
nothing
God.
burgers. So you expect people to believe that what the
Alex, do
ball
you
does
want
in
to respond
reality
to
is doing
I
something
can't
different that
respond.
you
I
guys
can't mute him.
claim.
I'm in a video game.
So listen to your
I would love to
fantastical
respond.
fucking claim
Wait,
of
is he a,
nonsense about stuff that doesn't happen
I
anywhere.
can't talk over this guy. I'm in a video game. I can't mute him.
Is he a flat earther?
And then
He
you
mock is,
also,
yeah.
some guy just showed a flat picture when I asked for a 3D ball. This is the problem with you guys. You don't know what 3D balls are.
I'll respond to you when he's done.
No, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Boy, I tell you, brother, when you've got a huge, massive
this guy's
Earth
talking now.
underneath you and you
Yeah,
use a
that's the big
tiny ball
story
on
I
top
hear
of it.
every fucking day with no demonstration.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
So
Where'd
I
you
will
get that
go.
story? Did you
Yes.
read it in a book?
Okay, we get it.
See it on
D-Mock, we
TV?
get it. D-Mock, we
Halou,
get
let
it.
these two guys talk, man.
D-Mock, we
Prove
get
it
it.
without
Okay,
a TV or a book
we
or a
get it.
computer.
We
Prove
get
any
it. We
globe
get it.
physics in a physics lab with
We
a
get
ball.
it. We get it. Okay,
No,
I'll
you
go.
don't get it because you just spend an hour talking about how you think real stuff ain't happening and fake stuff
Okay.
is.
Okay,
Real
great.
stuff is balls not holding water. A
Okay.
scale not being able to weigh you on a spinning ball. You wouldn't
Okay.
get the weight, it wouldn't work.
Bro, shut up. Okay, I'll go.
Don't run from a real ball. We're talking about real balls.
We're talking about a
guys.
real
Like,
ball, the orbit of the
talking to
moon.
you.
There we go.
We're
Moon orbit
talking about a
surface.
real
Done.
ball. You don't have a moon. Stop saying light years with
Okay,
no moons are
great.
your balls.
Great. Okay,
A
I'll
real
the moon
3D
doesn't
ball in the
exist.
lab
Yeah,
will
Ray.
do, won't it?
Oh,
he just keeps going.
How long
But
is
someone
this?
mute
How
him.
long
this
does
is
it
not
take?
going to work without a mod.
Yeah,
Democ,
someone
how long does
mute.
it take the Earth to do one rotation?
Do you have a 3D ball handy? 24,901 millimeters. We'll take a look.
Okay,
We'll scale it
I
down
will.
and we'll take a look. How long does nothing burgers do? Nothing.
How long
Flat
does
Earth don't spin shit.
if the
None
Earth
for flat Earth. No spin. Now
0.006
what? What's your
RPM.
point? You live on
That
flat
means
Earth.
rotation.
Why would
Can
you be
you,
asking about spinning balls when you live on a stationary
Leslie,
Earth?
Leslie, can you do something? Can you just mute this dude? Like, come on, seriously, we're having
Yeah,
a
he's gonna get a ball and show
Go to
you guys
another
how
channel.
cat toys and spinning toys work on balls,
D-Mock,
so you know what the fuck
can you
that
just
even means.
D-Mock, can you just go to another channel if you're gonna?
D-Mock,
No,
who's
you
your
just
who's
go
your
to
question
another
to
fucking
directed
channel,
to?
Smurf guy.
There's no
Make
question. There
believer.
was a conversation happened, and then he started ranting. Could someone mute
Yeah,
D-Mock,
exactly.
please?
The conversation was nothing. You guys said you look at
Yo,
nothing and
mods,
believe it.
what's the
Orbits and
problem?
stuff,
Why can't you mute
parallax.
this dude? You mute him all the time. Just mute him again.
How far away is the sun, Democ?
I think
What
he's
sun?
muted.
What is the fucking sun? Far
Zoidberg,
away
can you
from
do
what?
something about this guy? There's like,
How far away is it, Democ?
Do you have any ability to
Am I
prove
supposed to do?
anything, or
One
you just
second.
keep being stupid all your
D-Mock, can
life,
you mute
guys?
D-Mock? He's interrupting the conversation. I
Yeah,
don't
can
know.
you?
No, this is the conversation. This gentleman
No,
has no
bro, we
fucking
were
clue how a
talking, and then
globe
you
works.
started ranting. I
He's
understand.
asking
I
a flat Earth
appreciate
or
it.
how a globe works.
He
How
wasn't
weird.
talking to you. He wasn't talking to you,
D-Mock.
D-Mock.
Yeah, he
Where
said
are the
my
killer
name.
penguins? Democ, are there killer
D-Mock,
penguins?
can you like?
Okay, great. He's muted. Okay, go ahead, Atlas.
I don't think you have a good understanding of cognitive dissonance. When people have frameworks and they build on those frameworks, right? You start with an axiom, and then from there you keep building, like a beaver's dam, right? Like what ends up happening here is, hold on one second, I got to kill this guy.
But that's what we're referring
That's
to
crazy.
cognitive dissonance. That's not what we're talking
All right,
about.
I'm ready. I'm back. I murked him. All right. When you are building those frameworks, let's say it's Christianity, let's say it's flat Earth, whatever. This is important to who you are as a person, right? When you do that, and then you end up in this position where someone's like holding you to the fire, and they're like, "This is why this doesn't work. This is why that's bullshit. This is why everything you believe is bullshit," right? It's not just that individual idea that they're tearing down, right? It's an idea that is underpinned by a million other things. So when you like take someone to task on, like, let's say flat Earth, you're also taking them to task on like everything else that makes them as a person. It is cognitive dissonance. It is, right? It's not just dishonesty. You're kind of tearing apart what is the foundation of them as a person. I'm not saying it's not
But
right,
Al,
but
do
it is.
you not think it's possible to be like an origin of life researcher and religious at the same time?
Sure, it depends on the framework, but what we're talking about,
Exactly.
what we're talking about is he's saying that like when someone is like presented with ironclad logic and they're like a flat earther, if they don't respond to that, then it is dishonesty. And I'm saying, well, like they could also
No,
just be
that's
dealing
not
with
what I
heavy.
said.
Okay, let's put it this way, Zoidberg, you're right? You can be a I don't know, a fucking like researcher and
Christian that
also
believes in
highly
evolution. Yeah.
fucking but
Yeah.
that's again, that's cognitive dissonance. They have to like actively blind themselves to certain things in order to believe that.
No, you don't.
What do you mean by
Is
that?
it cognitive? Is it cognitive dissonance or compartmentalization?
I think that's an important part of cognitive dissonance.
So when you say they have to compartmentalize, what do you mean by that? Or I mean, I'm sorry, blind themselves.
Yeah.
Like,
What are they blinding themselves to?
Yeah, if there are scientists dealing with half-life issues and also believe the Earth is young, that's an incompatible belief to the evidence that they themselves are researching in the lab.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
you don't
saying
have
that-
to. But Alu's defense doesn't make sense here. If Alu's saying you're trying to break down, or you're breaking down an inherent part of their personality, that doesn't change the fact that their personality would be built around an honest standpoint. That's why you can be a Christian and you can make your personality
I'm
being a
taking
Christian,
issue with
and you can also
terminology
hold
you're
on, but you can also accept things like evolution. No part of being part of these groups or having these things as your personality requires you to be dishonest.
It does require you to be ignorant. It requires you to be illogical. Like it requires
No,
you
it
to believe in
doesn't.
something that like is true or not true, despite the evidence. Like you get what I'm saying?
if you're saying
In
for
order to
acceptance,
be like an archaeologist who is also a creationist, you would have to actively lie to yourself consistently, right? That's
And
not.
others.
But is that dishonest? Maybe
Yes,
they're
you're
being
lying
dishonest
to
to
yourself and
themselves.
others.
That's being incredibly ignorant. It's being very dumb, right?
If you're
But you have to know that you're lying to be dishonest. That's like a different thing. These words matter.
If you're an archaeologist and a young Earth creationist, and you tell people the Earth is young, you're lying to yourself and other people.
Yeah, but they
You're being you're part of the
but
lie.
you're not. Yeah, but you don't know you're lying to yourself, retard.
Exactly.
Yes,
Like they
you
don't know they're lying. They're a
do.
part of a greater lie. They are a tool in that lie, but they are not like
That doesn't make
purposely
sense.
being that they're not being dishonest because they're not
Yes,
like
you are.
knowingly lying. No,
Yes, you
they're
are.
telling.
If you're an
Okay.
archaeologist,
Hold on.
if you're an archaeologist, you know the Earth is not young. That's like I don't like you could be not an archaeologist and know the Earth. Like I don't know how you can. This doesn't even make sense as a statement. If you're an
They're
archaeologist,
compatible. Sorry, go.
You misrepresenting flat earthers. For instance, if you don't know relativity, you wouldn't understand how 1,000 miles per hour would work. It makes illogical sense to a flat earther that you spin at 1,000 miles per hour, but it's relative. The Earth that's going at what 66,000 miles in an orbit, it doesn't make logical sense to a flat earther without relativity.
Yeah, but these aren't the things that I'm calling them dishonest on. The things, these aren't the things I'm calling them
they're lying. It's that they don't understand it.
No. These aren't the things I'm calling them dishonest on. If I barely understand relativity, the reason I call them dishonest is because they ignore things such as the final experiment and plane flights, which cannot work, or sunsets, or the celestial sphere. These things cannot work on anything other than a semi-spherical object. They just can't. It doesn't work. And they just have to not acknowledge these things or lie about them blatantly. And I refuse to accept that 20-year-olds don't understand plane flights or how sunsets work. They are just lying. If you want to tell me they're 20 years old and don't understand how sunsets or plane flights work, go ahead, but you're going to have to make a hella strong for that.
So the salesman will show them the dome and show how a 24-hour sun can work on a flat Earth with a dome, etc., etc. That is
No,
why
you can't
the
just
flat
etc.,
Earth-
etc. That's not an
experiment
argument. That's
didn't
not a
work.
counter.
Hold on. That's why the final experiment didn't do much impact there.
No, it's not.
It is, dude.
No, it's because they're dishonest.
You taking you saying it's dishonest, dude.
Yes.
Speak to more flat earthers and
Yes,
try and
they're
get
dishonest
into
people.
their beliefs. It's
not
not
their beliefs.
dishonest.
Except the dome demonstration doesn't work even while looking at them demonstrating it. So there's the denial. They go, oh, look, I got an analog which doesn't reflect reality, and I got making some images which doesn't look like reality, and they say, oh yeah, that could be. That's all they have is could be, maybe, if.
Yeah, but look at what Dave Wise is selling. Look at what people do on
And they're dishonest.
these 3D apps. I'm just saying they're sold by other people.
And
These
they're
people are
dishonest.
believing this. They
No,
are
they're not.
believing
And so when people are giving out information, and we're sort of, the flat earther might say, oh, they're selling this idea that the globe earth works, and I've got this other guy telling me that the flat earth works. To the person who might be on the fence or going towards flat earth, like, which salesman do I believe more, the flat earth salesman or the globe earth salesman?
Yes, exactly. That's what's going on. It's not dishonesty, except from people like David Weiss that clearly understands that
If
it's not fucking flat.
you were an example of this, you said this yourself. You said you almost became a flat earther, or you were curious about the flat earth. The reason you're not a flat earther is because you're not a dishonest person. Yeah, that's the only way to be a flat. It doesn't work. You could either I'll concede here. You can be delusional. Wait, hold on. Wait. You could be delusional. You could just be like legitimately stupid. But I don't think that's the case for people like Sutsi because they've said other things, such as acknowledging plane flights or acknowledging sunsets or acknowledging the celestial sphere. You can't acknowledge these things and not be dishonest about the shape of the earth and still believe it's flat. You can't
Victor Royale, if anybody cares. Sorry.
You can't think the shape of the earth is flat and acknowledge these other things in another manner. It's not possible.
It takes a lot of time and effort to actually go and do the proof for yourself.
You
think
don't need to.
Hold on, dude. I'm responding to you now. A lot of the people don't want to go do that, and they just want to go watch a YouTube video and have someone else explain it to them. The difference is I went and physically went and measured these things for myself to prove it for myself, to make sense of it. A lot of these people don't do it. I wrote a paper on my work that I did, which is nowhere near what mainstream science does. But even when I shared these papers, people in these communities didn't even go test it. These people are lazy. They just watch YouTube videos and they
They're dishonest.
follow a narrative.
You ever okay, let me ask you this. You ever talk to somebody who's like in denial in an interpersonal relationship? Someone who's like in denial about like maybe their father's abusive, or in denial about whether somebody cares about them, or in denial about like or in denial about their partner cheating, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
And they like you can show them evidence. Like I've been there, like where I've shown someone like explicit evidence of what's going on, and they look at you in the face and they say like, come on, man, get out of here. And they get mad at you, right? Why do they get mad at you? You're showing them irreconcilable proof that there's something wrong in a relationship that they have, that the person does not care about them the way that they think they do, and they get mad at you. It's because you're breaking their cognitive dissonance. You are fucking with their worldview right now, right?
Because they acknowledge the truth.
It's the same
and
thing.
They don't
It's the same
hold on.
thing.
But you're agreeing with me. The reason that they have that is because they acknowledge what's true, but they don't want to express that out in the real world. That's dishonesty. It wouldn't work. This is why I don't have cognitive dissonance when a flat earther tells me something, because I know what they're saying is not true. If I thought that what they were saying was true, I would have cognitive dissonance because I'm a very big science guy. I'm currently taking evolutionary biology. If someone told me something that I truly thought was a disproof of evolution, I would freak out. But I don't freak out when people tell me those things because I don't believe them to be true.
Okay.
They freak out because they know it's true and they don't want to enact that way in the real world. You're making a point that agrees with me. Do you see that?
No, I don't. It takes years to decult somebody, right? And that's what we're actually talking about. Cults are fascinating because they actually take advantage. They hijack cognitive dissonance, right? And we see cults everywhere. We just don't call them cults, right? Now, when you're in the process of breaking somebody out of that kind of control, that kind of like a cult, right? It takes years to get. They might even acknowledge, right, that there's something wrong, but then they'll say, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I still like believe that it's true, right? Even if you were right, I still think this is true. I feel this is true. It takes years to get to somebody to a point where they're actually willing to say like, even that amount of like, maybe you have some points, but I don't know. That takes years. You're talking about like what really comes down to like a psychological disorder. It's not. You're boiling it down to dishonesty, and it's much more. No, it's not delusion. This is human psychology. We're prone to this. This is how we work psychologically.
You can call it whatever you want. You could call it a psychological problem, but you didn't at all respond to what I said about people freaking out, about being hit with information that destroys their personality. You don't acknowledge that point, and it perfectly explains why this isn't a defense. The fact
That was
they
my point
freak out-
initially, but that's the problem. Is you're calling them dishonest, and I'm telling you that you're just dealing with you're essentially what you're doing is just deconstructing them as a person, and that's difficult. It's not dishonesty. They don't know they're lying.
That's not what I said. I said the reason they freak out is because they're faced with something they know to be true, and they don't want to go out in the real world.
You have no
and
way of
behave
knowing
as
that they
such.
know it to be true. If they knew it to be true, then they wouldn't be where
That's
they
why
are.
they freak out.
No, they freak out because it's starting to like pull apart the strings. You can say that deep down, super deep down in their subconscious, they
That's
like
why they freak out.
Okay. Yeah.
I think. Can I say something? I think
In
hold
either
on.
direction, that's
ridiculous.
not dishonesty. You understand that,
Hold
right?
on. This isn't
Yeah,
ridiculous.
and that's not how cognitive
Hold on.
dissonance doesn't work by being able to detect the truth and then make you react more to hearing it. Cognitive dissonance will occur any time you hear something you disagree with, regardless of the truth be the proposition.
I said already the point isn't cognitive dissonance, but we can switch it around to my point of view. I already told you I'm a really big believer and science and the scientific method, right? And the reason I don't freak out when people tell me things that would be you can't see the air quotes, a disproof of evolution or the scientific method, it's that I know those things not to be true. I've been in moments in my life where I've had cognitive dissonance and people have told me things that I don't want to accept. And the reason I freak out is because I know these things to be true and I don't want to engage in the world in a way that reflects that truth. That's why I freak out. Now, again, I'm paralleling this with someone that tells me something that they think is the truth, and I don't acknowledge it to be the truth. Do you see how these reactions are different? Because one, I acknowledge the truth, but I don't go out in the world and act in such a way, and the other, I do acknowledge to be the truth, and I refuse to go out in the world. Do you see those differences?
I think you're putting a lot onto of assumption when you say that the reason people freak out is because they know that is true. Know is a very strong word to use there.
If they don't know it's true, why do they freak out about it?
Because you're picking at something that is a central pillar in their personhood. That would like frustrate anyone. And again, right?
Nope.
It may be that they're protecting it. They're protecting it because they built it hand by fucking hand, right? So we're talking about a very delicate thing. When you're talking about deconstructing someone as a person, you're talking about something that is inherently delicate, takes a lot of time, and frankly, a lot of interpersonal like relationship shit and trust that like you really just can't really get in a Discord call, right? But again,
what are you talking about? But literally,
I feel like you're getting confused. I don't understand.
I am confused.
You don't
I don't
understand.
understand how you don't get my analogy. I have a personality around something, and the reason I don't freak out when there's criticism about it is because I don't believe that criticism to be accurate or true. That's why I don't freak out. I think people only freak out at criticisms in an extreme way and have cognitive dissonance is because they know it to be true and they don't want to engage.
Okay. Are you suggesting to me that deep down, or even surface level, the reason that Jin screams the top of his lung for so long that his voice is, every time I hear him, as hoarse as dog shit, that the reason he does that is because he secretly thinks you're right.
Yes, he wants to feel special. He wants attention.
I think that's
why when I mute him,
I think
leaves
he
immediately.
absolutely believes that he is correct. I think that is why he moves the way he does. He does believe he's correct. I think it's silly to say he doesn't. He obviously believes this.
But Jin is a special case. Jin is a special case.
But Jin is exactly
I don't like to do this, but I would say there's some underlying problem with Jin. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't want to diagnose, but there's some underlying problem. He believes himself, and he believes what he says because there's an underlying problem that's not being addressed. Not because some people are dishonest and like completely lie even though they know the truth. Jin is not one of them.
Yeah, it's a fan base.
That is exactly why I keep using Jin as an example, is because he was suggesting earlier that if you don't believe in if you believe in flat Earth, then you're being dishonest because you're not confronting reality. And I was saying, it's not the only reason not to confront reality is to be dishonest. You could also just be like heavily tied into your identity.
I didn't
Okay.
say that's. I
I
didn't say
don't.
that's not the only reason for reality. So that's the only reason to freak out. Why? If people give me a criticism,
I'm talking about when we first started talking.
What?
Yeah, so when somebody's
I'm
got like
talking
a
about
foundational
when we
belief,
first started
we have
talking.
to figure out whether that foundational belief is on something true or something false. So if I had a foundational belief that was ultimately built on something false, but my foundations were I'm going to build upon that and build upon that and build my identity, my social relations on that foundational belief, I would believe that is true. I would defend it. And when somebody says your foundational belief is false, they feel attacked because, like, rocking their foundation with a different foundation is hard to palate.
You're also
response to
talking about
me,
people
or
whose like definition of true. It's to you, but if I could add on to it, unless you want to process that, like you're also talking about people who like their definition of true and not true is a little bit different than yours. Again, they're not moving on an axiom of science. That's not where they're coming from. At least not people like Jin, right?
not
Like a
about
lot of
the
times, guys like
science or
Jin
how
and then
they
like
come.
Demok and like whoever, right? Okay,
Dude.
again, just hear me. A lot of these guys don't even agree with each other on the facts on the floor, but because they're all flat Earth and they have that shared identity, they just go with it and they like defend each other. Again, their definition of true is a little bit different than yours.
Okay.
They have to know that they're being dishonest to be dishonest.
Yes. So when you do things like be 20 years old and you don't acknowledge plane fights, or you don't acknowledge sunsets, or you don't even try to present a map with the scale on it, or you don't even try to present a map that has the continents on it, when you do these things and insist that the Earth,
but they
is the same
believe them
shape,
not to be
that's
true. They
dishonesty.
believe them
That's
not
what
to
we
be
call
true.
dishonesty. You are engaging in the
They
world,
believe them
and it
not
does
to be
not
true,
reflect
dude.
with the things you believe. If you believe the Earth is flat, you can
Holy
engage
shit.
in the world, such as making a map that reflects a flat Earth, or engage in the world, such as acknowledging sunsets, or engage in the world, such as acknowledging flight time. These are things flat Earthers can't do because they're dishonest.
I would say the foundations of some of the flat Earth beliefs stem from the misinformation that the lights in the sky don't dictate the ground. Now, that is a lie, and if that's a foundation, it's about breaking down like why that's a lie, because you can tell them, like, even in like when they're comparing Polaris to the North Pole and the circles of latitude, like they weren't measuring flat; they were measuring in circular patterns from that North Pole.
I'm going to be really reductive here, but just so we're very clear on what's going on here, you guys want to make the argument that these people who are fully adults are ignorant to all this information that we all agreed is very open, very clear, and very feasible. It's very easy to act. And my simple argument to counter that is I don't think that you could be a regularly functioning 20-plus-year-old and engage in the world with such lack of information to say the Earth is not a globe. That is all that's going on here. You guys are trying to make a lot of defenses for this, but all you guys keep saying is that their basis is a lack of knowledge when there's no reason they should have. This knowledge
Not
is
a lack
very
of knowledge. What it
open.
is an antagonism. It is an antagonism to the knowledge because the knowledge is antagonistic to their entire personhood, right? Again, it is not unusual for people who are experienced and old, right, to be a guy. Listen, no, it's not what you just said. They're antagonistic to the knowledge. They are not ignorant of. Stop. Listen to me. When you're talking to people like that, who didn't come to this again because they just really fucking love the science of logic and the science of technology and the science of like observation, right? They came to this because it suits them in some way. Psychologically, like this is a community for them. This is an identity for them. This is like a wealth of experience for them that they get something out of personally, right? When you are combating that, right, you have to understand there's a difference between someone who is like, let's say, Ben Shapiro, who is a grifter, right? That just knows often. There might be a kernel of truth in what, like, in that he believes like some of it. But by and large, he is a grifter, right? There's a difference between that guy and a rabid motherfucker who genuinely just like, you understand? That's not dishonesty. That person just doesn't know that he's like being dishonest. He doesn't know that. He thinks he's convinced he's right.
He's convinced in his mind. He knows he's right. Okay? He might be part of like spreading that dishonesty. He may be like complicit in it. You could say that. Certainly.
So the way I understand this, the way I understand this is that like Okna claims there are some people who know the knowledge, but they're just lying to grift, which is the case. Dave Weiss is one of them. He knows the knowledge, he's lying to grift, and maybe he can make an argument, oh, this is a community for him, he has nothing else, right? Because he's old. Sure. But he's definitely like aware of the fact that the Earth is not flat.
No.
And then we're also talking about another type of person like Piche or Jin, who are clearly mentally ill. Clearly. And live in terrible conditions. Both of them, materially.
Not to be reductive,
this is much more than just like.
No, I agree. I'm gonna to refer to your first point. I'm gonna be reductive again, but you're putting the cart before the horse. People's personalities don't show up before they gain the information that determines that personality. If their personality is based on flat Earth, the information that led them to flat Earth came before the personality of flat Earth. You're putting the cart before the horse in this area, and I don't agree with that act. And you again did not acknowledge the point. Again, I'm gonna be hold on. I'm almost done. Last sentence. I'm going to be really reductive here. I have more reason to believe they're being dishonest because they've lived 20 plus years with easy accessible information at their fingertips, and they can't acknowledge certain topics. You want to say they lack this information, which you disagree with yourself when we all agree this information is easily accessible. Now, we're not making arguments for mentally ill people. Wait, hold on. We're not making arguments for mentally ill people here. We're making arguments for people who we believe to be sane, but either dishonest or ignorant.
So when people are doing their research, they look to people like Robotham and Gleason and go, oh, these guys were doing research, and they show me a map of flatness. They show me a map of this, and, you know, Robotham describes a world this way, and another bunch of scientists say things are described another way. And they have to discern who was selling the right picture of the Earth. If they themselves go, I think Rowbotham's right for whatever reason they might continue to believe that and use that as a foundation for like their other beliefs of like, this is how I'm going to perform my experiments within the Rowbotham mindset. And so their foundation is based on Rowbotham's poor interpretation of the world, but they believe it sounded scientific enough that they can go, this is education from one person saying one thing, and this is education from another person saying another, and I'm more convinced by the Rowbotham argument.
I don't know why we just have to keep blah over my point.
No, bro, I'm responding directly to your point. The question.
No, I was talking to Anvil, but okay.
The question isn't, is the information available? All information is available. We have the internet,
I agree.
right? The question is, why are they more drawn to counter information than they are to mainstream information? Now, there's a level of healthy cynicism when it comes to mainstream information. But when you're talking about people like Jin and people like Pete Shea, something happened in those people's lives before Flat Earth that made them much more predisposed to believe in crazy bullshit than otherwise. You're saying it starts with like the Flat Earth information. It doesn't. If it wasn't Flat Earth and it wasn't 9/11 and it wasn't like George Bush is a lizard person and Michelle Obama is a man, it would be something else. You're not dealing with like a person who is well. You're dealing with a person who is fundamentally on some level kind of broken, and that is what pulls them to this kind of thing in the first place. This is my point. This is not dishonesty. This is like closer to, again, a psychological disorder. You can call it mental illness, whatever you want to. It's not any different than fascists. It's not any different than like extreme, zealous, religious people. It's not any different than like this is human. This is human psychology being hijacked here.
Yeah, and I would say it's like
just
fighting
to be
for
clear.
the underdog.
Hold on. I want to respond to both of you really quick before I forget. Hold on. Can I just go before I forget? Just to be clear, Ali, you keep switching your arguments. First you said it was social reasons, then you were saying, well, it's because it's not that they lack the information, and now you're saying, well, it's because they all have some mental shortcomings or something like that. So I don't know which one you're on. I can talk to you specifically later about a specific argument. Oh, Blake, you keep blah, blah, blahing my point. I'm literally saying the reason they're Sorry, my mic keeps cutting out. The reason they're more drawn to this incorrect information, even though they have access to all of it, is because they're dishonest people. You just said, well, they're more drawn for whatever reason. I don't think that whatever reason should just be said to be whatever reason, because you're just blah, blah, blahing my argument. My entire argument is that these are people who are 20 plus years, who have gained 20 plus years of information, and who can't acknowledge these 20 plus years of information they gained, such as flights, such as sunsets, such as stars, such as the hours and hours and hours, literally millions of hours, over thousands of years, they know other people have done. This isn't just blah, blah, blah. It isn't whatever reason. The reason is because they're dishonest.
I disagree, and I think LA is explaining why that conspiracy mindset is there, because the underdog goes, well, there's this underdog Robotham, and he's trying to fight against the truth, and I'm like one of those underdogs who wants to be the David versus the Goliath, and that it is kind of like a mental state where it's like sometimes the wrong information is absolutely wrong, but sometimes there's a large amount of information. Sometimes the small amount of correct information needs to fight the Goliath, so to speak. So when they're looking at flat Earth versus globe Earth, it comes to a David versus Goliath scenario instead of like, oh, a square is a circle. No, you're just absolutely wrong. There's no David and Goliath here. It's just they're logically incompatible. They're
see how you're now changing your argument as well, though? Now you're changing it as well. Now you're not saying this for whatever reason. Now you're saying, hold on. Now Oblate, now you're saying, well, it's not whatever reason they choose to be a flat earth over there. Now you're saying, well, they did gain the information and they just want to support the underdog because that's their personality. Now you're also changing your argument. If you're going to say it's some cause of psychology, please give the evidence behind all of these people's psychology that leads you to believe they're not being dishonest and they have whatever psychological profile you think them to have.
They're dishonest unless you can prove it wrong. That's some weird logic. You've got to prove to me they're not dishonest, otherwise I'm right. Is some really busted logic. Like I would say, if you wanted to look at how people can get logic so wrong, it's you on this trip now for weeks saying they're being dishonest when there are multiple perspectives at people giving other possible answers aside from dishonesty, and you seemingly refusing to accept that information.
You guys keep blah, blah, blah in my argument. I never said the logical incongruence is what makes them dishonest. I said that they've lived 20 plus years of life, that there's we all agree there are millions of hours of research done. We all agree this is easily accessible information. You guys have to stop dude, stop interrupting me. You guys keep trying to blah, blah, blah dude. I didn't interrupt you. I would like you to give the respect that I was giving to these other people. You guys keep trying to dude, please stop. Dude, stop interrupting me, dude. I haven't interrupted you. I didn't interrupt you. Dude, stop interrupting me. I haven't interrupted you. I don't know what your problem is. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Finish, and then you can respond, please.
Yes. Okay.
Otherwise, it's just not going to progress.
It's an intensely dull, boring argument. You refuse to accept a single point on.
Come on.
You refuse to let the room move on.
Dude,
it's always Ockham's only.
Dude, please just let me talk. You guys keep blah blah. I'm just muting you at this point because it's really annoying at this point. If you can't give me the respect to have this conversation.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, that's fine, but you should still let me talk.
I don't want this conversation had anymore. I'm very bored with you having.
That's why you're interrupting me. That's exactly why you're interrupting me. So you guys keep. Yes, I get it. That's fine. You guys just keep wanting to blah 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 my argument and keep trying to present your version of my argument. The reason that they're dishonest isn't because they have logical incongruity. The reason they're dishonest is because they've lived 20 plus years of their lives. They can't acknowledge the millions of hours.
Again.
They can't acknowledge that there is no such thing as a map that works with.
Did you forget to say that?
You guys don't want to acknowledge these points, so you just keep saying the reason I think they're dishonest is because there's logical incongruence. I haven't said that yet. I've given you very specific points why I think they're dishonest. Would you like to acknowledge those points or no?
Akna, both me and Oblate have directly responded to you multiple times on this. Them being and having life experience does not mean that they're just like naturally going to be more likely to accept information. We are surrounded by information at all times. No one's confused about that. No one disagrees with that. Information's fucking everywhere. True information, wrong information, everywhere.
Yeah,
Everyone can
and
access
that's
it.
why
Not an
that's
issue.
why I use the underdog analogy for the Robotham argument versus the broad scientific consensus. Like it's not because they're being dishonest. They were convinced by an argument. It's not because they've lived a whole bunch of life. It's because they were sold an argument and they believe that argument, even if it's wrong. Robotham is measurably wrong, logically wrong, scientifically wrong, and yet the people swallow that snake oil.
If you start with a broken premise,
Wait, can
and
I
then you
respond?
take
Because you both just said something to me, and I would like to respond to
you take
them.
that broken premise all the way
Okay.
to its conclusion, you can actually be 100% wrong in your conclusion and 100% logically consistent. Does that make them dishonest? I don't think that makes them dishonest. It just means they started with a broken conclusion, they put a lot of sunk cost into it, and now it's difficult for them to engage because they come to the wrong conclusion in the end, but they don't know that, right? That's not dishonesty. You call it ignorance, you can call it illogical, you can call it bad intellectualism, you call it whatever you want. You even call it mental illness if you want to. But dishonesty is a stretch.
Okay, so I didn't really hear much of that because I was trying you, so you're gonna have to repeat that. Anvil, just to be clear, you didn't really acknowledge the point. You didn't go over the specific points for why I think they're dishonest. You just did the same thing again, which is trying to say the reason I think they're dishonest is because they're not acknowledging. Sorry, my mic keeps cutting out. They're not acknowledging these logical. As told by the people. Hold on. Ali got closer. He said the reason that they may have these, he did respond to one of them. He said that they have these life experiences, but that these life experiences wouldn't have an effect because of some psychological profile on the information that they share. That's not dishonesty. They might just have something there that's going on. And again, my only case, to be clear this whole time, is that I have more reason to think that they're dishonest than they have some psychological abnormality for these specific reasons. That we could go over my reasons, or you could go over your reason. You think there's some psychological.
Can we not use, guys? Can I just chime in a little quick? Yeah. Can we not use like a practical example? Like somebody mentioned Jin, for example. Have you not noticed how Jin like just repeats himself for theatrical effect? Like he says something like, and that's how it's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Like he does this, right? Which is either like some sort of like a brain tick or some sort of problem, the neurological problem that we have to address, right? Like,
I think really upset. They start repeating themselves. That's a distancing technique. It's not unusual, right? Again, you are. I don't know what problem.
It's called. Sorry to interrupt you. It's called driving home the point. Driving home the point is called. That's what that's called.
Yeah,
I use the echo method, and it's very effective. Thank you very much. Makes me very Thank you.
What's crazy is Jin's actually correct here. If you ever do sales, right, they will teach you how the rhetoric that you use when you're trying to persuade people, right? And one of those things, next time you have someone knock on your door trying to sell fucking Comcast, notice it. They cap off sentences. So they'll say, does that make sense? And they might say it twice, or they'll start using your real name twice, Mr. Jones, right? Or they'll say, doesn't that make sense? It does, right? These are repetitive statements that you use to cap off a point. It is rhetoric, right?
It's a very generous interpretation.
I don't know what it is.
So just to be clear, that doesn't, no part of that, again, requires you to not engage with millions of hours done by people over thousands of years. But let's be specific. I agree that I think we should be, because this is the only thing that I've said that I think makes them dishonest. It's not because they repeat things, it's not because they have tics, it's because they don't acknowledge things that are easily accessible. That's what I've said. So I agree. I think I agree with Zoidberg. We should go over a practical example. Now in the case of Jin, I think he does have a psychological defect, but we were talking about Skits or whatever his name was before. Do we want to just agree that Jin has, whatever his name is, do we want to just agree that certain people like Jin and Demok have a psychological defect? Or do we want to talk about a specific example where we may disagree, such as people like Schizoid or Skitsy?
No. We can talk about you. Maybe you've got a psychological defect that makes you have to persistently insist on changing things up and talk about what you want to talk about.
Okay,
Literally Zoid.
What Alu and
literally
I
said that
are
we should do that.
saying.
Before you respond, I just want to say we have two problems here. One is the definition of dishonest, which we do not agree on and haven't for this whole conversation, right? And the second is your proposition that because someone is confronted with information and doesn't engage it and doesn't accept it, that makes them dishonest, which again is a part of your definition of dishonest. I do not think that you can be dishonest. I don't think it's possible to be considered dishonest when you don't know that you're lying, right? I don't think that's dishonesty. If we can't agree with that, we have to start there because we can't move forward.
So I can respond to that. In normal conversations, I think it doesn't make a difference, but in this conversation, I'll agree with you that you have to be knowingly deceitful. I'll agree with that. Normally, I think that you could just be dishonest, even if you don't know being dishonest, because I think like dishonesty or lying is just saying something that isn't true. It's not necessarily that you have to be telling something that you know not to be true. But if we want to have that for this conversation, that's fine. Normally, what I call what you're talking about.
I don't know if that's a yes or no. Do you believe that if someone
No, I said in this conversation
doesn't know that they're being
like
that they're lying
in this conversation, I'll just see to your point and say knowingly saying incorrect information is the only definition of dishonesty. Normally, I would say lying is just saying information that's not true. That's dishonesty. But for this conversation, I'll agree with you.
Let's run with that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the other part, but like let's run with that, right?
Yeah.
If you have someone who is, let's say, 70 years old and for his whole life has believed in, let's say, flat Earth, and then
let's just use a specific example.
Oh my God, bro.
Right? Why don't we just use the example of
why are you doing it? Let me finish. If you have someone
Just let him finish, dude. Come on.
who does not know that they're being dishonest, does not know that they're lying, and spends their whole life defending that belief, right? And then you turn around and you say, well, there's this information, it's freely available, and they keep refusing it even though it's completely logical, and that's dishonest. Then we have an incompatibility here because we just agreed, right, that if you don't know that you're lying, it's not dishonesty.
Yeah, so you have to be making the argument that they're ignorant to this information. You understand how this doesn't make sense for your side now when we're talking about 20-plus-year-old adults? Your side makes no sense now because you're saying, well, they're either psychologically ill, they have a psychological abnormality, which we can agree on in some cases, or they're ignorant to this information and they are legitimately telling they think to be true, right? So now what you have to do for your case is to say that these 20-year-olds literally have not gained this information in their 20-plus years of life.
No. I mean, it could be quite possible. It could be quite possible that they're just really. It could be quite possible that they're just really like stupid, right? It could be the case that you're so intellectually challenged that you just don't understand these kind of concepts.
Don't forget about willful ignorance. What about willful ignorance?
Exactly.
Willful ignorance. Don't forget about that, please. Willful ignorance.
When you believe in a conspiracy, a significant amount of what you believe is that false information is being cooked up by the powers that be, which also means that you can have giant piles of information dumped in front of you, but you can just discard large chunks of it by saying, well, those physicists are, controlled by the Illuminati or whatever you want to say. So you can still have information be, as Zoidberg said, too stupid to pass it. You could just be lying and denying it, but you also could be saying it's fake and it's concocted to trick us.
Yeah, if you believe at a foundation that Rowbotham was right, and you filter all the other information that you get through that Rowbotham was right filter, you go, okay, airplane flights work this way. I'm going to filter it through this thing that I believe is true. So no matter how much information you get, it will go through the Rowbotham filter in your head.
Yeah. So to respond to that,
I'm sorry. Hang on. Please let me just get this out there. Flat earthers don't operate on that. Each situation has its own merit. Okay, so we don't use the Rowbotham's correct Bedford level experiment to then extrapolate to flight. No, we're not going to do that. Okay, we take each situation as its own at this point, and we build a number of proofs. Okay, that's what we do. So let's be honest. Okay, thanks.
I agree with that. That's good.
Can I say one thing? Yeah. Can I say one thing regarding the dishonesty? And there's a dishonest part Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, Dave Weiss, these are dishonest. They prey on people that are gullible, malleable, maybe not thinking for themselves, and they suck them in. And those people in the beginning maybe aren't dishonest, but then as time goes by, and then they really start thinking for themselves, but they want to stay in the same cult, then they turn dishonest. But I think in the beginning they're not, but the dishonesty is what starts the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, and so again, I'm just going to be very specific on what just happened here. Eggs didn't even acknowledge the point that we made that to make your argument work, you have to say these people are ignorant, because that's the fulfillment of your argument. You have to say that they don't know that they're lying. Eggs didn't acknowledge the point there. So Oblate Evil, what you did again was just you're not talking about the specific example. You're not talking about the specific example that we were just discussing about the knowledge that you have about the information that you're saying. It doesn't matter if you're putting it. Hold on, no. I didn't interrupt you guys. I didn't interrupt you. It doesn't matter if you put it through a filter. You're again doing the cart before the horse. To even have that knowledge in the first place, it destroys your side of the argument because you have to argue that they're ignorant and not that they have some psychological abnormality. Now, if you want to say that they're incredibly stupid, I would say that's a psychological abnormality. They are deviant, that they have a deviant mental state. We can agree on that. That's the case for some flat earthers. But to say that they are putting it through a filter is again cart before the horse. To have the information destroys your side of the argument because you have to argue they're ignorant for them to not be dishonestly lying. Now, Arrow, say?
Your side is saying because they've got the information, therefore anything against that information is lying. Whereas we're saying they can have the information and a differing interpretation on it, an interpretation that might be damaged by presuppositions, it might be damaged by lack of mental ability, mental disorder, or just feeding it through such an aggressive filter that you throw the most of it out as propaganda. All of those things would then necessitate you both have the information and think it's false and aren't lying when you say it's false.
Exactly. Can I respond to that? Or
okay, well, let me interject here just quickly. I'll only be 10 seconds, honestly. 10 seconds, please. What I'm hearing here are the heliocentrists who, for the last 10 years, have had their model totally destroyed and flattened.
What?
Okay, cool. So, Eggs, you're doing the same. Okay, so Eggs, you're doing the same thing that
we're can you let me finish, please? We are dismissing your evidence. Your evidence for the globe isn't proof. And when we go out into nature to try and measure this, you're not letting me finish now, are you? Now, but you know you're getting a smacking up. That's why. When we go out to measure this curvature, the 24,900 mile circumference of this earth that we're meant to be living on, and we don't find it, and we bring you this evidence, you know, we get insulted, or now you're trying to say, you know, we've got some kind of mental disorder. Well, I find that very offensive. Okay, please show us how to measure.
That was the topic of the conversation, John.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, so Eggs, you're doing the thing now that Alu and Oblate Anvil was doing, which you're scattershouting your argument. We can agree that some people have some mental abnormality. We can agree that some people might just literally not be capable of processing that information. That could be the case. But what I specifically want to talk about is dishonesty, and we agree the definition. Having information you know to be true and acting in the world or saying things that that doesn't reflect that knowledge that you have. Now you can't just say, hold on, really quick. Now you can't just nullify and blah 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 my argument by saying, well, they do have the information, but they don't believe it to be true. I think they do believe it to be true for many reasons.
That's a you problem.
So you're working.
No, I'm saying I have a lot of evidence to think they believe these things to be true. I have a lot of evidence.
Working.
What?
Show us your working.
I brought up a specific example. The fact that plane flights are very easily accessible information. That these people have been on planes. Hold on. That these people have been on. Hold on. You asked the question, I'm answering. You asked for the specific example, Eggs, and I'm giving this specific example. That these people have been on plane flights, and I also gave another example. The final experiment. Hold on, I'm giving specific examples, the exact thing you're asking for. These two things, they know these things to be true. Plane flights are plane flights. The time it takes to go around on a plane is something they've experienced on. This does not work on a flat Earth. It doesn't work.
Why are you talking?
So, like, you don't need to rant. You need to explain why they know the plane flight timings to be true and accurate, and show what you think they do. Not that the plane flight data
shows that the information they're getting isn't being put through their own mental filter.
Yeah, exactly.
Your cart before the horse.
May I answer
this question? No. Because I'm having a conversation with 3 different people, and I don't want a 4th person. And it's my. If you want to, Tony, if you want to make your own case for it, please go ahead. But if they're gonna ask me a specific question, I'm gonna answer the question to me.
Stop talking.
Anvil, again, you're putting the cart before the horse, where you're saying the personality is created first, and then they filter the information. I don't agree with that. I think that the information you gain determines your personality. We can have a different conversation about the psychology of that for other reasons, and it's a pretty interesting topic, and I might be.
This dude is
I think
always
it's different than what we're having right now.
man.
Eggs, to
Always
your point, I don't have to prove any of this information that I don't have to prove that this information shows what I think it does. I just have to show that they believe this information to be true and disagrees with the flat Earth, or disagrees how they go out into the world.
Well,
right?
Okay, may I respond to that then? No, I'm responding, Tony. You've responded to that, but you haven't done that, right? I'm just saying it doesn't take 10 minutes to do so. I don't know why it takes you so many words. You just need to show, why does the flat earther, let's say we give them a flight, let's go Sydney to Santiago, Chile. How do we know that they believe that that flight does work with a globe and doesn't work with flat, and those are all true? How do we know that that thought is inside that any given flat earther's head?
Just to be clear, again, I don't need to say it works for the globe. I just have to prove that they know that it doesn't work for a flat Earth.
Fine, show. How do you know that they know that? How do you climb inside the mind of another person, particularly an average person? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
So I do this a lot of the time. You'll see me do this with Eden. I ask a lot of questions. So one of the very good examples I Eden, and this was specifically about how the sun would work on a flat plane, or we could do about making a map. Either of these ones would work. I asked him, if the sun was above your head like a light in a room, we agreed that the light in your...
Why are we not talking about planes anymore? What just happened to the planes? You're turning into a fucking flat earther, man.
Dude, you asked a specific example, and when I've done it with...
Yeah, I asked you about planes, and then you're like, oh, let's talk about a different thing. Are you capable of having a conversation? Because this is coming from like eggs,
I was giving...
May I please make a comment?
Proving our point.
I was giving a very specific example when I've literally done it and asked the person. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
He's the only one that gets to talk.
May I make a point? May I participate in this conversation, or is this just a Discord server for you guys?
Well,
maybe find a better time.
Go ahead, Tony. I couldn't get a word in after the question was
what
asked to me.
What I would like to point out is that it is fatuous to make a claim about what other people are thinking. Yes. You don't know what they know. You don't know how they think. You should refrain from speculating about what is going on in someone else's head because you just don't have access to it. And sometimes people will appear dishonest when what is actually happening is cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is not dishonesty, right? That is the brain. That is the brain protecting itself from two contradictory elements being brought into stark contrast. That's what cognitive dissonance is, and it's not a conscious act of dishonesty. It's a subconscious defense mechanism. Can we agree on that?
I agree. What I brought up earlier was like the Rowbotham model of the flat Earth, where it circles at the tropics and then to the equator, then the other tropics. So if you've been really convinced that by that argument and believe flat Earth works that way, you will base some of your experiences through that filter, probably.
Yeah, let's not forget one's experience also counts. Your real-time, real life experience. We do not experience living on a globe Earth. The fitter you are, the more staff. Please let me finish. I'll only be another 10 seconds. The fitter an individual is, male or female, the sharper their senses are going to be. If you're a fat slob eating junk food, you do no exercise, you may not notice what's going on around you. But if you're a fit athlete or generally a fit individual, your senses are going to kick in. And I'm telling you now, we haven't experienced living on a globe. You have to experience it. Thank you.
I think other people have experienced it. And so when people in France in 1799 are measuring a latitude of the Arctic Circle, and they're measuring the latitude of the equator. There are people on the ground conducting measurements. And then when they go further south to the Tropic of Capricorn, we notice that the measurements of Capricorn are about the same size as the Tropic of Cancer, and the equator is larger. So when you say people don't experience this, you're false, because they both experience it and measured it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more of a vague example. I asked for the plane flight.
Physicality of the Earth through
I
your
can
sensory.
give a more specific example.
Was talking, Jen.
Sorry, Jen. Tuakna was talking. So why don't we let him finish, and then you can respond, okay?
Yeah.
You guys get all your evidence from textbooks. Yeah,
Tuakna was talking. Tuakna was talking. Let's let him talk.
No, I was.
No.
It's me, buddy. Hi.
You're an old guy.
Tuakna was the one responding, sir.
You're not
Please let him consider. Okay. Is there an actual mod in the room?
Tuakna, speak. Say I.
Hey, hi. What up? Is Kanye talking? Oh wait, I'm Kanye. Okay. So, for a more specific example with the plane flight,
your reality
I've been to Hawaii, right, and I've taken a trip. I think that took about something from I want to say 11 to 12 hours, and then I took a trip to Ethiopia, and that was you had to take a plane flight from. We did 2 flights. We did from I'm not gonna dox myself, but somewhere from the East Coast all the way to Italy, and then Italy to Ethiopia. That was our plane flights. These plane flight times don't make sense on a flat Earth. And I asked the flat Earther, do you think I'm lying about the amount of time it took me to go to those locations? And they said, no, I don't think you're lying. So this is an acknowledgement of the reality, and this reality does not mesh with their view of flat Earth. That's a specific example.
I want to get in quickly.
If I can carry on from where I left off, because I was actually talking.
No.
Gene, Omnivore wanted to say something. It's Omnivore server. Omnivore wanted to say something, okay? Off you go, Omnivore.
Really quick.
Real quick.
Jen interrupted me, bro.
Just a second.
Okay. Cool.
Jen has never had, and it cannot name an experience he's had that contradicts the globe model. He has lots of experiences that he says he wouldn't feel on a globe, but he can't name a single experience that contradicts the globe model.
So I want to finish my point really quick.
Okay,
Sorry, hang on. I'm now going to respond.
Yes, I'm trying to get Tuakna to be quiet to let you respond. Sorry.
Okay, Jen, please
will you
stop.
be quiet as well?
Why do I have to
Thank you.
You guys are big.
I can do that myself. I don't need your help, Tony. Now let me get on with it. Thank you. Let me get on with it. Thank you. Thank you. Can I get on with it? Thank you. Now, Omnivore, I pity you because clearly we had that conversation and you agreed that circumference means circle and you have to go round the circle. And when you go round the circle, your senses kick in and you know, okay? We're not having that circular curvature experience. We experience it. Hang on. We experience it when we do the loops on the roller coaster ride. And you're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you, right? And the corkscrews. So our senses are not registering a curved trajectory through flight and sailing on the ocean, for example. Thank you.
Yes, and during that conversation, you admitted that in the globe model, which is what we're talking about, if you flew around the Earth when you were upside down by Australia, quote unquote upside down, the pilot's feet would be pulled towards the floor of the airplane. You admitted that, so you understand that. You just have to pretend you don't.
So just to be clear, Eggs, I gave you a specific example.
I did not admit that at all. No, I did not. I said to you. Excuse me. Can I explain, please? Hang on. I'm going to respond to what he said.
He started talking, and then you started talking straight over him. Let Tuakna make his point, and then we'll come back to you.
Your model
let Tuakna make his point, and then we'll come back to you.
He's muted.
Okay, Tuakna, off you go.
Muted.
It was a very specific example of a conversation that I had with a flat earther who knew that the experience that I had and the experiences out there in the world does not cohere with something they believe to be the case. So that is an example of they have the information, they know the information to be true, and it doesn't work with what they're expressing out on the world. That is knowingly lying.
All they can do is
I would disagree there, but off you go, Jin. Jin?
He's talking to me. He's talking to me. Why do you get to... Anyway.
Okay, eggs.
Thank you very much.
Eggs. Jin was trying to talk. I cut him off so that Tuakna gets to talk. You don't get to jump ahead of the queue. Jin gets to respond.
Okay,
because I cut him off.
Tony's in charge of the queue now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So let me now just.
Yeah, just wait a minute, Jin.
Okay, can I not respond now? Can I respond?
You can jump in just after this.
I would like to respond to what was said earlier. I'm not going to wait anymore now. I got muted already once. It's this. Omnibar, I totally stated to you that your model states that, but I don't agree with what your model says, is what I said, because it doesn't match the reality I live. I understand your model, but I don't accept your model. It doesn't exist. Thank you.
Okay, eggs, off you go.
Yours would be fine if that was if the only available choice was flight time. If the only available variable to twiddle is flight time and your flight time equals globe and they accepted that, then it would be great evidence that they're lying because they accept the flight time and the flight time is mutually incompatible with a flat Earth. But I think during that conversation, or if you re-had that conversation, you would find that they will weasel out of it some other way. They will say, well, there are jet streams that the plane could have been going in, meaning it was going far faster on a ground track than its airspeed. They invoke planes that are able to do that. They invoke all sorts of things that will get them out of having to address that. And I just don't think it's functional or useful to say, oh, that they're lying. It just destroys the conversation.
That's a what-ifism. Guess what? They didn't do that. Too bad, so sad for them. They acknowledged a reality, and they accepted that reality, and they acknowledged the information and accepted that information, and then said something that goes against it. They were lying. You can what-ifism all you want, eggs, but guess what? I gave you a perfect example of what you asked for.
I pointed out that the plane could have been traveling at a different speed, and what you said could have been true, and you just said, well, that's what-ifism. It's not. It's perfect. It's true. If you've got a tailwind, your plane will go faster than the top speed of the plane. That's just fact. Whether it's a fact that it always that the jet stream happens to always be going in the right direction for every flight, the further south you go, that's a bit improbable, but it doesn't fix the problem.
Eggs, guess what you asked for? You asked for a flat earther acknowledging information, and I gave you the flat earther acknowledging information that doesn't cohere with a flat earth model. And it's not just the flight times, it's the flight paths. They accepted this information and then said something that doesn't cohere with information they accepted. That is what you asked for. I gave it to you. You are doing what's called shifting the goalpost now. You're trying to make a what-ifism argument. What could have been different?
May I make an observation here? One, we went. It seemed to me, perhaps I'm wrong, that there had been some general topic made about the dishonesty of flat earthers, and some claimed that they were lying. You have now responded with a specific example of one flat earther you think is lying, and as eggs, and you and eggs and you and me disagree about whether or not the flat earther is lying, because it is quite possible for the flat earther to have an intellectual construct that will reconcile the observation with their belief system, in which case it just isn't a lie they're saying. They're making an excuse for how their belief system is still preserved. But if at this point we seem to have distilled the conversation down to its essence, you believe one thing, other people don't agree with you. Would everybody participating in the conversation accept that this is the case?
No, because very careful here. You guys are doing what we call a what-ifism, where you're also shifting the goalpost, because eggs asked for a very specific example. Now you guys are doing. Now you're reading into the mind of the flat earther. Now you're Now you're reading into the mind of the flat earther, and you're saying, well, they could have something that But they didn't present that when they were talking to me. They accepted the information I gave them like you asked. They agreed to the information like you asked, and then they said something that goes against it, which is what you asked for, intentionally lying. Now you guys have to acknowledge. Now you guys, no, now you're interrupting. Now you're interrupting. You guys have to acknowledge. Now you're interrupting. Now you guys have to acknowledge. Now dude, you guys have to acknowledge. Now you're reading it. Now you're reading. My mic keeps cutting out. You're reading into the minds of the flat earther by saying, well, they could have something there, but they didn't present that in the interaction they had. So I have reason to believe that until you present that thing, I'm just going to mute this dude. Until you present that thing that coheres those two views together.
Okay, can somebody mute Akna for me? Okay, Akna, you don't get to just filibuster, nor do you get to say, you must do this to other participants in a conversation. You don't get to dictate to other people in the conversation what they must or must not do in response to your utterances. That is not how conversations work.
Tony, for one, we're not muting Akna. He's the main interlocutor. For two, he was trying to bring the same standard that is applied to him to everybody else who's in opposition. And to be fair, it's been like 5v1, right? So please, everybody relax a little bit. The egos are big. I agree. You're humongous, huge, long, very satisfying, but please, tone it down.
No, he can't hear you. He's deafening himself.
Yeah, just understand that he just likes to argue just for the sake of arguing. You're never going to get to him. He just has a particular way that he goes about every conversation. And nothing is going to change.
I don't care.
I want to point out why my example still adequately did it. I said a bit of information that the flat earther accepted. And what I mean by accepted is accepted as proof of the globe, not accepted their flight length. I mean, accepts that a specific flight length shows that the Earth is a globe. That's what I said he wouldn't be able to show, right? That's the crucial bit. It's not whether Coriolis exists. It's whether that thing successfully debunks the flat Earth. And if what we are saying is there is information in front of you and not reflecting upon that information in your responses is demonstrative of dishonesty, then Ochner is the one being dishonest by misrepresenting what I said.
So that's not actually the important
always the problem.
Now we're interrupting me again, and that's why I had to mute. So what we agreed upon was if I could present a flat earther accepting some information that does not cohere with their view of flat Earth, and yet they express it anyway, that would be a form of lying. We all agreed to that, and I did exactly that, and now you guys have to do what-ifisms about something that would make it cohere. Now we're still that they didn't present in
let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Again, 5 against 1. It's fair for Ochner to speak the most.
Yeah. Okay. So again, they didn't present that in the conversation or interaction we had. So now you guys are what is for them. That's what you're doing. Just to acknowledge that.
But the challenge, you've moved the goalpost in order to kick your evidence through it. The challenge was to present some evidence that the flat earther accepted. And I don't mean accepts the flight time, accepts that it is exclusive to a globe. And you went, well, I accept the flight time, and Ochner, have decided that should be exclusive to the globe, and they didn't come up with an answer to it, therefore they're dishonest. That's not what dishonesty is. It isn't that the person agrees with the flight time but disagrees with what flight times mean, and you're still going to count that as a win.
Also, I again want to say, what we have is an irreconcilable difference of opinion between Ochner and the rest of the group, and it is pointless to rehash it. We've made our cases, both sides have made their cases extraordinarily clearly, and no one is moving, no one is being persuaded by any of this. So this is actually a complete waste of time for everybody in the chat.
Thanks, it's just a way to try to kill the conversation now that I've gotten.
What I say when you drip up.
So right now, what's happening is there was a very clear criteria, and you can again just say, well, the flat earther thinks it's possible on a flat Earth. They didn't present that in the conversation. I'm sorry to tell you, you're doing a what-ifism for a flat Earth. What it just doesn't work. They acknowledge that.
One at a time.
Again, you're interrupting me, and I know why you guys interrupted me, because I gave you exactly what you wanted. They acknowledge that this flight time only works on the globe. That's why the flight time worked exactly as it does on a globe, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth. The flight path also confirms that they didn't present anything different. Now you guys are doing a what-ifism to say, well, they could have something that makes it coherent. They did not present that thing. So for all of my knowledge, I had to believe they accept this information to be something that works on a globe and not on a flat Earth, unless you guys want to present something that didn't occur in that interaction.
Yes, so we
I
didn't
think we can just
understand
move
the
on. But
previous
now
100 times you presented this case, but that 101st time has convinced us. Saying the same thing over and over again is not progressing a conversation. You just repeated yourself. We heard you the previous 100 times, and we were unconvinced by your argument. Just repeating that is not going to be any more persuasive. Let's move on to something more constructive.
Thank you.
I think there is a beautiful symmetry to this argument.
To be fair, sorry, thanks. I just want to say this. I think that most people want to move on from this conversation. I think it would be futile to pursue this argumentation.
I get why they want to move on.
I think that there is a beautiful symmetry to it that can help us wrap it up, and that is one of the chief ways to reduce dissonance when you're talking to somebody who disagrees with you is to accuse them of lying. And so that's what's always happening here, right? Which is the flat earther, they're going, I can't believe this person really thinks it's a globe, they must be lying. And the globe are going, I can't believe this person thinks it's a flat earth, they must be lying. It ends up happening in every conversation. That's why I think regardless of whether it's true, almost more so in cases where it is true, it just becomes completely pointless to mention it. It's like invoking mind control in a debate. It just nullifies the purpose of having a debate.
Yeah, but again, to be clear, they didn't think I was lying. That was the whole point of the thing you asked for. And now you guys just want a what-ifism. But it's fine. I get why you want to move.
Yeah, I agree, Eggs. And I also think that even if you think that somebody is lying, you're really confident that somebody is lying, it's still good to treat it as if they're not lying.
Exactly.
Very often, yeah.
I'm convinced that when Jin says I'm experiencing a flight, he's talking about the experience of being in the jet and going from A to B. He may or may not be talking about the exact flight path that's being monitored on the ground by professionals. I felt like he was talking about the experience of being on the flight itself and saying we don't experience curvature from a personal point of view.
I'll also just say,
honestly and truly believes that the Earth is flat, and his experiences are true to him. 100%. I think Jin is on the stance of truth from his perspective.
I'll also just say,
confirmation bias.
If you're ever in a conversation with somebody doing what Tuakno was doing, just say, "Yeah, you're right. I concede. You're right on everything."
Okay, let's not do this.
Yeah, I know. It's a have a conversation when you deny reality. Okay, you just have to concede. I get it. Okay. Can you tell me where one race becomes another? By the way, do you remember what that is, race realist?
It's just there's going to be times where somebody's intentionally trying to stall a conversation.
True, I agree.
You need to take action to make it not stall.
True, I agree 1,000%. So where's that gradient, buddy? Tell us where one race ends and then another one. Why don't you tell us that information? Because you're a race realist, right?
You're correct. I concede.
There we go. You guys are really good at having these conversations. Really good at it. I mean, I can't believe what it'd be like to be scared of your own position.
True.
I mean, we all know he asked his opinions. I mean, they're kind of like a public secret, and it's fine. We think he's cringe and straight, and that's fine.
I don't think he's cringe. I think he's just a coward.
And straight.
Yes, I am a coward afraid of my own opinions. You win.
I never said you're. Yeah,
now
you're afraid
let's
of
go on to the next
your own
conversation
to other people.
Yeah, we probably need to move on.
Indeed.
You know, this is technically a different topic. He just won't talk. Afraid of it. Just to be clear, this is actually a different topic.
I think there's also another way that you could interpret what happens sometimes, Ochner, and that is people get a little bit tired of you.
I get why. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to be proven wrong, right?
Ochner has that destiny aura, and I get it. But it can get a bit overbearing. Okay.
It's a pretty apt comparison.
It really sucks to be wrong, right? We agree.
An intellectual
I
chameleon.
agree. That's why I'm never wrong. As I said previously on the server, I'm the
Exactly.
law of identity and the law of non-contradiction at the same
Love
time.
you. True. That's a good position to have.
It doesn't
Maybe
suck
you're
to be
the
wrong.
law
That's
of
what religious
spirit.
people do, right? They just say that all things are God and all prove God because they need to have God, and that proves God. It's really the same thing.
I think fundamentally, when you invoke like metaphysics in these specific situations, you just show how deathly afraid of dying you are.
Yeah,
I think
Which is not an unreasonable thing. It just short circuits all of your like the thought of dying just short circuits all of your like mechanisms to keep yourself alive, but still like groveling in fear and like willing to submit and be an eternal slave to a hypothetical metaphysical entity is just not dignifying.
Ooh,
I think regardless of proof of God, we have proof of demons right here in this voice chat with Tuakna.
True. You know, you're the third person to say that to me. I think you guys are
wonder
right.
why.
Saying it.
I wonder why.
That obviously makes
Are
it more
you,
true, right? Obviously, Yusuke.
Are you a succubus or incubus, Akna? Which one are you?
If I am a succubus, does that make me trans?
Well, incubus are usually male presenting. Succubus are usually female presenting, but they don't necessarily have to like correspond to like sexuality. They don't map the sexuality to humans, so you can be like attracted to anything.
Stupid. Succubus sounds a lot better. Incubus sounds dumb as fuck. So
fair, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Like, who would want to be an incubus? Like, that just sounds so stupid.
I mean, a male demon.
Well, I don't
maybe you can get away like maybe you can get away like you being a power bottom incubus or something, but
yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just really am a demon. Told that by 3 people, and all of these people believe in magic. Obviously.
I mean,
I'll give
I wouldn't take
big time
the
the
game
fact
try.
that he's able to overspeak everyone the way he does. I'll give him big credits for that.
I think there's like
it's fucking incredible. All you guys are doing it. It's actually
there's like a lot of there's like a lot of big egos on the server, and everybody wants to speak, obviously, and that's fine. I think that's a beautiful thing. It's just that there's an endearing quality to some of the big egos, and there's just property of annoyance to other big egos. Like, for example, I think Lion is endearing. I think Okna is enduring, and that may be a controversial position in this specific chat room right now.
He's
dominated all of you guys in this Discord. He's absolutely dominated everyone in this Discord. And I don't know how he's got it right.
Sure.
And that's
Are you insecure? Are you insecure about something you need to talk to us about?
I just want to note that I feel very dominated.
Who said that you sexually dominated.
Yeah. I just want to let folks know I'm getting over talked now. I have barely talked, but now this guy who's complaining about
Please speak.
I just want to let know that I feel very dominated by Tuakna. Thank you.
Yeah, I love dominating.
Amazing. Now we're just glazing Tuakna, like literally, just glazing him.
It's just a succubus presence. It just makes you guys.
I believe Pro is also very enduring.
I don't feel dominated. I'm just saying that I'm surprised you guys are allowing it. And because a lot of you guys are trying to get in, and he gets over you guys. So it's just it's unfortunate, but well done.
My mind's all due respect. I think you're wrong, and given the fact that he was the main interlocutor in an hour and a half conversation where he was very antagonistic towards his opposition, it's probably justifiable in terms of us allowing him to speak, because he was providing the content that this channel uses, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, like it was
was interesting.
4v1 situation where 4 out of the 5 could speak, so it was really a 4v1.
Well, we're trying to correct you.
I got muted. What are you guys watching?
We are trying to correct the situation where like we don't allow these things to happen, but it's like a lot of moving parts. So in the future, we'll try to be better. That's my corporate opinion, a corporate statement based on OmniTalk Incorporated instructions on how to handle public disasters.
See, this all sounds like U.S. Army conspiracies. I'm on to this game, Omni.
Not true.
Omni is providing dental for us, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just any server that's trying to facilitate conversations would ban people like Tuakna pretty quickly because he's explicitly not
I don't
here to
think
have
so.
conversations.
Would you like to become a mod
See,
and ban him yourself? Because you're free,
I have the
free to
exact
message
opposite opinion. When Tuakna speaks, usually it's something semi-intelligent. Like I actually usually enjoy it when he's speaking.
And if he says, "PH, don't Tony, can you answer this question?" 4 other people leap in instead of letting the guy he asked the question to have his answer. So what's the deal?
I mean, his PhD Tony is saying if he's going to repeat, if he's going to repeat his main thesis 10 times,
person, and 7 different people have an answer.
That's fine. I'm not complaining.
Was from one person to another, and it's just illogical for me to interrupt somebody's answer. Like if somebody asks you a question, I would expect other people to be considerate and let you give that answer. It's just being inconsiderate.
I mean, if he's going to repeat his main thesis 1,000 times,
and when he was told he was being repeated, when he was told he was repeating by Tony, he stopped. So like, I don't understand your issue.
If I remember right,
Like,
I was
he's
actually
also-
the one that said we should go to a specific example, and then you guys all whined about, and then I gave a specific, and then you guys tried to put in information to that specific example. I didn't say. So again, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
To be fair, nobody should be complaining. Nobody should be complaining because everybody gets so much rope on the server, right?
Exactly.
Like Eggs was giving like specific information that was relevant to the topic of conversation. That directly related to the point.
Bro.
And then it was just completely ignored. And then the main point was repeated again, as if the counterexample that Eggs gave was just not real.
So
like, it's not a
I would like
It's
like
not a
to hear if Eggs had any like points to give us, if he was misrepresented or not, or any feedback. Eggs, if you're here, can you provide some feedback for us?
Yeah, like I don't think you or anybody missed it. I mean, I think Ochna missed it, but I'm not. That's not new to me. We don't need to like rake over.
Salt to me. What did I
old calls.
misrepresent? What did I misrepresent?
The simple point of what I was asking for was an example of somebody who accepted something as exclusive, and you sort of added that in later post hoc. But just anything that would.
Ochna, let him. Jesus, let him
anything
finish.
that would put it. Like, if there are multiple ways somebody can deny reality, because my fascination with this topic is it touches on every other topic. The way that people will stick to a communist worldview or a capitalist worldview or a religious one or one about vegan diets will be the same, which is we will see evidence to the contrary. It's just invariable. What do we choose to do then? Sure, some people might lie, but it's easy to call lies, and calling lies breaks the debate. So is it possible that they are coming to a different conclusion? They think that put out there by the sugar lobby that other people are lying, which is the most common defense. Could it be mistaken? Could it be a selective looking at the facts? Could it be putting stuff aside until I can look at it later? Are there all these other reasons that one might get to the same conclusion of that doesn't disprove my deeply held worldview without being dishonest? And then even if it is dishonesty, does it improve the conversation?
I know you'll run from this, Eggs, because the last time I asked this, you ran from it. How do you determine if someone? How do you determine that? You personally, how do you determine?
Your mic's cutting out. How do I determine if someone's lying?
How do you determine if someone's lying? Yeah. How do you do that? You personally?
Depends. Usually interpersonally, I have facts that says the opposite of what they're saying. Usually, I would only generally limit it down to something they're describing about themselves. So if it's a description of reality, here's what's in the upper stratosphere, or here's what team won the thing. I'll generally be like, it's unlikely that people will lie about facts outside of themselves that don't reflect on themselves too much. So generally, I'll just assume that anything outside of a statement about oneself is more likely to be wrong than it is a lie. But if it's about themselves, people might lie. Sure, I'll know they're lying if I find facts to the contrary.
For a specific example, like a flat earther describing the way that the Earth is, would you call them delusional before you call them a liar? Would you do that?
I certainly think many are deluded. Yeah, many think that they are being followed by, that we're paid by NASA to have these discussions in some sort of theatre. I think that's a delusion. I think that for the most part, before I call them dishonest, yeah, absolutely.
So you would come to the
like
conclusion. Go ahead.
Say again.
I was going to ask, you would come to the conclusion that they're delusional before they're dishonest.
Yes, yeah. I think that people lie to themselves first.
Okay.
I think you're lying to yourself about how these conversations go. I think that you feel like you're wiping the floor with us each time you bring up this lying one, and the sort of smugness and chuckles seem to belie that you really feel you've given us all a seeing to. And I think that's a lie you're telling to yourself each time.
Yeah, it seems like now you're doing the thing that you're mad at me for doing. It's kind of ironic that you're like literally doing the exact thing that you don't like me doing. Kind of strange. What are you do that?
Well, may I
You're
make a
reading
point?
into my
May I make a
implications
point?
to say that. Hold on, you're reading into my actions and calling me a liar without any evidence of that, which is the exact thing you were mad at me doing.
Well, did I say that you're a liar, or did I say that I think that you're doing the same thing?
You think that I'm a liar?
No, not yet, Tony. What did I say?
Okay.
Did I say that you are a liar, or did I say that I think you are a liar?
That's
Which did I say?
calling
You
me
are
a
one?
liar. If you think I'm a liar, you're calling me a liar.
It's a really important distinction. Did I say that that is a thought I held in my head, or did I say that that was a fact that existed in reality?
What would the difference be in this conversation? If you think I'm a liar.
Because if I think you're lying and you're not, I'm still not wrong because I did think that. If I say you are lying and you're not, then I am wrong.
Yeah, but if you
There's
think
a
that I'm
massive
lying and you
difference
tell me
between
you think
saying
I'm
you think
lying.
something to be true and saying something is true.
Yeah, but if you tell me you think I'm lying, you're calling me a liar. You think that I'm lying. That's what a liar does. What the fuck? How are you actually so? Oh my god.
Well, you're not understanding the
I think
difference
you don't
there.
know what it
You're
means to call someone
demonstrating
a
you're not
liar.
understanding the difference rather than
May I
understanding the
make a
difference.
point?
Okay.
Evidently.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
At several points during this conversation, Tuakne, you have said you're interrupting me, and I know why you're interrupting me. Is that statement that you know why someone is interrupting you true? Because you can't know what circumstance they are. They might have just entered the chat and they might just be saying hello. They might they might have had an interruption to their internet and thought that you had stopped talking, and they might have started talking. There are multiple other explanations for people interrupting you, but you claimed that you know each and every time why someone is interrupting them. Is it possible that you are mistaken in the knowledge you claim about how other people act and why they act that way?
Still say they're interrupting me.
Yes, but you didn't just you didn't just say that. You said you know why. You said you know why they're interrupting you.
Yeah.
And I am making the point that you can't possibly know that. You don't have the information.
Womp womp. Cry about it? Okay, I said something you think I
No,
can't.
you're missing the point.
Fine.
You're missing the point.
Maybe
There's a
I know
notable
what
difference between you can tell what happens in reality, right? I can tell whether that person interrupted me, or I can tell that that person punched me in the face. But the secondary bit is about the motivation, and that's the bit that you're missing, right? The motivation for that person interrupting you or punching you in the face might be different. If you know why people are interrupting you, then you're claiming theory of mind. You're claiming to know what's in the mind of another, which is core to this entire discussion, that you are good at detecting the thoughts of somebody else, even if they're unexpressed.
Hey, buddy, do you think the motivation for why someone thinks someone did something matters for what they think you did? If I think that the motivation for Tony interrupting me because he was malicious, not because his internet cut out, I'm still saying that I think he interrupted me, right?
Again, we seem to be talking across purposes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's ignoring the
Stop
motivation part.
talking, Akna. Again, you stopped talking, and I thought you had stopped talking. So no, I'm not interrupting you from my perspective. I heard you stop speaking, then you started speaking again just as I was starting speaking. If you weren't finished, fine. I apologize. I misheard. But you don't get to say that I'm just interrupting you because I'm Mr. Interrupty. I heard you pause. I heard you stop for long enough that I thought you had finished your point. You hadn't, obviously, so do carry on.
I didn't say you interrupted me that time. I said you can't acknowledge. And also, if you think I interrupted you, saying that's what you think. That is how that works. Now, you could be wrong about what it was, but you're still making that acknowledgement that you think you interrupted me. Now, if Eggs says I think you're lying, and he tells me I think you're lying, you're literally saying I think you're a liar because you did the act of. That's what I think. He won't acknowledge this point for some stupid reason. He could just call me a liar. I have no problem with that. I don't get that offended if someone calls me a liar. I do lie. I am a liar. I have no problem with that. All people lie. There's no issue. It's just the fact he won't just like sit on his sword just to say the fact that he called me a liar. That's fine. Just say that you think I'm a liar.
But again, you're missing the point.
With that, mate. I don't have an issue with saying that I think you're a liar. I'm just trying to point out that there is a crucial difference between saying that something is the case versus saying you think that something is the case. Right? That's the only distinction. Huh? I think you're lying to yourself. I think that when you think you win these debates, despite the fact that nobody in the room starts off on your side. Last time we had this debate, Tony started out on your side and switched, right? So what I think you do after these debates or during these debates is lie to yourself about how well the points you're making are landing with the audience and how much you're smashing people and how irrelevant the other side's points are and how what they're saying is not nearly as thoughtful or intelligent or insightful or as accurate to the point as yours are. And you end up clearly, as far as I can tell from where I sit, you appear to strongly think that you're winning them. And the point I'm making is I think that is a lie you're telling to yourself. I think that if you looked at these objectively, you would go, geez, I end up pissing off everybody to the point that not only does my point not land and ends up being so busted it's clearly wrong, but everybody else gets really bored of them when we end up spending half our time talking about how painful it is to discuss things with Tuokna. That's not a win.
So again, I'm going to ignore everything you just said there.
Oblate Anvil hasn't had an opportunity to contribute to the conversation, and so I think it's only fair that he be allowed to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Like, I feel that Tony, myself, Eggs, and the guy earlier were describing a fact where the foundation of the belief might be advertised to you as true, and you found your belief on that. But just because the thing that you experienced yourself, like when he goes on the plane, I experienced the plane flight. That's different than going, let's measure the flight times in the northern hemisphere and the flight times in the southern hemisphere. The experience he had wasn't both flight plans. Both of those experiences were not on a flat map that was radiating from a North Pole. So it seems like a discussion that's going away from the experience factor that Jin was having to the objective measurement that we are doing on the northern and southern hemispheres.
I'm talking about the mod that could just ignore people. I'm just going to do that. I was like barely paying attention to that. For Eggs' point, you still think I'm lying to myself, so you are just saying and you think that I am a liar. I don't know why you just won't bite this bullet and just say you think I'm a liar. And it's also funny that you just said you would consider flat earthers. I think it's funny that you would consider. I'm just going to eat this point because that interrupted me. It's funny that you think that flat earthers are delusional before that they're liars, but now you're calling me a liar, but not delusional. So it's kind of funny you're doing that.
I think you're delusional. I think that you are. I don't know why you keep being like, oh, why won't you be bold and say that you think I'm a liar? I do. I think you're a liar. I think you're a liar. I think you lie to yourself. And I think when you get so wound up in these debates that you end up telling this story about flight paths, I think you end up making up stuff there too. I think you're a liar. I think you're a liar. I think you're a liar. Are you comfortable now that I've said it? Because I don't need to keep saying it. I think it impoverishes debates, and we can have more meaningful discussions without getting into this silly mind control, you're all a liar, everyone's controlled opposition nonsense. But if you need me to say that so you can stop repeating yourself, I do think you lie to yourself regularly about how well you perform in these discussions.
I would make multiple points here. One, as Tuakna himself, everybody concedes, everybody lies. Right? There is nobody who is 100% truthful all the time. So in order for the word liar to be meaningful, it has to be somebody who lies routinely.
I think you've got the incorrect definition of the word lie. Lie doesn't just mean factual information. There's an additional layer. It's intentionally deceiving, giving wrong information. So no, not 100% everyone's a liar. You've got the wrong definition of lie, please.
No, that's baited. No, I will stick by that. I don't think everybody is 100%. I think that there are points where people try to deceive other people, and everybody does it. Certainly everybody that I know has done it. If you're aware of somebody who has not tried to deceive another person, I'd like to know that example. So we can do a quick poll. In the chat, how many people think that there are people who have never deceived another person?
That's
it's a side
I
of the
think he misunderstood what you said.
That's kind of so to just ignore that and to wave that off as, oh, no one's ever in their lives, maybe when they were 4, deceived someone. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so all right. Let's ask another question. How many people in the chat have deceived another human being in the past year? Is there anybody who can claim here that they have not done that at some point in the past?
Knowingly, knowingly decided, I'm gonna deceive this person. Like knowingly, is that what you're asking?
Say something that doesn't reflect the truth of what happened or will happen in a certain occurrence actively.
Yes, I'll accept that as a definition. And from the lack of people stampeding, saying, no, I haven't done that in the past year, I stand by my point that I think that the majority of human beings do deceive other human beings, usually over very small things. Like why their homework is late, or why they didn't do the dishes, or or how many drinks they had when they were out with their mates, that sort of stuff. But that doesn't make them malicious, and it doesn't make them liars per se. A liar is something more systematic, and I think that it was intellectually dishonest of Tuakna to interpret eggs as saying, I think you lied, I think that's a lie you tell yourself, and turning that into eggs said I'm a liar. Eggs is apparently perfectly okay with saying that he is a liar, but if you are deceiving yourself, right, and self-deception is very much a thing, and it's very much at the core of religious identity, is the ability to deceive yourself. Which bit of you is lying to the other part? You are preserving an irrational belief by misinterpreting or reinterpreting your reality, and that's something that the brain does again subconsciously. And so
doesn't work for Egg's definition of lying. Then doesn't work.
Yes,
you said
that
you
doesn't work.
Actually do it. Ooh, shit, Eggs.
Well, I'm making a point that actually castigates both of you, because I think Eggs is right that you do deceive yourself about the effectiveness of your argumentation, and that you do, and I would agree with Eggs also that I am much more inclined to believe that somebody, a flat earther, is exhibiting cognitive dissonance, if you will, delusions, rather than they're lying. I don't believe that Jin is a liar.
Some liars amongst them. I think that we could all debate about that. I would certainly not be surprised to find out that Nathan Oakley is a liar and that QE is a liar. But I think that for the vast majority of them, if they could give it up in an instant, they would, because it tends to make dating hard, keeping a job difficult. It often gets in between them and even family relationships. So they end up with this like living on not much money, a quite isolated life, and going online for it. And I think if they could
disagree with every point you just made.
You don't think it damages? So which point do you feel it damages somebody's employability? Would you recommend that people at a job interview say, "By the way, I think the Earth is flat"?
I've been a flat earther for 10 years. Held my job for 15. Managed to, within that 10-year time span, acquire a wife and 3 children, and create a quite reasonable living for myself.
What's your job?
Thank you.
So does that disprove? I'm not sure that disproves what I said.
I'm an automotive technician.
What?
I'm an automotive technician.
And do you think your job would care about you being a flat
He's a car mechanic. If the point I made, Rob, was it means that no flat earther can ever have any kind of job, and they will never, none of them will ever meet anyone. Right, but I didn't say that.
And
right?
I don't think you were implying that every single flat earther has that dysfunction. I just want to make sure that there are some people that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sir.
X was in the middle of talking. He got 2 sentences in after letting you speak, and then you jumped all over him. You were allowed to speak. You were allowed to make your point. Eggs now gets to respond, and you don't get to interrupt him, okay?
Well, I think it's also okay for Rob to defend himself there. But the point, I think there's Rakia runs his own business, which seems like a pretty financially viable one. But I just mean, in general, there would be more reason to lie and say you're not a flat earther than say that you are. And so I think many would give it up. It's just what they would be giving up with that, I think, is a lot of self-worth, because I think that being a flat earther makes people feel really good about themselves. And that pays huge dividends in the face of, low employment and low, social connectedness.
If I may respond to that, I think that I wouldn't say that it's. I wouldn't say that it's. I would say that it's identity and self-image. Flat earthers have very much a self-image that they are truth seekers, that they are independent thinkers, that they are brave because they're taking on what they perceive as a large conspiracy, and they see themselves as acting in the best interests of society at large. So there's a lot of if the flat Earth worldview were accurate, there would be a lot to admire about being a flat earther.
Yeah,
Do you think I've mischaracterized?
Flat Earth view is accurate. Can I not speak now?
As a counter
Yes,
argument.
can Jin please go?
And then Rob.
Okay. Thanks very much for that. Thanks very much, and welcome everybody. I tend to think that you guys are misrepresenting the flat earthers. That's why maybe they're calling you a liar. I try not to call a glober a liar. I tend to say you're misrepresenting the facts, or you're misrepresenting my position, is what I try to clarify every time I speak with you guys. And as for flat earthers feeling good about themselves, they have every right to feel good about themselves now that they've discovered a deception. They believed in the globe. They didn't know the earth was hang on, I'm nearly there. 5 more seconds. They didn't know the earth was a globe. They believed it. Then when they went to check, they found extended horizontality everywhere. Of course, that's going to make them feel good now, because they know what the earth is in the way of its shape. It is not a ball hurtling through the universe. That is elevating. It's emotionally a high that you cannot get from any split. Okay, I'll leave it there. I could say a lot more, but I'll stay there for now. Thank you,
Rob.
I just want that was eggshells that asked me the question if he was mischaracterizing his statement. I just wanted to say no. I think you were pretty good there.
Yeah, and I think Jim agreed with it, right? It pays big dividends to feel that you're seeing things that the experts aren't, and all these other well-meaning lay people can't work.
No, it's not that. Hang on. It's not that the experts aren't seeing them. They would maybe be misinterpreting or just ignoring some other facts about reality to fit their worldview, which is all right with me.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get it. And all I'm saying is I think that's a very fulfilling way to think. It would be very exciting, because I feel when I read things from experts, and they change their dietary advice, and something I've been doing for 10 years is suddenly bad for me, I get annoyed, and I feel like it's denigrating to me, like that I'm dumb and I need to find out what the experts say, and the experts work in some mysterious ivory tower with potions and bubbling cauldrons, and I don't get a look into that. And so to think, they've all got it wrong, they don't know what they're talking about, I think would be really quite an affirming feeling.
Yeah, you guys are giving a lot of motivation for someone might lie about that. I'm also just I'm disappointed because none of you, I think, engaged in this conversation honestly. Because if you did, you just asked you a simple question: was, do you think you could honestly be a flat earther? Could you be a flat earther without lying? I think obviously yes, that is a possible thing. So I'm surprised none of you guys asked that, especially Tony, because you seem to engage honestly not for this conversation, which is kind of
from Jin's own testimony, he feels like he's cracked the code.
Yeah. Is that exciting?
I don't think anybody can call Jin a liar. Like, it's very clear that Jin believes everything that he believes.
Yeah, I mean, even to the point, if you want to test Jin's...
Nobody believes, man. Please don't, if I may defend myself here, please don't make me out to be some kook who's believing. I am not believing. This is running now on knowledge. The knowledge that has been acquired it most recently in 10 years of heavy scrutinization, but I am now 63 years of age. All that comes into play. That real-time real life that I've lived. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. Okay, so it's not, I'm some. Hang on, please let me finish. I'm not some kind of kook who thinks I've I've cracked some code. We have discovered some deceptions, and we are now highlighting those. And we have to be honest, 100%. So this year, I have not spoken about flat Earth to deceive anybody. I don't do that. I deal with,
and that's what we're saying.
Yeah, thank you. My last point is this: I deal with the facts only. Thank you.
I agree.
You guys are all arguing. Just really quick, to be clear, you're arguing for the guy that thinks the definition of weight is mass times velocity. Just to be clear, this is the guy that's super, chilled.
No,
don't try to character assassinate me.
That's a misrepresentation.
Yes, that's a misrepresentation of what we're saying. What we're saying is not that he is correct, and as Jin says that it's a matter of fact, this is the frustrating part about this, is that he rejects a lot of things that are facts and says that he's rejecting them because they're not facts. But that doesn't make him dishonest. That makes him wrong.
Ask him.
Right.
Ask him.
And no, I'm not suggesting that your claim is false. Your claim is that we're backing up his incorrect assertions. We're not. What we are saying is that he is asserting them, he is making those assertions because he firmly believes that they are correct.
Yeah, you're backing up his integrity.
No, you are misrepresenting my position, Tony. You're misrepresenting my position again. That is not my position, Tony. Tony, you're not speaking for me. Please let me speak for myself. When I say that I know the Earth is flat, that's because I've gone out there and investigated that fact. Okay? And remember, I was taught that the Earth was a globe with no evidence. Now, I went out to check it. Okay? And it turns out that all of my life that I've been alive, I've been living on a flat Earth, not a globe Earth. That's been my experience. So, and I have every right to disregard what is not true. Okay.
So
Can I please ask?
You don't have the right to do that.
Can I please ask?
Okay. And people are talking when I'm talking as well. Look, shut up whilst I'm talking, will you? This now.
Yeah. So it's quickly
how you investigated it.
No, I just want to clear up the misconception real quick. Is that this is just a common. People have different definitions of the term belief versus knowledge. And so to get rid of that, we don't have to go into that. Just Jin positively asserts the things that he is saying. Like people have different definitions of knowledge versus belief. And this is a common thing that people get tripped up on.
Hold on.
What do you mean people have different definitions of belief versus knowledge? So,
like justified true beliefs or unjustified true beliefs. You guys are, Cody, this is specifically for you. You're defending his integrity. Let's see how much integrity he has. Ask him why he thinks weight is mass times velocity. How did he come to that conclusion? Let's see if he'll answer. Watch the integrity.
I don't think that that's a valid or necessarily productive way of doing it. I've had plenty of discussions with Jin. I know exactly how his epistemology works. You can present evidence that contradicts him, and he will do what he just did. He will say, well, I know a priori that what you're saying is false, so I'm just going to reject what you're saying.
That's the response of an artist.
And so that is a perfectly self-validating intellectual trap that he's fallen down, and we can't help. For somebody who whines about being interrupted all the time, you do a fuck ton of it, Tuakna. Shut the fuck up while other people are talking.
Cut out for me.
Okay.
Go ahead, please. I'd like to respond after you, Tony. Go ahead.
So from my perspective, I have studied the shape of the Earth and Earth's gravitational field full-time, professionally, 8 hours a day for 30 years. Arkner coming along and saying that he's examined it, not in any great detail, he hasn't. He doesn't have access to any of the factual information that I have access to, and he's come to a mistaken conclusion. But he is genuine in that conclusion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my point that I will raise, Tony, is that you are not an authority that I will ever accept or recognize. You're just another human being with a certificate. And I have the right to study to the level you may have studied and not acquire a certificate because I don't need that certificate to earn a living, for example, okay? And I have the right to disregard, hang on, I am not finished. I have every right to disregard false information. And that's what I'm doing. When you tell me that the earth is a globe with your certificate, I see you as a bloody fool that is espousing nonsense. Okay? There is no circumference. We are not rotating. We are not hurting for the universe, for example. These things I know. There's nothing you can do to say that I am wrong. Nothing you can say that proves that I am wrong here, sir. And I have every right to hold that position. And I will hold that position.
Can I go next,
me.
please?
Hang on. I'm not finished yet. That is me, a human being, living on an earth where we have government systems devaluing us and misinforming us. So I have every right to choose what I'm nearly there. I have every right to choose the correct information that I deem fit, that fits the reality that I am living in. I don't live in a fantasy. Thank you.
Very honest, very honest.
So what I hear is that Tony's done a lot of investigation and Jin has also done some investigation. So have I, and not to the same extent of Tony. I'm in the same agreement of Tony through my own investigation that the world was globular. So I was more interested in how Jin was conducting his investigations and how he came to that conclusion.
Yeah, that's a good question.
If we go to that topic, we're just entirely dropping the topic that we're talking about right now, because that is an entirely different topic. If we want to switch topics, we can do that, but that is just a completely different topic.
Let's ask a very specific question. So, how did you come to the conclusion that weight is mass times velocity? How did you come to that conclusion? How did you get there? Jin?
Jin often considers himself under no obligation to answer questions that he doesn't like.
Very honest thing to do.
And as he says, that is a right that he is granted as an adult.
Very honest thing to do, right, Tony? That's super honest.
Every globe in this server is completely and utterly wrong. Earth is flat and stationary. Earth is not moving. So we as flat earthers make factual based claims, and we know. That's the point. I have to say, I know. I do not believe. I know.
Okay, so the question is the repeated question that we come back to is, how do you know? So okay, you know. How do you know? What is your evidence supporting your conclusion?
Wait, Tony, so basically, I know that water.
And then hold on. I asked Tony a question.
Water bullshit.
I just want to ask you, Tony. You think that's like an honest thing to do, to not answer questions that you think you don't need to answer? Like that's an honest thing you do when you have an.
I've seen plenty of globers do it, and one of the reasons that you do it, for instance, I often get asked if the sun is below the horizon, and
why don't we address the water bullshit that he said?
All right, I'll not respond to Tuakna's question because people don't want me to. Okay, carry on.
Wait, I do want you to, though. Would you think it's more honest to say, I don't understand your question, can you rephrase it? Or do you think it's more honest to not answer?
I think it depends very much on whether the question is formulated intellectually honestly or meaningfully. And if it isn't, it's fair enough to ask for clarification. If it's otherwise, I think that it is obstructing of the communication process. But again, it's up to a person whether or not they want to participate in a communication. A lot of flat earthers, and we hear it here today, their only purpose here is to vomit what they think they know, not present any justification for that, and then get angry with us that we don't accept their arguments. Okay, that's what they want to do with their time. I don't, and again, we're getting back to the discussion with eggs. I think that it's cognitive dissonance more than it is dishonesty.
So So you also think that it's better to call someone delusional when it comes to this?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's
again,
interesting.
if I may, a few words. Skeptical, welcome to the server, Skeptical. And what he said, I adhere to 100% and agree with. And you guys, really, at the end of the day, you seem to forget, we have the freedom of choice. We don't operate under your standards. Your standards are not the yardstick. Don't forget that. We have our own standards that we adhere to, okay? I'm not obligated to answer your question if I deem it to be less of my intellect. So I'm not going to bloody well answer your question. It's silly, really. And if it's an attempt to erode the shining stars that we flat earthers are. That's what you're trying to do, erode, because we are highlighting this deception. And the way we bring it, we can easily turn people around quickly like this. And you know that, especially me, Jin CBR1. I'm an expert at getting pissed people. I'm nearly there. I'm an expert in emotionally getting into the people's brain and reminding them to be honest and look back in your lives and the lives of your grandparents to see whether or not they've got curvature in their pictures, for example, and then they wake up sometimes. Fucking hell, yeah. Okay? So we're very good at this, and you know that.
Jen, earlier you mentioned something about a corkscrew or something. You said something about a corkscrew before. What was that?
That was talking about experiencing motion on a roller coaster ride in relation to flight. That's what we're talking about now.
If it takes the Earth one day to spin around, how would you feel that? Like if you drove in a car and you turned around in a circle, if you drove around in a circle in a car and it took you one day to do it, do you think you'd feel that?
Or yeah, it depends. At 1.5 times the speed of sound, I am most likely going to feel that. Okay,
but it took.
But
it was
no, you're not, Jim. Well, allow me to respond.
Yes,
the human vestibular system, it cannot detect angular motion lower than 1 degree per second.
This is why pilots.
I know. I'm still talking, Jin. Jin, I'm still talking. This is Earth's rotation is precisely angular motion. Humans can't detect linear motion at all. When you close your eyes on a Shinkansen, you can't detect that you're in motion.
I can
except and I'm still talking, Jin. I'm still talking.
How long are you going to talk for? Go ahead.
As long as you did. And now you can understand why people were asking you to wrap it up. Humans cannot detect linear motion. They can detect angular motion, but they cannot detect angular motion smaller than 1 degree per second. This is why, in some occasions, pilots will crash their planes into the ground because their planes have rotated slowly enough that they didn't pick up the rotation.
As far as I'm concerned,
you're going to need to pull some evidence for that claim.
1.5
There is no
times
evidence.
The speed of
There is
sound
literally no evidence.
It will be noticed. Sorry.
There's literally no evidence, Tony. Just all you've spewed is a bunch of nonsense. Just a belief. There's no evidence for that.
Yeah, thanks, Skeptical.
No evidence for what?
That's correct. Yeah, you've got no evidence for what you.
What is that? So your claim is that there are no experiments.
No, Tony. You can't reverse the burden of proof. You made the stupid claim.
I want to know.
Tony, you made the stupid claim. Yeah, go ahead and just talk over me, Tony. I understand. I understand.
What's the claim that I have no evidence for? Which of the claims?
That pilots crashed their airplanes because of some 1 degree spin that they didn't feel. Get the fuck out of here.
I have abundant evidence for that.
John F. Kennedy.
Post it.
Okay, sure.
Let's say you are rotating something at 0.005 RPM. Would you be able to feel that?
Or we could just say we're not fucking moving.
We are 1,000% moving.
Or here's a good example, and this is a real example. I forget the magician, if it was Blaine or whoever it was that made the Statue of Liberty disappear, right?
God.
That's where you want to go, Left Blade?
The way he did that, listen, the way he did that, where the audience was, the people that were there, they actually rotated that set of seats to look in another direction, and that's how he made it disappear. And they didn't know that they were rotating, but I bet it was faster than Earth.
When you're on a plane and it's taking off, you feel it. When it's at full speed and moving exactly the same speed, you don't feel anything. We feel acceleration.
Right. Open the windows, son. Open the windows.
Has anybody been in a rotating restaurant?
Fuck's
A
sake.
rotating restaurant, a good example.
The atmosphere.
Yes, a rotating restaurant is another good example. In the chat, I have shared a website from the FAA about the effect of spatial disorientation and the accuracy of the human vestibular system.
It'll kill you.
What role the inaccuracy of the human vestibular system, and in fact, I was wrong. Humans can't detect a rotation of less than 2 degrees per second. So if you're, it's worse than that. We can do tests on the human vestibular system, and we have done tests on the human vestibular system to see how well they can detect rotation. We do not detect rotation slower than 2 degrees per second.
Okay, now here's my thing though. When did you stop the Earth or use the Earth's spin in accounting for these experiments? Because you already think the Earth is spinning, so either you took that into account when you did your little experiment, or you didn't.
Well, we can objectively measure using instruments, great many different styles of instruments working on completely different physical principles, and we can measure the Earth's rate of rotation. It is vastly smaller than 2 degrees per second. So we know that given the lower limit of the human vestibular system, the Earth's rotation does not play a significant role.
Exactly.
Earth rotates at approximately 360 degrees per 86,400 seconds.
Fake news.
So, this gets back to the central point. Okay, how do you know it's fake?
They will never answer that question.
If it's fake, show us, demonstrate to us that it is fake.
They'll never answer.
What I was talking about is like when you did that investigation to Flat Earth and found that the evidence showed otherwise. How was that done? When Tony and I look at Foucault's pendulum and laser gyroscopes and other such things,
Foucault's pendulum.
We
Get
have
out of here, man.
mechanisms that show us.
When we fly in an aeroplane, and we go to our destination, the Earth isn't rotating underneath. When people are firing their weapons of mass destruction, they don't take into consideration Earth's curvature or rotation. I have 194 government agency documents in that regard. Okay, thank you.
Jen, are you in third grade? A third grader understands this. The Earth and the atmosphere are all moving together. You're not going to
no, again,
jump
that's
off
correct.
the Earth.
You're going to need to demonstrate that. You're going to have to demonstrate that. Please demonstrate.
Can I ask you? Jen, just I have a specific question.
Demonstrate that.
Jen,
I'll demonstrate it. It's very easy to demonstrate. If you jump up,
I have a basic. Let me ask every glober here a basic fact. So imagine if you are about to flight from, let's say, from Australia to France, for example, okay? So
if you want to have
from A to B, right? The flight, right? Let me finish here. So basically, will France come to you, or you go in to France?
Danny is hot micing. Danny, can you please turn off your mic?
I've never heard something that ridiculous in my life. Just skeptical.
And also skeptical that literally Robert answered that question before you even asked it.
Am I asking you simple questions? No, hold on a minute. I'm asking.
And it's already been answered. No, hang on. No, nobody interrupted you while you were talking. You don't get to interrupt somebody else just because you don't like what they're saying. You have to shut up and let the answer come. You don't get to interrupt skeptical.
The authority
no,
here.
you don't get to interrupt. Can somebody mute skeptical?
Let me just get my word out.
We do want to hear the flat earther, though.
No. I was in the middle of answering your question, and then you decided to interrupt me.
I know because I know that I'm giving you a hard time here.
Show some common human decency for once in your life.
All right. Tony can go.
The atmosphere rotates with the Earth. The atmosphere rotates at approximately the same rate that the Earth rotates. So no, the plane is not being carried towards its destination by rotation, nor is it moving away from. You can, however, detect this measure. I am still answering your question. You can, however, detect the rotation by doing experiments on how much things weigh on eastward traveling planes and westward traveling planes, because the direction of travel impacts the net rotational velocity, which affects the magnitude of the centrifugal force. And so you can detect that by taking the same test mass, the same pair of scales, and traveling east and west, and you can demonstrate that they do not weigh the same on either leg, which is in a manner that is entirely consistent with centrifugal force.
It's all fake. I can't believe that. It's a bunch of nonsense. Hold on a minute. It's a bunch of word salads to me. So I'm asking a basic question, right? If your destination is France, so when France come to you, or you go into France? That's a basic question.
I answered it before you said it.
Literally, and you now had it explained to you twice, and you have not comprehended the answer either time. That's a you problem. That's a you problem, not our problem.
What I'm saying to you, because reality completely contradicts what you say. Reality is very clear, because I fly every now and then. Whenever I take my flight from A to B, I know that flight, it travels, it moves. Not the destination to B, destination comes to you. That's completely utter stupid if you even say, oh, there's no... How can you even... Reality contradicts it. Reality is completely different. What you said is fantasy.
No skeptical...
Yeah.
No, the globe model... You are misunderstanding the globe model and then saying what I predict doesn't agree. Jin, I'm talking skeptical. I'm talking skeptical and Jin. Please show common adult courtesy.
Can we keep the mic times balanced, please? Also, when the flat earthers speak, they keep getting interrupted, laughed over. Tuakna keeps saying no. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you shut up?
Can we agree that I was speaking? Okay. You have a misinterpretation of the globe model. The globe model does not contend that destinations travel towards, rotate to... Jin, don't interrupt. The globe model does not contend that destinations rotate towards or away from planes, because the atmosphere is rotating at the same rate that the Earth does. So the plane has to cover the same distance regardless. It is not the case of the destination. And I'm still in the middle of talking. Can you just please wait? I'm almost finished. So you have a misunderstanding of the globe model, and then you're saying reality contradicts my misunderstanding of the globe model. It doesn't actually contradict the real globe model, because you don't understand the globe model.
You've just contradicted reality. Hold on a minute. You've just contradicted reality, and let me finish, because you believe in my model. I don't give a who gives a shit about your fucking model, man. We live in reality, man. We live fucking shit. Reality is completely different. I just give a fuck about a model. I have models. What if they glow? What if they glow? What does that even mean to me? Globe. What does that give me a fuck shit like that, mate? fuck, shit.
But you don't want to hear. I mean, you asked the question. You don't want to hear.
No, that's a basic question. No, this is the point. What is it? What is a model?
Can I please respond
What is
to
a
what Tony
model?
said? And it's this.
It describes reality. It describes reality.
Man,
That's what a model is.
Stupid. That's stupid. What is a model meant to me?
No, it's not stupid. It's Stellarium. It's Stellarium. That's handy, isn't it? You can look at the stars and you know what's going on. And
That's bullshit. That's just bullshit. That's completely another.
Can I respond quickly? Can I respond
What about the model that we do flight plans? Are those handy?
Oh, fuck, that's complete boring model, believing model.
The flight plans on a flat Earth. Now, can I actually respond, Skeptical, just a second?
Yeah, just go ahead, Jane,
To what Tony said. Tony, what you're going to have to do for me and Skeptical here is show us the Earth spinning when you have aeroplanes flying towards France, but yet they're spinning, going backwards. Okay? That's what I want to see. The Earth rotating, aeroplanes going to France, but everything is moving backwards. Okay,
that's very telling. You're in trouble, Jen. You're in trouble, buddy.
Show me. Show me.
Jim, no, Jim, you're asking us to abandon our model. So you have to show that our model is wrong.
Show me your
and
model.
If you can't show that our model is wrong, you don't have any justification for your position. Your position is, I know your model. No, Jen, shut up long enough for me to... Jen, you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. You're just talking over me at every fucking opportunity, aren't you? You're being a rude cunt, aren't you? You are saying that you know a priori our model is wrong. We are asking you to demonstrate that our model is wrong. You misrepresent our model, and then you say, well, if you want me to believe that, you're going to have to show me. I don't need to do that. You're the one who has said, you know my model is wrong.
You do.
You're the one. I'm still talking, Jen. I'm still talking. I am still talking, Jen. Jen, I'm still talking. All right, what, Gatebreaker? If you're going to
repeating yourself 7 times, ever increasingly louder, doesn't help. We can still hear you when Jin overspeaks you. It's just we can still hear you.
Okay.
Exactly.
Frankly,
we appreciate hearing you. We love hearing you.
Okay, so the central issue is that you are claiming you know our model is wrong. When we ask you for evidence and you say something and we say that isn't actually evidence, you have to say, prove to me that it isn't evidence. No, that's not how this argument works. You're saying you know something. You're saying you know that the argument is already fallacious. How do you know that the argument is fallacious if there is evidence that could exist that you haven't seen doesn't exist?
Asking for that evidence from you, you are not presenting that evidence. You are not presenting the evidence that we've asked.
Tony.
Okay? And let me give it to you one more time. I have my aeroplane. I'm heading west along the equator, heading west, but the Earth is rotating eastwards. I want to see that image from one of your satellite images. Show me. Don't tell me. Show me.
I don't need to, as long as that can possibly be the case. As long as that is a physical and logical possibility, you can't know that it's false. You don't know that it's false, therefore your claim that you know the globe is false is not true. You claim to know the Earth is false, and then you concede there is evidence that could show that the Earth is a globe. I haven't seen it, therefore I don't believe it. But that's not how epistemology works. If it is logically possible that this evidence exists, you don't get to claim that it doesn't. You are claiming that it doesn't exist because you haven't seen it. That isn't valid epistemology.
Tony, I think you're talking over their head. They just don't understand how the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
What do you mean you understand?
They don't understand you don't understand what initial reference frames are. You don't understand anything, so you just think it's fake.
You don't even understand yourself, man.
If they could understand momentum, this would go a lot easier.
When I use a helicopter, okay, going against your spin, I am now scrubbing off your Earth's rotation. Yeah, now I'm going to hover. What I want to see as an image that the Earth is spinning at 1,037 miles an hour at the equator, and my helicopter is hovering but spinning around with the atmosphere.
Do you understand?
Do you understand? To see that? Thank you. Please show me. Show me. Show me.
Like I said, they don't understand momentum.
I have a description
this would be
for
easier if they understood momentum.
Maybe get through this. My description is like you've got a basketball and you can move your finger along finger length every second, right? So as you move your finger along the ball, you'd be moving at one finger length every second, right? So you know that the basketball's still, and you move your finger 1 centimeter towards the destination. You've got that in your mind, right? So let's rotate the ball and you do the same thing. You've got your finger at a starting point. You're moving your finger ever so carefully along the surface and you get your destination. You still get there regardless if the Earth was still or rotating.
Perhaps if you replace the finger with an ant, imagine an ant on the surface of a basketball that is walking along the basketball, and then you rotate the basketball.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. A similar, like you can walk your fingers along a still ball, and you can walk your fingers along a slowly rotating basketball. Do you think that's an appropriate analogy, Tony?
Well, it's not entirely appropriate because their argument is going to be that a plane or a helicopter is not in physical contact with the basketball, and so. But we can show, for instance, with a spin bowler in cricket or a baseball bowler that are rotating.
Why can't you just show us from the satellite images? Why can't you show us from the satellite images?
No, and Gatebreaker, like honestly, that was completely fucking gratuitous.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
But you don't believe in satellites, Jen, right?
Show us this phenomena. Show us. Please.
You don't believe I was about to show the same phenomenon on a small scale.
Have you seen this on your
have you seen it in reality? Have you seen in his interruption and his lack of common human decency to actually let me explain what I was going to do. And Gatebreaker, you're a fantastic mod. We can see it on small scale effects. For instance, if there is a cricket ball that is rotating, it will entrain the air around it, right? It will draw the air around it to rotate around with it. This is exactly the same phenomenon, and it uses this to create a low pressure on one side and a high pressure on another side. That's an entirely different thing called the Magnus effect. But so we can demonstrate this on small scales, and you're claiming it doesn't happen on large scales, and you want to see a picture of it.
It doesn't happen in space.
I hadn't finished speaking. I hadn't finished talking. I hadn't finished my explanation. So I'm not going to be quiet just because you're a weird old kid. And you might want to think, I'm a 63-year-old man. Perhaps I should behave better than this. No, I'm just not going to let you interrupt, Jen. No, I'm not going to let you interrupt me, Jen. No, I'm not going to let you interrupt me, Jen. I'm just going to keep on talking. I am going to keep on talking, Jen.
Is it a matter of who's most stubborn here? I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, just show me. That's all. That's all.
But as long as you concede, so here's the thing, Jin. You said emphatically, you know the Earth is not a globe. And now you're saying there is evidence. Now you're saying there is evidence which, if I see it, will confirm that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, you cannot be. I am still talking again. I'm still talking. I'm still actually talking, mate. therefore you are being dishonest. You cannot know that the Earth is not a globe if there is the possibility that there is evidence supporting the fact that it is a globe. And this is a logical.
Well,
this
you
is
are absolutely wrong in that regard, because we do know, and we're asking for your ridiculous statement that you made that an aeroplane traveling west at 600 miles per hour on a globe ball that's moving at 1,037 miles an hour would be moving backwards because it's all wrapped in with the atmosphere. You need to show us that. You can't show me, can you? Show me.
Yes, I can. Go down to the airport. Go down to the airport. Look at a plane. Okay, see how it takes off. See how it gets to its destination. Now, shut up while I am speaking. Shut up while I am speaking, you rude quackness. You rude, senile, quackness old fart. Okay. So then, having made your observation of a plane moving from one airport to another, you can go to a laboratory and look at a gyroscope that is measuring Earth's rotation. Wow, we have confirmed that the Earth rotates, and we have confirmed, please, I'm still talking, and we have confirmed, I'm still talking. He's just going to interrupt me each and every time. No, I'm not going to shut up just because he's a loudmouth old cunt. No, I'm not going to shut up just because he's a loudmouth old cunt. I am more determined than he is. You can go to a laboratory, you can see the evidence. Show me. See the evidence that the Earth is rotating. Your claim that this evidence doesn't exist is just an old senile fart who has no fucking childish discipline, who has not the discipline of a 6-year-old, denying reality.
No curvature, no circumference, no curvature, no video images of aeroplanes flying west but yet moving backwards on your globe. Can you please show us that, please? Show and tell, please.
Jen, come on.
Show. Stop telling. Yeah, come on, man.
Jen, is it your belief that if a helicopter takes off, then the Earth would be spinning under the helicopter?
It would have to do that because the helicopter has
has
the capability of going against the spin. Okay, yes, it does. Yes, this is reality. Your ball isn't real.
That's not reality.
The ball Earth. Let me finish, please. The ball Earth. It goes against natural law and God's law. It goes against nature. That's why you have to laugh. It's your ball, remember?
May I respond to this? May I respond to this? Let's look at this on the meta level. Let's look at this on the meta level. What Jen is claiming is that all of the Nobel Prize winners, all of the greatest scientists of the past 80 years have looked at a hovering helicopter and have been unable to work out that this proves that the Earth is rotating. All of them. The smartest people on the planet have all looked at hovering helicopters, and not one of them. It's taken Jin. It's taken Jin here to come along, and I'm still talking, Jin. It's taken Jin here to come along and put it all together for us. But the smartest minds in the world, no, they couldn't put it together.
Well, it's let me make it even more better statement. It's all the thousands of years of the smartest people in history against. It doesn't make sense. Nuh-uh.
But what I can do with an experiment.
Showing me.
Yeah. Okay. So what we can do is get something like mechanical, like a little jumping little frog, right? And you can put that on a ball that isn't rotating. It will jump and land on the same location. So what we can also do is like make sure that like it can stay on a bit of a ramp surface, and we can rotate the ball and let that little frog jump into the air. And what we'll notice is as we rotate that ball, that object will jump and land in the same location because of the conservation of momentum of that rolling ball. The jumping frog will both leap and land from the same location.
Well, that wouldn't be true with a cannonball that was fired up into the air in the UK. The UK is currently rotating supposedly at 600 miles per hour. Now, when you fire up a cannonball and the ball goes up for 14 seconds and then returns back to the muzzle in 40 seconds, at 28 seconds that it was aloft. Now, if the speed is correct, rotating, that cannonball should have landed 5 miles west of the cannon, but it didn't. It fell back into the muzzle, or it landed next to the cannon. Thus, the Earth isn't rotating. You're talking about a cannon fired upwards into the sky.
You can't be.
Yeah,
you can't be this naive, Jin. I mean, are you saying this for shock value, or you really believe this?
Proving your ball Earth. This is how you would prove your ball Earth, right? And your ball Earth isn't moving because the cannonball back into the muzzle. So that just nullifies.
I didn't mention a cannonball. I mentioned a little tiny jumping frog on a rotating basketball.
Miles west of your cannon.
But you throw out these
That's
numbers
the
like
maths. That's the maths. Like I said, you've got to show us. Don't tell us. Show us this observation of momentum.
You throw out these
to the ball, and an aeroplane traveling west at 600 miles per hour will be moving backwards at 1,037 miles per hour. Please show me.
Jin,
show me.
First of all, you're throwing out these numbers for shock value. The Earth is spinning 600 miles an hour here, 1,000 miles an hour there. If you were, like I tried to say earlier, if you were on one of those little things you go to in a kid in a park where you spin around, and you move that thing around, and it took a whole day to spin around, do you think you would notice that spinning? It's what Tony said.
Is it because you're spinning at 1,000? If you're talking about the Earth, because that's what you're relating it to, 1.5 times the speed of sound is going to be
noticeable. It takes a day.
1.5 times the speed of sound is going to be noticeable.
Hold on.
Make it analogous. Keep it real to your ball. That is a fantasy.
But Jin, it takes 1 day to make a complete rotation.
That's 1.5 times the speed of sound.
But it takes 1 day.
Of sound.
But it takes one. Tony, could you explain that to him?
I recently didn't know.
Speed of sound is not slow.
I'm going to tell you about what I didn't know, Jim. I'm going to tell you what I didn't know and what I learnt later. Like when somebody looks at a plane and it's going past me at 1,000 miles per hour, I know it's going past me at that speed. So if somebody says the Earth is going on the speed of sound, what is it going past by? I have to think, okay, what thing is that Earth going past? And I did a bit of research and I found out what the Earth is considered to be going past at that speed.
Robert Silverman's talking about seeing the Earth from a large outside vantage point. The rate of rotation would be slow. Jin's talking about seeing the Earth in that system on the ground.
No.
As an observer, that rate of rotation would be at the speed of sound.
No, that's
relative to that observer if they were stationary.
Wrong. I'm not talking about from a long way away. I'm saying that if you were in a car and you were going to do a 360 and it took you one 24-hour period to make that 360, do you really think you're going to notice it?
But yes, because the Earth's large and the distance you're traveling is great. That's what Jin's trying to point out.
The speed of sound.
Oh God.
It's the distance that
we're moving at 1.5 times the speed of sound. That would be noticeable. And I know they're not bringing in the gravity yet. Because that's the next thing.
Jin.
They bring in gravity.
Jin. The speed of sound in what?
Please repeat your question. What do you mean? Where are you going?
The speed of sound in what? What is the medium that is giving you the speed for sound?
That question.
You realize that there's a difference. No, it does have a bearing, Jin, because there's a difference. There's a difference, Jin. Yes, there is. Yes, there is difference, Jin. Let me tell you. Stop interrupting me, and let me tell you what it is. So again, Jin. In what medium, Jin? In what medium, Jin?
Moving backwards at that spin at the equator.
Jin, what's the medium? What is the speed of sound? What speed of sound are we using?
Show me.
Because like it'll be different if we're using the speed of sound for water versus the speed of sound
to gauge the speed of the rotation.
the speed of sound of what?
That's what we're
Is this
using
an
the speed
air,
of sound
water?
for. It gives you
Which speed of sound? There's more than one, Jim.
Told that at the wake up, the Earth is moving at 1,037 miles per hour.
But we don't.
That is 1.5 times
Jin.
sound. Okay.
Jin, which speed of sound? Which speed of sound? There are multiple of them. Which one?
We're talking about the speed of sound. The speed of sound that is 761 miles per hour. That's
so in air? Is that in air? If that's in air, then I have news for you, Jin. The news for you, Jin. The news for you is that the air is going at that same speed, so it doesn't matter, right? It's zero. There's zero relative speed between these two things, so it doesn't matter.
Faster than what you can hear me. That speed of sound.
There's zero relative speed between these two things, Jin, so it doesn't matter.
Melodic, what Jin is saying is that he thinks because it's 1,000 miles an hour, like we should be flying.
Yeah, I know what he's. I know what he's saying, but the problem is that he's using. The problem is if he let me speak.
That no human being can survive.
Oh my God! I was trying to respond to Robert, but apparently Jin thinks their name's Melodic and not Jin. I don't know why that might be. If he thinks that I am any less stubborn than Tony, he's very mistaken. So, Robert, in answer to your question, I realize what he was saying. But he was talking about the speed of sound, and that means in some sort of medium, right? Because the speed of sound is just a pressure wave of molecules, which means it's going to be different between the air and the water. So now that we've confirmed that it's from the air, well, then we know that it doesn't matter because the air is traveling at the same speed as the ground. So there's no relative velocity difference between them. So it's zero. We're not going. Take a deep breath, Jin. Were you able to breathe?
Congratulations. If someone would break it down to what Jin's asking for, imagine what we would have to do to show Jin what he wants to see. We would have to have a satellite with a camera on it outside of Earth's reference frame, sitting still relative to the Earth, which that can't happen because it would fall, right? It has to be moving. But geostationary, it'd be 23,000 miles away. Then we would have to have a camera that would be capable of zooming in on an aircraft at 23,000 miles away. You know, what you're asking for, Jin, is an impossible task. You need to find another criteria.
You know that your Earth is, that would be a way to prove it.
But Jin doesn't believe in satellites either, right? Jin, you don't believe in satellites?
That's a whole other problem.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
Oh God.
That's why I mentioned the relative speed.
I'm laughing because
you
I'm
look into an aircraft. You notice the aircraft goes past you at the speed that it is, 1,030 miles per hour. So if you get told the Earth is going 1,030 miles per hour, past what? That's my question to Jin.
They just stop asking him fucking questions. He just preaches and screams, and there's like so many errors in his logic. It's like, why even entertain it? No one listens to him. He's just a maniac.
No, that you described. You haven't really. You haven't narrowed down the criteria all that much by that. You know.
I know, but
it's like a carousel.
If someone was describing to you as 1,030 miles per hour going past something, and you think of a plane going past you, you're the reference frame to the plane. But when somebody says the Earth is going 1,030 miles per hour, what is it in reference to? So that's.
But the thing is, he doesn't understand what an inertial reference frame is.
Oh, no. Reference frames are usually way above every. Yeah.
I'm just trying to break it down into like what do you think that? What's that called? A merry-go-round where you go on the horses, or carousel? What's it called? A carousel?
Yeah, but see, there's a short circuit here where they're going up. Scale means these don't work the same.
So if you're
when you and I both know that the math works out the same, but
it's almost like a pointless argument. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's like, where would I have to stand to notice this 1,000 miles per hour? And yeah, he's right. But the location would be somewhere near L2 where some of the geostationary satellites are. They're always.
Oh yeah, that's 100,000 kilometers away. It's a pretty far trip.
And that's the benefit of, like, if I can't go there myself, I can send a pretty good piece of equipment there to be at that position to go, oh yes, that's what the rotation is doing from that vantage point. And I can notice the speed of plane going past me from my vantage point. So I could use the term vantage point instead of inertial reference frame, but whether that's helpful or not, I don't know.
I think he gave up.
Bless be our eardrums.
I'm waiting for you to show me. That's all I'm waiting for.
And
show me what you're telling me.
You had to curse it,
I'm being
didn't
realistic here. Yes, show me what you're telling me.
What part of the world do you live in?
The loudest flat earther has spoken.
Where are you?
I'm living in Japan at the moment. I'm living in Japan at the moment, 26 years now. Married to a Japanese woman, 4 children. Okay.
Congratulations. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you.
But have you ever gone out to the ocean and looked out and saw a ship walk into the distance?
I've done that many a time, my friend, many a time.
So the ship, when it goes away from you, it goes from the bottom down, right? You don't see the bottom, and then then it starts going up.
Angular resolution from one's perspective, yes. Angular. Yeah.
No. I mean, if the Earth was flat, don't you think you could stand on the
10 years in the flat Earth?
But if the Earth was flat, don't you think you could stand on the coast of Japan and see the United States?
But if you could remove all the atmos, and when you do that, you're removing all weather systems. So now you have nothing to block you, and you had a telescope big enough to resolve that distance. Yes, you would be able to see the United States.
Who's blocking what? What's blocking you?
Well, what you've got to remember is that, let's say you're at the coast of Ireland and you're looking over New York. That's 3,000 miles of atmos and weather systems that you've got to look through, and they're not really transparent. So
he's afraid to say sphere.
Yeah. I don't have to
you mean the curve? You mean the curve, right?
Please afford me to use the language that I deem best for myself. Okay. So don't judge me on the language I use. Right, if I say atmos, it's because gases don't form spheres. So atmosphere is a misnomer, a wrong terminology, because gases do not form spheres. So atmos will do. So now the atmos, the weather systems that are in that cause an obstacle that your telescope and your eyes cannot see completely through. So you'd have to remove all the air and the atmos.
So it's always there. There's always an obstacle blocking you.
Jane, don't forget there is the angular resolution aspect as well. So you would, in your idea of flat Earth, you would have to get sufficient altitude to even be able to use that telescope due to the angular resolution, right? So even if you sucked out the atmosphere, if you were at sea level, you wouldn't be able to telescope zoom in. You'd have to go higher.
Yeah.
All right. That's
and the higher you go, further you can
I would agree with that.
But that completely disproves. If the higher you go, the further you can see proves the globe.
Well, no, not at all. That's absolutely correct. Let me give you an example. I mean, I'm going to give you an example now. I'm on a basketball court. I put my mobile phone underneath the basket, and then I walk to the other end. I lie down. I can't see my phone. I get up on my knees. I see my phone. I stand up. I see a little bit more of my phone, but I don't see it. I don't see its true shape. I have to walk up to it and get to 90 degrees above it. Then I see the true shape. Then when I walk back again, the shape begins to change. Okay, that's angular resolution and an optical illusion all wrapped into one. And anyway, if you're at sea level, you would be able to see New York because you could have a telescope big enough to resolve that distance, unless that 3,000 miles is acting like the basketball court. Then yes, I have to raise my altitude. Then I'd have to raise my altitude, and that's not proving global, by the way. So thank you very much.
So If you've got your mobile phone sideways on the basketball court and you lay your head on the ground, the mobile phone still looks sideways. So you can move yourself to the far end of the basketball court. And what happens if you can't see the mobile phone anymore and the court's obscuring it? What does that mean?
Point. And I put the phone down, face down, flat, not sideways or anything, just flat down. And then you walk back down to the other end of the basketball court, you don't see your mobile phone, right? But you go onto your knees and then you see that white slither of your phone, okay? And then you stand up and that slither increases in thickness slightly. And then as you walk towards it, it begins to morph, okay, and change, and then it becomes your mobile phone when you're directly above it, 90 degrees above it. Then when you walk back again, it starts to change shape. There's your optical illusion. So I'm sorry, just because you raise your altitude does not prove globe. That's wrong, completely and utterly.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the basketball court scenario, you've laid your mobile phone and you've got your head on roughly the same level as the basketball court. You move your head further away and further away, and then it looks like your phone is obscured by that basketball court. What does that mean?
Well, it just means that I am moving out of range to see my phone on a flat surface. That's what it means. When I lie down with my stomach on the ground, I can no longer see my phone because the flat surface is blocking my phone. When I get up onto my knees, I can see my phone, but only a sliver of it.
Okay.
You know, it's just a thin
I'm with you. I'm with you here.
Right.
So,
Right.
you lay on your tummy and your phone's only 5 feet away from you. You can see your phone's profile. You move your body back and you're still laying down and you look at the phone.
Stick to what
Yeah.
I tell you. That's got nothing to do with what I'm telling you. It's got nothing to do with what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that when you put your phone at the bottom of a basketball court and you go to the other end, you will not see your phone. That's because you are out of range on that flat surface to see your phone. You have to raise in elevation to see it on that flat surface. Okay? So raising your elevation does not prove you're on a ball earth. Thank you. For the third time. Thank you very much. Jin's a winner again. Yeah,
It 100% does, but I'm not going to argue that fact with you.
And well done, skeptical. If it's skeptical, is still in the house.
Because if you were on a flat Earth and you went higher, you'd be looking further away.
But don't forget, he needs to lie on his belly first while he flies over the flat Earth.
Jin, how far away is the sun? Jin. Hello?
He won, so he's on strike now.
Yeah, like moving the drone over the top of the mobile phone and flying back and to the ground isn't angular resolution. Staying at the same height and going back further along the ground is.
If you mention a drone, a better example, why you can see double sunrise, for example. I want a flat earther that will explain to me having double sunrise with a drone.
So for me, if I was on the ground and moving backward away from the phone and then the court covered it, I'd assume my court is bulged.
Did we lose Jin?
Yeah, he won.
Did he say live in Japan?
He did.
He doesn't track with his stories.
Yeah. We lost him.
And I think being he could photograph the sky and check if the clouds match what the Himawari 9 satellite shows. It's of his own location. So how come the clouds match?
B-Ball has done that with Himawari, the ISS, and weather radar. They're all in cahoots.
Yeah, because the elites feed you the same information. What did you expect? It's a known fact that all websites are controlled. No?
Absolutely. There is no way there's a Himawari in space giving us weather systems from 1,000,000 miles away.
Jim, you realize that
Right,
if the Earth...
So wait. So Gene, there is like only one server feeding all the fake CGI information to all the agencies, right? NASA copies it, then the other copies it.
I mean, that's how we get our weather reports. They're feeding each other the data.
By copy paste. Copy paste. And Satelloons and CGI.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly how it goes. That's exactly what we're under currently. We don't have satellites that are in space, geostationary. That's not happening at all. We don't have that simply because the vacuum of space is so hostile that the vacuum alone will destroy the actual satellite. And then you've got the off-gassing phenomena, outgassing phenomena, degassing, cold welding, radiation, cosmic ray particles, micrometeorites, numerous problems, unsurmountable, a lot of them. We don't have the technology to be in that environment. And I'm now going to
how is cold welding insurmountable? You just put something on the surface of the metal that you don't want cold welding.
Oh yeah, what is that material? Because that material will outgas in the vacuum of space. You see, whatever material you put on will outgas. So
I want to know what height is the Satelloons.
Oh,
22,200 miles.
One, but we can say at least. Let's have a look. They must be at least 10 miles off the Earth's surface. 10 miles, 15
10 miles, okay.
Yeah, I can't give you an exact number there.
How do planes avoid them?
Oh, planes avoid them because they fly at higher altitudes in some cases, or lower altitudes to be exact. Sorry, they're flying at lower altitudes, aren't they? The aeroplanes that I've been on have been 5 miles and 6 miles off the Earth's surface.
So
that's clearly
how
nowhere
they take
helium balloons at this point.
How they take pictures of the clouds and the planes and the routes?
Well, they must be able to take them because they're up there. Obviously, if you are talking about the satellites. If you're talking about the
so
satelloons,
wouldn't you see satelloons all the time in this height?
Are you not ready? Well, again, I haven't actually been up there to actually witness. I've seen balloons at higher altitudes. 24 miles, 120,000 feet up. Yeah, but as for the satellite weather monitoring, I can't give you that answer. I cannot give you that answer. I cannot give you that. How can I?
Wait, somebody is hot micing. Can someone?
Professor Rum, hot mic.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good order, though.
Item number 7, whatever it was.
Yeah, and I'm giving you the answers there. That I
How
haven't
far
been
away is the
Okay,
sun?
so you're saying there is Saturns, but you don't know the height? And the pictures of the Himawari is what you said? Also Saturns?
Yeah, yeah.
What is a
Saturloons.
Saturloon?
A Saturloon would be a helium balloon with an electrical equipment attached to it, such as weather monitoring stations, for example, that are attached to helium balloons. You know, we know they exist because
I've
they
never seen
crash
one.
landed. Yeah, well, they crash landed in Brazil. They crash landed into a woman's garden. You know, yeah. Samsung. You type in Samsung helium balloon crash, and you'll see it. It'll come up.
How far away is the sun?
We have what is it? Samuel Rosebotham saying it's 3,000 miles, and J. Tolman Media One, saying it's 5,000 miles. The two numbers, not 93 million. That's for sure. Okay. So it's very, very local, very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you actually witness J. Tolman Media using his
I'll use
optical
Apple Pay. Is
equipment,
that okay?
following
Professor
the
Rom,
sun.
hot mic.
Thanks.
Hot mic.
Do you mention?
Why don't we just mute him? Can't we mute him?
Yeah,
Can't
is
we just mute
there
him?
someone that can mute him?
Yeah, just mute him. Man. Come on, what's going on? Got a moderator here. Just mute the guy, and it's done. It's just
So how?
Wait,
how do we get a
J.
real
Tolman Media One. He actually, you see him actually use his optical equipment. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you what he did. He actually followed the sun using his optical equipment with some trigonometry and some maths. He estimated the distance to be 5,000 miles.
Well, you can use real math to determine. You can have real math determine the distance of the sun, not estimation. But how do you have a solar eclipse? If the sun's only 5,000 miles, how do you have a solar eclipse?
Pretty loud silence.
You could either have the moon or something else block the sun that's less than this distance. That's my answer, but I don't know if it can work.
I got it. I will answer it instead of Jane. When I lie on the floor, my belly blocks the sun.
So according to Mr. Cleary chat, the lack of refraction at night allow me to see further.
Wait, wanna hear something funny? I heard the Flat Earthers today on a panel on YouTube complaining that Witz didn't do any star trails in Antarctica.
The what?
They did what?
He didn't do any star trails.
Star trails.
Oh, star trails.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it was daytime, so
it was 24-hour sun. So how are they going to do it?
I mean, like, yeah, like.
Well,
fuck,
I mean, you know, the sun is technically a star, and we did technically do a 24-hour. So I think we do have a star trail from Antarctica.
You got one star trail.
I guess you could say that.
No, like they wanted the proof of the direction.
Whatever happened to Whitsit, anyways?
So apparently he just released a video coming back of the silence or something. I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, he went into hiding for a little bit. Got into some issues with his wife. Now he's coming back. Now he's teamed up with Dave, Flat Earth Dave, and yeah.
So he's still flat earther.
Of course.
Of course, he is still a flat earther.
Completely ignoring what he witnessed with his own eyes in Antarctica. No.
Wow.
He is about to do another summit of flat Earth. He literally begging for money from flat earthers, and he is about to have a debate with Jaren. If the observation of the 24-hour sun matters.
Well, I'll be honest with you, that Jaren has become a good debater now that he's seen the light. He's a very good debater for Globe Earth now.
Is he good debater?
For Globe Earth, he's actually very good, yes.
I mean, he hasn't really debated, but
yes, but like let's make a difference. There is a debating versus another person, and there is just reading the obvious claims that he knew for 10 years from the other side, and he just chooses to say them right now.
No, he knows them. I think that gives him an advantage.
Right. He knows them, okay, because he heard them for hundreds of times, but it doesn't mean that he knows how to debate. And it doesn't mean that he will be able to stop Whitsit.
Well, it's impossible to debate some of these. Like Nathan, you can't debate Nathan Oakley. It's impossible. They just deny everything. You can't debate people like
right. I'm just saying there is a difference between a person that is able to debate, because Jaren is in his debate when he did them like a year ago, 2 years ago. It wasn't good.
But I watched. You go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say what we're calling debates aren't really debates. I've always wanted to see the moderator ask the question of the same question to the two opponents, and each one having 5 minutes to give their answer, and see what happens.
Right. You're totally right, but you should be able to control the conversation in the open bit. Like Duffy knows how to do it. Duffy knows how to control the conversation and bring it back to the point, for example.
Yeah, I think in a debate, the other person has to at least address what you're bringing up. Because if that doesn't happen, then there's no point in having a discourse, because like one person can bring up a point and the other person can just not even address it and then just ask a separate question. And that could go on for 2-3 hours and it doesn't go anywhere.
But now what they're saying is that you could say, well, we saw the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere summer, and they'll say, oh, it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't mean anything. That's what they say.
Right.
Doesn't matter. Right. It doesn't matter what the sun does. It doesn't prove anything. Even though before they said, yeah.
But then you have to hold them to the fire. Like, okay, so which model best displays this or best models this phenomenon?
And then they say we don't have a model. They've completely flipped. That you heard them say before, if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it proves the globe. And now that it's been, even though it's been seen before, now that it's been seen, now they completely reverse position, saying it doesn't mean anything, and they have no model.
Right. It's funny when they say it doesn't mean anything, because if let's say, for instance, if they had gone down there and it had set, right, then they would be using this evidence against us and shouting it from the top.
Right, but you're missing the point. The point is that Whitset has been begging Jaren to debate him, especially him, okay, because he knows that he stands a chance versus Jaren, unlike going and debating anyone else about Flat Earth because he has no Flat Earth anymore.
I don't know what he's going to debate him about.
What exactly is he gonna talk about? Hope he doesn't talk about 24-hour sun. I mean, how are you gonna debate something that you saw with your own eyes?
Not only that you were there and could have participated and just stayed in your
I think
hut the whole time.
you're not listening to me. Okay?
I hear what you're saying, but what exactly is
they're going to debate if that observation matters for the shape of the Earth. And I spoke with Jaren. I told him, force him specially to have a meaning for the shape of the Earth.
Well, I think what's going to happen is it's going to divert the conversation to something else, right? Because he knows he really can't defend a position where, and he can't defend a flat Earth where a 24-hour sun is possible. He can't do that. Nobody.
Well, Whitsitt himself
Right,
said
but
that it's not possible.
it doesn't matter, okay? Because he sells the tickets in advance. It's an online event, which only the people that he sold them to will see it. And this is why they are doing this event. This is like the whole point.
What's it, like a pay-per-view?
So off the get, he already loses.
It's like a Zoom meeting where they are debating only for members that pay for the summit.
It's debate busking. Yep. You have to pay me to debate. Yep.
So you have to pay money to listen to it.
It's like a whole event, okay? Every year, Jaren used to do summits where they online meet their favorite heroes of Flat Earth, and each like there was Dave Weiss, and I don't have the list now, but they do like few hours, which in those hours everyone talks for like an hour. There was no debates, there was only talking, but since Jaren left Flat Earth, he left it to Whitsitt. So Whitsitt is organizing it, and he saw that nobody wants to come. Then he gave this idea, and he begged Jaren, and Jaren agreed.
So who's making the money?
Whitsitt and the Flat Earthers that are going to talk before and after. Which is Dave Weiss, and I'm not sure who else left.
Does Jaren make any money off of it?
I didn't want to ask. You can contact him on his Telegram or mail. You can ask, but like asking that, he already not so into it.
It's mind-boggling to me.
But Jaren also makes like a private YouTube video with Toon. He made one with ex-Flat Earthers, and he charges money for it. So it is not like he changed, or he still charges.
The guy has a day job, right? He does YouTube.
Okay. No. He he's now just milking the Globers.
That's what I'm saying. But the guy, like, these people don't have like he's not like he doesn't have a day job. He makes money off of views on his channel, right?
I think he makes money off of Bitcoin trading.
Oh.
No. He's not.
I mean, he's not financially independent.
He's not doing crypto. He's making money purely from memberships and paid stuff and views, but the views are like very low for to make an actual money.
Well, because I bet you the views have dropped off significantly.
No, his views is higher, but he never had like views that matter for YouTube wise, because you get like a cent for every 1,000 views. So in his case, I think it could be even less, because what type of publishers would want to publish on top of a flat Earth video?
But then he has people that pay money to like do a super chat, right?
I think yes,
No.
but what? No. What? Why are you cutting me off? What did I say wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Never mind.
I think it was a hot mic.
No. Okay. So what he made the most money from, I think, are the private meetings, which he and Witze did, and used to charge like $150 for 1 hour, half an hour of talking with them, and they did it a lot.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
And coffee and Patreon and private lessons in crypto when he used to do them. Also, he used to sell the meeting videos, the summit videos. In some stage, I think they had also merch.
But now, how is I just don't understand how Witzik could have any audience now. I mean, he must have lost everybody.
No, people are stupid. Flat earthers don't watch globe content. So if a flat earth guru tells them don't watch it, it is all okay, I will explain to you, then it's all okay.
But they watched the final experiment because he was there.
No, they don't. They don't care. They only watch, like, if someone of the other flat earthers reviews it in like a short way, and even that they don't watch it.
Yeah, maybe you're probably right.
One assumes there were some flat earthers in either Jaren's or Witzitz's audiences when they were live streaming down there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they'd be watching it.
The problem is with Jaren.
And we know they have to have watched it, right? Because there was the whole vape gate.
With Jaren's content and his body camera and stuff. Even that he wanted to sell. He gave I don't remember how much he asked for it, but he asked for money in advance to get access to his streams and to the footage after. Correct me, Brenda. I think maybe you know, but he was milking it through and through from the beginning.
But the point is that there had to have been some flat earther who's watched it, because there was Vapegate and there were people down there, or people watching during the streaming.
So there were a lot of flat earthers that complained after and canceled the membership. He did lose lots of memberships on YouTube.
Yes.
He's gonna have a hard time selling the stuff when they're giving it away for free on every other channel.
But what matters is the people that donate to your Patreon and pay for the other stuff that you have.
I mean, the people that donate money on his, like, when he has those Cash App links or whatever.
You have to have a lot of people to make money by AdSense.
Yeah, yes. Debunkers and flat earthers do not rely on the views at all.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in the last video that Witsit had, I saw somebody gave a donation of $100, and then not long after that, another person gave a donation of $500.
But he doesn't have a job.
So I could give an example, so you all would understand how crazy it can be. Flatzoid, a guy that everyone hates. Like everyone hates. You have endless evidence. But the guy's super chats are only going up. If you go to a website that is called Playground Statistics, you can watch how much he gets for super chats per video. And he got even a video after what he called Lisbeth, a video after that he complained about his camera being shitty. Someone gave him $500 in one super chat. Usually he gets a few hundred per stream. Tell me who are the crazy people to donate to such a disgusting person?
I have theories, but further research is needed.
There's a lot of people in the world. I mean, there's just a lot of people in the world.
But Jaron doesn't have a day job, right?
No, I don't know. He didn't work for like 5 years at least.
I mean, he's not financially independent. I mean, he's got his wife work. If he's dependent on a couple $100 per stream he's going to make, he's not going to live.
Yeah, I don't know his money, but
again, I rather not go to his personal life as long as he woke up to common sense and he tries to do his best with other people. I'm pro that. I just don't understand how toxic people like Jaren, Flatzoid, I'm sorry, which has like pages upon pages on Flare Wiki of how he attacked different people, lied about different people, abused people. And you can literally...
That doesn't affect. That he can run a spray, a spray thing, and he can spray paint your car. I mean, if I was hiring people to spray paint cars, I don't give a damn if they're flat earthers. Can you do a good job or not?
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the people that support him right now. Like he gets more super chats than Oakley.
Yeah, I misunderstood you.
Yeah. I don't care about his job right now. And I mean, why would people give him $10 like a few times a stream and fuck?
I was just curious if they had another job other than doing flat Earth content. That's all.
It depends on the flare, but I'm sure like Witzer doesn't have a job. I don't know what he does e-begging. Every few months he says like, I need your help badly and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they give him good amounts.
Well, Arwen doesn't get money when he e-begs.
Very famously, in fact.
He's crying lately because he wants a jacket.
By the way, happy Shavuot, Agent.
In fact, I think today or yesterday, Arwen was going to go get a jacket, but then he decided against it. I think he said it would have been irresponsible, but I think Arwen is actually afraid to leave his apartment. I think he's got agoraphobia. He's afraid to go outside.
Do you follow Mikey?
A little, yeah.
Who's that?
Mikey's big.
The guy is suing the Space Canadian Agency
Oh, that guy! Oh
Yeah,
my god!
Yeah, he was met with his lawyer just the other day, and they went through it. And she showed him how to fill out.
Yeah.
What a nut
Exactly.
job.
I'm saying it is going to be funny. Like I imagine him sitting with the phone in the courtroom and broadcasting because he broadcasts everything.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't got caught because it's a big no-no, isn't it?
I don't think his lawyer would love it if she saw the video.
But it's going to be interesting, the excuses he's going to make when whatever happens. I don't know what's going to happen.
Robert, you got a lot of background noise, man.
Oh, sorry about that.
He keeps saying, though, you're going to regret it. You're going to find out here. It's coming real soon. And he thinks he's going to be swimming in money, too.
This is the guy in Westchester, right?
Millions. He's suing for millions.
No, not Westchester guy. Canadian. He's Canadian.
Okay. Mikey Smith, the guy with the toe. I don't know if you know.
He's in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Well, I know. I got confused. I was thinking of the guy in New York. Sorry.
Yeah, that's CC.
Yeah, CC. That's his name. Yeah.
Westchester County.
CC doesn't even follow Flat Earth content, I think. He's just like original by himself with his car. He doesn't know what is going on.
There's a picture of him though at a table with a whole bunch of people, including Flat Earth Dave and some other people.
What's the topic?
No, he does.
Well, the topic has changed a few times.
Yes, it has.
The topic is how Flat Earthers are still a thing.
Interesting.
In the year of our Lord 2025.
Well, if you deny all reality, the Earth might be flat.
Well, it started off.
It's weird.
If Flat Earthers
or Nashville, you're super quiet.
Yeah, I'm working on my new mic. Sorry.
I can barely hear you.
It's weird how there's Christian Globers like Matthew Learns, who have been like Matthew Learns has been completely destroyed on biblical cosmology many times, and I think it's just evidence that these people are just liars. Like you can't claim to be like you can't believe in the Bible and be a Christian, and the Bible literally just states multiple times that the Earth isn't a ball in space, but he's like trying to hold on to it. So the thing is, like, the Globers are just dishonest. Like, you guys are just liars. So I mean, I don't really see the point. Like you're saying, oh, how is Flat Earth still a thing? As if there's no evidence. As if there's no clear evidence. Like you're actually just trolling. You realize that, right?
I'm confused.
Excuse
You're
me,
just
you have
trolling.
evidence-
You realize that, right?
You have evidence for the flat Earth today? I'm really interested.
We haven't been over it 1,000 fucking times
No, what
with
is- well,
you,
I wanna have
NASA
evidence-
shill. NASA
evidence-
shill. The guy who's
evidence
shilling for a fucking
for
satanic space agency.
the flat
You
Earth.
have nothing.
Evidence-
You have nothing. You're
evidence
just a troll.
for
NASA, we don't hear you.
I'm
We
working
don't
on some
hear
volume
you.
turn up to
Yeah,
100.
maybe stop trolling. And Globers, you haven't done anything or convinced
evidence
anyone of
for
anything.
the flat
You
Earth.
actually haven't done anything at all.
Hello,
So
for the
you
flat
just get
Earth,
dunked on repeatedly.
That's better.
Hello?
That's better. Right there, NASA. Right
Evidence
there. You're good.
for the flat Earth, please.
See,
So
the
what
thing
have
is,
you
right?
done?
You expect
What have
me
you
to
done,
engage
Mr.
with you
Mr.
after you've
PhD
been
blob?
dunked on. You've been dunked on
For
1,000
not
times, and
against
you
the
expect
globe.
me to still engage with you after you've
Not
proven
against
you're
the globe.
dishonest.
You haven't
You've
given
proven
any.
that you're just a fucking liar.
You haven't
You're like,
given
oh,
any
but where's
evidence
the
for the
evidence?
flat Earth.
Yeah, now you're saying, oh, you haven't given any.
That's
We've
correct.
been over it
No
1,000
evidence.
fucking
What
times, retard.
evidence for the flat
We've
Earth?
been
Please?
over it 1,000 times. You're
No,
just
you
a
haven't.
liar.
You've never. Nobody has
You're
ever
just
given
a
any evidence.
liar. You fucking
Nobody.
retard. You think we don't
Nobody.
see that you're
Listen
just a
to me.
liar?
Stop it. Stop talking over me.
No.
Nobody has given any or evidence for
Yeah.
flat Earth.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
What?
Dipshit.
What?
There's been a lot.
What?
Give us
Like
one.
fucking everything. Like literally
Like what?
everything.
No,
You're
not
just, you're just a
everything. Give me
retard.
specific. Something
Your
specific.
evidence is cartoons, dipshit.
No, and I want evidence for the flat Earth, please.
That's
Come on,
really
one,
cute.
one thing.
That's really
Yeah,
cute.
it is because you've never given me any, and you know you have none.
Well, since we now have a flat earther here, why are the stars counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere?
See, you're just trolling again. You're just
Yeah, but
trolling
why
again.
is
You just
that?
keep doing it. You just keep doing it. See, there's no point engaging with you because
Why?
you're fucking dishonest. You've
See,
literally
how does it
proven
happen? You
you're
won't
dishonest.
answer.
You've
You
proven your
can't
point
answer.
over and over.
How
I
is
think I
that
understand.
dishonest?
I think I
Oh, it
understand.
can't
I
be
think I
answered.
understand something here. You hit his cognitus, and that's what's meant by trolling. When flat earthers say trolling, it means you hit their cognitus.
Totally.
Yep.
Totally.
You literally
How
could
is
go
it-
outside and look up in the sky. How's that dishonest?
Wow. Yeah, no, look up. Yeah. 7
Yeah,
up.
and how is it
That's not
dishonest to
evidence
ask
for the flat
questions?
earth.
We're just
I mean,
asking
hold on.
questions. How is it trolling?
Hey,
It's
I
not
thought
trolling
the
when we
sky-
ask
They put the
questions.
symbols all
Just
around you.
because
You
you
know
cannot
that.
answer them, that doesn't mean that it's trolling.
They put
I
the
thought the
symbols all
sky
around
doesn't
you,
prove
buddy.
the. I thought
You
the
act
sky
like
doesn't
you act
prove.
like everything in the
Excuse me,
mainstream's totally
excuse me, sir.
legit. You're just
Hello.
trolling.
Hello,
You're
I'm
just
talking.
fucking trolling.
I was talking, but I thought the sky didn't prove the Earth. Is that something that you disagree with?
7 Up. Do you know what that is? Do you know what 7 Up
Yeah,
is?
it's a drink.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Okay. And do you know what the logo is?
Do you? That was that
It's a
got to do
little
with the flat
ball.
Earth?
Why
It
is
says
that
7 Up. Yeah,
What
there's
does that got to
7
do with the flat
planets
Earth?
up. They're
What does that
above.
got to do with
There's
shit?
7 planets above
Where do
you.
we-
They
where
put
do
the
we-
symbols all around you.
With the Earth?
The symbols are literally all around you. All the evidence is right in your face. And you're like, oh, but there's no evidence. You're
we get a
you're actually
symbol
just trolling.
instead of
Huh?
What are you? Are
7
you?
Up. You get dunked on by
Get a
soda. You
point.
get dunked on by soda.
Is this
You're
for
breaking
real?
up a bit.
Wait a minute. Is this guy for real or is this
You
just a
literally
joke?
get dunked on by soda.
No, but are
And
you
you're
for
like,
real?
oh,
Or are
but
you
there's
being
no
serious?
evidence. There's no evidence.
He sounds very serious.
Yes, he's serious.
How does
for
the
the flat Earth.
fucking 7 Up point work
More
for you?
serious than
It
Brenda.
doesn't work for you
I
at
just was
all. So
asking a simple
you're just a
question.
troll now.
I've asked
I
for
just-
evidence for the flat
Yeah,
Earth now.
planets are above.
I like 7 Up.
And he starts
Of
talking about
course.
7 Up. Come on.
No, but this whoever
Yeah,
this
planets
PhD
are up.
blob
Hey
is.
guys, the planets are up. They're
So what's evidence
above.
for
They're
the flat
above
Earth?
you. They're not. They're
Is
not
Pepsi
underneath
also
you.
is Pepsi also a flat Earth proving point?
No, but Coke is. See, these guys are
Well,
all,
I mean, it's
flat
liquid,
Earth,
so
flat
yeah,
Earthers are all on.
it's liquid,
Yeah,
so
flat Earthers
yes.
are all on Coke. That's the only reason they think that the Earth is flat because they're all on Coke.
Yeah, Globers smoke meth. So what? We snort cocaine. That's
I mean, why
natural.
can't we
Get fucked.
ask for flat
Get
Earth
fucked.
evidence?
Yeah, I don't smoke meth.
But
I
wait,
smoke weed.
Your evidence is your crack pipe.
I just
I
asked a
actually
simple
snort
question.
Oh,
coke,
I mean,
and that's
literally,
why I
I
became a
mean,
flat
we
earther.
can kind of reel it in. All this, can we reel it in and get a particular point to talk about instead of just all over the place?
Well, I asked
Yeah,
a
no,
simple
we
He
reeled it
doesn't
in. It's
want to
been
be scared
reeled.
about the questions.
except
and
We
Blob
brought the
refuses.
swordfish in. You guys
Blob-
just lie
Black
about
Star
everything.
heroin is
great.
So
Blob,
how do you explain
I
a
want everyone to
lunar
notice that
eclipse?
Blob refuses.
You're bringing up
to give
eclipses,
any
not like this
evidence
is so retarded.
for the flat
You're
Earth.
bringing up
Well, I'm
eclipses.
bringing
Are
up
you fucking
And he has to
kidding me?
talk over me because
I'm
he
bringing up
realizes
evidence.
he
Yeah,
has no
yeah.
evidence for the flat Earth.
Yeah, shit up in the sky above you is
That
proof
has
that we're
nothing
on
to
a
do with the
ball.
flat Earth. I
You're
thought the sky
fucking.
didn't
You're
prove
trolling.
the globe. I thought
It
the sky
sounds
didn't prove
like it sounds like
You
a
guys
freaking
are
Nathan
just.
Oakley
You
or
guys are
something.
just
Wait, hold on a
out
second.
of your
I thought the
minds.
sky didn't prove
This is
the
coming from
eclipse.
somebody who used the 7-Up bottle to prove their point. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Come on,
no, the
Blob.
people who run the world know this. They know that
Blob,
I just
whenever
had
academics
a
are
flat
shelling
Earth.
for them, you're
Evidence
stupid.
for
So we can't
flat
use
Earth.
anything in the sky. What can we use?
No, the shit in the sky is above you, and it proves the globe wrong. Get dunked on. 7
No, it
Up proves
doesn't.
you wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then
Prove-
explain an eclipse.
Look, I don't
Actually, I
have
think
to.
that's
It's
globe
above
proof.
you.
Wait.
Okay. But it
Let
does prove
him
your point.
explain the 7-Up.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
let's have him
7
explain it actually.
planets up above. 7 Up. They're above you.
Well,
They're
what did
up.
you do when Pluto was
They're
still a
up
So?
like the movie.
Was it 8 up until just a few years ago when they demoted?
So
Pluto?
how does
I
that
guess it
help
was.
you?
It was 9 up.
Yeah, well,
Actually,
one of
Orange
them.
Crush proves the globe.
But it was always 7
Orange
up.
Crush.
So why is it? Why
But you
is
said that
8 up?
you said that the sky dunks on us, and then I asked you to explain a lunar eclipse, and you said that you don't have to. So I don't
I
follow.
said it's above you, and you lose to it being above.
What does
you.
that
You
mean?
lose. You already lose. You lost.
Okay,
Stop
so
playing.
I have a question.
How does that help you? You're not making any point. You're just saying 7-up and that's
You
it.
lose to 7-up.
I have a point
how
why
on
does
this.
it lose?
You lost
Give
to
us the
7-up.
logic, man. Because
You
you're
lost.
not
I have a
giving the
point.
logic. How does it lose us? Even if it's referring to the planets, it doesn't mean that the globe is fake. It just means that it refers to the planets. How does it mean the globe is fake? You're not making any points. That's why you're a flat earther. You're a stupid person. You're a stupid troll. You're not making any logical point. Do you realize
How does up and down work on the flat Earth, by the way?
I have a point to make. I have a point to make on the 7-Up nonsense. So there are 7 speeches in the symposium by Plato. Does that mean that Plato was in on it?
There's 7 speeches. What'd you say?
Hold on. There are 7 days of the week that was created by God. Is God on it?
Shit. Yeah, no, God didn't make a globe in space.
There's
So
also
you lose again.
7 speeches in the symposium by Plato. Does that mean Plato was in on it?
You believe a globe when God literally didn't make a globe.
I'm just asking you a yes or no question. I didn't even bring up
holy
God.
number in the Bible. Is God on it?
I didn't even bring it up.
There's a lot of connections you can bring up with the number 7. That's good.
It'd be great if you could just answer my question: if Plato was in on a conspiracy or not.
Your mom's in on it, and she's lying to you about the globe.
Okay, well, that still doesn't answer my question about Plato. Was Plato on it?
Well, if your mom was, then Plato obviously was.
Oh my god, this guy's so stupid.
If I make the Play-Doh animal and Play-Doh was on it, is the Play-Doh animal also in it?
This conspiracy has gone on for like 2,000 or over 2,000 years. Like
yeah, your dog's
years?
in on it too. Your fucking dog is in on it. Literally,
Okay.
your dog literally is smarter than you are.
You sound like an Eric Dubay copycat.
There's also 7 dwarfs.
See, the thing is, Eric Dubay is actually a shill. He's actually like a government agent, and you guys don't even realize that. Like, you fell for every psyop. It's actually
he's trolling.
Can I ask you, Mr. 7-Up, how are you still a flat earther when we have provided you tons and tons and tons of globe evidence?
You didn't provide shit.
What about
yes, we provided you globe evidence. So why are you a flat earther?
Was 7 Heaven also part of the psyop?
Look, I can debunk flat Earth faster than you guys ever could.
You just said
we have given you plenty of globe evidence, and you haven't debunked it. How are you a flat earther?
You literally can't debunk flat Earth, even though it's the easiest.
Of course we can. We have debunked it. So why are you a flat earther?
It's so easy, and you can't do it.
I just did.
Yeah, we have done it. Why are you a flat earther?
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. Why are you a flat earther?
Do you believe the moon is a solid object?
Do you believe in gravity?
I don't have these beliefs that you guys were just given by this.
You do have beliefs.
System.
You have the false belief that Earth is flat.
You're getting.
You have to go through 7th grade.
Whoa, psychically dominated. You're getting psychically dominated.
Wait.
By computers.
Wait. I know you're
go through.
Happy that you found the flat earther, but let him finish the sentence and go one by one. It will sound better.
Yeah, nice. So we all have to go through 7th grade. So does that mean that that's where they indoctrinate you?
Yeah. You think you didn't get psychically dominated in school, where they just teach you a bunch of shit?
But in the 7th grade specifically, and that's why they call it 7th grade.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah,
it's part of the psyop.
Yeah, all of it.
No, I want to know his position on the moon. Is it a solid object?
I don't know, bud.
Okay. I mean, you're not going to take a position on it. Okay. I mean, I'm just asking you a question. You can say yes or no, or I don't know.
That's a completely ridiculous question. Do you understand that?
I mean, I understand that you're telling me that, but I think it's a logical question.
Okay, why would you ask somebody if they believe if the moon is solid or not?
Because you can see shadows in the craters when you look at it through a telescope.
Okay, does that mean it's solid?
No, but it means that it's probably solid.
Okay, so you don't even know.
No, I do know.
I mean,
well, we know.
Now you do know. Okay, you're just trolling.
Yeah,
You're trolling.
I can know things. I can know things, but I don't have to know them for certain.
So you know what the moon is? Are you fucking kidding me?
I told you I believe and I know that it's solid because of the evidence. But what's your evidence?
It's solid because
you
it's
don't.
cheese.
You don't know.
I do know because I have rocks from it.
Do you understand that you can know things without certainty?
Yeah, you're smoking crack rocks.
No, you know that the sun's going to come up
lunar
tomorrow?
rock.
Wow, that's a good point.
Okay, so I mean, I told you why I know that it is solid because there's shadows on it.
You just
it doesn't have to be for certain.
You literally just contradicted yourself. You said you didn't know that, and then you're like, "Oh, well, I know that, but I don't."
No,
know
I said I believe
it
and I know it because we have evidence for it happening, and we have evidence for the shadows.
You don't have evidence for shit.
Yeah. Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Look, anybody trying to tell you what those lights in the sky are is fucking. They don't
I didn't
know
ask
shit.
anybody.
There's no
I looked through a
humans. Yeah, there's no
telescope.
humans that know. There's no humans that know the answer.
Do you
I
understand
love
how
being
science
told
works?
that my entire field of study is full of shit. Please tell me more, Bob.
Yeah,
Science is about
there's a
asking
lot of
questions.
fields that are all just
It's
bullshit.
about inference. It's about making the best of what you have. And guess what? When we look at the moon, we see shadows. We say it's probably solid. Because
It's
guess
cute.
what? We're unaware of things that are not
It's cute how you
solid
ignore
that create
everything else
shadows.
besides your
Oh,
telescope
I mean,
I'm
clouds
just
create
asking
shadows, but
you,
they're not
how
solid.
do you
But anyway,
explain the shadows? How do you explain the
so
shadows? Because you
I have a
obviously agree
How
spectrograph.
do you
there's
explain the
shadows.
craters? How do you explain those?
I have a spectrograph, and I can point it at the moon, and then I get back, lines that tell me what it's made of, and those
Oh,
things that are made
lines.
of are all solid.
Wow, line.
Yeah, I'm just
Your
talking
fucking
real
evidence of
basic here,
line.
right? Like I see shadows, and I ask, how would you explain the shadows on an object that's not
How do you
solid?
explain the craters?
We can get to the craters, but I think I asked a very basic question compared to the
You brought
craters.
up shadows on the craters. How do you explain the craters in the first place?
I don't have to explain the shadow. I don't have to explain the craters to ask you about why there's shadows in the craters. We can get to the craters, but I want to know what you
How
think
do you
about the
know
shadows.
how do you know they're craters?
I don't know. I don't know that they're craters, but they appear to be craters because there's shadows inside
Left
of
by
them
what?
that look
Left by
like.
what?
It doesn't matter what they're left by. That's beside the point. You don't understand what my question is about. It's about
not
why the
besides the point at
shadows,
all. It's
why
so
there
not
appear to be
besides the point.
shadows. No, you're diverting away from the question of why there appear to be shadows. For some reason, you don't like answering that.
But you didn't answer the original question if he thinks the moon is solid or not.
Well, we're getting
I said
there
I don't know.
because he didn't want to answer that, so I gave him something easier.
I said I don't know. I already answered it.
Did you believe we've been to the moon?
I mean, you can say that
Fuck
you don't
no.
know why there's
Are you
shadows.
fucking kidding me? You think we went to the moon? You think
don't believe that either,
dudes?
huh?
You think dudes played golf on the moon?
Was 9/11
No,
an
I
inside job?
don't think anybody played golf
Yes.
in the
Okay.
technical sense of the
We're,
word
Wait,
on the
wait.
moon.
we're really getting
There
off
was a
topic.
golf ball.
Hold on.
There was a
Was
golf ball on the
9/11?
moon.
Are you a 9/11
Yes, it
truther also?
was. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Blob, what nukes? Are you also an anti-nuke person?
Yeah. Nukes are fake as fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened in
Anybody else?
Hiroshima and
You just
Nagasaki?
believe everything. You just believe everything the
Wait,
government tells you.
what happened in
Let's
Japan and
ask
Nagasaki?
Japan that.
Yeah, you believe
Was that
everything,
fake?
huh?
Wait,
believe
Are you
the
as
TV.
crazy as Yasuka and also believe that Napoleon
hold on.
didn't happen?
Wait,
I haven't looked into it.
if nukes didn't exist, what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima?
Yeah, people lived there right after. Good job.
What?
They'll say they
Huh?
dropped bombs on it, but there are no craters. There are no craters around it.
Yeah, craters like the moon.
What about Chernobyl? Is that real?
No, it's fake. All the shit about nuclear radiation is fake. They don't
Really?
want you to have free energy. That's all it is. You're getting
What are you talking
trolled by
about?
people. Look, this is how stupid you guys are. All throughout history, the mainstream history that you believe in is all about conquerors trying to take over the world. Like some dude comes
Maybe you should
along,
go
like
ride in a
Alexander the
nuclear
Great.
submarine.
Yeah, Alexander the Great, fucking Genghis Khan, all these different people trying to take over shit. And you guys believe that this is not the case nowadays when it obviously is.
What does that have to do with the shape of the earth?
There's people trying to take over the world, and what they do is lie to you about science and what's going on in the world. So you believe the TV and all these events that have to do with controlling energy, attacking other nations that aren't a part of the Federal Reserve System. You're getting trolled. You're getting fucking trolled by people around the world.
I'm still waiting to figure out how.
What does this have to do with the shape
just
of the
keep
earth?
believing the TV. Fucking.
It's not the
brainlet.
TV, my guy. The TV's why I don't believe the shit that you're saying.
You watched 9/11 on the TV.
No, I didn't, my friend.
I put a picture in the chat of this voice
your friend
chat.
flew the plane.
I took this picture. Do you notice the shadows in the craters in this picture? It's pretty blurry, but can you see the shadows on the edges?
I don't see the chat.
It's in the Omni. It's in the actual voice chat.
Oh, the actual chat. Oh, okay.
How do you?
I can put it in the
know
Omni.
it's a shadow.
Yeah, put it in the other one because they don't know how to get to the other one.
How do you know that's a shadow?
That's true. What do you mean?
Yeah,
how do you know it's a shadow?
What do you mean? It looks like a big rock, doesn't it?
On the edges, right? You see the light hitting the top, and then on the bottom of it, it appears to be dark. If it's not a shadow, I mean, can you explain
On the bottom of
what the
what?
darkness
What the
is?
fuck are you talking about?
Let me circle it for you. It'll make it easier. Yeah, there's probably some better ones.
This is unbelievable.
Let me see if I can throw this.
Yeah, no, just believe in Trump, buddy. Trump's gonna save you.
I'm not talking about Trump.
What
I'm
does
not talking
Trump have
about
to do with anything?
I'm not talking
No, he's
about
gonna
Trump.
save you. He's totally draining the swamp. You fucking.
I got nothing. I don't even care about Trump. What does that have to do with the shape of the earth?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course you don't. Of course
we're
you don't.
talking
You don't
about
believe it. You don't believe in politics, but you believe all of it.
I don't. What does Trump have to do with the shape of the earth?
Nothing. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do
Blob
with
is just like Blob is gish galloping because he doesn't want to be held to the fire on what.
Yeah, do you see the red
fire.
circle on the new image that I?
He doesn't have anything. That's why.
Yeah. How do you know
He's
that's a
in a-
shadow?
It appears to be a shadow, but you can
No, it
provide a
doesn't.
different explanation. What does
What
it
do you mean
appear to be?
appears to be a shadow? What does that mean?
I can't make it more plain than that. What do you think it is?
No, you're asserting it looks like a shadow.
I said that it appears to be a shadow. You're exactly right.
No,
You're
it
just
doesn't.
repeating
It
what I
actually
said.
doesn't at all.
What does it appear to be then? Explain it.
What? So there's a spot that's a little bit darker, like the rest of those fucking craters that are a little bit darker.
Well, there's many of them. Yeah, I chose one that appears
So what
to
about
be.
is that a shadow too on the part that's well lit, that's darker? Is that also a shadow?
Excuse me.
You fucking troll.
It doesn't have to be, but do you notice at the top of this
it doesn't
what
have
appears
to
to be a crater? No, it doesn't have to be because
Ben,
it doesn't have any raised topography that you can differentiate on the edge, right?
It's literally depressed. It's literally depressed, or appears to be depressed, and it's darker.
So are you claiming that none of these on the outer ring are
No, they
craters?
don't. They don't look like shadows.
Blob.
Okay, so what do they appear to be? They appear to be just dark spots that happen to be inside.
A spot that's a little bit
a
darker. Yeah, just like the rest of it.
Why is it, Blob, that if the Earth is flat, as you say, why can we only see one side of the moon?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I'm asking a simple question.
You're actually trolling me.
How is that trolling? It's a question.
Look,
you hit his cog bis, so therefore you're trolling.
If the moon is supposedly spinning, and it's spinning around a globe Earth that's also spinning and orbiting the sun.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth's orbit around the sun isn't a perfect circle. Okay.
Okay.
It's elliptical.
That's not the question I asked you.
The point is, if the Earth's speed in its rotation changes in its orbit around the sun, then how does the moon's orbit and rotation stay locked with the Earth? So what they say is, it just looks like, we only see one side because the moon rotates at the perfect speed for us to only see one side of the moon. They also say the Earth is orbiting the sun, not in a perfect circle, changing speeds, yet we don't see the other side. Do you understand that doesn't work?
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're wrong, okay?
I'm not
Number
wrong.
one, the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, okay?
I literally just brought that up.
Now,
I literally just explained that to you.
So if you were on a flat Earth in your world, people on one side would see one side of the moon, and somebody on the other side would see a different side of the moon.
No one's on the other side of it. That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
If the Earth was flat,
okay, we're standing on a plate. How are you on the other side of the moon?
Where's the moon at?
Here's the better
above
photo.
you. You think we're standing above the moon on the other side?
If the
Do you notice? Do you notice the craters?
You've proven globers.
Take a look at the photo I just posted. Right?
Hang on, guys.
A downward toenail, right?
Can I just say something for a moment? Bringing up the moon is a red herring in regard to the this sphericity or non-sphericity of the Earth, right? It's a red herring because
I want to know what he thinks the moon is. I just want to know if he thinks it's solid or in the shadows.
The only evidence that you have that the Earth is a sphere is looking at the lights in the sky.
No, that's not
Chill, guys. You all just came in. Anthony was midway through speaking.
There's another one.
At all, let him speak, please.
Bringing up the moon and the face of it, like flat earthers can bring things up about the moon as well that don't make any sense. Like, if it was spherical, should there be a specular highlight? Like there's plenty of things about the moon we don't understand, so we shouldn't talk about it. We should talk about whether we can detect curvature. That's because it's called flat Earth. It's not called flat moon or something.
Oh my God.
we're talking about the Earth and the curvature. So there's no point discussing
for thousands
the
of
face
years
of the moon.
For thousands of years, people have looked up to the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth. It's been done.
No, they didn't.
That's fucking ridiculous.
That's why.
Okay,
that's retarded.
Okay, just think about this.
Robert Silverman. That's fucking stupid.
That's how it's been done, and it works very well.
That's fucking
No, it doesn't
stupid.
work. That's why
Yeah,
you're all retarded.
Thousands of years of scientists against that's stupid. Yeah,
Robert, you're
Scientists are not looking at the lights in the sky.
Yes, we are every day. Thank you for telling me what I do and don't do, Rob.
The whole story about the moon,
Astronomers. Look, astronomers.
Orbit doesn't even
Our
work.
scientists.
I'm gonna get this out. Astronomers
scientists.
look at lights in the sky.
And they're scientists.
Astronomers
and they're scientists.
are not scientists.
How far away is the
Can
sun?
I ask Anthony a question?
Do you know?
Anthony,
Robert,
do you think
know
that...
the answer?
I do know the answer. How far away is the sun? I'm asking you.
I mean, your globe bullshit says it's 93 million miles.
That's not bullshit. It's fact.
It's not.
What is? Well, how far is it then?
Yeah, not 93 million.
How far is it then?
Not 93 million miles.
Okay, how far is it? If it's not
Anything
93
93 million. Could be 92,999.
1,000 feet above.
1,000 feet. So below most planes. I love it, Blob. Can I ask Anthony, do you reckon that, like, if the stars were in a fixed place, that would be a good way to determine the shape of the ground?
Good question, I guess, bro. I wouldn't bother with the stars, even if they were in a fixed place or whatever. The way to determine the ground would be how we as flat earthers are determining it, right? So we can see too far, so we know that the Earth isn't curving at the rate that it's given, right? So we can measure the Earth.
Too far according to what?
Don't worry about the stars.
Manage yourselves, Globers. Manage yourselves. He's still speaking. Just if you can't manage your dissonance in the middle of somebody else's sentence, just go on mute and switch to push to
That's
talk.
why I waited till the end of his sentence, correct, Egg?
He's clearly not finished though. Just pop yourself on
then
push
you
to
should have
talk.
said that instead of end of his sentence, yeah?
Pop yourself on push to talk. Go for it, Anthony.
What are your thoughts, Eggs? Do you think if they were fixed, that would be a good way to measure the surface?
I think, like, if I wanted to know the shape of my car, I wouldn't look outside my car. But if I wanted to tell what my car was doing, was it going forwards, was it going backwards, was it doing a barrel roll, I would look at everything but my car, because my car, the parts of my car will always stay in the same orientation to one another. But if the whole world were spinning around me horizontally, I would be like, I think I'm in a flat spin. Right? So I do think that situating and going, where is the angular, direction to other objects, other fixed landmarks, and how are they changing in proportion to me would be a really excellent way of telling something about the Earth, maybe not shape. I still think you can get shape out of it though, right? If you, like, for example, like, let's take a horizontal part of a car. If I went, right, I'm looking straight down the lane markings, the car's flat on the road, pointing in the direction of the road, and I went, oh, look, the lane markings up ahead are pretty much parallel to me on the roof, and then I went to the front part of the roof and I went, oh, they're pretty much parallel here. I could go, okay, this roof is pretty much flat. But then if I tilted down, sliding down the windscreen, when I went, oh, now the lane markings are above the plane that I'm on, I could go, I've probably taken a turn downwards, right? So I still think you could use it, but maybe not as effectively as just measuring the surface of the car.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you just measure What are your thoughts on the black swan, Eggs?
I think it's a great bit of evidence, but I think it's evidence, obviously, of the fact, like, what it necessitates is if what's his name, BMSLB, goes out there and sometimes sees the oil rig's feet going into the ocean, and on other days both of their feet are hidden behind a lump of water, then that necessitates one of two things. Either the shape of the Earth is changing from day to day, or B, that conditions are changing such that it's a bad way to gauge the shape of the Earth.
Isn't the point that the horizon line is still behind those oil rigs?
But sometimes it appears in front, don't you agree?
irregardless of if it sometimes appears in front, if it at any point is behind them, wouldn't that mean that the whole geometry is incorrect?
Wouldn't, but I guess I don't get that. Why would you? It's like going up to a, like, you know, that thing, you know, there's two people guarding a door, one tells the truth, the other one always lies. Is like, if you know that this is an unreliable tool, if you know that sometimes, like, just for the sake of discussion, I'll put a photo in the chat of it on 2 very different days. If you know that sometimes it will show you the marine horizon in front of the oil rigs, and then sometimes it'll show you the marine horizon behind the oil rigs, then for me, the only conclusion I can reach is this is not the appearance to the marine horizon, distance of the marine horizon is not a way I should use to determine the Earth, because I don't think the Earth's changing shape.
How could it show the horizon behind the oil rigs if the Earth was 25,000 miles in circumference?
Because it would just need to bend the light like a tiny fraction of a degree, which I think happens. Right? We see wiggly cranes. We don't think the cranes really are gooseneck shaped, do we?
So it's bending like a particular part of the light, like a part of the.
Just bending all light, but bending all of the light traveling from that thing towards my eye. It's bending all of it in ever so slightly downwards. Sure, yeah, like.
So then wouldn't they still be? I'm confused by that. If it's bending the light, wouldn't it be consistent with the whole picture? How can it suddenly, the horizon line, be behind those? I'm not getting that.
Well, like, to me, looking straight down or straight up, like, your vision's a sphere, right? Just depends which bit you're paying attention to. But if I look straight down or straight up, refraction would have to be 0. Then refraction is going to be most bang on horizontal, because that's where the thickest air is going to be, and that's also the longest sight line. So that's where we're going to get a difference in the image. And to me, like, a simple one is just to go, the cranes are bendy in one of the photos. So if I'm going to trust one of the 2 photos as an accurate representation of reality, like Left Lane's put a good GIF cutting between the 2, I would either pick neither, which is the case I'm making. But if I had to pick one, I definitely wouldn't go to bendy cranes. So the challenge is, what makes you think either, because for this to be evidence for flat Earth, it both needs to be good evidence, which is one thing I'm challenging, and picking one of 2 conditions that BMSLB admits is the rarer of the 2 conditions that I'm also saying has other artifacts, i.e. bendy cranes, that would make you mistrust it. It seems that you need to challenge both of those points. You need to say, 1, it is acceptable to use observations over water, right? That they aren't difficult to trust. And B, you need to say, now that I've determined that one or the other is acceptable to trust, here's why I picked the one with the bendier cranes. Anthony might be doing something.
Pointless.
Well, that was fun. Where'd our boy go? He dipped.
I don't. I just
wanted to know about these stupid ass craters. He fucking left me hanging.
It just never ceases to amaze me, these people.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me that the best globe evidence is looking at the lights in the sky.
Maybe you can
But
explain.
right now we're looking at oil rigs and it's crickets, right? If talking about the Earth is better, why not defend the idea of going with bendy cranes?
Yeah, where's all this flat Earth evidence?
Cranes aren't the Earth. The water's not the Earth. The dirt is the Earth, right? Or do you consider the dirt and water together?
And we're showing you over water.
Oblate. You can hear him still speaking, right? Go for it again, Rob.
So when I say Earth, you say Earth. And when we say Earth, do we mean the dirt that we stand on and the water that laps up on the shoreline, all conglomerated into a sphere in outer space? When we say Earth, is that the Earth that you picture in your mind?
I don't understand this question. To me, the difference between the two propositions.
I would say to the room, that is the question.
Right. To me, the difference of the two propositions is, are verticals parallel or are they not? If they are converging, then it's a ball. If they are diverging, then it's concave. If they're parallel, then it's flat. But the question is specifically, slightly to Anthony's point, so you're not required to defend it if you want. But if somebody's going to go, here's good evidence for something, and we've got like on day A, it shows globe. On day B, it shows bigger globe. And on day B, where it shows bigger globe, it's also got bendy cranes. Why would we pick, when we know that it switches its mind sometimes or switches its presentation sometimes, and we see bendy cranes on one of those 2 days, why do we trust what I would consider the more obviously mistrustworthy bit of evidence? That's why it's a mic drop moment, because there's no recovering from it. There's no way to say, I pick this clearly. It's like the police being like, okay, I had one witness and they had a video camera and they gave a really solid accounting of what happened and they took notes. And then there's this other guy who keeps mentioning pixies and fairies and is clearly a little bit out of it, but I decided the second person was a better witness of the events. It's like the bendy cranes are clearly a bad witness. Why do flat earthers choose them? And there is an answer, but it's just that flat earth doesn't like it, which is why it turns to crickets. The answer is because that confirms my flat earth hypothesis.
Why do they choose any of the pictures that are they're all fake? Every one they show this distance you can see too far. This is this mountain here. They're all the data is wrong.
Well, historically, the answer was, you spinning ball space monkey, it's not about the cranes, it's about the horizon being behind them.
Yeah. And also the claim that the cranes are letting off gas, and that right there, the flame right there, is enough to bend it through the entire column of air into your eyes.
If the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon.
There would be, because there would be something below horizontal that was all of the land and water. It's just that things wouldn't dip behind it; they would disappear into infinity.
There wouldn't be a crisp horizon. Is what I think.
Yeah, it'd disappear into fog.
There'd be no horizon on the flat Earth.
So
that's what we're challenging.
Yeah, no, I would like you to elaborate on why there would be no horizon.
They just
on a
did,
flat
Rob.
Earth. No, I missed the detailed explanation.
I think a better way of putting it is there would be no crisp horizon. You wouldn't see crisp horizons like we see in reality.
Yes, the horizon would look different. Yeah, things wouldn't disappear behind it. Wouldn't be crisp. You wouldn't be able to like spot a boat that's right at that point and then see the boat sail away and dip.
Things would just
into the
fade out of your. You would not be able to resolve it. That's basically what the horizon would be.
And the horizon would always be at 0 degrees elevation, regardless of how high you got. The higher and higher you got, it would still be horizontal to you.
Depending if the flat Earth was finite or infinite.
True. You could be right near the edge and looking down over it. That's true. But I want to know the defense of using the bendy cranes one. I think Anthony's gone away, though, so I shouldn't harp on it if he doesn't want to continue that discussion.
And again, we can look at simple things that anyone in the world can look up and see. And you see the stars rotating counterclockwise in America, and you go down to South America and they rotate clockwise.
Yeah, we're trying to stay down to Earth, though.
You can't
don't want to prove the globe by looking at the lights.
But explain that on a flat Earth. Explain it.
Why? I don't have to.
You don't have to explain observations. Yes, you do, in fact, Rob, have to explain the observations that we make if they are documented observations with your model. That is how this works.
So I've got somebody's asked a question which I think does relate to what we're asking, where Duck said he wants to understand how sunset happens. How do you think because I think we see the sun I heard Bansor Bandit, a flat earther, used to say it looks like like a coin disappearing into a piggy bank. It hasn't changed angular size all day and slots straight in, where I think most people's conception of the flat earth is that the sun stays above it. That's necessary if all verticals are parallel because somebody can see it overhead. How do you see the sun setting, Rob? Why is it disappearing like a coin into a piggy bank?
For maybe thousandth time, I don't use observation of the lights in the sky to measure the ground.
We're not asking if you measure the ground. I'm just asking what do you think is happening.
What's your evidence for the flat?
Well, like, yeah, we are. Fuck, man.
What's your evidence for the flat Earth then?
Oh, it's not advancing it though. So could you explain? I'm not asking for a measurement of the Earth.
The sun,
I'm just saying.
It's probably 7 up.
You get it, Left Lane. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this year that I've given times and it triggers sometimes, but if you're standing in your yard and you point at the sun when it comes up and you trace it to noon and trace it to sunset, so you've traced a half a circle, right? Now I need you to point to where
you're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit too much.
Not gonna happen.
Basically, Egg's question is
way back to looking at the lights in the sky to measure.
Basically, Egg's question is not actually
won't
like.
Stop.
Nathan, but we do measure this. We do measure the shape of the Earth on the surface of the Earth without using lights in the sky. Then we combine those two, and guess what? We got the North and South Pole. South Pole, flat Earth has no South Pole.
But let's not jump from topic to topic. Let's not flat Earth on it.
Yeah.
The question is, go for it, Yosko. Do you have an answer?
Eggs's question is not like anything to do with the ground. It's just, what do we think that the sun does? Like, what do you think that the sun does, Rob? And that's not to say, oh, this has any relationship to the ground or that it's supposed to prove the ground or anything. It's just, what is the hypothesis for what the sun does?
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
If you want what I think, if that even matters, what I think is the sun just gets too far away for me to see it.
Would you agree that other things, when they get too far away to see them, shrink in angular size?
Sure, but they're not the sun. I don't make any claims.
So it's special pleading for the sun?
Okay.
So you agree that the sun doesn't change in angular size, but cars, trucks, whales, women all shrink as they walk away.
Planes, birds.
Yeah. So I guess what you'd be invoking is it's going too far away from you to see, and there is some lensing effect that is changing its apparent size and probably also its location, because on a flat Earth map it would have to be going at a different bearing.
I'm not going to play.
Yeah, wait, hang on.
I know how this stuff.
Most women shrink when they go further away, but your mama's so fat that she somehow breaks that rule.
Right. My mama's so fat that she still measures 0.6 degrees as she sets.
The typical argument that they say, no, we don't use the lights in the sky to determine the shape of it. It's what they all say. Nathan Oakley, sounds like he's parroting Nathan Oakley.
There's a reason for that, though.
I just go outside and I look at the lights in the sky and I say, "Yay, I live on a sphere. Case closed. We can all go home."
That's not what I said.
That's true.
I mean, it's not what we're saying, but I think, would you agree that, let's say the argument were reversed. Let's say the sun did exactly what one would expect it to do on a flat Earth, right? So it goes, let's say go the north-centric AE, because it's a touchy topic, but it's the only one we've got. For me in Sydney, it should come in like northeast, right? And stay above the ocean the whole time, but start at a pinprick of light and then go like overhead nearly at Capricorn, and then hook back around. It should do a U shape in the sky and then get smaller again towards northwest sunset. But in summer, it is A, staying exactly the same angular size, B, appearing at the Capricorn to be going in a straight line, and I straight over my head, and C, doesn't change in size at all. So the bearings are wrong and the size is wrong. imagine it was doing what it should be on a flat Earth, and I was like, don't use lights in the sky. And you were the one being like, but have you noticed the shape and the size and the angle it comes at doesn't work with a globe? Do you get what I'm saying? Like if roles were reversed, I think you would be a little bit surprised by me just sort of waving my hand and going off, lights in the sky don't mean anything.
Well, they do use the crepuscular ray argument a lot.
They use, for people that don't use lights in the sky, they certainly use lights in the sky a lot. I would agree with that, yeah.
Yes, they do.
Also, shouldn't the stars all be going crazy in different directions? I mean, half of Rowbotham's thing is making really clear pronouncements about lights in the sky. It's just been progressively...
Yeah, wasn't 2023 the year of the sextant for flat Earth? So that's using points of light in the sky.
Precisely one of them learned how to use a sextant, and they all learned that they better stop doing that.
I posted 3 photos in the voice chat general talk where the horizon appears to be well below eye level, and I was wondering if Keen takes a position on the horizon and whether or not it should always rise to eye level. Maybe he could contribute.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Rob or Anthony on this. And answer Left Lane's question. The sun, I think, has to be dead below your feet in that.
My favorite is the moon. It appears to be below the horizon, but the full moon is visible. So that one's tough to figure out. I don't know. Just an observation.
I miss Jin. I wish he would come back.
No. We don't need him.
No, you don't. Why would you lie like that?
Rob is good. Anthony's a really good chatter, but it sounds like both Rob and Anthony are like partly chatting while they're working or driving or doing chores or something.
Maybe I should have asked it earlier.
No, but Jin had some really good ones. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Since you guys aren't in the, I know you're talking about Jin. I get what you're trying to do, Eggs, but I think I don't want to stop you. I can't stop you. I wouldn't even suggest to. But Rob obviously didn't get into this by looking at what you're looking at.
True.
There is no way. There is no way he said, he Left Lane's image, the one about the curvature of the sun paths going west. There's no way he actually believes that. We know that. There's just must be 0% or close to. So I see what you're doing though. It makes sense.
It's my hope is, the hope is that other people, which like not from me saying it, but I think the more reasonable globers can be, the more likely it is. And we've got a few of them who spend a fair bit of time in the server are like ex-flat earthers. And they're not even listening to the arguments from the globers, because the globers, when they're flat earthers, are the enemy and full of disinformation and misinformation, and why trust them? But my hope is if you put out simple questions like that, they go, that was a pretty simple question, and that was an epic dodge and run. And that's what starts to make them question, not the facts or the size of the moon or the sun itself, but noticing a habit of like, simple question runs away. Simple question runs away. Comes back with what they think is knockout proof, gets debunked. They ask a simple question, flat earther runs away. But my hope is then after a while, they're like, I'm not sure this is legit. But the person you're talking to directly, I think, low probability of.
Yeah, you're operating on a different axis. There's no question. You have to be. You must.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have worked 5 years ago, or
exactly
however long that person's been involved and pretending to be engaging honestly. Which is why it's so interesting.
The problem is, I think we all think we're engaging honestly. Like, I try to, but to engage honestly on this would require, I think, all of us globers to hold that it is possible that the Earth is flat, because I think that's the only way to engage honestly, is to go, that person might be right.
And that way lies madness.
I think I'm engaging.
Exactly, right? It's difficult to go, maybe the Earth's flat.
The problem
I'm
is
simply asking for an alternate explanation, right? Like, it seems reasonable to say, okay, well, this is what I think. What do you think? And I never get a direct answer. So it's a little bit disingenuous, I think, to flat earthers to argue from a point of, and not, they can say they don't know. I think that's perfectly fine, but to argue and run and simply just run from a legitimate, I think, a legitimate question for an alternative explanation.
Yeah.
It's
We might be backfilling a bit because they are still right here. Oh shit, hang on.
Oh yeah, I'd love for one of them to correct me.
Like it's good to thought experiment. Like when I'm looking at that ocean and I see only 1/4 of the sun left, like the coin in the piggy bank, I go like, okay, what would make that possible on the flat Earth? Well, I'd be close to the edge, and I'm watching the sun go below the edge. Let's see if I can go closer to it. But yeah, that's the only kind of like, yeah.
There's an interesting one that goes back to previously to the discussion about like honesty or not, where I don't call it dishonesty because, for example, like one of the interesting things is people's reluctance to take IQ tests, and it's a little bit to me like the flat earther that doesn't want to go and measure the Earth. It wants to say I've measured the Earth, absolutely wants to be able to say that, but really actively avoids ever doing that. And it's like the same as the person who thinks that they are very intelligent and yet really wants to actually avoid testing that because the truth might be more painful than I'm ready for just yet. You know, imagine like just seeing yourself as a smart person your whole life and then getting a number that clearly goes you're below average. It'd be brutal.
Yeah, for sure. But I think you're saying the parallel with the people who on the globe say, "Oh, this doesn't work," but I'm not gonna consider if it could. The problem is, I think it was Anvil. Like for Anvil to say, "Oh, a certain portion of the sun seems to be under the horizon," he's got to get so ridiculous, which he did in his example. Like he has to be so out there to even consider that. So it is hard to adopt their position or steelman. Like, how do you steelman something where they don't have anything?
With difficulty. But I think that's the advantage, right? Because I end up feeling the same. What I like about flat Earth is I go and end up in debates with like hardcore, like people who are hardcore about their political ideology. And you quickly go, oh, hang on, these guys are doing the same thing. It's much more sophisticated. It's much harder to detect because you can get so lost in the content of a debate about whether workers owning the means of production really is beneficial. And there's it's such harder to answer questions, so many smart people on both sides of that debate. But then to be like, oh, I've still noticed that reluctance, like that a single question will be run from, and be like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Why would somebody run from a question?
Yeah, like I have the personal benefit of living in Australia and being below the Tropic of Capricorn. So where I live gives a lot of indication of like when Flat Earth presents to me an image that says, the sun circles this way, I look southwest and I see a sun still, and that automatically says reality is doing something differently than the map expects me to see.
And then they hit you with the classic "we claim no map." It's just
of
unreal.
Course, yeah. We don't have a model. That's what they say.
Yeah, we got nothing, but we're right. They hit you with that.
Yeah. So when I was contemplating, like, if I was saying the Earth was flat and the sun was setting, like it's like a dinner plate, and I'm lowering the orange towards the bottom and it's being obscured. Okay, let's sail closer and see what happens. But no matter where we sail, it keeps on happening. So for me, it's not really quite plausible to have a setting sun on a flat Earth unless like all the Earth is experiencing day almost simultaneously, and all of night is being experienced simultaneously by all people. So the time zones and the sun setting seem to both indicate very much that it's more global than flatness.
Yeah, but I think an interesting thing is it's kind of similar to how flat Earth was back in the day, which is if you've got a really parochial view that doesn't cover much of the Earth. You know, if you consider their cosmology as they only were describing this tiny patch of land that fits inside a 100-kilometer radius, right? This tiny little bit of Jerusalem and bits of Syria and, you know, around Egypt and stuff, then they were mostly right? The sun does pass over their head. It does go into the underworld, i.e. to Australia. It does do all the things they describe. It's just they were only considering a tiny patch. Oh, shit, work call. Back in a bit.
And probably the thing that riles me up is a flat earther can do something, but I can't do that same thing. So I get a bit irked by hypocrisy of I can do things, but you can't do those same things. So I'll have to work on that.
What are you referring to, though?
It's a dual standard of evidence, I think.
Yeah, every time I try to demonstrate theodolite measurements, they go, "Oh, you can't use optics," but then they'll completely applaud Jay Tolan's for using a theodolite.
It's where they will say that the people that we reference are unreliable, but the people they reference are reliable. So Jay Tolan's completely reliable, but Jesse Patholite is not reliable.
Yeah, because like we try to say, you can use a fairly accurate, precise machine to go 27 miles, and they admit that the machine is good for land-to-land observations, but somehow 27 miles is too far. But I don't know how they could back that up.
Well, I don't think you get much out of them, Shubil. You're very you're kryptonite to them. They don't think they want to mess around with what you're doing. Pretty consistently, anyway.
Yeah, I don't bring. I bring my own measurements. I heard someone say many over and over. We need repeatable measurements. Show me the measurements. I bring the measurements, my own stuff, not a YouTube, not somebody else's YouTube, not a cut and paste from a Google find. I bring my own stuff, and all they do is just shit on it. So yeah, it's like every time they insist on a video, get a video, they hate the video. Yeah, there's no point with them. I'm using a theodolite. Yeah, okay. Oh, you can't use optics, and then they'll show a fucking P900 photo as if that's not optics.
And I have a question. Can someone explain to me? I think I know the answer. I want to hear it though, without, I guess, messing with the jury pool, so to speak. The position that flat earthers can't take a position on the moon being a solid object is ...
Cope? I mean, what is it? I don't know.
It's one of those things. It's one of those things they have to put in the "they don't know" column, and they don't know. Therefore, you don't know. It can't be known. Although we do have, the the observed orbit and its effect on tides. And by the way, we have orbiters photographing it, and we've got footprints that we placed there with Apollo.
Right, and we can predict when the moon will come around based on gravity and the tides, as you mentioned. So that kind of scares them to go to level 2, I think, right?
Yeah, well, they put the moon and the sun in the same category as the stars. It's up in the sky. Don't know, don't care. And you don't know, and you can't know.
The funny thing is, they knew two things about the moon. One, that you can see stars through it, and two, that it produces cold light. So the two things they know about the moon are wrong.
Yeah,
those are the only two things they know about the moon.
Yeah, the cold light couldn't be more stupid, and seeing stars through there is absolutely that is so obviously a hot pixel, because every time they say, "Oh, look, I see a star in the dark side." Oh yeah, what catalog number is it? What name? What name star?
It's sort of the same.
Did you track it going behind it? Have you ever done that?
It's sort of the same technique.
And the fact that when they move the camera, that white spot goes with the camera.
It's sort of the same thing as TFE in that it first of all, it didn't happen, but also it doesn't matter if it did happen, right? So they're like building this layer of like protection, where the moon will say, "Hey, look, there's stars, you can see through it." Oh, but also it's in the sky, so we don't even care about that anyways. Like it's a very strange way to approach
Yeah, they think they can see stars through it occasionally, but then how does it make such a total black when it goes over the sun?
Right.
Not
And that's when
transparent
they
then.
and that's when they say actually it doesn't matter because it's in the sky. Right.
It's a very defensive. It's a very defensive
Super
thing to believe in. If you want to believe in something like flat Earth, you have to be very, very defensive. You have to be very, very careful, and you can't make claims. But then you have to make claims. So I don't make any claims. I don't have a cosmology. But then you make claims and have a cosmology. I don't make any claims, but the moon is producing cold light.
Yeah, but I think this goes back to I mentioned it earlier. It's not you guys are coming at it from a very pragmatic stance, but it's definitely a layer or two deeper. It's like a mind virus to them. I think it's so far beyond what you're talking about. I think they've got something wrong in their thought process.
Doug, you're absolutely correct. There is something else going on there. There's something else because you don't build up that level of defensiveness around anything else I can think of.
I think I've waded back in. I think you do. I think it's that it's certainty is the problem. Like I was having staunch debates with somebody about fundamental differences between males and females, not to a person but generalized across a group. And they came back to, as a refuge, well, there is no such thing as an unsocialized person, right? They're trying to have a debate about whether something is nature or nurture, i.e. socialized, as in we're all brought up men being told to be manly and that's why. And they go, well, there's no such thing as an unsocialized child. And that's essentially playing a game where you go, well, there's no way to know if I'm true. And it's obviously
that's not true because there is a way. There is a way, right? Because we have children that have been found in the woods. There's another child that was held in a basement for years without they do exist, but for the most part, yes, a functioning human being will be a socialized creature.
Yes, and that's my point. I 100% agree, Melodic, where you can also find people where they were intersex and the parents made a choice early in the kid's life and went, okay, give it this one, we'll raise it as this, and then they get to just past puberty and they're like, look, mum and dad, I feel like I'm a girl, and they're like, well, we should tell you about something that happened. Which suggests that they're wrong. But that's kind of my point, Melodic, is sometimes people, when they're so invested into an idea that there is absolutely no difference, no biological difference between males and females that renders in a behavioral way, that any example you present, there will be a get out.
I would say that is an absolutely correct view, because even in our own history, like 300 years ago, it was much more manly to be have traits that we would consider feminine today. I mean, boy children used to be dressed in pink clothing. Now imagine doing that today. But
flouncy weird stuff.
Largely, my view is that it's infinitely more complicated than trying to say it is one or the other. It is definitely a mingling of the two.
Exactly. And for the people I'm talking about, they necessarily have to hold to a view. It's particularly a very Marxist idea, which is the only way that there could be this inherent difference between the genders is if it's cultural, right? If it's enculturated to children at a young age.
I don't see how that's a Marxist view, but okay.
It's not a Marxist.
Well, the idea that
I push back on that. That's not a Marxist view, because this is the view that everyone had 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This current thing that's going on right now, that's a recent thing. Like flat Earth, it's just a very recent thing. Yeah. That it's now all.
Sorry, I shouldn't say it's a Marxist view.
Up in the air. There you go.
It's a conclusion that people reach after adopting a Marxist worldview, where Marx, was clearly like, what did he say? For each according to their ability, and to each according to their need, which is implying that he accepts. Go on.
I would push back slightly, because again, I wouldn't call myself not a Marxist, and I don't have that ideology.
Right. So I'm talking about a subset of people who.
Right. I got that, but then you just keep adding a generalization in, and that's kind of what I'm pushing back on.
Sure, but that's what I'm talking about, is people who've accepted that generalization whole cloth will do the same game of essentially like a flat earther, looking at the horizon and going, doesn't look like anything to me. In that if you show examples of kids, absent that enculturation, or who've been enculturated the wrong way or in a different way, you show these variations in enculturation, still showing that there are preferences that break through that enculturation, they will go, Well, there could be other effects, right? It's a fallback position, and so I think you see this everywhere. It's just most obvious in the flat Earth because you don't have to waste time suddenly wondering is the Earth flat. You just got to look for the problem in reasoning.
What I would say
the
subset of population that you've identified is the subset that has issues.
Yeah, but that's my point. I think anybody who gets
but
too
right,
certain
but like
about
what
anything
I'm
will have
saying
these
is
issues.
you're not making a generalization about any group. Like this is just
Yes.
you will always have these humans because the majority of humans aren't smart.
Well, I think that any human can get into the habit as a result
I
of
think
holding
any
an
human
ideology
can
strongly
be
enough.
smart. I think any human can be smart with enough work. But like what you've largely done is gone, hey, look, these people aren't thinking critically. And I would agree. Yes, that would be what most people don't do.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm describing a causal factor. I think that becoming certain gets in people's way. It gets in the way of people's critical
Right,
thinking.
right. I'm one layer slightly ahead of you, and then I'm saying people are so certain because they're not critically thinking.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think that is mistaking cause for effect. I think the cause is the certainty, the zeal of a recent convert, as it's sometimes
disagree.
called.
I absolutely disagree. I think the lack of being able to think critically is the cause, and the effect is the certainty and belief.
So do you think people can develop the ability to think critically?
Yes, I think anybody with enough time can learn to do anything. Absolutely. Like the average person with enough time can learn to do anything. Like barring any deficiencies that were hereditary, or you've injured your head, like you should be able to grasp as a human most concepts because humans came up with them.
Yeah, I'd say it's trainable. Like I remember being younger and more confident in my views, but then I learned like I can look into things and go, oh, I didn't need to be as confident about that because I've learned some more information. And so I'd agree that like I was confident with less information, but after looking at some more information, I learnt to be balance the books, so to speak. So if you've got I would say like thinking critically, it gives people the ability to go like, I've got so much information that I'm confident in, and like, how did I gain that information? Did I gain it confidently trotting down the wrong path, or did I balance the books along the way?
Yeah, and I think that is the virtually for me at least, that's the way I discern whether I'm listening to somebody who's thought deeply about something. Is generally, with obvious exceptions, generally they will reach a very couched conclusion where it's subtle in its nuance. You're talking to an expert when you're like, is the answer A? And they're always like, well, yeah, it's more complex than that. And we'll go into all this minutia that you've hitherto hadn't even considered.
But at the same time, sometimes that can be a shortcut because a lot of things are complicated. But sometimes, like, what was I watching? I was watching the pig who talks about planes and shit. His talk about social Marxism, I think. But he brought up a really good point in there, and now I've lost what I was thinking about. Trying to remember the name of him.
Hate you when that happens.
Yeah.
What were we talking about right before that? I'm sorry.
I missed that, Eggs. Can you tell me what did you think were Marxist again? I missed that.
Just saying people like are using them as an example of people who are too certain of anything will end up with a get out of jail free clause for anything. We'll have, but there's sometimes, I really like this term, a thought terminating cliche, which is this thing I can say that means I don't have to think anymore on that. And the one I use the example of is, well, there's no such thing as an unsocialized baby.
So what I was thinking about there with that reference is he brought up that, like, the story of World War II, right, is that Germans bad, U.S. good, Allies good, Axis bad, blah, 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 large history happened. Like, that's kind of the bare bones. Like, we that's a general storyline we give to kids, and then they grow up. But as you grow up, you find out that it is more complicated than that, right? Like there are some stuff that complicated. It's real life. It's always going to be complicated. But then eventually you get to a point where you also realize that, well, it's complicated, but it's not really untrue from the version given earlier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it kind of is. But anyway,
like they don't tell you about
They
don't tell you about Operation
wanted a
Paperclip
bit of
when
land
you're
in the
in
Middle
fourth
East,
grade.
but that's just me. Well, I thought you
let
were
Andy
tying it to
finish.
gender there, Eggs. That's what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was
What was the
saying
gender part of it? I missed that.
Well, I was saying, like, I can come up with many points of data for why I think that behavioural changes are, at least part of them, behaviours are dependent on biology. Specifically, I lean towards testosterone because it's has such a marked effect on both physiology but behaviour as well, like approach behaviours. And I think you can make a very strong argument that behaviours are biologically driven. Maybe not dictated, but driven. And the defense that has been used by some people that I talk to, provided they are so sold on the idea that there's no room for biology to have any effect, that's what I was talking about. Or sometimes they'll go, look, biology might make, this is one of the dumbest arguments, I think, biology might have some impact, but in order to know that, we would have to remove all socialization, which is the goal. So remove all of the culturally ingrained ideas about men and women being different, so that all we're left with then is the blank slate and the observation of whether men and women are different, which I think is just laughably ludicrous.
Yeah,
it's not possible.
I mean, isn't this also like commonly where it's brought up of like Scandinavian countries that ostensibly everybody could agree probably does the most to try to minimize gender differences and encourages everybody.
Who are you guys debating right now?
Wait. Let me finish
Just
my
having a
point.
conversation, dude.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying you're strawmanning the other side's position. I'm just saying, but yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
do you hold the other side's position?
Yeah. So
go on. Sorry.
Finish my point. Yeah. Scandinavian countries, they do the most to minimize gender differences, yet they're actually even more skewed towards men and women taking particular jobs, as in like nursing or kindergarten teachers or things like that, to where there are less women in masculine dominated roles and vice versa.
Yeah, I heard Jordan Peterson banging on about something like that.
Yeah, it's like a 2017 Petersonianism.
Yeah.
And where's the citation for this information?
To be honest, when it comes down to that biologically, like there is no difference until you hit puberty.
Hey, Melodic, you kind of spoke over Coco there.
Well, I mean, it's Yasuke. He's not going to give us a citation, and if he gives us a citation, it won't say what he says it is. So, like,
I mean, I literally source like 90% of the things that I say. The problem is that like,
and 100% of them don't say what you say they do.
Even if I do source something that says exactly what I said, it doesn't change anything because Coco doesn't actually care about having the source.
I do care about having the source. I told you I read the first 5 sources that you put in there this morning. They did not say what you thought they were saying. I can't change
that. You
that.
misinterpreted basic sentences. Like you just don't actually have reading comprehension skills.
I cannot change that they did not say. And I reposted some of that information for you to show you where it was going wrong. Other people even chimed in to agree with me and tell you that it was wrong. You're still saying that I have no comprehension.
Yeah, you quoted a part of the study that said that the differences in human genetics are not enough to make humans be different species.
Yeah,
but that has nothing to do with whether or not racial or ethnic groups exist. Because obviously different humans are not different species.
And the biological geneticist that is here in the server popped his head in and agreed with me. So, I mean, what do you want? That's his job. That's the field he works in. That's what he does all day. he even popped in and said, yes, that is correct, what I said.
Yeah, so
And
so
were
you
still
quoting
asking, like,
part of the
I don't
study.
know what I'm doing.
You quoting part of the study that says that the differences in human genetics are not enough to make us a different species. What does that have to do with whether or not there are distinct ethnic groups? Because nobody makes the argument that there's different human species.
Okay, I'm just going to say one more thing and then I'm going to stop because it's just going to go back in a circle with you again. Because you misread what the study was saying. And when JAs came in and corrected it and agreed with it, in that study, you misread that they were saying, you think it is saying that it's supposed to be separate races when they were saying it's not enough to make it separate races.
It said it's not enough to make it separate species.
You misread it, not me.
You literally quoted where it said it's not separate species, which nobody would make the argument for.
And this is why Mel is always allowed to talk over me. Go ahead, Mel.
I'm fine. I'm just playing Crusader Kings.
Fuck you. Go ahead and continue because, like, I'm so over this whole thing this morning with explaining something over and over and over again. Like, don't call me an idiot because you don't understand it.
I'm posting where you showed it right now, and it says that the differences are not to the point where it makes there be different biological species. Like it's really that simple. That has nothing to do with racial or ethnic groups. Where it is determined that racial variation is too small to represent differentiation at the level of biological species. Which, I mean, yeah, nobody claims that different racial groups are different species. If anybody else wants to defend that position, they're free to do so.
I was quite enjoying the Marxist conversation, but I don't know.
Marxist? Yeah, we can go back to the other conversation.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting. Like you guys were saying, it's like I don't know who said it, but someone was like, "Oh, it's like ridiculous to like say that like like the sexes don't have biological differences." But like I felt like that was like I know like I don't know if like it's exactly a straw man, but you're making it seem as if though some people were claiming that. Like, do you think people claim that men and women have no biological
I just wasn't
differences?
as confident in claiming that when humans are prepubescent, there's no distinguishable difference between the sexes.
Morphologically, it's relatively low. The boys are ever so slightly taller and are carrying a tiny bit of muscle mass up top. But yeah, largely speaking, until they start approaching or going through puberty, there's minimal morphological differences, but behavioural differences are already quite distinct at age. I think 3 or 4 they can start spotting it, where it's like rough and tumble play. The boys engage in more rough and tumble play.
I would also argue that play specifically is definitely a learned behavior that's caused by the parents and the socializing that goes on.
So how would we test that? How would we come to a conclusion that that is more probably true than not?
Well, I would come across that with like if you like in the animal kingdom, for instance, if you take like young apes, I believe this experiment's been done, and they like took them away from their parents and then socialized them one way, and then the apes continued or monkeys, not apes, the monkeys continued the socialization through the generations. Or you can also there's also I got a better one. I got a better one. I got a better one. Well, I mean you want babies, but like this kind of experiment on a baby is like actually inhumane. So sorry, but like there's also other stuff in like the animal kingdom of just like new behaviors being acquired and then passed down by parents So there's a island in, I want to say Japan, or it might be, it's I think it's an old world monkey, but they learned how to like wash their rice with seawater. Like one particular female did, and then they watched it spread and then get passed down through generations.
Sure, I think that would be debunking a point that socialization or like people don't copy behaviors. But I'm not. I don't want to give you the impression I'm suggesting anything like that. Just that, probably mostly as a result of just more testosterone.
Well, but they're children, right? They're not getting more testosterone at this point.
Yes, they are.
I would
Yes,
agree with you. I would agree.
The
No,
journey
they're
with
not.
testosterone starts.
Provide a
starts
citation,
at
please.
Conception.
Cite it now. Either cite it between prepubescent boys and girls, please.
Prepubescent play styles between boys and girls, sure.
I want to know testosterone levels of prepubescent boys and girls and how much they're different.
Sure.
Right now.
Sure. I mean,
right, go. If you're going to make the claim that it's testosterone causing the, hold on, don't interrupt me. Yes, because you interrupted me. If you're going to say that it's testosterone that is causing, oh my God, you're going to fucking interrupt me again. If you're going to say, oh my Jesus, yes, because you interrupted me. If you're going to say that testosterone causes the difference in play styles of prepubescent boys and girls, 5 years old, let's just say, like kindergarten boys and girls, please provide some evidence for that.
So you were just asking for the same thing a third time. So I was interrupting you as you repeated yourself. Is that what's happening?
Correct, because you kept interrupting me the first time I asked for it. So yeah,
we're clear on
correct.
What, okay.
Please
do
don't interrupt me. Do you not know how to do a conversation? It's really easy to not interrupt people.
Yeah, evidently we're both learning at that. So prenatal androgen exposure is the thing that you want, and there's plenty of it.
No, not prenatal.
Excuse me. Weren't you just
do you know what prenatal means?
Were you not just getting massively in your feelings about being interrupted?
Melodic,
you seemed like deep in your feelings.
Oh my goodness! You said prenatal. You said prenatal.
Yeah. So.
Melodic,
oh my goodness. Hold on. You just hold your thought.
Finish?
Hold your thought. No, because you're gonna want to hold your thought.
Melodic,
you're gonna want to hold your thought. I tell you what prenatal means.
You just complained.
Bro, won't stop. Bro, if you don't stop repeating,
so prenatal means pre-pregnancy, before the child is born. I was just talking.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so prenatal testosterone exposure or prenatal androgen exposure and how that relates to play styles is a very well-studied topic. It relates to, and this is a fun one for everybody in the chat, check out your hand right now. Just lay your hand flat on the table, the flatter the better, and go, is my ring finger longer than my index finger? And this has been, I mean, the digit length ratio is slightly like questionable, but the general gist that prenatal androgen exposure will affect play styles is stark and noticeable, such that the higher your testosterone, and generally each female, each subsequent male she has will have lower exposure to prenatal androgen, i.e. lower and lower testosterone levels per male child. And what you realize as a result of interesting things that happen there, which is the distinction in the play styles changes slightly directly in relationship to this prenatal androgen exposure, such that girls born with high prenatal androgen exposure are more likely to have the opposing play style, more likely to play in a what would be considered a boys style, rough and tumble play, versus the less rough and they've got a name for it for the women. But the lower the prenatal androgen exposure will make males more likely to engage in less masculine play styles. So you can notice it right there, and then you can track it throughout life with the 2D to 4D ratio. You can also do it. One of the strongest bits of evidence, I think, for it is give somebody exogenous testosterone. Just jab somebody with testosterone and get them to keep a diary or track their life and track their behaviors as a result of that testosterone exposure. And what will come with the physical differences are behavioral differences. One of the most notable or the easiest to detect is what's called approach behaviors. And approach behaviors are like asking someone out, putting a hand up for a job, jumping into a conversation to share your point of view, like all of these different things that you can just imagine that like following the urge to lurch into something is markedly increased by increasing testosterone, even if it comes from a completely separate source, right? It doesn't have to be core to who the person is, but you give it to somebody and their personality changes, which gives a strong indication that what is behind the behavior change, at least somewhat, is hormones.
So are we talking about kids or are we talking about like babies here?
Okay, so again, I'm going to try to
Personal
explain this to you really, really easily. So the prenatal testosterone levels of just males the variation in that is larger than the variation that you just showed me. So again, I'm going to need you. I was very specific about what I just told you, was it not? So if I just look at males and look at the variation between like just males, the testosterone exposure variation between the lowest and the highest is greater than between a male and a female, according to the study that you have provided.
Yeah, absolutely. What would
Yeah,
that do
yeah,
to
yeah.
give
So
them
then
more
it's
points?
not up to it can't be up to the testosterone exposure then, right? Because a male child that's acting rambunctious got exposed to less testosterone in the womb than this female that's not acting rambunctious, right?
You made that last bit up. The idea that there is greater.
No, I'm not making this last bit up.
Okay, show it to me. Where's your evidence for it?
This is also Lou Wanton's.
Oh my good.
This is also Lou Wanton's fallacy, which is looking at like clusters between groups. Is that like the claim is that the width of the clusters is greater between the groups than the distance between the groups, but
which is
that,
meaningless.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
which is the same argument that you just brought up.
100% with you.
That you brought up, yes, SK, about races and stuff. So like you can say it's a fallacy all you want, but you've also used it too. So clearly it's not that fallacious.
The idea that saying there are greater variations between the groups than within the groups.
When the one group, right? It does. No, it does because you're just not using your logic on this. And once again, no, you're not letting me fucking talk to you. Listen to me talk to you. Well, that's because you're not listening, right? And you're not understanding because you don't have the brain power to try to understand what I'm talking about here. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hold the fuck on. It doesn't matter.
Why?
The gap. It doesn't matter the gap. Right? It doesn't matter that I'm not saying that just because this gap is so large that therefore then I'm saying the gap is so large and then the behavior that you're attributing to different rates of exposure is apparently only on one side, according to you, because we're not going to talk about we're not going to talk about the two different subsets of populations that definitely don't take over gender roles and definitely, regardless of the stuff. So it clearly is like you're not talking about tomboys who are tomboys against their parents' wishes. You're not talking about feminine males who are feminine males against their parents' wishes, right? Like, ugh.
You're not making a single coherent point. You just interrupted to insult.
Yeah, I know you're not listening to me. Correct. I got it. Now? You're not listening to me. No, because you're not listening to
who? You
are not listening to me.
He says no.
Probably, yeah.
Where's the mod?
So the point I want to make
because you're going to bring up something I've already talked about.
You're going to bring up something I've already talked about. All right, somebody else has got a mod.
Yeah, Melodic, you gotta chill out.
Incapable, utterly incapable.
Hold on, I'm trying to I don't want to mute you, Melodic.
It's clear that Eggs isn't listening to him because Eggs is just waiting for him to finish talking.
Well, I wanted to finish the point I was making before she interrupted.
If you're just waiting for them to finish talking.
Oh well.
But I started.
Just don't talk over each other.
That whole thing was an interruption. So the point I put two bell curves in the chat. It is true that those two bell curves have greater variability between them than within them. It also doesn't change the fact that if those two bell curves mapped onto behavior, likely to die in a car crash, likely to die of heart disease, likely to do anything, that there would be a distinct difference that was noticeable between those two groups that meant that one of the other was more likely or less likely to engage in rough and tumble play or crash their car or ride a motorbike or any of the gender related behaviors that you're expecting within a group. So to say that there's greater variability within them might be true, it just isn't meaningful. It just doesn't say anything valuable to the discussion. It's just another thought-terminating cliche that somebody can use to get out of addressing the fact.
Oh my God! And you're the one who's thought-terminating. It's so funny. Okay, right. Jesus Christ!
There you go.
Yeah, you're just talking about thought-terminating phrases, and you just used one. It's so fucking amazing that you are unable to realize the own paradigm that you've just complained about. It's fucking amazing.
Tell me about it. What have I got wrong?
No, I wasn't the one complaining about the phenomena. You were. So you don't have to tell me about it. I'm telling you about it.
Oh, okay. What are you telling me about though exactly? I'm not following.
That you're just wrong.
That I'm just wrong.
And I have the reference.
Could you present?
Well, technically, I have the meta-analysis. If we're going to be technical about it.
Chop it up. Put it in the chat. Let's talk about
I am.
it.
Hold on. I'm reading. I'm sure you don't mind the fact that I would like to read before I definitely give you something, right?
That's fine. Yeah, go
Like,
for it.
definitely
Go
makes
for it.
sense to read stuff before, right?
2D and 4D ratio and aggression in adults, given the role of prenatal androgen exposure. Like I put the chat that supports what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Yeah. I got it. I'm getting ready to put yours. You're just literally not letting. You just want to talk shit instead of giving me the time to do it. I got it that you wish to talk shit, but that sounds like a personal problem and your own thought terminating phrase. Thought terminating phrase.
Thought terminating cliche is the term.
Phrase, cliche, those are the same thing.
Sure.
Melodic, with all due respect, you sound like a maniac.
Andy, with all due respect, I don't want to hear your
you
fucking
sound
voice.
Like a maniac.
I don't care. I really don't care, Andy. I don't want to hear you. Not talking to you, Andy. Not talking to you, Andy. I really don't want to hear your commentary on me, Andy. If you want to talk about anything but me, Andy, you're more than welcome to talk about anything but me.
So let me just read out while you're finding that. Let me just read this out. Aggression has also long been recognized as a sexually dimorphic trait in humans, right? Aggression is also an approach behavior. That's my bit. Sexually dimorphic trait in humans and other animals. This has been observed early in the early human life because sex differences in aggression are already present by 2 years of age, Archer 2004. Given its recognition as a male typical trait and aggression's likely correlation with testosterone, Finkelstein et al. 95, Harris, Rushton, Hampton and Jackson 96, Pope, Curry and Hudson 2000. But a small but growing body of research has considered aggression in relation to the 2D/4D ratio. Bender-Lioglu and Nelson 2004 investigated the relationship between digit length and reactive aggression, a form of aggression that occurs in response to provocation as compared to proactive aggression, which is primarily instrumental in nature. Participants of this study each placed 2 cell phone calls to Confederates to ask for a charity donation. The first caller was amenable to charity contributions but unable to donate, whereas the other was confrontational. Researchers found that reactive aggression, measured by the response to the confrontational caller, was correlated with 2D/4D ratios. However, this is only the case for women. So as I said, higher 2D/4D ratio, which is indicative,
Okay. Hey, buddy. You literally just complained about me. No, because I need to tell you something very important, Eggs, and the very important thing that I need to tell you about is that I'm done with this conversation because you're not fucking smart enough to read the chat and see where I dropped the fucking citation that I was going to give you, and then you wanted to complain about me not giving you my fucking citations. So if you would like to have a fucking grown-up talk, come back to me when you're ready to have a grown-up talk. Because you're not ready to have a grown-up talk about. Yeah, correct. Because you're not able to have a grown-up talk about this.
Can I just continue?
It's rich, man. I need to point out how rich that statement is.
Yeah, it's a bit pot calling the kettle black, but anyway. So, however, this was only case for women was exactly what I said, right?
Except for my citation disagrees with you, right? But we're going to ignore the citation that...
I'm going to have to now mod my own conversation because you keep interrupting. Demonstrates exactly the point that I made, which is higher androgen exposure in utero rendered in behavioral differences in children, even in women. So we can notice this sex-based gender difference even if we look within the genders themselves. Hence, my point is demonstrated by that, but not proven.
I'm glad that you think that you can just not respond to anything. That's amazing. Maybe you should read.
To what? You were finding a source when I started reading
It's been found and it's in the fucking chat. I've told you this twice
I was still reading.
I've told you this goddamn twice now that is still in the fucking chat. Yeah?
But did you expect me to read it while I was in the middle of reading something else?
No, I expect you to shut up and actually read it before you make another comment that might, be wrong.
I should read it.
Act like an adult.
Reading my thing.
You should act like an adult. Maybe stop thinking that you're right. You should act like an adult. Maybe stop thinking that you're right and that you have the moral high ground just because I happen to be a little bit more animated and can think faster than you. That's not my problem. That's your problem. So you should probably read. You should probably read the thing that I linked before you continue on.
Sure, you can read out the bit that you think is relevant, or do you?
I'm not reading. I don't have to read out anything. I'm not here to read at you.
You don't have to. That's true. That's true.
Correct. You wanted me to provide it to you. It's been provided. The relevant bit of the abstract has been copied and pasted, so you don't even have to click the fucking link. But, regardless, I'm not going to read it to you because I'm not your fucking dancing monkey.
Right. You seem to demonstrate the point that we started with, that is certainty makes people less
Right. I think you think that I'm certain when what I want you to do is engage with the fucking evidence that I've provided for you. Maybe if you could engage with the evidence instead of saying that I'm just certain, then that might be why I wouldn't interact with you like this. But here we are, still being interacted with this like this. So I must tell you to go look at the citation instead of engaging in your thought-stopping phrase.
Sure. I mean, I feel you're demonstrating my point unwittingly.
I know. I feel like you think that, but that's because you're. I know why, but you still haven't engaged with what I've given you. So
why do you?
Because you still haven't engaged with what I've given you. I'm waiting for you to engage with what I've given you, so that I can know that you're not. But until then, the assumption is that you don't want to engage, and you're just here to say that you're certain. That's fine. I will. You're correct.
Yes, I would happily have my.
I'm just waiting for you to read the thing. Are you going to read the thing?
Am I going to read your source for you? But you're demonstrating my point. Every second you don't read it, you're demonstrating.
So you're not going to read. No, you're demonstrating your point for you, buddy. All you have to do, the very simple task that you have to do, Eggs. The very simple task that you have to do is read the thing that I gave you. That's all you have to do, and yet you're here not doing it. It's not even that long of a paper, man. It's like less than 20 pages, but you should probably read the whole thing.
What are we
even
talking about anymore?
It's just fucking.
So your thing seems to agree with me. So
I would promise you that you should read.
Can I read? Are you going to manage yourself while I just read it?
Can you read without talking? Like, did you ever learn to read silently and maybe apply to the later bits? Like, I don't need you to read. I don't need you to read what's in front of my face. I need you to just put it in the chat.
It's so weird to scream at me to read, and then
I'm not screaming at you. I don't know why you
to read.
All right.
Fuck,
all right,
wow,
all right,
melodic.
Chill out.
Sexually differentiated behavior appears to emerge from a complex interaction of biological and sociocultural factors, with prenatal exposure to steroid hormones such as testosterone thought to play a key role. Due to large sex differences being present from a very early age, much research has focused on the influence of these hormones have on play preferences during childhood. We present an overview of the literature and a random effective meta-analysis linking amniotic testosterone with sexually differentiated play preferences. The overall effect size was in the theory consistent direction. The overall effect size estimate was in the theory consistent direction, with the higher levels of testosterone associated with more male typical prey play. Don't tell me this is coming down on my side, though not statistically significant. Okay, not so great there. However, after the 3 hypothesized missing studies were inputted via the trim and fill procedure, a significant correlation emerged. Nevertheless, one small sample was observed to exert a particularly large influence on the outcome of the analysis. Notably, this is the second biggest sample. This is your source, isn't it, Melodic, which seems to be supporting what I'm saying.
I'm aware of what it is. Would you continue reading? Because you haven't gotten to the part that you really need to get to.
Okay. Though far from conclusive, the overall findings are consistent with the idea that individual differences in prenatal testosterone within the typical range predict sexually differentiated play preferences in early life. However, these effects may be small in magnitude and appear to be very considerably across studies. So it supports everything I said.
No, it does not. It comes down on the fact. It comes down on the fact of what I said. That if they do exist, they're small in magnitude. You weren't listening to me when I said this, so maybe you should have, and we wouldn't have gotten to this point. But it's fine. It's okay. So again, they say it's small in magnitude. Again, don't you want to talk about having a fucking conversation? Then maybe you should not interrupt me, and everything while I'm talking to you. Hey, so again, it says that these effects may be small in magnitude, so it's not even saying that they're there. It still says that it's consistent with the idea. Can I continue talking? Fuck's sake. So you want to have an adult conversation, and you say you can't have one with me. I'm here trying to have an adult conversation with you, and you're still interrupting me. I'm not interrupting you right now, am I?
You are pretty consistently interrupting me, yes.
But I'm not right now, am I? Correct?
Well, you went that while I was still speaking, so yeah, you are.
Yeah, yes, correct, because sometimes I have to pull myself back. I'm sorry that my little bit of self-control that you asked for is offensive to you. Maybe don't ask for that little bit of self-control. So as I was saying, it has literally states that it's far from conclusive. It also states that the effects may be small and that they vary considerably across studies. What I got from this is we don't know, but if there is, it's small. And my position was, we don't know, but if there is, it's small. So again, you were arguing against something that you didn't even fucking know about because you couldn't listen to me and your brain just turned off.
But this study supported everything I said. You're just saying the effect's small. I expect the effect to be small.
Correct. That is what I've been saying from the entire flipping time, and you didn't want to listen to me.
So you've been agreeing with me, audibly, angrily agreeing with me this whole time.
The whole time I said that if they're there, they will be small and very considerably. Well, I didn't say the very considerably, but I said if they were there, they would be small at the very fucking beginning of this conversation. And then you wanted to have this whole fucking conversation. So again, please don't accuse me of using your thought-stopping cliches when it's you that are using them. You couldn't even get through this whole goddamn abstract that is barely even 6 sentences long without stopping to crow about it says exactly what I think about it.
Because it does.
No, it doesn't. It says exactly what I've said, and it doesn't agree with you that it has an effect. It says it may have an effect. It doesn't say it does have an effect.
So your response.
Would you like to go to the conclusion next? Would you like to go to the conclusion next?
I'd love it if you could talk
kind of moved on to another combo because I feel like you guys are hogging the crab.
No, I would like for you to actually read the paper before you say it agrees with you. This is the abstract.
Are you guys the
That's
only
not
ones
the whole
allowed to talk
paper.
or something? Is this
No,
your
we
channel?
can move on if you want. I was finding it interesting, but if people are getting bored, we can move on.
Language, our current form of language is so primitive. How we have to sit for 20, 30 seconds just to hear simple concepts. We ought to have a better way of communicating.
I know.
That wasn't a sarcasm. I really mean it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine as a topic in principle. But also, there are differences in hormones in prepubescent children, like even when they are just children, both with testosterone, estrogen, and androsterone. There are many hormonal differences between children, regardless of like prenatal states. Testosterone levels for boys typically ranges from 7 to 130 nanoliters per deciliter. And then for girls, it's 2 to 20 nanoliters per deciliter.
Yeah, much narrower range generally you find in most female things like heights, IQs, weights, like it's staggering variety of different things you find that females have a narrower bell curve than males.
That's a variability hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you watch Dr. Berg, Eggs?
No, who's Dr. Berg?
Yeah, on YouTube, he's great. I highly recommend. But like any sort of ailment, I always go and look at his channel first, you know. But I'd say it's not his latest one, but probably the one before. I would say he does a little thing on, like, he's got a specialist on about testosterone, because we've got, like, you know, record lowest levels basically since we started making records, I guess. And one thing, the takeaway that surprised me was that the driving force of aggression was estrogen, not testosterone. I was like, oh, really? I didn't even realize that. Did you?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because I've heard something like that, but I think that I haven't dug into it, but I think that might be the difference between the reactive and the something else that the two different types of violence they were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a different type of violence, the violence from estrogen versus the violence from testosterone.
Yeah, go and check him out, dude. I think his first name's Eric Berg.
Because there's certainly something ages ago that I learned that I still can't figure out how to pass, and I still like, maybe it was just all bullshit. But it was one study that came about because this woman, I forget her name, she ran all of these women's shelters, and then she was a sort of obviously the darling of the battered women's movements and stuff. But then one day she was like, well, we need to talk about the violence of the women. I see many of them and they are horrendous. And she sort of got pilloried for it. But it caused somebody to do a study. And they found that if in a relationship, if one side or the other is violent, so only looking at relationships where one side or the other is violent, i.e. not when neither are violent and also ignoring when both are violent, in those ones where only one side is violent, 70% of the time it'll be a woman.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson talks
there'll
about
only be
that.
a rare number of examples where it's a man hits a woman and she never hits back.
Yeah.
And if only one's hitting, it'll typically be the woman. And I was like, that's really interesting because it doesn't stack up for me. I don't quite get it.
Well, this,
I mean, that would also be kind of the Chihuahua thing, and that Chihuahuas can be, really aggressive. But a Chihuahua being aggressive is not as dangerous as a pit bull being aggressive.
Yeah, no, I had a wife that she hit me a couple of times, and I never hit her back. But yeah, she was that way.
Yeah, I've had a couple of girls like I just been like, oh, I'm just not gonna hang out with you anymore. You are like, yeah, the kind that'll like slap you in the face during an argument. I'd be like, that's not how we play. I'm sorry, madam.
I'm sure you were such a nice guy.
It's funny how it's kind of girls are pretty even to what boys are, and yet you keep trying to make it like girls and boys are so different.
Oh no, I don't think they're even. I think that it's like the Chihuahua thing he said. I think it's horrendous when a man hits a woman. I don't think it's all that bad if a girl hits a man.
I mean, in behaviors, women and men are not really that different.
No, they're very different.
Yeah. The difference
men and women are very different
within the genders.
That's why I wanted you to bring it, because when you brought that up and you tied it to Marxism, I was like, oh, this is interesting. And a few people spurged out, and you're off the target when this starts spurging. And
Andy's
you may
so
have noticed
smart.
they're trying to create.
They don't even know what a spurg is.
They're trying to create this homogenized.
I don't think are we here to spurg people? Is that why we're here? Apparently, that's exactly what Andy is doing.
See, they're doing it already. They
It.
can't even help themselves.
I'm not
You know,
spurging. I'm being very calm, Andy, and I get that you don't like that, and it's fine. And I get that you people think I'm yelling when I'm not. That's also fine.
Dude, you've got some work to do on yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, Andy, you do have some work that you need to get done on yourself. You keep projecting your issues. You keep projecting your issues onto me, and it would be really, really nice if you'd stop doing that.
What I was saying, and you couldn't help yourself from interrupting.
Correct, because Andy is a terrible human being, and I owe him nothing.
Wow.
And he doesn't get to talk about me.
Lies.
He doesn't get to talk about me. Period. Without getting pushback when I'm not. If I'm here, he's getting pushback from me because Andy is a terrible person.
I never mentioned your name, bro. What are you talking about?
But yeah, no. So it's on the point of like groups can be 99% the same, and that 1% difference can actually be pretty dramatic. Like if you look at the overall totality worldview, taking into account everything between like Democrats and Republicans in America, as an example, like they overall agree on like 99% of things, but that like 1% difference is something that is going to be like super heavily fought over, and the differences can seem very extreme because like not every 1% is created equal.
Yeah, like if you had a male on male army and we took an average of like 1,000 men across your local state versus like 1,000 trained men at the higher end of their fitness levels, that might be a thin sliver of the male population, but they're the trained professional slither in that top 1% of capability, and that 1,000 men army will absolutely smash the general population swath.
I feel like this is gonna get people mad, but I think if let's say you have an army of women, right? And they're all like Navy SEAL level like women, right? I think they could be an army of regular non-trained men.
Yeah. I think
Are there any Navy SEAL women?
They had to drop the not for what is it, Ranger School or something. They open it up to women, and then they were like, actually the percentage of women that can pass the physical is so incredibly low. Yeah, because it had like chin ups, and the number of women that can do a chin up is already down at like 3 or 4%, and that's one, and you've got to do a chunk. So,
like carrying a sack, yeah.
Like they tried it under the Obama administration, and then they stopped. There's no more women Navy SEALs or Delta Force or any.
It was hypothetical, so they don't really have to be Navy SEAls for the hypothetical to happen, right?
No, there was at one point. They tried it out.
That's nothing to do with what I just said. But okay.
But I mean, it is just something that you see. Like I've done a lot of martial arts, and I've trained with a lot of like really, really impressive women who are like they just dominate. Very, very well trained. And then, they go after, like I'll see them training with somebody who's like a new person who doesn't train like jujitsu. But they did like maybe a little bit of wrestling. Like they'd wrestled for like 2 years in high school. And like just the physical differences there are like dramatic to where like the training gap isn't as like the physical differences can make up for so much of the training gap to where it's just not comparable.
We don't really accept anecdotes as evidence here, Yasuke.
I mean, I'm just giving my experience.
I do.
Like it's just a real world example.
It's the anecdote.
It's still evidence, dude. It's still evidence.
An anecdote.
Anecdote is it is a piece of evidence. It may not be a peer-reviewed meta analysis, but it still is a piece of evidence.
Yeah, the problem with using anecdotes for evidence is you could find an anecdote for anything.
I do like the two bell curve diagram. That helped me understand. Like on the right hand side of that is that small top like percentage that does make the difference. Yeah.
Exactly, particularly because if you think that at that right end of the bell curve, if it's IQ, which it is, this maps well with IQ, is why if you get the 100 smartest people alive, the chance that most of them are male is quite high, because essentially one of the ways they put it is more geniuses, more dunces. We've got more up the bottom of we've got more down the bottom of the bell curve, more idiots, more people spending time in prison, more people like really low IQ people, and more really high IQ people, which is why when men go, when the sort of men's rights black pill guys are trying to say that men are smarter than women, they're just wrong. But you could be mistaken into believing that because the bell curve's so fat that when you go for like chess grandmasters, it's really difficult. Like there's also fuckery within women becoming chess grandmasters, but it's also noticeable that very few females end up making it in there.
Yeah, or like representation in 160 plus IQ people.
Yeah.
There's also the grip strength analyses that are done to where like in many of these analyses of grip strength between men and women, like there have been several with, thousands and thousands of data points. And there was one with like really, really high amount of data points. And there was a single woman who was higher than the lowest man. And like grip strength is it's one of the physical differences or the physical things that is the most easy to test, because like deadlift or bench, there's so much like technical movements behind it, but grip strength is something that is very easy, very simple to test. Like
I don't know, I met
a gorilla
women
can
with
do
some
it.
really strong grip strength. You know what I'm saying?
Very cool.
So what you're saying is if you tell a man to get a grip, they're probably going to be better at doing it. Cool.
Oh, you're saying I've gotten the wrong people to do it. You're saying I should switch to men.
So I was watching Andrew Wilson on the whatever podcast the other day. He's debating a feminist, and she was trying to make the argument that if there's going to be violence in the house, it's going to be from domestic violence. It's going to be a dude hitting a woman, and the data is exactly the opposite. It's just as Egg said, it's like 70% or something crazy. But where it starts to, dude, where it starts to.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to finish, but you keep pausing and then going on. I'm sorry that I've interrupted you. Let me fucking apologize. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Andy.
By shutting up.
I was waiting.
All right, away you go.
Anyway, it starts to sort of even out a little bit, because when they get if there's a divorce or something like this, then she gets another partner, and then it seems like that there's the stepdad, if you will, or whatever. Then there can be violence. It seems, But it still made Andrew Wilson's point because he's like, look, the safest place for a woman or for the family to be is in the house with the husband, right? That's what
not
the
true.
stats show.
All right. So to touch on to these thought-stopping cliches real quick, I would invite Andy has just shown us evidence number 1. Yay! Andy doesn't realize that the person he follows is very much financially incentivized to bring on the worst people to explain the opposing point.
Well, they read the stats.
And so he has stopped critically thinking because it has the person that he likes in it.
Melodic, you sound like a mess, bro. What's wrong with you?
That's nice.
You just sound so sad and upset all the time.
That's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to engage with you, dude. Sorry.
That's fine.
You're up, dude. Have you ever smoked weed before? Maybe you should start.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Every fucking day.
Oh, so maybe you should stop then.
Try some of
No.
this sativa.
You guys are silly.
Just saying it. Sounds like
I'm just saying that this is what happens when you meet somebody smarter than you.
No. See,
you don't sound
hold on. I got to hit that. I mean, it's amazing right there. But I mean, I've heard Eggshells talk for hours upon hours over the past few years.
I'm sorry.
Generally, it never turns into what it just turned in with you. And listen,
That's
I mean,
nice.
you
have that
really,
effect on everybody.
but you really, I mean, it gives it. You present in a negative way, man. It's not really helping things.
But you have that effect on everybody.
I just don't care. I just don't care. I'm not here to present any sort of way other than the way that I want to present.
Oh, so you wouldn't hope that somebody would benefit from your knowledge?
People do benefit from our knowledge, so I don't know what
The person I
you're
was
talking
talking to was not benefiting from my knowledge because they wouldn't read what I wrote.
Yeah,
or wouldn't read what I said until
kind of
after it had
annoying,
already
man.
been pointed out that, like, hey, I've already posted this. Why do you keep telling me that I haven't posted this?
I think it was just I was still reading mine, but we can move on from that.
There also just is something to where even outside of like strict hormonal differences in like testosterone or estrogen or androsterone, etc., is that there is a difference in how men and women use these hormones, and this is most obviously seen with progesterone and pregnenolone. The way that men and women metabolize and use these hormones is like pretty dramatically different. It's like you put a fuel in a particular car, and one person or one car is going to use that fuel differently than another car.
Yeah, and certainly one of the interesting studies that, at least if you believe my brother on it, and he's a biochemist, so I hold it with a high degree of confidence, that he knew some people that were doing a study across, which is already sounds really risky, right? Across racial groups, because one of the things you're talking about is just the number of androgen receptors. So if you've got fewer androgen receptors, then having more testosterone or androgen won't do a whole lot, because they'll all go bang and they'll, molecule binds, and then it's using that molecule for a bit, and then another one binds. But if there's fewer receptors to bind to, the giant amount of testosterone doesn't matter. And you can find that certain groups will therefore also respond more to exogenous testosterone. So if you give them testosterone, for example, like he thinks it could be one of the reasons that black people suffered before the 80s and weren't really that faster runners. I don't agree with his conclusion on this, but it's his argument. Weren't that faster runners, but then when testosterone made its way into usage, suddenly you got this massive increase in speed.
Oh, shit, yeah, that's generally a thing in that the way that different races react to medications is that, on average in medications, Black people are generally less like receptive in that there's just less of an uptake, whereas like East Asians are like highly receptive to things. Like there's a tuberculosis medication that I pointed out that like if you gave the dose that you would give to an East Asian to a Black person, you would cause like liver failure because of the difference in those like receptors and the ability to metabolize particular substances.
So, Eggs, your brother didn't think black people could run until the 80s?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it was this hypothesis because it was at that point to when they became really good runners. And it was also at the point to where, you know, everybody's doping.
Yeah. Hell, the black people come from chasing gazelles in the African savannah. That's why they can run so good.
Yeah. On this point, Eggs, of what you're saying of like short distance versus endurance, as far as I know, the differences between East Africans and West Africans, and that West Africans are a lot better at short distance running, and then East Africans are better at long distance running. And they're like pretty horrible the other way around because from what I understand, it's a big difference between like fast twitch and slow twitch muscle. Like if you have a bunch of fast twitch muscle, you're obviously going to be really good at sprinting, but you're not going to be really good at long distance running.
Is the quick twitch?
Yeah, obviously there's a level of like training that, but like there's the baseline that you're training from. And if you're talking about, you know, getting to the highest echelons of competition, you cannot get to the highest echelons of competition, regardless of how much training you have, unless you already have a genetic predisposition to being good at something.
Are you saying black people have a genetic predisposition of running?
Easy for you to say.
West Africans for short distance running and East Africans for long distance running.
I mean, how about like Africans versus like Americans?
I mean, it would depend on what you mean by American, but like, yeah, probably.
How about like black people that were like here for hundreds of years versus white people?
I mean,
it's a fact, dude. I live in Boston. Yeah. I'm not from Boston, dude. But if you go to the Boston Marathon every year, dude, the black people dominate, dude.
I mean,
the Jamaicans and the Africans dominate, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, most. Yeah, I think like the Jamaicans, like isn't there like East Africans in Jamaica, like from Ghana? But right. In America, it's predominantly closer related to West African populations. I mean, obviously.
There's nothing wrong with that, right? Yeah. Like, what's the big deal with giving credit where it's due? Like, these people are fast runners. Are we envious of that? Like, if you're white, are you envious of that?
I am. Sure. Also, same thing about wider variability. They also have that same slightly wider variability that males have over women. African subgroups have over non-African subgroups.
I remember asking ChatGPT a couple of weeks back. I'm like, why can't black people swim as well as white people? And ChatGPT were basically like, well, eventually they will be winning them all the medals because they'll get the appropriate training, etc., etc. So
yeah, I'm less inclined to believe.
It's entirely on bone density. Buoyancy is the most important thing in swimming, and black people have way higher like bone density.
I don't think black people are bad at swimming. I think they just don't swim, like in general, due to like cultural reasons.
I mean, bone density
that as well.
Yeah, bone density is measurable.
Noticeably less buoyant is a bigger issue.
Yeah, like at a certain point,
we don't really have a lot of examples
density.
We don't really have like a lot of examples of like trained black swimmers versus trained white swimmers to make like any of that data. I don't think
that is true. Yeah, like there is a cultural element where, you know, the that they make a really good case of this in Freakonomics, where they're like, people were saying, black people couldn't do anything, and then they started dominating at basketball, but it took them longer to get into baseball, and it took them longer still to get into golf.
I think it's because like there's like black people more likely live in urban areas.
Exactly. Yeah. So the access to basketball starts once somebody's built a hoop and one person amongst 12 has a ball. Now you can play basketball. So the lowest barrier to entry starts
and
there.
There's no pool to swim in Philly, really.
Exactly.
Unless you a part of like a fancy gym.
Yeah, I do think that could be a significant part of it. It's just that I think by now we would have, if training was the only thing, we would have worked it out by now. But it could be both. It could be either.
Yeah, because like one example of a sport to where there probably would be a gap based on like cultural aspects is tennis. Like I don't see any reason why like black people couldn't become like really good at tennis. And it's primarily like a cultural thing, that tennis is a very like highbrow cultural thing that has a lot more barriers to entry.
Yeah, it's like why American black people don't play hockey, because you need there's a barrier of entry.
Yeah.
And I think there's more black people in hockey because everyone plays hockey in Canada.
Yeah, but like specifically with swimming, bone density is such an important factor, and bone density is also a reason why, like, it's about specialization, and that if you're specializing in bone density, you're going to be better at certain things and you're going to be worse at other things, and you can't have it both ways. In the same way that like the East Africans or like the West Africans having more fast twitch muscle.
It's the fast twitch again.
Yeah, that has the benefit with short distance running, but like it obviously has the downside to long distance running. So like you can't have everything in the sense. It's all about pros and cons.
Is Jennifer Lawrence a man?
No comment.
The other one I'm reading is.
I used to fall out with this dude on here all the time because he'd argue that Larry Bird were better than any black player. The Boston Celtics guy. And Larry Bird was
just very skilled.
He was a great player. Don't get me wrong, but
he's
what, Michael Jordan. I'm like, nah.
He wasn't as like, I don't know. It didn't look good when he played.
But like, he's low key top 3 of all time, right?
I mean, looking good doesn't equivalent to being good. Like he can like score even if it's ugly. It's scoring, right?
No, right, but I like the finesse. I like
the ballet in it. Like that's fine as a preference.
Yeah, I mean I enjoy watching like Kobe montages.
How about like Dr. J? That's like some Dr. J. That's some fancy ass shit. I love Dr. J. Like the way he dunks. Crazy.
Yeah, but like Kobe had everything except for like physical dominance. Like he's a pretty short dude. If he had the body of like essentially anybody else, he would easily be the best.
Well, just combine Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe into one person. That'd be funny.
What's if we just based it on the scores, or perhaps the because I'm thinking of Wayne Gretzky. He had a fucking monstrous score tally at the end of his career, but he also had a good assist tally, didn't he? So that's got to come into play as well. I think.
Yeah, I mean that's generally one thing, is that modern basketball fans only look at one side of the court, and that if somebody shoots really well or gets the ball in the hoop really well, it's like, okay, yeah, they're the best. But the problem is that basketball.
They shoot way. The thing is, they like shoot way more, so it's like. They'll get more points, but you also shot the ball 50 times.
Yeah, but the problem is that basketball.
Only like Steph Curry and them have like a high shooting percentage.
Yeah, but the problem is basketball is also a two-way game, and that a lot of like it's a famous thing about like LeBron, and that he basically doesn't play half the court. Like when it's on defense, doesn't want to look bad, and if somebody dunks on you, you look bad.
I don't really follow basketball that closely, but I'm pulling for Indiana because I feel like they've just never like. I don't know if have they ever won before. I know they were good with Reggie Miller, but they didn't win a title.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dox the guy, but there's an ex-NBA player in the server, and he's in here on the regular. And he played for the Indiana Pacers. Like he wasn't just benched. He wasn't just
Reggie
he
Miller.
actually got to play. I'm not gonna dox him though.
Don't tell me it's Daymont, please.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him on the day line.
It's Omni.
Yeah.
Somebody type in the stats for. I want to see stats between Larry Bird and I don't know, just anybody, some another black player, a legend, somebody like Jordan or.
Yeah, I mean Jordan is just a lot better.
Well, I mean, objectively, right? I mean, but I have this argument with him every time, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? And I don't even really watch basketball.
I feel like Larry Bird probably played less black people, so like it probably wasn't as competitive, you know.
Yeah. The one thing that is like
Larry Bird was like 80s,
interesting.
right?
Yeah, like different eras, but people pretend that like
Well, he played like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson, I guess.
Yeah, but people pretend that like the 70s or something is like Plumbers League, but nah, like it was. There were good people. It was a good stuff.
You guys know where basketball? You guys know where basketball was invented?
Canada.
No. I thought. I mean, a lot of people think Canada, but
it was by a Canadian.
It was by a Canadian, but not in Canada.
Yeah,
it was in England, right?
No,
I think it was in some American university, Boston, probably.
It was in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Canadian American.
Yeah.
People don't talk enough about Will Chamberlain. This guy had like five people covering him, then he still scores 102 points in one game.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. That guy was nuts.
I gotta do the whole thing and bring up racism. In the context of this, is that one thing that's really like poignant to look at is like in football, right? Like certain roles are like super, like all of the GOATs are black, like running back as an example.
But not the quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's essentially no good black quarterbacks, and the only ones like the best black quarterbacks, they essentially just run the ball half the time.
And they're only good for like they're not good for like a long extended period of time. Like I think like Jalen Hurts is pretty good, but like I'm not like ready to like
Why do you think that is
the best during like that because he's only won like one Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, so quarterback is something that is so much more based in like strategy, in that it's why you can have people that are like 40 that can still be like super top quarterbacks because it's not as physically demanding of a thing, but it is.
I think I have the theory as why like black people are black quarterbacks are more likely to run because I feel like these black quarterbacks probably played running back or receiver in high school or something. Or because and like the white quarterbacks probably only ever played quarterback. You know what I mean? So the black people have more like played different positions and have more like variability.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but at that point, just play running back.
It can't just be like hand-eye coordination. Clearly, I mean.
Yeah, no, because quarterback is so based in like you're essentially the like the guy in a war who's moving all of the soldiers around like the general, because football effectively is a proxy for war. So like the best quarterbacks, like you hear about like Tom Brady and he's studying tape for like 20 hours before to see like every single particular little tick that makes the enemy team run before a game. And just obsessively studying tape because that's what you need to do to be sort of like an in-game leader, like a strategist.
I mean, Tom Brady is great for sure, even though they cheated a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Peyton Manning was great, but he only ever won 2 Super Bowls. In the second Super Bowl, like he was ass.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing is that like. I mean, if you're going in like GOAT conversation, like Tom Brady has essentially always had like a top 10 defense. essentially every single year of his career. And quarterbacks have nothing to do with that. Like, he's the only person who's won Super Bowls with like 7 points or something like that.
Yeah, like 13 to 3, I think, in versus the Rams.
Yeah, and nobody else has ever won, but just because he's always played with like the best defenses.
Oh yeah, think
of
about
all
the
time.
Falcons game too. Like they're not gonna come back from 28 to 3 if the defense didn't hold the Falcons the whole time. So like that was like a 2-part thing. But yeah, fucking Brady used to trigger the hell out of me. Fucking and then he like fucking lose to Eli. It's pissing me off. Like Eli will probably be a Hall of Fame quarterback because he won 2 Super Bowls, but there's no Hall of Fame quarterback that's like as ass as Eli was in like most of his seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was never like a season where Peyton Manning was as ass as Eli in some of his seasons.
Yeah. But to the stats that you posted, Andy, another thing that's always just really difficult to compare over time is how basketball rules have changed so dramatically. In that, like, you know, the sport is so much less physical than it used to be.
Same as soccer.
I mean, there wasn't a 3-point line at first, right?
Yeah, but that got added like pretty relatively early. But like the game is so much less physical, and also like traveling just doesn't get called. Double dribbling just doesn't get called.
But you think it's less physical because they call fouls like way too they call fouls more?
Yeah, things that would never have gotten called fouls for before are like instantly getting called.
And I was watching some YouTube where they did some research of where the shots were taken, and over the years they've drifted towards the 3-point line. So the style of game is more of a long shot game more than a contact sport getting 2 points. It's a long distance game scoring 3.
Yeah,
isn't like the something isn't like the sideline like on the like the 3 circle, isn't like the sideline shot actually a little shorter than from the top of the arc, or is it the opposite?
I mean, even if it is shorter, you don't have the backboard to play off of as like a little safety net.
That's true.
Yeah. So yeah, what's it called? Like the rules changes is also another big thing that's made it like more of a threes thing, because if you can't be as physical, like going in really deep is like you're gonna get fouls called on you.
What I never got is why people could be bad free throw shooters. I feel like that's all mental, right?
There's no reason for a basketball player to be a bad 3-point shooter. It's pure laziness. Like Shaq was
so true.
Fucking Ben Simmons pissed me the fuck off. I hate that guy.
Yeah. Like all of the there's so many players who could have been great or they were great, and then they just had like, you know, less than 50% free throw shot. Like Shaq was really there's no reason to miss free throws because it's
like there's
literally a free throw.
NBA players that have better free throw percentage than NBA players. But
I
obviously
really think
that's
that,
not like
bro,
that's
because some
that's
people
not the only thing that, you know, obviously if that was the only thing that can make you a good NBA player, then, you know, but obviously you need everything else.
It's just something you have to practice, and you just got to put in the reps. And so if people aren't putting in the reps, they're not going to be good at it.
Like muscle memory.
I don't think it's just practice, bro. I really don't, because some people are just not that nice with it, man. Like Shaq, his structure just not made for that, bro.
I mean, he was pretty notorious for just not putting in the work. Like he was a top 10 player of all time who should have been the best player of all time by far. But the reason why he wasn't the best player of all time is because he never put in the work. Like he also had a lot of problems with like weight issues because he just wouldn't keep in shape.
No, I see what you're saying. Clearly, practice makes a difference. But at the same time, like I feel like you could be just naturally talented too. Like I believe there's such a thing as natural talent, and just be naturally good at
the best. On the best of the best, like they worked hard and they had talent.
Yeah. There's that whole thing of like hard work beats talent. when talent doesn't work hard.
Guys, I'm going to post a really good short of Wilt Chamberlain. I heard y'all mention him a while ago. Check it out. Don't miss this short. I'm going to post it in the chat. You guys will like it. Let me pull it up.
Yeah,
Let me
but
pull
like
it up.
Steph Curry, being the best 3-point shooter for the longest time was also because he just shot the most threes in practice. And there was a point to where he was actually really horrible at threes. And then he was made to like change his form. Like at some point, I think like early in college, and he would just miss every single shot. But then he just kept on practicing, and he legitimately practices like 3 times more than like the average person at threes, which is why he's so good at threes, because
10,000 hour rule, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Jordan's so good, he could play with like Bugs Bunny.
True.
That's true. He can play against incorporeal beings who could deny the basics of gravity and still win.
Yeah, he was so good they tried to make him a baseball player.
Yeah. There's infinitely more examples of people that are very talented that are like shoulda, woulda, coulda, and that like they were good and they could have been so much better, but they just didn't put in the work.
I think what's crazy is that people that were like really good, like basketball, football, like really good football players, and also really good baseball players, like Bo Sanders and not Bo Sanders, Bo Jackson, and Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is like a Hall of Fame football player and a very good baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, which makes sense is like multi-sport athletes. Like you're going to be doing multiple sports, and
then like Michael Jordan kind of sucked at baseball.
Yeah, but he was never like really serious about baseball. Like he was only in baseball because they essentially just ghost suspended him. And so during his suspension, he's like, okay, I'm retiring from basketball and I'm going to become a baseball
Kind of wild though, because he's like the best player in all of basketball. Like that must have like hurt the ratings.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for it, guys. Give me just a second.
I'm a Sixers fan, and I'm just like pissed off with the organization and how everything turned out. And Embiid's a good basketball player, but he gets hurt every year, so it doesn't even matter. And I was saying we should have like tried to trade him like years ago when he was worth something, but now nobody would trade for him. And I don't know, they're just fucked, I guess. They just got to start building again with younger players. Like they have 2 good players, and that's it. I mean, like 2 young players like Maxey and Allen. That's it. You don't get a lot of really good Asian basketball players. You only get like Yao Ming and Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin was good for like 1 year.
But also Yao Ming wasn't actually like good.
He wasn't? Just because he was big?
Yeah, and also he was Chinese.
You're saying he wasn't good?
Like trying to break into that market.
Yeah.
Like it's a similar thing that happens in like UFC right now, is that there's so many like trying to break into markets that are large but don't really have a lot of fighters. They try to like heavily promote a lot of people. Like it's a really common thing with like Indian fighters, where there'll be somebody who comes into the UFC, has like an 8-0 record, and they're like trying to build them up, but then they just get like mobbed by a journeyman who's.
Well, you don't think Yao Ming was good? Wasn't Yao Ming good for a little bit, and then he got injured a lot because of his knees and shit?
I'm not super confident in the specifics.
Yao Ming. I don't know, he was an 8-time All-Star, I guess. Totally solid, I guess. Yao Ming.
Yao Ming versus Joker. Who would win?
Joker.
Yeah,
Joker would
no,
like
so
Joker would like slice at his knees.
yeah, no, so to kind of go back to the meta point, like acknowledging these group differences isn't a way of saying like this group is better or that group is better. It's just when you have these pieces of information that are like accurate and truthful, it is something that is good to use that so that you can like, you know, temper expectations. You can like, you know, place people in ideal roles. You can like
I mean, that's
it's
fair,
just
but like, I'm not gonna like, I wouldn't, I'm not gonna just like assume that like it's the whole picture. You know what I mean? Like, I still think the swimming thing is still yet to be explored with Black people. But but yeah, I guess like saying like on average, like Black people are faster. Like, you're not wrong.
yeah, and it's just like, you know, with strength differences, right? If I need a bunch of chairs being picked up at a particular like at a dance, right? We're doing an English country dance, and I need somebody to pick up a bunch of chairs and move them. Like there might be, you know, some like teenage girl who's actually really strong, but like statistically that's so unlikely. So I'm going to, you know, tell the little like 12-year-old boy, hey, pick up a bunch of chairs so that they can, you know, look all cool and strong for picking up, you know,
I was like,
more
that's
chairs
also
than they
like
should.
a cultural thing. Like, people typically wouldn't ask girls to, yeah, move chairs for them, even if they could.
Yeah,
I remember when I was
also,
a kid, they would just ask everybody to move their own chair.
I mean, it also goes into Egg's point is that like guys will innately, because of the like play pattern differences, turn moving chairs into a competition as like, oh, I can move more chairs than you can. And so this one random little task that is sort of brought on to the kids all of a sudden just naturally becomes a sport. It naturally becomes a competitive endeavor.
Yeah, I think because some of my suspicion is as well, it's got to do with the fact that we're halfway to a tournament species. And tournament species, or even lekking, like the birds that do the dancing, ingrains the idea that men must compete for a female, right? And with birds, they do it by dancing or having a nicer nest with more blue stuff in it. Or, and I think that's also true for like lions. Lions do a fair amount of their competition through the roars.
Here you go, guys. I posted it in the chat. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, good. That you have this thing of like, well, it's going to make people more likely to want to take risks and compete because that winning competitions might be a good indicator of whether I'm going to, you know, get laid or what I need to work on.
You're saying Will Chamberlain killed a lion with his bare hands? What the fuck?
With his bare hands.
Listen how strong he was supposed to have been. He was supposed to have like superhuman strength. Arnold Schwarzenegger said that he was so far stronger than him that he blew his mind.
Yeah, just also on the point of like sex differences, in that like, you know, it's traditionally like thought of in like the classical like default liberal minds of just like, you know, treat men and women equally. But in that sense of like the way that I treat a guy versus the way that I treat a girl is going to be different, because I personally understand that they are different in that, like with a guy, I might tell them to like I will say some like really messed up things to a guy as a way to like motivate them and like shit talk them super, super hard, and like say some really egregious things to them. Whereas for a woman, I'm going to give more like supportive, nurturing nature and like make sure that they're comfortable and that like in the conversation they can like feel like in like a more sort of safe, secure place so that they can like flourish as much as possible.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So if you're talking in a public space or a workspace, did it ever occur to you that there might also be men that just want to be talked to in a reasonable way and be comfortable so that they can also have a conversation and not be treated in the way you just described?
I typically don't interact with circles that have those men. Like I genuinely just don't interact in circles that have men like that. Like I interact in just, you know, generally very masculine spaces. So those kind of guys just don't exist in those spaces.
Okay,
Or
so
they-
you're
wait, they
saying,
exist, you just don't know it, that's all.
yeah, thank you, NASA. Like men also, masculine men also don't like to just be randomly screamed at for and have that called motivation. That's very strange to me.
Yeah, I mean, I never said I was going to scream at people.
That kind of is what you just said, unless I seriously misheard that.
No, it's just like, you know, if a guy is, you know, not super certain about getting the last set of their workout, right? I might say like, oh yeah, like you just weren't built for that. Like it's okay, yeah, don't do the weight. Like you're not good enough for this weight. And that's like a sort of a negative negative motivation that will generally works like very well with guys to where they're like, you know what, screw you, I am gonna do this. I am gonna make it this weight because I want to prove you wrong. Whereas I don't know any women that would react very well to that.
So do you think like lifting weights in a gym is a typical representation of how men are motivated?
No, I'm giving an example of how I would motivate when I'm helping a woman work out versus how I would help a man work out. Like I would be I'm much more supportive when I'm helping a woman work out, and I'm not going to say like degrading things like that because it just doesn't get results.
So this is your particular job. Do you think that that would translate well into the rest of the world, like office jobs and things like that?
I mean, it's a pattern that I see in pretty much any space I've interacted with. Like I have worked in an office environment at one point, but like I'm not going to speak to that because I don't have as much experience as I would feel comfortable with to positively assert things.
Okay, so then
if only flat Earth. Sorry, Coco.
No.
If only flat earthers would talk like that too and be like, "Well, I don't have enough experience with that shit to make an opinion," but you know, Dunning-Kruger. But sorry, Coco, go ahead.
Well, you just said in a funny way kind of what I was going to say. Like, so then don't you think what you said might have come across as more reasonable and accurate if at the time you were describing it, you had said, in my experience with training, this is what I see, rather than making it sound like you meant it or it should be that way across the board in all situations.
I mean, if it didn't come across that way, I understand what I at least intended to say. And I feel like I did say that it's just sort of like, this is how like I do things from my experience and what I find success with.
And you did. I'll give you that. You did. But without clarifying that it was in your specific area, workplace, whatever, it kind of could be taken that you meant in all social interactions. And that made it sound maybe a little bit more broad, which made it sound a little bit less realistic.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm not gonna like fault somebody for having that interpretation, but yeah, that just wasn't what I was intending. Because in general, I am very much sort of on the ideal of like different situations and different group dynamics will require different solutions. And that like the group dynamics that you would see at a typical like Super Smash Brothers tournament, like the kind of people that go to a Super Smash Brothers tournament are not even vaguely the kind of people that I typically associate with. Like we're just living on different planets in this sense. So like the kind of social dynamics and the kind of ways that you need to operate socially in that environment is going to be completely different, completely foreign to like what I'm used to.
And that's kind of what I was talking about, because with you just saying it the way that you said it, and again, that's not, I've already discussed why, that is not to bash you. My mind went to my interactions and my workplace, and I work in a male-dominated field. Out of the 120 of us, only 15 of us are women.
Mm-hmm.
If you did that to the men at my job, they would literally laugh in your face and tell you to go fuck off. They don't, the job is stressful enough. They don't want to be talked to in that manner. So to me, that was the disconnect.
Yeah, and obviously in different situations, depending on like how stressful things are, you're going to like temper things differently. But also in that sense of like, you know, those guys telling me to fuck off. Like I would never say that to a woman. In that kind of context. Whereas they would probably also not say it to a woman, but they'd be perfectly fine saying it to me.
Do you want to take any bets on that? I mean, we don't generally tell each other to fuck off because we do very much support each other. But yeah, I would bet you on that they absolutely would tell us to fuck off if something happened, because it's happened before. There are some people at my workplace, mostly in management, that do try to treat us differently than the men. My coworkers do not. We're a pretty cohesive group.
Yeah. I would say one thing in general about this topic that is it can sound a little bit unbelievable, or like hard to grasp. But generally, from my experience and everything that I've sort of seen, there are very different group dynamics that happen when you have an all male space versus a space to where there's a single female introduced. As in, even if it's not like a sexual mating ritual, like people aren't trying to get with a woman. People will, men, in my experience, change their behavior pretty dramatically in terms of, you know, what they say, what they do, group dynamics, etc. when a woman enters the equation.
I will agree with that, but I'll also add to that where being friends with a lot of them, close friends with a lot of them, they actually enjoy that a lot more. They just like having a more civilized atmosphere, and a lot of them will tell you that they're actually not comfortable always with the bro gym culture where they have to do the locker room talk and stuff. And they're very, very happy to have a calmer, more civilized place.
Yeah, and this goes back into like the bell curve thing, in that there is going to be like sort of overlap. There are men who are more comfortable or more thrive outside of a exclusively male space, because an exclusively male space, you know, has all of that, like, you know, all of those things going on, and it's just that, yeah, I just don't interact with those people. Like, there's no social setting in which I'd really particularly ever really intersect with those kind of groups.
Okay, so like for me, our clubhouse just opened recently for the summer. We have a pretty nice neighborhood here, and most of us get along, men and women. So if you lived in my neighborhood, you wouldn't take part in the neighborhood activities, going to the clubhouse, having cocktail hour, things like that, because it's a mix of men and women.
I mean, I interact in a lot of spaces that are mixes between men and women.
Okay. You just said you didn't, though. You don't hang around with people that are in mixed company. You like it to be just men and have that bro culture.
No, to clarify, like the kind of men that thrive in those like mixed culture spaces and don't do well in masculine spaces and are, you know, not okay with, you know, dick jokes or like sexually crude humor or things like that.
Okay, who said any of that, though? I mean, these are very masculine men. We do a lot of our own work on our houses and stuff like that here. Like nobody said these were not masculine men. These men in my neighborhood, I myself, because I am single, we take care of our own shit and do a lot of building and constructing and mechanical stuff and whatnot. We're always sharing tools back and forth. These are very masculine men. But they are married, they have kids. So now it is mixed with men and women.
Yeah, and I interact with a lot of family environments, but it's different than the kind of guys that I mean. Like to say in the more crude way, like effeminate soy boys.
Okay, so now why are you bringing that in? Because I was never talking about that.
That's what I was saying when I say that I don't interact with these kind of people that thrive in that don't thrive in masculine spaces.
Okay, so the men that I work with, that this all started with, you're assuming that because they're okay with not having that hormonal bro culture, that they are all soy boys? That's a little strange.
I mean, I would say that there's a big difference between like office culture and like, you know, sales culture, as an example, or like blue collar work culture, or, you know, like white collar. Yeah, just there's a big difference between sort of office work, where office work is in a lot of ways like school, in that it is like the common term used for this is sort of like it longhouses you, in that you know, when you have an HR over you, it does sort of change what is allowed, and that also means that certain people cannot exist in those environments, and certain people like accept those environments, and certain people thrive in those environments.
So men who work in offices cannot be masculine? They're all soy boys?
I would say they are more feminine than average, yes.
So like policemen, CIA agents, FBI agents.
Yeah, because I think there's a subtle difference between like the bro culture of like the fraternity boys versus the family man. Like they've got a different kind of mindset where the fraternity boys are all like it's man culture with their own man ideals and like the testosterone swirling. But when you're the family man, you think about the responsibility of your sons, your daughters, your neighbors, and your grandma. So the priorities of where your mind goes are completely different.
I mean, I'm just thinking about like, you know, what kind of stuff is said and what kind of stuff is allowed on a construction site, or like just as an example, a construction site would get you sent to HR in an office. Like the kind of conversations that happen in blue collar work could not exist in an office space. So somebody who is used to blue collar conversations, like you try to stick them in an office and they're going to flounder.
All right. So then I have a question. Then how do you account for people who are like soldiers, and then, you know, had a blue collar job, soldering is a blue collar job, and then went on to not do soldering as a blue collar job and be successful?
I mean, I'm not saying people can't be successful in multiple domains. Like, there's also just a difference between like surviving and thriving, in that, like, most people will have an area in which they're best suited, they're the best fit for this kind of job, this kind of environment. But it doesn't mean that they have to only exist in that environment, and if they go into any other environment, they will fail. It's just that it's not going to be as appropriately suited to them. And there are some people that are only suited for a particular environment because they're not willing to change their behavior. I mean, you see in this server, like a lot of people are very like determined and like hard-headed to interact in conversations in their way, and it has to be their way. It can't be any other way. Like take like Jin or something as an example.
Yeah, but successful implies thriving. So I was directly talking to thriving.
So you can be successful in an office job while not vibing at all with like HR culture. So in that sense, like
I didn't say you couldn't. I directly countered your thriving argument. So could you talk to that?
So if you're what I mean is like thriving on the social aspect. So like somebody who, I mean, oftentimes a lot of reasons that people go into military is like, you know, to pay for a college education, get that GI Bill. And so what's it called? Yeah, so there's a lot of people who are in military who aren't strict
Sure.
military people, and
But
then
I'm not talking about. I'm not necessarily talking about people who went to college. I'm talking about people who left the military and then found a different job that was not blue collar and were successful.
yeah, and like, what do you mean by successful? Are you talking about successful in terms of, you know, doing the job well and getting promoted and all of that stuff, or are you talking about thriving socially?
I specifically already stated thriving.
Yeah, and I'm asking you which thriving?
In general.
I mean, as I
You
was,
like dealing with generals, so.
Not to
you know what? I concede. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong.
I'm going to do a telescope stream in just a little bit, a few minutes.
So can anybody explain what happened to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel and the Politics and Religion server? It's empty and it used to be huge.
People change.
Well, they basically banned all the flat earthers who didn't agree with them. And so that eventually led to most of their community being banned.
What did they ban the flat earthers for?
Well, like there was some flat earthers who were like, oh, maybe evolution has some truth to it, and they didn't really like that.
That's horrible.
Yeah, like I used to believe in evolution, and they basically banned me for that.
Part of their issue of some of the hardcore ones trying to equate religious beliefs with flat earth. You can believe in flat earth and still believe in evolution. How, like, that's just crazy.
Man, they're doing thought crimes over at 24, huh?
Sounds like.
Well, you know, if you don't believe in the cult, you got to be excised from the cult.
I got kicked out of a server because it was a flat earth server and I was totally fine in there for the longest time. And they put some kind of weird symbol in front of me. So I asked a question one time, totally normal question. Didn't even have anything to do with Earthshape. And they put a symbol in front of me and I could not tell them what the symbol meant because it was one of the really fringe ones that they had going. And they banned me instantly.
I'll take it as a badge of honor.
So, like, do you guys consider yourselves like anti-flat earthers?
No, there's no such thing.
I actually really am not. And I hang out with flat earthers as well as hang out here. I don't like that religious aspect of it though.
No, anti-flat Earth means that you're anti-knowledge, or I don't know. Anti-flat Earth is just the latest thing to say globe Earth, but make it sound like you're against them because they have to feel like they're being, prosecuted because they believe
I'm
in
not like
something.
explicitly, a vigilante against flat Earth. I don't believe in it, and I'll tell you why I don't believe in it. I'm not like a crusader, though.
It just amuses me that in 2025 people still think the Earth is flat without any evidence. Because I've been asking for a long time for evidence for the flat Earth and haven't gotten any.
I think flat earthers serve normal humans.
Normal humans.
Yeah, I think evidence and reason is not the way normal humans decide what to believe is true. I think it requires special training, and it's a very new concept in human history.
Yeah, it's only 2,500 years old. I mean, geez, how do you expect things to be? I mean, 2,500 years. I mean, Christianity is only less than 2,000 years now.
I mean, I don't think that most people, if you're referring to something like Aristotle or something, I don't think most people in the world would, like, I don't think most people in the world held those people as influential until pretty recently.
No, actually, most people think the Earth is a sphere until, like Robotham. And until a certain yoga instructor rediscovered Robotham and basically took all his shit and said it was his. But and then the internet comes along and all the village idiots can find one another.
What yoga instructor are you talking about, sir?
Eric Dubé.
Oh well.
The
Yeah, I never really got into him.
Well, he's the father of the modern internet flat Earth movement.
The problem is flat Earth is
retarded too.
stupid. It's stupid at face value. We have working technology. People are surrounded by working technology, and then they have to come up with all this bullshit as if, oh, it's working by some other reason. They can.
You up today?
Yeah.
Maybe you are. my God, it's not timing.
Oh yes. Turn on the light. Turn on the light. Oh, okay. Okay.
You know, I went to that, what's it called for something? It's like Pennsylvania. There's this shit.
Oh wow.
You want to say, like a Brazilian state?
Oh, is it nice?
You know, we don't need, I don't believe, so it was not really a good place to go. It's nice environment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at a
Okay.
list,
I'll see you.
look at the list of the 20th ugliest buildings in the United States, and number 20 is the Denver International Airport. I have to agree with them.
Yeah, the hot mic is always more interesting than the main convo.
Usually.
Trump Tower, Las Vegas is number 15.
I'll never forget the time this dude blew up a tire in his kitchen table.
Yeah, pretty
funny.
Remember when the Tesla blew up in front of the Trump Tower?
That's weird. Maybe Elon put it there.
Well, like Boston City Hall, I guess they don't like brutalism. Oh, well.
Coco, do you see this thing about Lutonen's fallacy?
He posted it this morning and I read some of it then and reposted him some stuff that I pointed out and he got really pissed off at me. So I don't really remember it now, but I remember that there were issues with it. Yeah.
I think it was like some guy, like some racist guy had an issue with another guy and like said that his work was a fallacy. And that's how the term came about.
Yeah. So much of what he used this morning, just either wasn't correct. Like he literally found the one paper out of 500 that said what he wanted rather than what the other 499 said. Or it was pretty obvious he misread the intent of the paper or what the paper was saying. And he was just using like titles or something. It was really weird. And,
And
and
Melodic's saying that the fallacy is a non sequitur, so fair enough.
Yep, Mel just dropped it, so I'll look at this too. Like, I'm not even that smart in this stuff, so my basic position is if I can read it and understand what it's saying, then most people should be able to.
I just don't think it's like a legitimate fallacy because it's not like there's no contradiction in logic, right?
Yeah, but logic only gets you so far. You start with a false premise, you'll end up with a false conclusion.
No, but that's what fallacies are like. Are like breaks down a lot, like things breaking down in logic, right? Like I guess you could have like a false premise fallacy, but I don't know what the fancy name for that is. But if you have a false premise, you have a false conclusion. I mean, I guess
Garbage in, garbage out.
you'll have a valid conclusion, but not a sound one.
I've read that not every formal, rigorous thinker agrees that fallacy is a good framing for these things, but I certainly find it useful to have categories of well-known faulty patterns of reasoning that you can refer to.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought like his whole argument was that it's a fallacy, even like just to dismiss my argument, but like it really wasn't like a legitimate fallacy, so that kind of annoyed me. So like he was saying that because I was saying that there's more variation within a group, that means that the groups don't exist. But obviously the groups do exist. And no one was claiming they don't. You were just saying that there's more variation within a single group than there is between groups. It means that the difference between the groups isn't significant.
Maybe it depends on the groups. You know, like the groups could be meaningful distinctions in some ways, but not meaningful in others.
Well, meaningful. What's like the differences between the groups aren't as that meaningful if there's more variance in a single group of that certain thing than between the groups. And that makes sense to me.
Right, because no two flat earthers can agree with one another because they have no facts to base their belief on.
That's true.
Okay, but that's not an argument about the shape of the Earth.
Well, sort of is, because there are no flat earth facts. There is no flat earth evidence. I've asked for it.
I don't know. I think we should just be priests up and just be like, well, you can't be a flat earther because you live on a round earth, so checkmate.
Well, it's demonstrably so. That's the part that is really impressive.
All right, guys.
It's like when Christians say you can't like have any basis of knowledge without God. It's like the same thing. We can just be like, well, you live on a round earth, so you can't be a flat earther, so there you go.
Telescope stream's about to commence.
Oh shit! I'll be right back then. Hang on. I mean, you start, but I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, I still got the lens cap on. That's why.
Is there anybody around actually claiming the Earth is flat now, or is this group just lonely globers?
No. I guess if there was a flat earther in chat, they'd be insufferable and loud.
I found a paper to read.
always
So
has an opinion.
slowly reading that.
Pulling focus now.
I'm not loud. I'm pretty quiet.
No, I'm just
There's
saying
the
you always have an
moon.
opinion on the flat Earth subject.
I got an opinion on anything you guys are talking about, really, if you want.
Look at that. You guys see it all right?
Yeah.
See what?
The moon.
Looks very round.
Can you see?
Looks like a
Does it
sphere to
really?
me.
Can you see the other side?
Looks like a sphere to me.
Show me the other side.
I
How
mean,
the fuck
I
do you
like
do that?
I like how
Show
the
me the other side
craters
to
are
make sure
round
that it's
in
not
the
flat.
middle,
Oh,
and then
Denmark's
they get
here.
more and more
yeah, great.
elliptical as you go towards the edge of the sphere.
Oh,
Like,
Denmark wants you to teleport to the other side of the moon so you can see the other side.
No, you claim there's another side. Demockham's razor says you're a liar until you can prove there's another side, or that it's a
Well, we
sphere.
sent
probes there,
Shiba
Demo.
sent probes to
No,
see
you
the
didn't
other
do
side.
anything. You're just
Yeah,
looking through a
they've
toilet
seen
paper roll.
their pictures.
You're
Well, why
looking
don't
through
we
a toilet paper roll. I got pictures of Bigfoot, Peter Pan, Superman, and Santa Claus.
Wait, why don't we, guys? Why don't we just look at the moon every night and see if the craters are different, and then that'll prove that there's different sides.
No, that wouldn't make any sense. What you need to do is look for somebody
you
to land
thinking?
there on your film
Smart
live
guy.
and make a
No, it would
smiley
make
face.
sense.
Been
Or
done.
eyes.
We
Done.
observe the moon every night. The craters are different.
Yeah,
That means
but
you
you can't
saw
rub
different parts
nothing
of
in
the
the
moon.
dirt. Yeah, it's so hard.
That's been done, Damon.
Technologically advancements can't walk in dirt. Can't make SOS in dirt. Moon tech.
They've done that, Damon.
So
I don't see it nowhere. I don't see a smiley face or Coca-Cola or
not.
McDonald's on that
Of
moon.
course not, because
Liar.
you have bad eyesight.
Occam's razor says you're a damn liar.
Why don't we just look at the craters? We can see craters.
Why don't you look at actual thing?
How do you think those
A
craters
rocket
got there,
stay
Demok?
alive all the way
How do you
from
think those craters got there,
Why don't you
Demok?
pull your head out of your ass first?
Where those holes come from?
your
Can't
head
hear you,
up in an
Damok.
observatory
Damok, I
and
can't hear
watch
you.
the
Please
fucking
pull your
rocket
head out of your
live
ass.
go to the moon.
Damok,
Watch
I can't
people
hear you. You're all
walk on
muffled.
the
Like you have your head up
ISS.
your ass or something.
You can't even watch people walk on the ISS.
Damok,
Fuck you
Damok,
talking
I
about?
can't hear you.
So
You've got
You
must
can't
have your
even
head
where
up
we're
your ass.
looking now,
miles away.
the place I'm
Your
looking at
fucking
now, this is
garbage
actually where
telescope.
Apollo 11 landed. This is
Your garbage telescope can't even see a
Damok,
fucking
I can't hear you.
ISS
Please
250
pull your head
miles
out of your
up.
ass before you talk to me.
Get
Well,
your head out
actually-
your ISS.
Well, he
Actually,
doesn't know where
Demok,
the ISS is.
my telescope
Where's
can
it
see the
at?
ISS. I take pictures of it all the
Prove
time.
it's 250 miles up.
I can't exactly prove it's 250 miles from just my observation. I need a second observer. But my telescope can 100% see the ISS. Yeah, so this is the spot where Apollo 11 landed.
Hey, Demok,
Supposed-
how do craters get on the moon?
Where is the car at? Where's the rover? Where's the
Hey,
track?
Demok, how do craters get on the
Where
moon?
are the tracks in the rover? Where's all the
Well,
stuff at?
where's the
car? Where
Ask
is
the
the
question-
stuff?
ask the
So-
question
Zoomer
first,
inner?
Demok.
So what? Your
Yeah.
zoom in don't work no more?
Ask the
Crater
question
Man?
my
first.
telescope.
You don't have any answers. Where are the tracks?
See, this
Okay,
is why
well,
it's
I'm
so
trying-
hard to
I'm
have a
trying to
conversation with
answer.
flat earthers because this is what
Yeah,
we're
it's
dealing
hard to
with.
have any proof
It's
without
just pure
Occam's razor.
stupidity and just
Yeah, you
rambling
guys keep trying to
nonsense.
convince people of shit, weirdos, with nothing burgers.
So the reason I can't see the car or
I
the
don't
lunar
want an
lander
excuse. I want to see
is
some proof. The reason you can't is you're a loser.
the reason I
Stop
can't see
being a
it,
loser
Demok.
and making stuff up. Put something on the
Well,
moon
this is
we can
it.
see.
This is why we can have this
This is why
conversation
you're a
with these
loser
flat
and you've never
earthers.
been to the moon.
Hey,
I think
Steve,
you
have
show me
over
demands.
and over
Live
again.
Demok always
Prove
has bad
it or
demands, but
shut
never
up.
does anything himself.
Hold on,
Prove
guys.
it
I
or
can't.
shut
I
up.
think someone asked me a question. I heard Seafoam say. Someone said Seafoam.
Hey, is that a live shot? That's beautiful.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
the
right.
moon live right now. I can
That's
zoom out a little
absolutely
bit.
amazing. Thank you
How
for
far
showing it.
away are you zooming?
There's your proof,
it.
you moron.
Prove how far you're looking. Where's
How
your
can he do
meter?
that?
Where's your
The
where's your
reason
reflectant in your telescope lens? How
the
far are you
reason I
looking?
can't see
How wide you
the
seeing? Can't see what?
Apollo 11 landing site
What's
is
that mean?
because the angular size of the equipment
We
they
don't
left
even know
down
what the
there
fuck you're talking about. You're
is
being pretty
way too
weird right
small
now.
for my telescope to
Stop
resolve.
making shit up and show us something on the moon that man
I
put
see the
there.
I see the
This,
moon.
this is the moon. This is like
Is there people on there? Is there a
No.
smiley face?
No.
Is there McDonald's?
You
Is
see,
there a fucking
DMOC
apartment?
has
Oh,
yeah,
the
DMOC
moon
has
is
a purpose.
huge.
A rover.
Yeah, DMOC has a
And
purpose.
people have
He's
only
the flat
been
Earth
a little
embarrass.
part.
He's a flat
Is
Earth
there any flags
ambassador.
we can look at?
This is how stupid flat Earth is. Just listen
Yeah,
to
dumb
DMOC.
bitches with no proof calling somebody stupid. Hey, look at
We're looking at
fucking
the moon
dirt,
right now.
Rover Bob.
yeah. So
Why
this
don't you go
this right
tell me how
here,
old
around to
gold
me.
while you're at it? Tell me how
this
old
right
gold
here
and
is
dirt is.
the lunar south
Like
pole.
tries to be some dirt.
I don't know if
Listen,
flagging
you don't know
Seafoam.
what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what a lunar is. Stop saying words.
You're a loony.
Demonstrate. Go get me a lunar rock in a lab and make it
It's a
orbit another
lunatic
rock
also.
4 times bigger than itself.
That is beautiful. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
welcome.
thanks for nothing.
Unfortunately,
Gracias por nada.
Lunatic.
Gracias por nada, motherfucker.
it's Spanish. So
The detail is incredible.
Look at
yeah,
those cool ass craters.
Wow.
I can get
I wonder how they got there.
different. If I get different
We'll never
optics,
know.
I can get a better shot
You'll
with
never
better
watch them
optics
be there live
because
either, you fucking weird fuck.
this is
Fucking
this is
weirdo.
just
Fucking
a
hope
this is
lot,
just a
fucking
digital
green
zoom
show
right
TV
now.
movie, man. Why don't you
Alright,
watch it
then.
live from an observatory, losers?
I wish my
Let's go.
telescope did that.
Let's
Could
do
someone
something
mute
live, losers.
Demok or something? Because
You
it's
want to
really
prove
hard to
anything live, or you just want to watch
speak and
old
hear people
movies?
when he's going off.
Why are you guys
being
watching
educated.
old movies?
Why don't you go make your own observations, Demok?
I can't. Well, I can't. Your observatory's broke, bitch.
You
You
know,
can't see nothing
can
with it.
somebody tell him that if you look carefully, you
Go
can
make
see
your
it
own
moving?
observatory, dumbass.
Somebody tell him our observatories
Oh yeah.
can't see
Uh,
238,000 miles. We can't even see nobody. We can't
Yeah,
see
I'm
nobody
just
walk on
I'm
the
just
ISS
muting them.
live.
So
There's little guys doing flips on the ISS.
so here
with
I'm
a
gonna
cord.
leave. I'm not gonna touch it.
I'm
This is
gonna
actually
make
the
more
drift of
stuff
the
up
moon through
because
the
I'm
sky.
stupid. I'm gonna tell
I
you
can
about
see
my
it.
broke telebong. My bong I looked
And
through
it's
and it
spinning
sees
too.
not 250 miles.
And
Too bad
Demok
you
just
boys
never
can't even
stopped
see
talking.
250 miles.
Yeah,
I might
I
be
have it
really
turned
stoned
down.
though.
That piece of shit on the ISS.
I turned him down,
Let's see
honestly.
what we see.
The moon
Yeah,
doesn't
you
really
boys don't want none of this.
visibly spin. What if I go to
I
AV mode?
can say I do notice the drift. I've seen that with my telescope before. When I'm taking photos of the sun. It's been a while. It's been TFE since I've had it out and doing it, but
There's no dark side of the moon, actually. As a matter of fact, it's all dark.
Yeah,
that's
so
beautiful.
what a lot of people don't know, interesting fact about the moon, is that its drift through the sky is actually slower than the stars. So the stars actually drift through the sky faster than the moon does because of its
I can
orbit
see it
around the Earth.
moving.
If
The moon's a lot closer, so wouldn't we have? Wait, I don't know.
if I go off to the side here, we should be able to see Regulus. If I yeah, so that's the star Regulus. That's the brightest star in Leo.
I can't see it.
Oh, whoops! It does that sometimes. I don't know why. I apologize. I wish I had a better.
In the summertime, can you see like Mars and Venus pretty well?
Okay. Yeah, I have good pictures of Mars and Venus. Let's see here. I apologize about this. I don't know why it does that. Okay, so yeah, so that's the star Regulus right there. Brightest star in the constellation Leo. And it's just
You're
a
not
little
sharing again.
You're not sharing.
Oh man, this is some odd stuff. I apologize. I need a better.
It's kind of cloudy where I am. I can't really see nothing, no stars or nothing. I see a
I need
couple.
like an astronomy camera is what I need.
We're supposed to be able to see the Aurora Borealis here in Colorado.
What are your distances you boys are looking out?
I'll probably
to and
not be
above?
able to see it where I am, just light pollution and all that.
I wish there was less light pollution where I was. There's some of these damn lamps in the parking lot.
I could probably see it if I went outside, but it might be raining still.
Or bend it around it.
Can you guys? Let me.
What's the distance you guys are seeing? How come you don't fucking know anything, weirdos? I thought Newton and Galileo and Einstein told you guys how
computer's
far you're
messed up.
seeing it and how
That's why.
wide. So, well, I mean,
If
when
I'm
you look
looking
at
at the
your
sky right now,
horizon,
what
your
direction
moon,
is the moon?
well, how wide is the moon?
Moon is
How many
well, it kind
miles
of
left
depends
to
on your
right?
time zone, but for me it's pretty much close to east. I gotta restart.
No, how big
I
is
think
the
it's east
moon
for
and
me
the
too.
sun? No, listen, pay attention to this. Your horizon is bigger than the moon and the sun.
East
while
is
they're
usually
next to
where
each other
east is
and
usually
while
where
they're
I see
93 million apart.
like Venus
Your
and
horizon
Mars.
is
I think.
bigger than 93 million miles.
Is that right?
Observation 1, a solar eclipse. When the sun and moon are
Mars and
93
Venus
million
really
miles
aren't
away.
visible right
When the
now.
sun and moon,
No, not right now. I'm just saying in general.
hey, don't. Why
Like,
you
I feel
guys
like
talking
whenever
over
I'm
your
in my
debunking?
parking lot and I look at the
Why you
sky, I
talking
feel
over
like
your
I always
debunking?
see
You're
like
93
the
million.
Mars and Venus. Well, I think Mars at least. I see Mars
Point out
like to the
24,000
east.
miles
I
on your
think.
horizon, left to right. Just point out.
Okay,
To
I'm
your
just gonna
horizon,
restart my
point out
Discord.
24,000 miles.
Sorry about that.
No ruler.
I mean everything. I guess everything
Point
sets
to
in
the
the
globe
east.
that works.
The best position to look at planets is
Distance only.
actually for us in the northern hemisphere is actually
Point to the
due
globe that
south
works with
because
not flat Earth
when
distances.
things are due south, that's when they're highest in the sky.
One of my favorite things to do is like when I'm at the beach, I go to the beach and do some stargazing because it's
Are
so
you down
freaking
on
dark
the
there.
beach, or on the side beach, or on the bottom beach, or on the left side beach of the globe? Are you on the top beach, the bottom beach, the
This
side
computer's
beach?
really buggy. I need a better one.
Do you have an elevator that goes vertically
Honestly.
horizontal that way to the horizon?
Yeah, this is
Like that way?
odd. I might have to.
I know it's
And a
okay. It
helium
says
balloon?
tomorrow Mars will be visible in the western sky after sunset. Interesting.
Sun what?
Hopefully it's clear tomorrow. It's supposed to rain here all week.
My computer needs an update, is what it is. I'm sorry, guys.
Hopefully,
That's
yeah, your
about as
computer
much
needs to
telescope
update
stream as
flat
I
Earth
can do
information.
because the computer is
Oh,
awful.
it's got flat Earth
Oh no!
information.
Oh
You
wait!
need some
Oh, the moon's
Logan
on the
help.
west for me.
I appreciate that. That was amazing. I wish I could
Yeah.
see more of that.
I don't remember what he
Yeah,
was
let's
saying.
see some more
Maybe he
nothing
said
burgers.
west. I don't remember.
West.
The moon's to the west for me.
The moon ain't
Oh, I'm
changed
sorry. Did I
since
say
Galileo
east?
looked at it the first
Might
day he
have,
ever
but
invented the
I am
telephone.
it's okay.
friggin' I gotta be dyslexic or something.
You are.
It's in the west for me. Yeah.
What is? Where's the west at,
Your
baby?
Mountain
computer needs a
time.
new
It's
your
refracted from
computer
the
needs a
east.
new computer.
Yeah.
It's been
Working on
refracted from
update.
behind your
0%
ass.
complete. Don't turn off computer.
You're looking at the
Oh,
moon behind
Lovely.
your forehead. It's behind you, not in front of you, stupid.
Anywho.
That was great. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no problem.
That's like the first real
Yeah,
science
guy
we've
who
gotten
can't even
here in
look
a
at
while.
the ISS and make nothing out on it.
That was very cool.
So much
Glad you
retard
guys enjoyed it.
technology they can't see
I was
shit.
looking at Denmark was green the whole time.
Can we get Mars? Can
Your
we get
dream
Mars
was
at a
stupidity.
different night?
When it's
They don't know what a distance is. They
available.
don't even know what a fucking horizon is. They don't know where they're looking,
I
how
don't know what
far
Denmark
up
will
or
have to say
down,
about
left
that.
or right, how far out
He'll be
forward.
like, "Show
I
me the other
can-
side.
And they have
Show
no
me the other side of
motherfucking
Mars."
sea legend, or they have no
I
proof.
have
They have
pictures of
no
all the
clue
sides
of
of
how many
Jupiter at
million
least.
miles the horizon is left to right. The
No, you don't.
horizontal
You ain't
line,
been in space. You haven't seen
Let
nothing.
me post
93
in the
million
chat one
miles
of my
left to
pictures
right.
of Mars.
The
You didn't
horizon
post
is
that from the
93
internet.
million
No, you
miles
don't.
left to
It's
right.
all fake bullshit. No, you don't.
Gonna pay
The
for
the
CGI?
horizon is
We don't
93
need your
million miles left to
CGI.
right. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
I might give
here,
him to
there's
assume that
a
everyone has Denmark
Prove
turned
me
down
wrong that
because
the
I do.
horizon
Or you
is
could be like
93
King
million
Nico, who
miles
said
left
it
to
that
right.
I had
NASA
turned down for a
beams the
while.
images in our telescopes.
The horizon
I
is
ain't know.
93 million
there in
miles
the
away,
open
and
chat
it's
is some of my
93
pictures
million
of
We don't need
miles
you to post
wide.
your CGI in there, you dumbass.
No CGI needed.
That was
Let me
good.
Show me your key legend
let me
distance
look
for
when
93 million
Mars
miles.
Oh,
is.
that's
Take a
good,
look.
Seafoam.
You fucking
What's
loser.
93 million look like,
That's good,
Seafoam?
man.
Oh, I guess Mars is in the sky, huh?
That's really good.
It's gonna
How
be
big is
in the
Mars?
sky
Oh
at
wow.
sunset tomorrow.
How
It should
wide
be
is
there
Mars?
at
How
sunset
far
today.
away?
Jeez,
Considering
it's
the
right
distance
next.
that thing
Oh,
It's
is
is.
it
right.
80
It's right
trillion
next
light
to the
years
moon. I
away?
didn't know that.
Dang, he's been talking the whole time.
Is Mars spinning around
Wow,
the
I did
sun?
not
Can
know
you see
Mars
it
was
spinning
right
around
there.
the sun? Can you
It's
see the
it's it's
sun and
really
Mars
low
in
right
the
now
same
though. I
frame with
wouldn't
Mars
be.
spinning
I'd be
around
able
the
to get
sun?
like a
Can you see
flickering red
Mars and
blob.
Saturn spin around the sun?
Because again, the best place to look
Where
at
are any
things
planets
in the
spinning
sky
I
is
don't
around
know,
the
when
sun?
is it ableist to make fun of Denmark? I don't know.
I don't know. Is
Slightly.
it A-list to make fun of your bong tube you
Not
get high out of and
he's
look through?
well
You get
known.
fucking high on a tube and look out of it? Galileo made
According to
sure.
DMOC, telescopes are bongs.
Yeah, and
is
Newton.
that what he's
Yeah,
saying right now?
Chicken Newton made the first fucking Pyrex fucking crack pipe.
That's an interesting theory we might want to look into.
Crack pipe and was a freebaser of
Yo,
mercury.
let's smoke a telescope.
Newton was freebasing gold, mercury, copper, and iron. He was smoking
I
alchemy.
don't have a. Let me see if I can
He
get a
was high
flashlight. I
as
can show you
fuck.
guys.
These dudes were high as fuck. Einstein was a retard. Chicken Newton told you
I
the
can
sky was
find a
falling.
light. I have found a light.
Then you knew it wasn't falling. You said the sky isn't falling.
Light in the sky.
Chicken Newton.
First of all, let's make sure it's pointed down. Yeah.
I feel like Denmark is like he's like boom. He sounds like Boomhauer from King of the Hill. He's like
Yeah, you sound like
This is
distances that
this is
are
my
beyond your
telescope right
fucking
here.
comprehension of reality. Show me
What's wrong?
24,000 miles left to right or up to down.
Wow. Let that be a lesson to
Wow.
one.
Show me 93
Denmark, you're
million
not
miles
allowed
left
to.
to right.
Denmark, you're not allowed to ask questions. Okay.
I
You're not allowed to ask for
guarantee
things.
you
You've
have
not
no
provided
fucking
anything.
clue what 93
This is
million
my
miles is.
Scale.
You have no clue of what
Those things
93
are
million
not that
miles looks
expensive.
like
That's
left to right, top to bottom, up, down.
Mine was $400.
Yeah,
And you
it's not
have
that
no
much.
proof at all. You're fucking
And I
stupid.
went to an actual telescope store to buy a sun filter.
Yeah.
Let's prove those distances, goofball.
And
Prove
look
your
down the
round
barrel.
distances to everything.
Does it have the Starfinder software?
Wow.
It doesn't have round distance finder, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it looks
does
like
it have
inside a.
Can't
There you
find
go,
any
yeah,
curves.
It
whole
has
tube of glass.
it has a finder scope.
Right, but no, it doesn't, because
said a
some of the
pressurized
Celestron, I
photo
think
with
they have,
air
maybe
bubbles
it's not
in
Celestron,
blood.
but they have a Starfinder. You put your app,
There ain't no air
you put your
bubbles
phone,
in
you get the
soda.
app, you put your phone on top, and it finds a star
Yeah,
for you.
It's pressurization.
it doesn't
It's called potential
exactly
force
have
to the
this.
container.
Here's my
Kinetic
camera on
energy.
the back here. You
Then
can
when you
see
shake
how
it up, it goes
tiny it
flat.
is compared to it.
When you put the
That's
air in
that's a
there,
Rebel
the photo
T
goes
TI.
flat.
Like
the Earth.
T7.
Right,
There's an imposter out
there
there.
you go. She said,
Technology.
what, 24 megapixels.
No.
What's 24 megapixels? Is that 93 million
Nice.
miles?
The finder scope. Hey, you can see the Earth shine actually. You see that?
Why can't the ISS see the moon
You
and the
guys
sun
see?
at the same time?
You can see the outline of the dark side of the moon there.
Yeah.
Why can't the ISS watch the moon go
What
around?
that is the sunlight.
How big was the moon in Katy Perry's
The
shot?
sunlight that's hitting Earth
It looked like
is
a
bouncing
microscopic
onto
golf
the
ball,
moon
didn't it?
and then back at
The
us.
moon looked like a golf ball in the sky way out
I
there.
can't
didn't
hear
it?
you. Calder's hot miking. So someone
Calder, are you
let him know.
talking to us or sort of babbling in the background? It's hard to tell.
Sorry, I have my mic on.
Oh, good.
Right.
I mean,
Okay, go ahead, Stephen.
let me slew it toward the moon. I was just saying, so if you look at the moon through this
What's
scope
the moon?
here,
Oh, careful, not to look
What
too
are you
close.
looking at?
You'll freeze
Your
your eyeball.
imagination? How do you know you're not looking at the back of your brain from the inside?
so you can, if you look closely, you can actually see the
To
dark
what?
side of the moon. You
Back
can
of your
see the
head?
outline of the rest of the circle.
What circle? I
And
thought
what
the
that
moon had to
is
be horizontal.
from the moon's
I thought all the
perspective,
circle stuff had to be
the Earth is lit
horizontal.
opposite of the moon.
Show me the
So if you kind of
horizontal
reverse
horizons on the
the
sun
colors of
too.
the moon, where the left side is
Trace the
dark and the
real
right
big
side is bright,
horizons on the sun.
that's what the moon sees of Earth. So
And
that
trace
light
the
from the
horizontal
sun
horizons
is
of the
bouncing
moon.
off Earth, hitting the moon, and then coming back to us so that we can faintly
Guys, you
see
have real
the dark side.
references, the sun and moon. Let's see those horizontals. Let's show all the horizontal horizons on those bad motherfuckers.
No,
And then I can go through my camera's viewfinder, I think, if I get the moon in there. There we go. So that's the moon through the viewfinder.
Oh, that's awesome. It's just a viewfinder.
Come on, they call them
Just the
horizontals because they
viewfinder.
lay flat like whores.
Nothing digital
Beautiful.
here. This is just a mirror.
Yeah.
All the innuendo looking through
And
your
that looks
window.
like something like a 14-inch Newtonian scope.
Probably.
No, it's not even close to 14-inch. It's a 9 1/4 Schmidt Cassegrain.
How does a hologram have shadows?
That's a really good question.
I don't know. How does Tupac jump out on stage as a hologram?
That's good, man. Good footage.
We don't. You'll never know, stupid.
Well,
well,
they're
I'm gonna go
unrelated,
check out my-
but
What, Tupac hologram?
Yeah.
And you said hologram.
Well, I
Hologram's
guess-
unrelated
I
to a hologram? Aren't you smart?
Technically,
you got me.
a hologram
Technically, your hologram's not
can have
really a
shadows,
hologram, like
'cause,
a
like-
hologram.
When did the moon last jump out on a stage, though?
I don't know. I didn't say the moon jumped out
When
on the
did the
stage
moon
at all. I
last
said
jump out on
Tupac
a
did. Clean your
stage?
fucking ears out. Some
Oh, I
other
thought that was an
person said the
analogy.
moon was a hologram, not me. I don't know
no
what the
clue
fuck
you're
the moon
saying.
is. It could be a UFO. It could be an alien. It could be
The
God.
moon's
to you.
currently
It
on
could
a
be your
stage and
fucking
it's
ass
being
crack. I have
filmed
no
through
clue
a
unless you
telescope.
bring me some of it or go stand on it and wait.
So
so I can see
currently,
you.
that's the last time.
Do you think it's more likely than not a solid
I think it's
object?
more likely you have no fucking clue of what you're talking
Definitely
about.
believe it's a
I
solid
just don't know what
object.
else could have.
Looks solid.
Yeah, cool
Looks
thing.
solid.
Cool.
Definitely,
Yeah, so does your
definitely
imagination.
acts like
So
a
does the
solid
mirage in
object.
the
You can't
desert.
see through it.
Tupac looks solid too.
All
Do we
the
trust
features
our
are
do we trust our
consistent.
senses though? Should we trust
What
our
senses?
senses?
You're not touching it. Go touch it. Let's see your touch sense on the moon.
Well, that's
Well,
only
it
one of your
keeps its
senses,
shape
isn't it?
pretty
Don't
well.
leave
I've
out
never seen
touch.
at least
Yeah,
in
Why
my
do the
don't leave
experience,
tides
out
I've never
follow
touch.
seen
moon
it.
phase?
Your sense
Well,
of
how come the
fucking
They
tides
don't.
follow
think
moon
about it
phase?
when you touch it, right? Only
Uh,
when you touch it,
it's
can
not
you think
exactly
with
that
your
they
brain of
follow
what
moon
that is.
phase. It's
Because then
that
you'll have the material, then you'll have the weight, you'll
the
have the
sun
attribute, you'll
plays
have
a
what
role
it
in the
does, you'll have
tides.
the alchemical
So
makeup.
Yeah,
when
it's
the moon and the
combined,
That
but
very
sun,
thing.
predominantly the moon
Then
and
you'll see why
tides
it
are
rotates
very
around
closely
other
linked.
bodies.
but you
You'll
have
see
like
how it could possibly do
it's
that in the
neap
lab.
tides and then like high tides, something like
Yeah,
that.
then
There's
you can drag
terminology I don't
water
know.
Yeah,
down the
neap
street
tides
with
and
your
spring
moon
tides.
rock.
Yeah, all kinds
Yeah,
of tides.
Yeah,
Still
you'd
tied
drag
to moon
water
phase.
down the road with your moon rock,
exactly.
wouldn't you?
So
Just put a moon rock on
neap
your truck,
tides
you're hauling
happen
water.
during
The
half
ocean's gonna
moons
follow you.
Correct?
because
Let's see it.
the
Let's see
gravity
moon
from the
rock full
sun
water.
is kind of competing with
Let's
the
see
Yeah,
gravity
yeah,
of
they're
the
moon rock
moon.
orthogonal
full
to each
water.
other. So yeah, they're not
Yeah.
additive or subtractive. Yeah.
Occam's razor says
What
you're
happened while I
But
was
then during
gone? What
sorry,
happened to
full
the other
moons,
flat
moon
earthers?
rock. You couldn't
Sorry,
Occam's
flat
mix
earthers
razor
and new
says
you
that
moons.
can't
Come on.
move
that it's a
water with
solid
water.
object because I've never seen a
So where is
non-physical
the
object
lab
test
with
the
a
gravity.
moon rock moving water?
They
Why
left a
do you
while
guys
ago.
believe this fairy
Thanks.
tale?
We're going to more
What
basic
happened?
Why do you believe
principles.
holograms and UFO lights
Yeah,
can move
because
stuff?
like if the
Why
moon's
are we left
hollow
with
like
this one?
Well,
egg-shaped,
Why
even
do you
UFOs
believe
are solid.
alien
how do
balls
we
can
know
move
it's
shit?
a mass that's hollow versus a mass that's solid all the way
Your
through?
alien
It's an interesting
UFO,
question.
alien star, UFO, planet
Talking
light,
with
meteor,
Demok because
asteroid,
we all
comet,
turned
moon.
him down.
What is a moon? A meteor, a comet,
Well,
UFO, a
I'm
hologram,
pretty
a light,
sure
a planet,
since
a
we can use
spaceship?
parallax to measure
Is it
the
alive? Is the
distance to the
moon breathing?
moon,
No, the moon is
we
a
can
moon.
know we
What
can
is the
know
moon and
how
how can
large
you
it
prove
is,
it?
and then
It's
we
a
can
How can
base
you
satellite.
our
possibly prove
and
what the
say if
moon
it
is
were
on Earth?
hollow,
We've measured
then
it with
gravity would
satellites. I
probably.
mean, with
How could you possibly prove what a material is of the moon on Earth?
have you ever heard of a moon bounce? An
How could you
EME bounce?
possibly know what moon
Yeah,
is
where they shine a
without
laser
moon
at the
material?
moon and it bounces back, and they use the timing.
What moon material do you have to
Yeah,
back any of
I've
your
heard it. It's
claims?
much more accurate
I
than
have
a
a
parallax
telescope.
measurement.
I don't care about your stories or what you told your fucking
It tries
grandma,
to talk
loser.
with Demok. He's not talking with you.
No, I posted the
No, we're
pictures in the
talking
chat.
about evidence that you can touch.
Anybody who
What does the
tries
moon
to
rock
debate
weigh?
Demok loses.
What does the
I
moon
don't
rock weigh?
see
What
any
does it feel
pictures in the
like?
chat.
Have you ever seen a
Unfortunately,
non-physical object
I've
cast a
never
shadow?
seen a moon rock, the very thing you
I have
guys are
not.
boasting about. I've
I don't know
never
if I've
seen
ever
it move
seen a
water.
non-physical object.
What is a moon?
Have you not
That's a good
seen?
point.
Satellite.
What
Have you
the
not
fuck is
seen
a moon?
a physical object?
Wow, that's like
Satellite.
how's a raven like a writing deck?
Demonstrate. Show me in your hands a piece of moon.
You get it.
Have you ever
I
seen
don't have
the
a piece of
tide
moon.
come
Could
in
you mail
and
me
go out?
one? I want to test its
I
orbitability and
have seen
water
the tide
moving
come
straight.
in. I don't know if I
How
was at
many
the beach
tons of
long enough
water
to
can
see
I
it go
move with
out.
this little moon rock?
How many
Can
impossible
someone?
experiments are you going to list?
How many?
Oh,
I need a moon rock to do any, don't I?
sorry.
How many?
Can someone
Well, that's an
explain?
impossible experiment.
Someone
So
go
how
get a
many?
moon rock.
I'll let you finish. Sorry.
Get a moon rock.
Get a moon rock.
Okay, how should I do that? Just go to the moon, right?
I don't know, you
Let's go to the
weird
moon.
story making fuck. It's your story. Back your claim.
No, no, no.
Dragon Slayer,
You brought
Dragon
moon
Moon
rocks
Rocks.
into it. No, you
You
brought the
got
moon rocks
Dragon
into it.
Moon Rocks. You slayed the Dragon
My
Moon.
story was way more
Oh,
basic.
we owe you our life, Dragon Moon Rock, Nothing Burger. Where's the dragon? Where's the moon rock?
I'm totally lost in the story.
Yeah, so am I. What's
Yeah,
the fucking
so I'm
moon
just gonna
rock?
divert. Can
Does
someone
anybody
explain
have
the
a moon
high
rock?
tides and low
Everybody's
tides to
lost
me? Just
without a
because I've
moon
heard
rock.
before, I don't know what they are.
Don't be anti-moon rock lovers.
Okay.
Anti-science, anti-physics,
Yeah.
anti-fuck
Well, or
all,
not.
right?
We don't have to do that.
You're
We could just talk
anti-lab.
about something else, bro.
No, what's the
Well,
sun?
Occam's razor is that the moon is
Democracy razor.
well, you mentioned it, and the moon is physical because it has
What
shadow just
moon?
passed by.
Where? Show me your moon rock.
Well, he showed it a
Show me
minute
go
ago.
to the moon and back. Go shoot something into it like a rope.
It's not even that the moon has
Like a
shadow.
Shoot a
ridge.
You know
rope
that
into it. Let's see it hang, you dumb fuck.
if two people
Well, you know it's a
across the
long. You know it's
world,
very far away.
And if they're not gonna make anything physical, you
No, I didn't
fucking
say that.
retard.
I
That's
didn't
what
say that.
got us here.
across the
You
world,
guys and your
take a
fucking ifs
picture
and
of the
buts,
moon at the
but no
same
nuts.
time, and they overlay them. They actually
Well, he
don't
showed you a
overlay
moon rock
perfectly.
earlier.
What is the moon rock? I want to move water with it. The claim. I want it to have phases, bitch, and I want it to fucking orbit something 4 times bigger than itself. I want it to hold air. and water. I want it to have frozen water in it too. What is a moon rock? What is a moon?
Such a good
You have
point.
no fucking clue, do you? Where do you
No,
start?
no, we do.
Yeah, well said,
We
Domo.
brought
Where's
it
the
back,
moon rock?
right?
It's a great point.
No, I don't have it.
Where
I
is
don't
the
have
moon rock at in a
It's-
lab?
I can define both
So
moon
nobody's
rock
got a
and moon
moon
if you
rock. We
need.
don't want your stories. Close the book. Get the fucking moon rock out.
Yeah.
Stop
So it-
talking. The
So
moon
we
rock will
can't
talk for
prove
itself.
anything
Science.
about
Trial and
the
error.
moon,
How can
right?
we trial and error your story? You fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
it doesn't exist because he doesn't believe
Yeah,
it
because
exists.
you don't have one, retard. Like unicorns and Bigfoot and aliens and UFOs, you don't have one in the lab. Shut the fuck up about
All
it.
I wanted to know is how it has shadows cast onto it.
How
That's all I
what?
asked.
What is it? What are you talking about, stupid bitch? Your imagination?
Why are we
How does your
sandbagging
no.
somebody with
imagination have
mental health
shadows?
problems?
I can repost the photo.
Repost a photo of your fucking imagination.
No. I
You
took it with my own
motherfucker.
camera through a telescope.
Camera of what? On what? Doing what to what?
iPhone 15 Pro Max with a telescope.
So your camera has
I see
shadows.
Spin.
I'm
I see
happy for
Spin.
your camera.
Post it.
Well, yeah, of
Now you
course.
have a
My
moon
camera
rock.
has shadows,
Post
yeah,
it.
but we're talking about the moon.
Do you have a moon rock?
Yeah,
I
I
see
told
Spin.
you I shot
You
it
should
through a
So if
post
you don't
telescope.
have any moon material, why are you saying
The
it's a
moon is a
material?
rock, you fucking
Do you
idiot.
bet your life that the moon does everything you said without a moon?
Say
Here,
that
I
again.
can
Say that again.
You
post
bet
some
your
of
life
my.
on a moon rock moving water. They have moon rock in the lab. They have it on Earth. Do you want to bet your fucking life it doesn't orbit shit and move water in the lab?
No, that would be stupid because it's on Earth, right?
What would be stupid? A moon doing what a moon does, you dumb bitch. Now you're telling us what else
No.
to do.
You said a moon
So now
rock.
it's not going to be a moon. It's going to do what you declare.
You said,
Are
should I
you
bet my life
fucking
that a
stupid?
moon rock in a lab
So
should
how you
orbit
prove
Earth?
what a moon does is by saying a moon's not going to do what it does.
No. You just record
So
it
you're
with a
showing
telescope.
us the opposite of the moon.
You
So
said a
you're
moon
not
rock in a
showing us
lab.
moon,
You have to be more
no
specific.
moon rock, not being a moon rock, not having shadows, not having phases, not moving water, not being in orbit,
Okay, you drew a
not
very
bouncing
strange
signals
conclusion.
off of it
Okay,
in a
got
lab.
it.
Why
So
are you not
I'm
bouncing
talking.
signals off a moon rock on Earth, bitch? You
Wait,
fucking retards. Have
wait.
you ever been to a lab? It's a square room. You'll need it to be about 88 feet
Hold on.
to
Are we in a
57
lab or are we in
miles.
the sky?
If you want to
Keep changing.
demonstrate any downscaled version of your moon rocks, I'm sure you can get a couple pounds of moon dirt to fucking roll around a sun-dot ball, UFO, light, orb, planet, comet, meteor ball, right? Gas ball, planet, light, boy.
Yeah, we've done
How
that.
do you have stuff rotate around a gas light?
You just throw it up real high, and then it'll do that.
Throw what up?
Moon
I didn't
rock.
see you holding the gas light. Are you trying to gaslight us right now, moon, sun boy? Sun gaslight, gas ball boy?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. Can you show us the center of gravity in a balloon, a helium balloon that's filled up?
I don't know how to do that.
The center of its mass, retard. Gravity knows, but you don't. Gravity is smart and intelligent in space time, but you're not. What the fuck?
Dude, I'm so lost. I thought we were in a lab with a moon rock.
Oh, you are in a lab, but turn your video on. Let's see how it does stuff. Let's see how it orbits and changes phases in the sunlight.
No, but now we're in a balloon filled with helium trying to find the center of gravity.
So now you don't have the moon rock in a lab.
Well, I'm just following you. I'm trying to keep up.
No,
Damn,
you're not
fucking
following
fast as
anything.
fuck.
Following me would be you in fucking Museumville with fucking thousands and billions of videos of you doing stuff with a moon rock already. Galileo don't.
Well, then
Galileo
show us.
don't.
Show us what you've done.
Moon don't science. Moon can't science. Moon wouldn't possibly fucking touch.
Bro, you are spitting some hot fire right now, dude.
Yeah, I know. Can't science. The reason we know is because we can't. The reason we don't is because we can't, because we know. Because we won't, because too big, because we don't.
Hold on, let me write this down.
Yeah, you know all the stuff in science.
Reason.
You can't touch it, can't demonstrate it, can't show it. And everything that you do see and prove, Occam's razor, spinning balls don't do what you claim, air doesn't stick to them and lock and rotate. None of the fucking claims you guys make even make any fucking sense anywhere in reality. Nowhere. And nowhere do you have any proof of any of it. Not a fucking iota.
Except boat rides, planes, use
A
global
ball
distances,
holding water
maps,
is not a boat ride.
virtually all
A
of mainstream
boat ride on
science.
flat Earth is not helping you. Now get a ball. Show us the inside of your boat ride ball, you fucking idiot. You don't want to go to any physical reality to demonstrate your claim. Why? Because you can't, bitch. Occam's razor says you can get flat surfaces. Stomp your feet, mad bitch, because all you guys can do is get a flat surface and put boats on it and do everything you want over it. You fucking retards. Everything you claim that's impossible on a ball is only possible over a flat plane that's not going anywhere in space, that doesn't need gravity. It's not folded into a ball. Because none of that has ever been demonstrated. Fuck all.
DMOC, this is the same audience that yesterday you said the same thing. So these are the same people you're saying the same thing to.
Did they have any balls in a lab? Do they got any air sticking to balls? They got
You gotta
airplanes?
progress
They
them
got
on their
any boats
knowledge.
going around it?
Well, I can
Do they
assure you
have
that
any
if I walk
real
into a
live
lab, there will be
demonstrations
at
of
least 2
distances
balls.
left to right or top to bottom? Which way is up on a ball? Show us the up meters, the verticals. I want a plastic fucking tool, a piece of plastic, clear plastic, in some kind of tool that shows you all the ups, all the verticals and horizontals on a ball in front of me, on the horizon, the equidistant ones, going from the center out. Do you retards have that? You have nothing in accordance to a fucking sphere at all. All you have is a flat horizontal horizon till you die. Flat fucking water.
So say they listen to
Flat
you tonight.
level, horizontal
So they
measurements.
say they listen to you tonight. Where do they go from here?
Welcome to Flat Earth. All your physics are done. Now
And
you
then
can
what?
listen. Now it's new time for new science and physics. Touch the stuff, demonstrate the stuff is what. Whatever you can touch and demonstrate is what we believe. Grab a ball, water doesn't stick. Now what's what? Now your physics are different now. They're real, tangible, demonstratable, and repeatable. Balls don't hold water.
Do they have to
don't
change
hold
the
gas.
distances from the globe distances to
Gas
flat Earth
balls
distances?
don't exist in physics. Now what?
No, we're talking about
Now
like down
what
on
do
the
we do?
ground.
Now
So this
what?
audience,
Now what is your air?
this audience,
Now
once
what is
they,
your pressure and your height?
you see, there's
It's all
nothing
based
more to
on
your
temperature.
show
Now
than
you
this
don't
right
want to
here.
learn, do you? Now it's time
There's
to
nothing.
learn.
It is what it is.
Height is based on temperature. You get a little pill bottle, you put some stuff in it, and you see how the temperature reacts in that pill bottle. You say, "This is how tall I am, mommy." Sea level pill bottle temperature. 14 psi sea level temperature resistance. Now it's time to learn real physics, boys. Flat earth ones, horizontal ones. The principal law of horizontal. The principal law of only vertical not being a dot, being an actual fucking physical line of reference in reality. A flat earth map actual has the right distances. Now it's on your government to tell you the real fucking orientation. That's not on me. That's on them. Orientation's on your government, which they fucked you. You've got not north. Every direction you guys ever had in your life is not north. There is no fucking direction on a globe. Now you can learn there is direction in reality. You can make a real direction and not come back to where you started from on flat earth and really explore stuff. You can really find out that all the energy's free. The earth doesn't accept your money. Till you die, the earth will never take your money. You never have to pay it for water, for fruit, for vegetables, for anything. You get your lazy fucking ass out there, build the thing, and then you have whatever it reaps. You reap what you sow. Free energy for life. Put something on a fucking stream. Put something next to a raging river. You hook it up, the river ain't gonna stop. Or until it does, the fucking machine will stop, never stop. You have a lot to learn. What is up? What is down? That way is not up and down. No globe possibility here. Equipotential. No one can get a real 3D ball out and get a fucking ruler out and show me how the left and right part of the ruler are equipotential to anything on that ball, because those are corners. The left and part of any line, of any horizontal, when they finish themselves off, are considered the same as a corner. They don't belong on a sphere. They can't be. The end of a horizontal line can't be on a sphere. It protrudes. That's what makes it the horizontal in physics.
Could be in a sphere.
No, we're not. That burden is on you. That's a fantastic claim.
No, I
All we
said
can
could.
prove-
We're
I
on the
know,
flat Earth. We're on the
no,
flat Earth right now.
Listen, a lot of stuff could happen, brother, But the Occam's razor says it's not right now until you prove it to me
You're
that we see the inside of
you're
all.
very subtle e- emotional shifts of manipulation, calling people brother all of a sudden doesn't help. We're already flat earthers right now. Keep
I know. So why
where
you
do we
keep
where do we
mixing
go
balls?
next? You talked about a bunch of
We
free
steer
energy.
away
That's
from
not
balls.
we don't talk about that in this shape of the world.
We steer
Talk
away
about
from
flat
balls.
earth. Maps, models, the stars,
Okay.
where do they
Now
go?
we figure
How have
out
the
what a
Globers
light
been
really
so
is.
wrong?
What's a light? What's a light, son? What's a UFO? What's a starlight? What's the difference from a light in your basement? What's the difference from a fish or a shrimp making a little sololuminescent bubble that only lasts 3 seconds, which they claim the sun to be, which is ignorant. Let's learn real physics. How come a little pistol shrimp can outdo all of your fucking nuclear boys? Isn't that weird? The power of the sun in a pistol shrimp's hand? Microscopic, but it's ignored. Free energy forever, ignored. Damn. Electric eel.
Evolution did that, bro. Evolution.
An electric, that's a good story. Listen, stop making claims. You know what did it? The pistol shrimp and its
Pistol
mama
shrimps
and
over
daddy.
billions of years. They were shrimping and
Hey,
pistoling
fuck
so
all that.
hard
The
it
pistol
eventually
shrimp did it
fucking
today. Hey,
collapsed
you've
the
only got,
bubble
how
into the
old are
heat of
you?
the sun.
How old are
Evolution
you?
for you, baby.
How old are you? You've only got a
Or
couple
as
of
they
years
or as they
left to live.
claim.
You'll never know what fucking that even means. You'll live for about 70 years and be gone, every one of us. Shut up, stupid. That's all you'll know is 70 years worth of fucking life
You will if you
experience.
believe it. That
There's
might be
no
fake
belief
news.
necessary. That's a guaranteed fact. All you'll know is your
Nice staying
lifetime,
straight,
and you
brother.
could be 90.
Will I
You'll
live
know
till
90
80?
years worth of fucking garbage information, and only 1% of it will be true. Only the demonstratable shit can be true. Science cannot be thrown under the rug for what it is. Physical attributes of things. You're always going to have the question of, listen, science doesn't really answer certain questions of things. It never could. But demonstration, listen, trial and error are supposed to be the real science. So baking a cake, the end result, did you burn it, motherfucker? No. Did it crack? Did you do you figure out what you did right, you figure out what you did wrong. You write it all down, you record it. Trial and error. Ain't no fucking predictions helping you. Because
No,
the
sir.
prediction you could stick up your ass because the trial and error is always going to outdo the prediction, motherfucker. Till the day you
Easily
die.
said, brother. Fuck yeah, dude.
I'm just saying, so how do we, as humans, when
I mean,
you
I'm
guys laugh at me when I can point out that fish are not, there's no air in water, it's all kinetic energy. And if you pressurize the container like a 2 liter, right, and call it carbonated anything, it doesn't matter. There's no air bubbles in that liquid. As soon as you introduce actual air and depressurize that zone, depotentialize it, put the potential out to the freedom, no more potential, it's flat now.
yes, sir.
That's flat
No,
physics.
I don't know about that. You could
Just like
Yeah,
the
there's
earth,
air
brother.
bubbles in the
soda.
It's flat.
soda. Show me
It's
the air
flat,
bubbles
brother.
trapped inside
It's
the center
science.
of the soda. I want to see some carbonation bubbles trapped in the center of that fucking 2 liter now. Any one of you.
I don't know. That drink fizzes for a while. Where that
Yeah,
fizz
it's a
coming
cool
Amen,
from?
brother.
story.
Amen.
Yeah, it's
Where
called
is that fizz
potential.
coming from? Is it coming from the liquid?
It's coming from the fucking human that forced
The
it into the
pistol shrimp.
plastic
It's coming
container
from the pistol shrimp.
because the liquid doesn't like to be compressed, but the gas does. So you have a compressed container, right? Pressurized container. And when you let that pressure out, what happens? Where's the air in the soda now? You got to
So
refill the container.
it doesn't
You
instantly
got to
go.
refill the container. I thought this was the mock school. You got to refill the container,
sorry.
shake it up, and now what you put into it? What you put in? You didn't get air from the outside in that container, did you? You shook it up,
Pistol
and
shrimp.
what you
He's not
impart?
asking you. It's the mock
Kinetic
school. He's
energy.
the
I'm not
teacher.
asking shit. I'm telling you. You put kinetic energy into it. Now what?
Pistol shrimp?
Now what? What are you saying now? The floor is your guys's.
I'm just saying pistol shrimp. We need to fucking wrangle those suckers and get them
You take
going.
a pistol shrimp and you get water. You pressurize the water like to match the ocean amount in your car, in your hood, in a tank. You have the pistol shrimp to where it's a living, where they can live in there, keep them alive. And when they do their little thing, you make them spark. You like show them a fake enemy on a wall. You have a TV screen, and they go to shock it. When they do, the TV screen's got the little receptors in it and pulls the charge, and you have free energy forever. Or you mimic the pistol shrimp's arm and put that mechanism in your car.
The
Then all you got to
geometry.
do is push forward, push forward, and you got the power of the sun every single time you push forward in your car.
Performance,
Yes, sir.
perform.
You have the power of the sun, even bigger than the pistol shrimp made it. The size of your vehicle.
Amen, brother.
Yes, the size.
Yes, sir.
In this world, geometry matters.
No.
Oh, yes, it does.
Geometry of what? Physical attributes of reality, or your fucking brain geometry?
Yeah, for real.
Thought geometry has no place in trial and error. Trial and error will get you the pistol shrimp inside your car and free
Yes,
energy
sir.
forever.
Yes, sir.
Trial and error will get you red mercury, blood that's also powered by kinetic energy. Your own blood, key to all of it. Your circulatory system works off kinetic energy for up to
Burn it up.
120 years, if I'm not mistaken. Off certain shit, you wake up, barely eat anything. Motherfuckers in the jungle barely eat shit at all. They eat.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
get me wrong. The idea what salt is, what air really is. Air is all energy. When you raise your hand up, it's voltage that you're raising your hand in, not the
Yes,
word
sir.
air. So when you have a container, you put voltage in that container, different amounts under different circumstances. Now, temperature or energy can negate the outside, or it can go inside or outside of a container. The material doesn't like to unless superconducted or heated up enough, or you get the point, right? Conduction, right? Temperature is the key to conduction, because temperature differential, when I carry my cold 2-liter around outside and I have a bowl under it, it puts water in the bowl.
Brother, is that Mountain Dew though? 2 liter?
No, Cherry RC.
Oh, you fucking man of good taste.
Yes, sir. Natural flavors. Hey, listen though. So condensation is what causes water, clean water. Condensation, temperature, cold and hot. Your air conditioner dumps tons and tons and tons and tons of water every fucking day. Your air conditioner. I'm just showing you what I mean. The air conditioner's got chemicals, sweat, all dirty shit like that. You're a clean Pyrex glass that's got ice in it. You take outside, won't have the chemicals on it. It'll put clean water in the bowl from the air. And if said water can power your car, then all you need is a big block of ice, and you'd be good to go either way. When the
Bro,
ice melts, it's good. When the
you
ice
fucking
melts, it's
trolling,
good.
man. You're trolling. The gig is up, brother. Come on.
No, how do you think they made freezers back in the day? They dug a
I don't
long hole.
know.
They dug a long hole
Fucking
in the desert, dug underground, had an insulated containment. They had a little hole pour out the top for heat. The air would get forced induction. It would be forced, and it would be hot air forced and compressed, and it would go through a series of things and compress, and it would decompress into a big container. And right upon the point that it comes into the container, they had a certain area trapped, and then one point of release. The one point of release is where the heat or the rest of the free air would go. But the cold part, right where it released, would freeze stuff, even in the desert.
I had a
Compressed
battery
air
that ran
while
off
it
of water.
releases.
I had a battery that used literally you put water in it and it works.
Yes, salt water too. Yeah, 100%.
What's up with that?
It's all kinetic energy. They just don't want to tell you. They don't want to tell you you can move spaceships and mountains with a little remote control. They don't want to tell you. Radio frequency is power. How else can you remotely charge things, man?
for real.
Come on, guys. It's just being hid from you. And the reason they change certain things, voltage, watts, amps, words, phrases, ratios, geometry, the reason they change that on you is so you have no fucking clue of the amounts. The actual physical attribute of what you need, like the pistol shrimp has this amount of power that doesn't kill him, but the power of the sun. Come on now. It doesn't blow him out of the water. He's a little shrimp. But it hurts the enemy? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? How physics works, how nature Don't fucking play no games. It shows you exactly how it does it. And if you're smart enough to record it, just like the Germans were, then you would have Hanabus everywhere. Do you understand where they got their technology from?
But what were you asking, Taylor?
I was wondering how the battery works that runs off water.
Why wouldn't it? That's what water is.
Why wouldn't?
Water is
Okay.
electrical. Water is liquid electricity. That's the only
Water
way to
is
look at it.
liquid electricity. Does that work
Yeah,
for you,
how else
Taylor?
would you look at it? If you're trying to say, listen, if the Big Bang made everything and it's all energy, well, how are you trying to fucking agree with me right now and say water ain't energy?
Bro, you're trolling so bad, man.
I am not doing a motherfucking thing but telling you 100%
That's just
fact.
DMOC.
Air is kinetic.
Just
No, man. No, man.
democking.
You can put your life on this shit. Air is kinetic energy, and water is just the same shit condensed. Condensation is the key to all of it. Temperature plays the biggest part. Temperature is what makes you think there's containment. It's the temperature differential. Because I can freeze a ball of water and throw it the fuck at you, but you can't gravity me a ball of water. Stop it.
Can't gravity
Stop
you a
it.
bowl of water. It's true.
Who wins, Occam's razor? My frozen ball of water or your fucking
They do
door?
have some batteries that separate H2O to just the hydrogen, so the battery would just use the hydrogen part of the water.
That's what they're telling you. That's a cool story. That's not exactly what's going down, like I told you. Either fucking way. If it works, right? Trial and error is going to get you paid, right? The end result, the product that you need. If I pay you to do something and it hasn't been done yet, and you actually get this result, like turning the goose's fucking egg into gold, and everybody else wants that because now we can control the price of fucking gold by making 1 million fucking goose eggs. Come on, man. I'm just
That's a really
saying,
good
brother.
point.
The thing they don't want you need 8 million tons of this and all this and gold and comes from space, fucking dickball, alien planets, and come on, man.
True.
You live on Earth. Every motherfucking thing is right here. Why do dung beetles look so pretty? I'm gonna ask you why dung beetles look like they're adorned in gold and ruby and emerald.
A good
Where's that
point.
color come from? Gold and emerald and ruby. Dirt. The same material ore, the same shit that gets heated up by lava. They say, oh, all these particles of gold popped at the top. No, they don't. The fucking lava goes through, and whatever section of whatever material or ingredient in the lava was sectioned off to itself is what cools a certain way. The cooling factor renders it, the conductor, the temperature, what renders what diamond, coal, ruby, sapphire, whatever, and the material and the chemical makeup of what's there. It could be a pile of molded fucking slime, tree bar. I don't know what the fuck it could be or why it residuates the way it does, but in each different little pocket of liquid will form its shit, and you can see the layers look like it's cooled liquid, veins of shit, and how the rocks form. It's all liquefied, liquefaction, and then it cools. And when you get gold, you get fucking gold. You get this, you get that. Whatever the dirt or whatever that ingredient is coming up that mixes a certain way is what happens. Just like a pimple. That's why your blood turns to a fucking scab like little rocks. If you're microscopic, they probably look gold or diamond or ruby. Who the fuck knows? But if they tell you that gold's everywhere in all the dirt, no matter what, you just need the right kinds of dirt to mix together. You're good. The
I
right
just looked
already
up a picture of a
amalgamated.
scab under a microscope.
Yeah,
I'll post
look
it. It
at it.
actually does look interesting.
Yeah, it probably looks
Have y'all
crystallized,
seen
right?
this?
I'm just
Hold on.
saying, just
I'll put it in
imagine
the
a
chat.
little bitty thing mining a scab. An oil poured up, lava, blood on the skin, scab. Yeah.
Okay, I put a picture of it.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
It looks like a ruby. It just looks cool. I don't know.
I'm just saying, but there's different layers. So you have the clear stuff that comes out first, right? Then some people have pus or yellowish or whatever, or brown or reddish, depending on the whatever. The scab can be different too.
Did you
That's
see
so
it,
true.
Demont? I can tag you in it. Eggs, are you here?
I'm here. I'm not all here, but I'm here.
Okay. I was I actually learned about a random number generator the other day because I remember we talked about it. And
Oh,
a
yeah.
true random number generator that's not like a algorithm like that's gonna have to try every sequence of numbers is gonna like you can't guarantee sequence of numbers. Now, in infinity, yeah, the chances are high, but it's kind of like the gambler's fallacy where like, okay, well surely if I got heads 3 times then I'm gonna get tails the next time. And in a true random number generator, you can't be definite that you're gonna get every sequence because
Sure. In a digital way, I think you mean is
yeah, I mean it's just like a gambler's fallacy, thinking that, you know, like probability, like the probability is gonna be the same for each number the next time. It's not gonna be like, okay, well
yeah.
you haven't had these numbers, therefore the probability is gonna go up.
Sure. Like, yeah, I think random number generators, at least when they're made with coding, can't be random. It's just a necessity of having to be coded. The best they can usually do is random enough for whatever user. But like you can, that's not to say you can't make random number generators. Like I saw on Reddit, some guy made one, but he made it where it counted decay times for some sort of isotope or something weird like that. But yeah, a random number generator, as it's generally meant in the digital sense, is I mean, I think originally I would just go through a pre-programmed sequence of numbers, whereas now I think there's some sort of thing where they get prime numbers and randomly multiply or divide, not so randomly, but you know, to give something that looks a lot like randomness, but it isn't strictly speaking.
Right.
But then as for the idea of if there was true randomness, that it would end up hitting every number, yes, that is true. But it's not.
No, it doesn't have to hit every number.
How could it not? How could it miss a
Because
number if it
that's like
keeps
a
running for
gambler's
infinity?
fallacy. It could hit the same number.
Gambler's fallacy is saying that based on last random choices, I can predict future random choices.
Right, exactly. So each time it
Right.
is truly random. So it doesn't guarantee it's going to reach every sequence.
It has to, because it's infinity.
No, it doesn't.
Not saying the gambler's fallacy is on the next spin, right? It's been black 5 times in a row. It can't be black that many times in a row, therefore it must be red. That indeed is fallacious. But to say if I spun this roulette wheel, yeah, but it's a fallacy, right? If I spun this roulette wheel and put the ball in it infinite times, then it should come out with an even number, like a roughly identical number of red, of it showing up red and showing up black, with, you know, the 0 being represented as in a probability of how many it is. That's just necessary from what infinity is. You'll end up, because yeah, you might hit like improbably high where you get this same 16-digit number 20 times in a row, and it's not just that that's possible in a random number generator, it's necessary. It must be the case that you sometimes in that infinite sequence of different numbers get an extraordinarily long sequence of a very long, weird identical number. But that's the nature of infinity, is just such that it must be there.
All I'm talking about is like, no, it doesn't have to be. Like, it's a truly random number generator doesn't have to give you every sequence. Because it doesn't matter like what the previous one was, but it could just give you.
None of this is predicated on knowing what the previous one is. Like, you could have an infinite set that deliberately excludes things, right? You could have an infinite set that is all odd numbers, and therefore any even number will not show up in it, even though it's infinite. But if it's truly infinite and can do anything, then it must hit every permutation along the way an infinite number of times, because it's infinity. It's like,
right. No, I see what you're saying. Like like chances are eventually it'll hit every number, but it doesn't have to hit every number. Like, it's not guaranteed.
my understanding is that it is.
No.
What are you basing it on that it isn't?
It's not. If it's truly random each time, it doesn't have to hit everything. That's just chances, you know.
But the chance gets to 100%
when you can program them. Like you can program things to say, okay, give me every sequence of these letters of these letters. Give me every single sequence that it could be in, and then eventually, like it'll go through all the sequences, and then you'll have words there. But you program it like that. But a truly random number generator is not going to guarantee any sequence.
But sure, a truly random number generator by itself doesn't guarantee any sequence.
Every
But
number between 1 and 2.
Yeah, but if it goes infinitely, the infinity is the issue, and if it goes infinitely, it must hit every sequence and must like it
No, it
sounds
doesn't. It's not
wildly
mandated.
counterintuitive.
Between 1 and 2.
Say again.
It's a different. Okay, we're talking about a random number generator, and forming like nucleotides, and he's like, well, eventually every sequence of nucleotides will get formed.
Like a gematria library type.
Yeah, but I think Gematria Library, I don't think it was truly random. I think that they programmed it to have every sequence of these particular numbers that you could have, or letters or whatever. But no, like a truly random number generator does not mandate you hit every number ever.
So where are you
Like, and hit
getting
every
that from,
sequence of
though?
numbers. Like, that's just not. No.
A finite generator, yes. An infinite one, no.
Yeah, then that's what it is. A finite generator with the number of bits of the code. I think, what did you say it was last time? 16, wasn't it, Taylor? Like 4 by 4, 4 different nucleotides and 4 different letters they could have there.
There's just 4 different nucleotides, and the DNA strand's like 500,000 base pairs long.
Right. So it's a finite number, right? So set number of digits. Will a random number generator of given eternity hit all of those digits? The answer is yes. Must be.
No, it doesn't. I mean, like you're just missing the point. A truly random number generator doesn't have to give you anything. If it's truly random each time, like, you can't expect to get every sequence from it.
So how could it? Let's say out of a 16-digit long code, how does it miss one? Because it wouldn't be random, would it? Like if you let it go to infinity,
what we're talking
it
about is
must
the
go through every
sequence.
other, right? But that's
The
one number.
sequence of the code. You said it can come up with every single sequence, every single order of them.
Over infinite time, yes. Without infinite time, you were correct.
Yeah. And that's
I mean,
why
are
I've
you
always
just saying
said,
with infinite time the chances are higher?
that with infinite time, the probability goes to
The
100. And the longer it gets,
no,
the
it wouldn't
higher
be 100.
probability gets. It wouldn't ever be 100 at a finite period in time.
No, it
but
wouldn't be 100 even infinite, because if it's a truly random number generator, then it doesn't care about the previous sequences. It's
I'm
not
not
going to
saying it
say,
does.
okay, well,
I'm
we
not saying
already
it
did
does
this
care.
sequence.
It doesn't make it any more likely.
No, that's a gambler's
keep
fallacy.
making that point.
It does not
But
care.
you keep making that point. Nobody's arguing against it. Everybody agrees that that's a gambler's fallacy, and
It
that's not
doesn't know that
necessary
it's already
reasoning.
used these codes before.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. You're just tilting at windmills right now. It's addressing a point nobody's making.
I'm telling you, a truly random number generator doesn't have to give any sequences like that are repeating or any, it could do whatever. You're just saying that the chances are higher because, it's going on for infinity. So surely it's going to hit every option, but that's just not how it works, because each option, if it's truly random, it doesn't have to hit any particular sequence. You're just saying with infinite time, like surely it will, but it's not like 100% guaranteed.
I mean, you can. You're not going to go.
Yeah, like we could turn this into dice instead of DNA sequences, right? So if you've got like 4 dice and they've numbered 1 to 6, and you keep on rolling them and rolling them.
I know, we're just giving the benefit of the doubt. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. Can you put on a hop on mic, maybe, if they're talking to us?
No, I'm good. I'm muted.
Okay. Go for it. Who was that? Spin? Oblate.
Yeah. So, like, if you're rolling 4 sets of dice, you can roll 1 and then roll another and roll another. That would just be 3 rolls of the dice, and you just mark that down. So the likelihood of like getting triple sixes is just the odds of those dice. So as you keep on rolling and keep on rolling and keep on rolling, this is like a sequential thing, and you could make a gambler's fallacy on your next roll. The only difference with these random number generators is that you're working with a finite time. So with an infinite amount of time, those dice have always been rolling forever and have landed, and there's an infinite number of dice rolls. Like every sequence will be covered because of the infinite time.
I mean, you're assuming that, but it doesn't have to. So, like, let me read this one about a truly random number generator.
If the dice are biased, like it, and that's how people can tell dice are loaded to a certain number. After like 20 billion rolls, they find that the dice is more loaded to the number 5 and 6, and so because the distribution of numbers are uneven, we can find out if the dice is biased or not. So with the infinite sequence of rolling, like all numbers would land, but there'd be a bias towards like the 5 and 6 for those dice. But
Okay,
yeah,
let me
the
read this
difference
one.
is-
I thought you were finished. Sorry. I
Go
guess
for
I'll
it,
go ahead
Tyler.
and I'll read it anyway. So, a truly random number generator which draws from unpredictable physical phenomena does not have to give you any particular sequence. Its outputs are fundamentally unpredictable and non-deterministic. And then I was asking about the infinite time thing, and it says a truly random number generator does not have to produce any specific sequence, even over infinite time, unlike a pseudo-random number generator, which are deterministic and eventually repeat due to finite internal states, the TNRGs that's going on. I guess that's, truly random number generator. Derive randomness from physical processes, quantum effects, atmospheric noise that are inherently unpredictable and aperiodic. While all possible finite sequences could theoretically appear to give infinite trials, TRNG has no obligation to generate them and cannot be forced to do so. Its outputs remain independent of past results with no underlying pattern or period.
Okay. So then would it what about if I adjusted the position and say it approaches 100%?
Yeah, that'd probably be better.
Fair. Okay, I'll adjust it. So I think you're right. I was wrong about the infinite numbers definitely getting there, just that the percentage gets high enough that I'm calling it definite, but it's mathematically wrong. So I'll happily concede to that.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
All right.
We're all wrong at some point. I mean,
Oh, I'm wrong.
I think
pretty
you
often.
raised some good points about the infinite regression that day. Like, I still think about those.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, because I learnt the idea of the mathematical thing of approaching epsilon. It's kind of like a degree Celsius going to close to zero, but not quite reading there. So they sort of say it's epsilon, some arbitrary small number that's not zero, which is different but kind of the same.
I think it's an interesting one because it does come back to what I think is the core of the real evolution debate, is not really about the diversification of life or the biology. It's mostly at truth about the time scales, and given the time scales, I think most people would have to agree that, like, I don't know. Would you agree, Taylor, that like if billions of years did exist, it could be possible that a group of marmots or some sort of weird fluffy animal could be geographically isolated and become more and more different to the point that they aren't able to interbreed anymore?
Maybe. So I've I've heard about Dr. Brian Miller. He was writing a paper on whales in the evolutionary time period, and he was saying basically there's not enough time for the whale evolution. So I'm not sure how that equates to everything else. Oh, they did have this study where a guy said, like a random like, how long would it take for random point mutations to actually like create a functional protein? And apparently, like the time was not enough. Like it wouldn't have been enough time to actually do these things. So I hear it argued both ways, like, yeah, over so much time, you know. But I've heard some cases where they're actually crunched for time. It's not as like cut and dry.
So the punctuated equilibrium certainly does, where it means that they're not smoothly changing all the time. They are suddenly changing and then going back to a fairly stable stasis where things change less.
I mean, you know what I'm going to say about it. I mean, I just, yeah. But, you know, over time, like we do see microevolution happen pretty quickly. And, you know, I guess from that state, you can conceive that macroevolution could also happen fairly rapidly in the sense of the scale of time. But, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, small changes, if stacked up, will equal big ones eventually.
I'm going to try to find this paper on that. So I have so many notes now, like on all these different topics, like the citrate, succinate, antiporter. I got I even got the larynx of the giraffes, which is a point. Like, why would the laryngeal nerve do what it does? You know, mosquito speciation, finch speciation. I have so many notes. I have to scroll down. It's crazy. I made all these notes too. Like I conglomerated them. Let's see. Oh, I found it. Let's see. Douglas Axe. Estimating the prevalent protein sequences, adopting functional enzyme folds. Okay.
Trying to decide whether to book an impromptu holiday ticket. And do I really have the free will to do that? Or is whether I go on an impromptu holiday already predetermined? And if it is already predetermined, should I really go on it? Because, you know, how much fun is a holiday I was always going to have?
As fun as the universe planned it to.
Exactly. I don't get any say in anything. Just why bother scratching myself if I'm going to witch anyway?
I mean, you could argue that hard determinism goes through chemistry as well. So you can't choose what the quantum activity happens in your own body. So
I heard a really good debunk of free will ages ago, and I'm trying to remember it, and I just won't be able to do it justice. But he was essentially going, give me a free choice, and then like chase the factors that might have led to that choice and the factors that might have led to that, and eventually you'll always get to something that's external to the self. And therefore, it's not true free will. And I can't quite remember the sequence.
I saw a very interesting paper that like the quantum mechanics in our brain shows that we do have free will. Have y'all heard of that paper?
Yes. Yeah, so I've heard that one before, but what it points at is only randomness. And if randomness, so it's essentially saying the randomness of quantum would mean that we're hidden from ourselves, like a quantum state might be in some way playing a part in a thought, and therefore, because quantum can't be predetermined, therefore we have free will. Whereas to me, if that's the paper you're talking about, it fails. It immediately proves determinism, because it says even inside your mind, there's this little randomness generator that's pushing you to make decisions outside of your free choice. Right? That it's random is fine. But I mean, determinism doesn't say we know what's going to happen in the next state, which is why it's a little bit of a funny name for it. It's just that sort of when looked back on, it would always have been that way. There were no other possible alternatives.
I think it was looking at the timing of the wave collapse function. I don't think that was the same one.
I thought it was essentially using the
This was
double
looking
step.
at literally like the quantum mechanics in the brain or something like that. I'm about to find it. Hold on. Oh, and I just tagged you in the other papers about the time it would take to make a protein from like amino acid sequences. You could check those out. But yeah, let me try to find this quantum mechanics one.
10:30 on Friday. Okay.
I think the paper was actually that the quantum mechanics in the brain shows that we're not in a computer simulation. Is that the same one?
No, that's different to what I was thinking. Isn't about having an uncaused will, but rather about understanding the necessary causes that determine us. Spinoza. Yeah, see, I'm close to Hobbes' version, right? Human actions are determined by appetites and aversions, which are themselves caused by external factors, right? Like when people go, was I really free to choose between Thai and pizza? It's worth looking at the infinite options that exist, including like maybe I should eat a black hole for dinner. Maybe I should eat an entire live elephant. And it's like, actually, they've already been massively whittled down until you get to these two actually quite similar carby meals to pick between them. And that journey from infinite options down to two shows we've annihilated all of these other potential free will variables until you're only going to choose something that your diet agrees with, that you could end up going, well, if the choice really is free between Thai and pizza, why does it conform so much? Why does it look so much like reality determined?
Did you know I'm just reading this. Simulating one human brain, including all quantum interactions, would require more computational power than all current supercomputers combined. Just for one brain. You don't know that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I've heard this before. The similar argument is made about the size of the universe, saying there are infinite interactions, and that precludes the any truly existing infinity would preclude the possibility of being contained within a finite a simulation with finite processing power. The problem with it, I think, is twofold. One is we don't know that it is truly infinite. It just could be really, 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 really large, or in the case of inside the brain, really, 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 really complex. And the second solution for that in terms of simulation theory is that's already how games work. So games, which are essentially simulations, only render the world where you're looking currently. So it's not, when you're starting out in one part of the world, it hasn't rendered the end of the game yet, like the assets that are the villain and the NPCs and the castle perhaps that you're going to for the end of the game. The instructions for it are there, but it's not rendered until there is a human playing that part of the game looking at it. And so the same could be true of simulation theory, which is the the simulation only needs to render this very complex world of interactions inside someone's mind at the specific date and time that a neurologist is looking at it. And then the moment they switch off their fMRI machine, you can go back to it just being a void of, very basic instructions. And that would preclude the necessity. Like, that means you no longer need an infinitely powerful processor. You could do that on very limited processing power. The limit is the number of people you've got. And unless that becomes infinite, then you're just sort of rendering a spherical view for each individual. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but I just don't think that we're in a simulation.
Yeah, it's not a very nice thought. It's many people reject it for a variety of reasons. I find it compelling because I can't argue against any of them logically, but I also don't think we're living in a simulation.
If we were living in a simulation, would we still need things like evolution? Or wouldn't it just be designed?
Depends if the simulation, like the simulation speaks to, I think it's called last Tuesday or last Thursdayism, which is could it be possible that the world was rendered exactly the way it was last Thursday and all of our childhoods are a myth and everything, World War II never happened, right? The Ukraine conflict was midway through when the world was created, and is there anything that logically prevents that from being possibly true? And the answer is no. So if that's the case, then you could have a simulation that necessitates that evolution is true, even though evolution never happened, right? So you could be in a world where you go, oh, it appears that, microevolution does happen. But in reality, it never happened. They only switched on the simulation at around when humans started recording things. So it could
They're
be
not saying
either
evolution
created.
never happened. You're going to trigger some people.
A simulation theory could debunk evolution easily. Because it would just
Be as old as
it could, but it
Thursday.
wouldn't. I don't think it would.
You might be joking, but it really happens.
What's that?
Just whatever that was.
Was he a flat earther or a globe believer?
I don't know.
Probably a globus, statistically speaking.
Thank you.
What about the stats? Whoever did that, can you come forward and state whether you're a globe or a flat earther?
I booted them. I'm a glober.
Oh, thank goodness.
Only in this space would we not all just say, what a fucking asshole, and have to stop and ask if they're a glober or a flat earther. I'm going to also agree, though, that statistically speaking, it's probably a glober.
It could have been a concave. We'd never know.
That is true.
People do that, though, in 24/7, and I kind of get why the flat earthers are like, oh, look, see, they're after us. Like, they're doing everything they can to stop us, from doing what we need to do to spread the truth. And I think it's balmy, but I get it.
Yeah, but I don't get it because, like, these trolls that do this go into every single community and do it wherever they can. Has nothing to do with Earth shape. They just
you were
do it.
speculating when I said that you're going to get triggered with evolution.
What?
Whenever I said you better not say that evolution is not real, people will get triggered. Then that happened, and I thought he was just kind of playing on that.
Oh, no, they joined the room right then and then started playing gay porn and got kicked. I don't think it was off the back of the
Okay, I
evolution
didn't
thing.
catch that part.
Yeah, they had to turn their video on and were playing a clip of
They
the
were.
dude
Oh, okay, I didn't
sorting
see that.
himself out.
It wasn't gay.
I'm
He
not
was
looking
just
at my phone.
masturbating. Yeah.
That's true. It could have.
Imagine being
I
that
just
low.
jumped to a conclusion there. Well, good on you for
He
calling
was
me
a
out on that.
male touching himself, therefore.
That was pretty gay.
Has to be
Wanking is
gay. Let's jump to the gays. Let's blame the gays.
Mm.
No, it was just some asshole that was masturbating. And yeah, they go everywhere.
That's crazy. Imagine being that low in life to where you had to do that to get some sort of satisfaction.
See, Taylor,
Not happening.
something we can agree on because that has to be a pretty crappy life if that's what you do.
Yeah.
So yeah, last Thursdayism. Does that debunk evolution or not? Interesting.
Was he already
Well-
masturbating last Thursday, you mean?
No,
Yeah.
that's not quite. But you could try and make it
When
fit,
was he
Elder. Go for it.
masturbating then? When did he start masturbating?
At least last Thursday.
All right.
He's got stamina. Last Thursdayism or last Wednesdayism or last Tuesdayism.
So you had your antenna up for the gay porn. Nobody else caught that. That was quite clever.
Thank you. I try to be observant. I can't tell whether I am sometimes.
Well, some things are just, some things are you pick up on because it's, your interest or something.
Sure, yeah. If that works for you, go for it. Love it. Crack on.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to work for me, does it? Doesn't matter, does it?
That's true. Yeah, it can also not work for you and you can crack on. And it can either both not work and work for you. Could be doing all three things at
Something about
once.
this lack of free will is that when I wake up sometimes in the morning and turn on the Discord and you're there.
So you could
Yeah.
Trying
say
to find the, the
Origin
plug-in that removes you from the process. It's a bit like Groundhog Day.
What's that? You've joined in the conversation to wonder what is the best method for removing me from the conversation?
No, the plug-in. So, because when I tune in to, the lack of free will reality, the simulation, you're there. And I'm trying to find the plug-in that, will remove you from the predetermined similarity.
Cool. Let us know how it goes. Sounds like fun.
Couldn't make that out, Bug. You're a bit frosty.
Sorry, I'm washing dishes. I just spit, so carry on.
Speaking of freedom, do you guys believe that there's any sort of slavery that's taking place today still?
I think that calling it slavery reduces the meaningfulness of the word, but I certainly think there are concerted attempts by powerful people to influence public opinion. I mean, I just don't think they're as strong enough that they would constitute what I would describe as slavery.
Wait, slavery?
Okay, that's well stated. Yeah, maybe modern day slavery, which people are familiar with, wouldn't be tolerated. So some people think that they've shifted their techniques to control and dominate using
Are you talking like fabric sweatshops or something like that?
No,
well,
what he's
that's
saying is
one-
that in the past,
technically there's
in the
that,
past, the
there's
shackles were
the
physical.
child labor
Today they're
force, even worse than that. But then there's also the financial slavery that people think that we're under.
Hmm.
I don't know, just a thought. I was gonna ask you guys if you guys think you're free or have free will.
You're saying that they have swept out the physical chains with some imaginary chains. Right?
I tend to behave as if I have choice. Whether I actually do, that's a very deep question.
I mean, you can't quit your job today, so you do have a choice, you know?
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think even slaves, maybe those who suffered the extreme end of slavery, still had free will. They had maybe their free thoughts. I believe in free will right now. And I think there's freedom. I think there is some sort of slavery going on, but I think it's more of like a mental slavery from a flat Earth point of view. But that's just my opinion.
Wouldn't you think that because I remember hearing that when I first came into the debate, and I thought, but wouldn't anything were the psyop, wouldn't it be the flat Earth is the psyop? It's the one that will limit one's thinking, tells one they're enclosed. Like if I were trying to control people, would I say the Earth's a giant sphere and there's no preferred place in space, and the universe is billions of years old? Or if I wanted to control people, wouldn't I say a very particular person made the Earth at a very particular time just for you, and you've got to do what they say, and I'm the holder of what that person says, and they made an enclosed system that you're stuck within? Because it seems to me
I think it's.
You are
thought
trying to
control is
control
more.
people, aren't you?
Sure,
I think that
go
it's
for it.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I feel like that you're gonna have a god either way, whether it be like the government or.
No. Say again,
What'd you
Taylor?
say?
No, I just said no to Elder Bear's question. But what were you saying?
I was gonna say that either way, like
What
they
is
want to
your
be.
modus operandi then? What's the point?
Great question. Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just gonna say, don't you think that like they want to have some sort of god over you? Like I think the government wants to be our god, and they do that by making it think that we're just a big meaningless accident. Like we should just listen to them, and they're just like the experts on everything. They got it all figured out. Either way, and then also like you can't go anywhere in space anyway. It's all deadly. Like it's so harmful. And then like the idea that we could just get hit by a comet at any moment is just kind of like slavery to fear in that sense, rather than there's somebody in control.
Yeah,
In a good way.
I think the difference between the dome Earth and what we'd consider space is like we can send telescopes and stuff like that past whatever height they think the dome is. So when we've got satellite pictures and we've sent Voyager to do stuff, and we've got a James Webb telescope and we've sent a couple of people to the moon, we've returned some samples, that's a much more exploration than a dome would ever allow. So I feel like the dome model is much more imprisoning than the globe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
because it's
it is
the idea
maybe
of the-
designed that way, right? No one can escape.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like one part is the reality, and then one part is the what does accepting or believing in that about reality do to the psyche. And I think the one that seems to be more intent on controlling what people think and behave seems to me to be the religious or flat Earth view.
Man, I don't know. The mainstream controls what you believe. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and
Well, everybody tries to control what you believe. Everybody's trying to share their opinions.
We could also flip it around, right? We can say, imagine the government did confirm that there is some sort of barrier, right, containment that we're under, and they felt the need that maybe that would be too much for people because they would have that natural urge or instinct to escape or find the barrier as well, push through or get out of it. So maybe that was the side.
Unfortunately, in that world, you've got amateur rocketry people who've like sent stuff up like that the pressure drops as they get higher, and they can measure like